signing in at the beginning. Celestial and earthly spirits brainstorming. High IQ, relaxed. Signing in, scholar, reincarnation, refreshing literature. Fantasy, golden finger. Reincarnated into a mystical world of immortals, only to be wronged and imprisoned in a dungeon, facing execution 3 days later. Fortunately, there's always a way out in despair. I gained the signing in golden finger. Signing in at the deeply resentful dungeon, I gained 10 years of cultivation and learned the divine abilities connecting to the profound and driving away spirits. Signing in at the sword tomb, I gained a century of cultivation and learned the divine ability, swordsmanship. Signing in at the forbidden land of life, I gained 10,000 years of cultivation and learned the divine abilities, 5 elements, great escape, turning beans into soldiers, 7 arrows with nail heads here. They're mighty figures of the immortal path, righteous scholars, reincarnated Buddhas, formless demons, and enchanting, charming female demons. Let us watch as Jiangnan, with a single lamp, traverses mountains and rivers, masters the celestial and earthly spirits, and ultimately achieves the great Tao. Chapter 1. Trapped in prison, the Green Lantern delivers teachings. Jiangnan County, the prison. When Jiangnan opened his eyes from his coma, what greeted him was a cramped and damp space, illuminated by the dim glow of an oil lamp. Using this light, he realized where he was. Iron bars, dry grass, the stench of rotting rats. A prison. It looked like an ancient type of prison. Jiangnan was bewildered. Reality show? Kidnapping? Kinky play? In his fear, various thoughts flashed through his mind. Until the next moment, a tide of memories and information surged into his brain. The Yuanyuan world, the Great Xia, immortals and demons. After spending some time sorting through his thoughts, he understood. He had traveled through time. He had become a death row inmate in Jiangnan County of the Great Xia, to be executed by beheading in 3 days. What a hellish start. Jiangnan felt despair in his heart. Then, from the original owner's memories, he managed to piece together the reason for his imprisonment. The original owner, also named Jiangnan, was a tutor for a wealthy merchant family in Jiangnan County. 2 nights ago, while reading in his study, he heard voices coming from the merchant's yard. He went out to check and saw the merchant's son-in-law, Li Yinshu, arguing with his wife, Shang Yunyan. In the end, Li Yinshu actually strangled Shang Yunyan to death. Jiangnan was just a failed scholar. How could he have witnessed such a scene? He was so frightened that he gasped. This alerted the already murderous Li Yinshu. Fortunately, Li Yinshu did not kill him to silence him. Instead, he turned the tables and accused Jiangnan. Jiangnan was alone and helpless. Without parents, power, or influence, wasn't he the perfect scapegoat? Thus, this Li family's son-in-law reported to the authorities first, then had Jiangnan arrested, fabricated evidence, and coerced a confession. A series of events played out seamlessly, trapping the defenseless scholar Jiangnan completely. Just like that, Jiangnan inexplicably became the murderer who killed Shang Yunyan out of lust. In the end, perhaps due to the approaching new year, the inspector from the Imperial Censorate was inspecting Jiangnan. The county magistrate hastily closed the case to expedite things. The final result was that the original owner Jiangnan was sentenced to death. In prison, due to injuries and unbearable humiliation, he died with resentment. Then, the Jiangnan from Earth traveled over. A dead end, a pure dead end. Cold sweat dripped from Jiangnan's forehead, his teeth chattered. For a moment, he couldn't find any way to break free. Did he barely escape death from a car accident only to find that it was just a cruel joke from heaven? Was he destined to die, even after traveling through time? He was unwilling. Suddenly, an unusual feeling arose in Jiangnan's heart. He closed his eyes and felt an ancient green lantern appear in his consciousness. It was entirely cast in green bronze, exquisitely crafted, with a wick as dark as dry grass, quietly standing in the void, immovable. Jiangnan searched through the original owner's memories, but found no recollection related to this green lantern. Did I bring it with me? Jiangnan thought to himself. He opened his eyes, and before him was still the dark prison. Closing his eyes again, the green lantern reappeared in his mind. However, Jiangnan noticed that within the once empty green lantern, there seemed to be a murky liquid, like lamp oil, and that lamp oil was slowly rising. After a stick of incense, Jiangnan tightly closed his eyes, focusing on the green lantern. He had a premonition that when this green lantern was lit, something extraordinary would happen. Perhaps it could save his life. Gradually, the lamp oil filled up, and the murkiness was filled with a hysterical madness and anger. Then, a faint flame ignited from the wick. At that moment, it seemed like distant chanting and prayers echoed in Jiangnan's ears, vast and powerful. A thought entered his mind. Light a lamp in the place, surrounded by resentment. Gain 10 years of Taoist cultivation. Learn the divine abilities communicating with the nether. Learn the divine abilities summoning spirits. Taoist cultivation? Divine abilities? Before Jiangnan could react, a strange sensation emanated from his body, and soon, the injuries he had sustained during his coercion began to slowly heal. A feeling of fullness spread throughout his body. His Taoist cultivation gradually honed his limbs and bones. His skin became as white as jade, his body straightened like a mountain, his bones like frameworks, and his skin as tough as steel. The weak body of the original owner, weakened by years of studying, was slowly transforming. Then, in his mind, two mysterious methods naturally became clear to him. Communicating with the nether, the yellow springs and the 9 netherworlds, the spirits and ghosts of the dead, communicating with the yin and yang realms, that is, communicating with the nether, summoning spirits. Commands from the supreme clarity, the ghostly officials of the underworld, the yellow turban warriors, none dare disobey. According to his understanding, communicating with the nether allowed him to summon the souls of the dead, revealing them in the sunlight, while summoning spirits was the method of calling forth yellow turban warriors and other spirits for battle. The strength of the divine abilities was related to the depth of his Taoist cultivation. Jiangnan quickly digested the newfound knowledge in his mind, then suddenly realized, isn't this just signing in for a golden finger? By signing and lighting the green lantern in a prison filled with deep resentment, he gained 10 years of Taoist cultivation and 2 divine abilities. Immediately, he saw a glimmer of hope for survival. Gradually calming down, he noticed that there was no one outside the cell for the time being, so he wanted to try the technique of communicating with the nether. Following the instructions in his mind, he extended 2 fingers, pointing towards the ground. Suddenly, black smoke rose. In the black mist, a blurry figure appeared, dressed in prison clothes. With a ferocious expression, his face filled with pain and rage. Seeing this, Jiangnan was taken aback. Isn't this the last prisoner who died in the cell? When the original owner was brought in, he had just seen the guards carrying this man's corpse out. The ghostly figure became increasingly solid, as if it was about to break free from the black mist, a strong wave of resentment rushing toward him. Jiangnan quickly withdrew his divine ability, and the gloom in his heart was swept away. Now, with Taoist cultivation and divine abilities, even trapped in a heavenly prison, he had ways to escape, with 2 methods. First, overturn the case. Second, use the summoning spirits technique to call forth the warrior spirits and break out directly. The former would require some effort. As Jiangnan knew, Li Yinshu had connections with the patrol officers, and the county magistrate was utterly ineffective. It was said that nearly 10 children had gone missing in Xiunyang County in the past year, and the parents of those children who reported to the county were also dismissed with just a few words. Therefore, if Jiangnan wanted to pursue the route of overturning his case, he would have to rely on the inspector from the Imperial Censorate who was in charge of this matter. It was quite troublesome, but after thinking for a long time, Jiangnan still chose the latter. Because in the original owner's memories, the Great Xia was not just an ancient Chinese state. Here, there were demons, immortals, Buddhas, burning mountains and boiling seas, changing the heavens and the earth, all sorts of supernatural phenomena. As the overlord of the Central Plains, the Great Xia certainly had special institutions, the embroidered uniform guards, dedicated to slaying demons and exorcising evil spirits. They were mysterious and ruthless, specializing in hunting down demons. If Jiangnan broke out of prison directly, he would be deemed a fugitive. Although with his 10 years of Taoist cultivation, he could easily control things in this small place of Xiunyang. But once those embroidered uniform guards took notice of him, it would lead to endless troubles. Another point was that the original owner was a scholar who valued reputation the most. Since he occupied someone else's body, it was only right to help clear their name. But if he truly couldn't overturn the case in the end, he could consider breaking out of Xiunyang later. With a plan in mind, the question was how to let the inspector know about this matter. Just as Jiangnan was deep in thought, two jailers brought a young man over. Jiangnan focused and saw that was none other than Li Yinshu. Not only did he have good looks, but he was also a well-known martial hero in Xuanyang County in earlier years. Otherwise, he wouldn't have qualified to enter the merchant family as a son-in-law. Li Yinshu, dressed in black and wearing simple shoes, had bloodshot eyes and a face full of sorrow. From his expression, it was clear he was heartbroken over the sudden misfortune of his wife. Even the two cold jailers seemed a bit reluctant to see him like this. One of the jailers patted his shoulder as a form of comfort and then left with his colleague, leaving Li Yinshu alone. He came to visit the prison. This merchant's son-in-law pointed at Jiangnan, and tears streamed down his face. "Madam, the murderer who killed you will soon face justice. You can rest in peace in the heavens." As soon as he opened his mouth, there was an overwhelming sense of sorrow, causing the prisoners in the nearby cell to frown. After wailing a few more times, putting on a show, Li Yinshu approached the iron door and stared at the disheveled Jiangnan. "Stop pretending, it's disgusting," Jiangnan said coldly. "We all know the truth." Li Yinshu's sorrowful expression turned sinister, a smirk appearing on his lips as he lowered his voice. "Hey, the truth? The truth doesn't matter right now. You are the murderer." "No, it was you who killed Madam." Jiangnan lifted his eyelids and said, "Nonsense. There are witnesses, physical evidence, and a confession. The one who killed Madam is you." Li Yinshu's voice was chilling, laced with mockery. "Why hasn't the constabulary killed you? I specifically told them to take special care of you." Jiangnan suddenly realized. The original body died due to coerced confession injuries, and it was not an accident. There is also Li Yinshu's manipulation involved. "But it doesn't matter. In 3 days, your head will roll, and everything will be over," Li Yinshu continued. "You see, you're about to die, and I'm still alive. I'm still the son-in-law of a merchant family, still wealthy and glorious." After saying this, he took a step back, once again adopting the guise of profound sorrow. He left, feigning grief. He came here to play the role of a good husband who lost his wife. Taunting Jiangnan during the visit was just a side note. At that moment, a ghostly voice suddenly came from behind Li Yinshu. "Is it over?" The voice was as cold as ancient ice, instantly wrapping around Li Yinshu's neck. He was startled and turned around, meeting Jiangnan's gaze. His eyes were as chilling as those of a hellish ghost. Have you heard that the dead can also speak?" Chapter 2. Enlightenment in Prison, Heavenly and Earthly Forces. After Li Yinshu left, Jiangnan sat cross-legged in the cell. I am wronged. Suddenly, he seemed possessed, crazily banging on the iron door. The noise attracted a burly, muscular guard with a face full of flesh. He rushed to the cell with a long knife at his waist and shouted, "You damn brat! Behave yourself." After saying that, he lifted his knife sheath and was about to strike Jiangnan. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A wisp of black smoke rose from the cell. The black smoke, like a worm, drilled into the guard's 5 orifices. Subsequently, the guard's pupils lost their luster, replaced by a dead, lifeless color. He no longer resembled a living person. His movements halted. He took a slight step back and imperceptibly nodded at Jiangnan. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Master." Jiangnan nodded. Spirit summoning, success. This divine ability could not only summon powerful yellow turban warriors, but could also gather deathly resentment, invade hearts, and turn people into puppets. Just now, Jiangnan had guided the deathly energy that had accumulated in the heavenly prison for many years, temporarily invading the guard's body and using him as a tool. Jiangnan closed his eyes and, through his consciousness, communicated clearly. "Go do it." "Yes, master." The guard, whose intellect was not fully awakened by the deathly energy, spoke hesitantly, but the advantage was that he was absolutely obedient. He walked out of the cell with a slightly stiff gait, heading straight for the residence of the inspector. After the guard left, Jiangnan sat back down. This was the only opportunity he could think of to meet the inspector. Otherwise, as a death row inmate, he would face various difficulties from the patrol office. Without escaping from prison, it would be impossible to even appeal his case or spread the word about his grievances. While waiting, he closed his eyes again. In an instant, the ancient blue lamp reappeared in his sea of consciousness. The lamp had long extinguished after he acquired his divine abilities, and the oil had burned nearly out. It seemed to be waiting for a chance to ignite again. Jiangnan had a great interest in this blue lamp, which had bestowed him with his path and abilities. Since the blue lamp had come to this world with him, ignited by resentment in the prison, and then passed down divine abilities, could it be ignited by other things in other places, and then grant him more paths and abilities? As far as he knew, spirit communication and spirit summoning were spells from the comprehensive guide to immortal techniques through the ages, belonging to one of the 72 earthly techniques. If he could ignite the blue lamp elsewhere, could he gain other spells? Swordsmanship, summoning the wind, carrying mountains, and even further advanced heavenly techniques? Manipulating creation, changing the stars, transforming rivers into land. Thinking of this filled Jiangnan with curiosity and longing. From this experience of being imprisoned, he realized that the Upper Yuan was a dangerous world. It was a survival of the fittest, ruthlessly cold, where the lives of the weak were insignificant. Just imagine, if his original self was not a powerless scholar, but a celestial master who could summon the wind and rain, would Li Yinshu still dare to frame him? Would the patrol office still dare to coerce him into confession? Would the county magistrate still dare to sign off on a crime document? Everything was simply because the original self was powerless. In this seemingly romantic world of immortals, being weak was the greatest sin. Therefore, he needed to become stronger, and the blue lamp was his capital. However, everything still had to wait until he cleared his name and overturned the case. Jiangnan County, Mountain Water Pavilion. The guard possessed by the deathly energy arrived at the door. This was the residence of the inspector. Inside the pavilion, the inspector, holding a classic book, felt something and frowned, muttering, "Possessed by deathly energy? Coming for me? Interesting." After saying that, he closed the book and sat down. Outside the door, the guard was stopped. The two guards frowned. "This is the inspector's residence. You cannot enter without permission. What business do you have?" They looked at the somewhat stiff guard and vaguely sensed something was off. But that was all. After all, ordinary people could not see through deathly energy. Appeal. Appeal for injustice. The guard's hoarse voice sounded, adding to see. See the inspector, to appeal. The two guards were stunned. What kind of appeal could a guard have? If you want to appeal, go find the county magistrate. What are you doing here? Therefore, the two were about to drive the guard away when they heard a voice from the pavilion. Let him in. The two guards were taken aback, but still opened the big door. The guard staggeringly walked in and came before the inspector. "You, what grievances do you have?" The inspector asked gently. Big prison. Master has grievances." The guard replied according to Jiangnan's words. "Oh." The inspector elongated his voice, intrigued, and asked, "If you have the ability to control deathly energy, why were you locked in the heavenly prison?" The guard replied, Big Xia, laws, act according to the regulations, treating everyone equally." This was all taught to him by Jiangnan. To respond to the inspector's questions, Jiangnan had thought of dozens of questions and answers while in prison. And based on the inspector's government position, he came up with this statement. It was a way to cater to the inspector's preferences. It also explained why he, despite mastering divine abilities, ended up in prison. The inspector was taken aback, then laughed heartily after a long while. "Good. What a treating everyone equally." The guard did not react. "What is your master's name?" The inspector asked again. "Cell number 3. "Jiangnan." The guard answered. "Jiangnan." The inspector pondered for a moment and said, "This official understands." As soon as he finished speaking, black energy surged from the guard's body, spilling out and becoming formless in the world. The possession by deathly energy ended. After all, Jiangnan's current abilities were not deep, and controlling from such a long distance could not last long. The person possessed would also lose their memory during the possession. Therefore, this unruly guard's memory still lingered on the time of Jiangnan's disturbance. In a daze, he did not see the surrounding environment clearly. He drew his knife sheath and began to thrash about, cursing, "You damn brat. Let you make a scene. Let you be restless." After venting for a while, the glaring sunlight made him realize something was off. The scene before him became clearer. A simply adorned grand hall. Redwood tables and chairs, carved beams, and painted rafters. Where is this? A question mark floated in the guard's mind. Then he saw the young man before him. Dressed in white, wearing a tall crown, with an ethereal demeanor, there was an unpredictable meaning in his brows. Even the guard's muscle-bound brain quickly recalled who this person was. Then, he trembled like a sieve. Inspector, I'm not in my right mind. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. The inspector said nothing. He continued, I was possessed. I was supposed to be in prison teaching the prisoners. Inspector, please spare me. After saying that, he knelt down, banging his head repeatedly, not caring that blood covered his forehead. Get up. The guard's eyes lit up with joy. The inspector waved his hand and asked again, just now, did you also shout and curse at the people in the prison? Why, yes, that prisoner was ungrateful. The guard's face turned red as he stammered an explanation. Ungrateful? The inspector chuckled. I think you're the one who is ungrateful, having picked up a life for free and still unaware. In his eyes, Jiangnan was an extraordinary person, a being of the celestial master type. In the upper Yuan world, such people were far above ordinary beings and could not tolerate being insulted by mortals. The laws of the Great Xia were still manageable. But in the southern wilderness, there were even qi refiners who would eat the brains of mortals. Who exactly was Jiangnan in this prison? The inspector could not help but grow increasingly curious. The jailer raised his head in confusion at that moment, not daring to ask more. All right, you can go down now. The inspector waved his hand. The jailer, as if granted a great pardon, repeatedly thanked him. Immediately after, the inspector summoned his attendants and said, notify the county office. I want to interrogate Jiangnan from the Tianzi No. 3 prison. Chapter 3, The Dead Speak. The son-in-law faces justice as soon as the magistrate spoke. News quickly spread throughout the county office. Naturally, it also reached the merchants. Old Master Shang and Old Madam Shang were at their daughter's funeral when they heard the news, and they were immediately filled with rage and sorrow, causing Old Madam Shang to faint. Li Yanxiu, who was wiping his tears in the hall, changed his expression dramatically. How could the established charges suddenly turn? There was no mention of any connection between Jiangnan and the magistrate. Suddenly, he remembered Jiangnan's cold eyes in the prison, and he couldn't help but shiver. The next day, in the courtroom, the magistrate sat behind the official desk, leaning against a map of Jiangnan Mountain and the sea, with a plaque hanging above him. The court officers were like wolves and tigers, lined up in 2 rows. The county magistrate sat at the front, with a clerk beside him. Rise, clap. The sound of the gavel echoed, awakening the spirits. 2 assistants brought Jiangnan, shackled, to the courtroom. To the side sat a grief-stricken Li Yanxiu, and outside the hall were the elderly Shang couple, covering their faces with tears, along with many onlookers. Adhering to the principle of first examining the plaintiff and then the defendant, the magistrate slowly spoke. Li Yanxiu of the Shang family. You accuse Jiangnan of murdering your wife, Shang Yunyan. Is this true? It is. Li Yanxiu knelt and stepped forward, raising his hand. Your Honor, 2 days ago at the hour of the pig, in my humble home, I personally witnessed the scoundrel Jiangnan coveting my wife's beauty. My wife resisted fiercely. In the struggle, this villain actually took her life by choking her. After saying this, he turned to Jiangnan with hatred in his eyes. I, the Shang family, treated you well, hired you as a tutor, and the whole family treated you with the respect due to a teacher. How could you betray us like this? Jiangnan, how could you be so heartless? His cries were heart-wrenching, making listeners grieve and weep. Outside the hall, many commoners began to curse Jiangnan. Some whispered that they had seen Jiangnan harassing women not long ago, speaking with certainty. At this moment, Li Yanxiu's emotions seemed to be on the verge of collapse. He suddenly knocked his head against the blue brick floor, shouting, Today, I ask your honor for justice, to give my wife a fair resolution. Let this scoundrel Jiangnan receive the severe punishment of the law. Severe punishment. Severe punishment. Severe punishment. His words stirred the emotions of the onlookers outside, raising their right hands in fervor. However, it was unclear how many of them were hired by Li Yanxiu. Silence. The magistrate slammed the gavel. The courtroom fell silent. Li Yanxiu, what you just accused, do you have any witnesses? I do, Li Yanxiu replied. My family's maid and guards all witnessed this matter. Then, the witnesses were brought into the courtroom. 2 maids and a guard all confirmed that on the night of the incident, only Jiangnan and the madam were in the courtyard. Soon, they heard arguing, and when they rushed in, The madam had already been killed by Jiangnan. It seemed that everything pointed to Jiangnan as the murderer. The magistrate looked with interest at the courtroom and then turned to County Magistrate Chun. "What do you think?" "Magistrate Chun?" As the magistrate asked, everyone in the courtroom looked at him. The county magistrate was an old man, over 60, yet he looked youthful. He spoke solemnly. "Judgment must be made. The criminal Jiangnan is extremely heinous and should be sentenced to death by beheading to uphold justice." Jiangnan was stunned, staring at the old magistrate in confusion. How could the defendant be sentenced without saying a word? "Do you even understand how to judge a case?" If it were a usual situation, it would be acceptable for the county magistrate to have the final say. But now that the magistrate was present, wasn't he afraid of being impeached? Do you only have a brain to look tall?" Moreover, for some reason, Jiangnan felt something was off when looking at the county magistrate. His demeanor and actions seemed so chilling and eerie. Not at all like that of a scholarly county magistrate. He seemed more like something else. However, he couldn't recall what that was. "Magistrate Chun, the defendant has not yet presented his testimony, and you have already sentenced him?" The magistrate looked at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. The old county magistrate frowned, but, constrained by the magistrate, still asked, "Defendant Jiangnan, do you have any defense?" "Of course I do." Jiangnan stepped forward, facing the gazes of the crowd and the curses from outside, and said loudly, "I am Jiangnan, the tutor of the Shang family. On the night of the incident, I was reading in my study. Hearing sounds outside, I went out to check. I saw Li Yinshu with his hands around the madam's neck, and soon after, the madam became silent. The real murderer of the madam is Li Yinshu. I hope your honor will investigate." "Nonsense," Li Yinshu immediately retorted. "I treated my wife with respect. How could I harm her?" Jiangnan shot back. "Then I ask you, you keep saying I killed the madam. But who in Xuanyang doesn't know that the madam practiced martial arts since childhood, while I am just a scholar, powerless to even bind a chicken? How could I possibly kill the madam?" Li Yinshu coldly replied, "Who knows if you possess innate strength?" During their exchange, the courtroom was filled with tension. The magistrate slammed the gavel and said, "Jiangnan, you accuse Li Yinshu of killing the madam. Do you have evidence?" Jiangnan cupped his hands. "Your honor, I also have witnesses." Li Yinshu revealed a cold smile, mocking him in his heart. Anyone who knew anything about that night could no longer speak. The maids and guards who testified were also coerced by threats and bribes. He was certain that the only ones who knew what happened that night were himself and Jiangnan. Yet now Jiangnan claimed to have witnesses. It was simply laughable. However, he then saw Jiangnan's eerie gaze. The dead can also speak. In an instant, Li Yinshu's face turned pale. "Then who are your witnesses?" The magistrate asked from his seat. "Your honor, my witness is the deceased Madame Shang," Jiangnan declared loudly. "Absurd. Nonsense. What a sin." After Jiangnan spoke, the courtroom erupted in an uproar. "Ridiculous." Li Yinshu showed a look of grief and anger, shouting, "You scoundrel. It's not enough that you harm my wife. You even insult her after her death. You are truly malicious." But Jiangnan ignored him and looked at the magistrate. "Agreed." To everyone's surprise, the magistrate agreed exceptionally quickly. "Your honor." Li Yinshu opened his mouth to speak, but was cut off by the magistrate. "If you have no guilt in your heart, then why not give it a try?" Li Yinshu had no choice but to step back. The magistrate announced, "Bring forth the remains of Madame Shang." Soon, the body of Madame Shang, covered in a white cloth, was brought into the courtroom. Jiangnan was freed from his shackles and bowed to everyone. "I, Jiang, have loved to study various subjects since childhood, and through observation and influence, I have learned some esoteric arts. Among them is the ability to communicate with spirits. Today, to clear my name and allow Madame Shang to rest in peace, I must offend." After saying that, he formed a gesture with his fingers and pointed. Spirit communication. Suddenly, a wisp of green smoke floated out from Madame Shang's body, carrying a hint of coldness. Within the smoke appeared the figure of a woman. Though blurry, her enchanting figure was breathtakingly beautiful, clearly recognizable as her pre-death appearance. The spectators felt a chill run down their spines. Only the elderly Shang couple, who had almost lost hope, were now captivated upon seeing their beloved daughter, tears streaming down their faces. In contrast, Li Yinshu looked as if his soul was about to leave him. Jiangnan pointed at the spirit of Madame Shang's brow, and with a thought, the dazed spirit slowly regained awareness, and her translucent eyes began to sparkle. Like the art of summoning spirits, Jiangnan conveyed the current situation to Lady Shang without needing words. Simply through his thoughts, Lady Shang's ghost first reluctantly nodded to the two elders below the court, then faced the inspector. I, Shang Yenya, pay my respects to the esteemed inspector and the county magistrate. Since life and death were already separated, there was no need for excessive formalities. The inspector waved his hand and said, Shang, you have been summoned back today to testify about who took your life at the time of the incident. Help me with this case, and it will also clear your name. Lady Shang nodded, first looking at the composed Jiangnan and bowing in respect. Then she turned to Li Yinshu, who was pale and trembling. His previously calm expression suddenly turned fierce and filled with resentment. Astonishing aura emerged, causing everyone present to shiver. Husband, you have a cruel heart. Since entering the Shang family, have I ever wronged you? I provided you with wealth and helped you build your career. Have I ever treated you unfairly? I, Shang Yenya, have been a good wife and mother, virtuous and kind. Have I ever wronged you? Yet you colluded with that courtesan, and when I discovered it, you actually killed me. You have a cruel heart. How blind I was to have chosen such a heartless person like you. Each word echoed, as if coming from the depths of the underworld, sending chills down everyone's spine. Even some women with weak vitality felt dizzy and unsteady. Terrified to the extreme, Li Yinshu seemed to realize he could not escape his fate. Gritting his purple lips, he roared, yes. Shang Yenya, you have never wronged me, but I'm also a man. Since entering your family, do you know how many people have stabbed me in the back? I have endured enough. If it weren't for your family's wealth, why would I have looked at such a strong-willed woman like you? You should know, as long as you live, I can never stand tall. You should die. You should die. His mad roar fell into Lady Shang's ears. The ghost's originally furious eyes gradually lost their light. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Jiangnan turned his eyes away, unable to bear it. Clap. Another strike of the gavel. The inspector loudly declared, now, the case is clear. Li Yinshu, you killed your wife and framed others. Your crime is unforgivable and deserves the death penalty. Guards, take him away and throw him into prison. He will be executed publicly in 3 days. Thus the dust settled. Chapter 4. The Sudden Transformation. The serpent demon revealed Li Yinshu was taken away. Outside the hall, the crowd was in a heated discussion, but they all changed their tone and cursed the merchant's son-in-law. Some even mentioned having seen this son-in-law wandering outside earlier. Jiangnan looked at the sorrowful and helpless merchant lady and sighed. Merchant lady, time is short. Say a few words to the two elders. Thank you, sir. The merchant lady bowed again. After that, she floated towards the two elders of the merchant family and whispered a few words, causing the two elders to weep inconsolably. Moments later, the time limit for the mystical technique had expired. Madam, the paths of humans and ghosts are different, Jiangnan reminded. The ghost nodded, bowed once more, and transformed into dots of blue light, dissipating between heaven and earth. Everyone sighed, but Jiangnan sensed something was amiss. Logically speaking, the case was solved, and the criminal should be brought to justice. The wooden clapper should have been struck to dismiss the court. However, the Grand Inspector on the high platform showed no intention of dismissing the court. Bang! Another loud sound of the clapper echoed. Everyone turned to look at him. The merchant lady's murder case was considered solved, but I still have another case to examine. The Grand Inspector said, Another case? What case? The people below whispered to each other, but no one knew what scheme the Grand Inspector was up to. County Magistrate Shun, this court belongs to you. What do you say? The county magistrate's face darkened, showing impatience. If the Grand Inspector wants to investigate, then go ahead. Then I will investigate. The Grand Inspector's tone changed, his originally calm demeanor becoming stern. I have heard that Xianyang County has had a surge in missing children over the past year. Yet you, as the county magistrate, reported the records without mentioning this matter at all, sitting idly by while the people suffer. The Grand Inspector looked coldly at County Magistrate Shun, speaking each word deliberately. County Magistrate Shun, what crime do you deserve? The crowd was in an uproar. The county magistrate slowly raised his eyelids and said leisurely, Grand Inspector, those children were clearly neglected by their parents and ran away from home. It should not be considered a case. Please do not believe the rumors. The Grand Inspector feigned realization. Oh, so that's how it is? I thought those children were eaten by you. With these words, silence fell, including Jiangnan. Everyone was stunned. After a long silence, the county magistrate finally stood up, his voice cold. How did you discover this? At the same time, a faint mist began to drift in from somewhere. The county magistrate admits it? The county magistrate eats people? The crowd was horrified, nearly wanting to flee. But one citizen suddenly exclaimed, I can't move. Soon, the others were similarly affected. Anyone who inhaled the mist found themselves paralyzed and at the mercy of others. The atmosphere of fear spread through the courtroom like a plague. You demon finally reveals your true form. The Grand Inspector said coldly, You dare to act recklessly in the territory of the Great Xia. Are you not afraid of being beheaded? The county magistrate let out a strange laugh, and an even more potent poisonous mist emanated from his mouth. The crowd realized that they were not only unable to move, but even their vocal cords were paralyzed. A flash of inspiration struck Jiangnan. He had felt that the county magistrate resembled something earlier. Now, he remembered. Like a snake, this was no county magistrate. This was an old serpent demon that had cultivated to a high level. Beheaded? Hith. The county magistrate's body began to slither. Xuanyang is on the border of Qingzhou. The sky is high and the earth is vast. You, as a Grand Inspector, are learned but lack understanding. Aside from that Jiang family junior, who has some unorthodox methods. The rest are mere mortals, who could possibly deliver news to the embroidered robes. By the time you notice, this seat will have already slaughtered you all and returned to the mountains to escape, living freely. As he spoke, he had already shed his official robes, transforming into a giant snake as thick as a water barrel, its scales shimmering, coiling above the courtroom. With its crimson tongue flicking in and out, it spoke human words. Despair filled the hearts of the crowd. The serpent demon swung its massive tail and charged at Jiangnan. Its target was clear. As long as it eliminated Jiangnan, the one with some capabilities, the remaining Grand Inspector, officials, and citizens would pose no threat. The cold-scaled tail swept through with terrifying force, slamming Jiangnan against the wall with a bang. After eliminating the only threat, the serpent demon looked at the Grand Inspector with a smirk. I originally only wanted to disguise myself as the county magistrate, to be worshipped by others, occasionally going out to hunt for blood food. But you, this young brat, have exposed me. Today I will slaughter the Xuanyang County. With these words, despair filled everyone's hearts. It was well known that while the Grand Inspector monitored civil and military officials, he was only allowed to read books and not to cultivate. This meant that Jiangnan was barely alive, and the rest were mere mortals. They were all at the mercy of this serpent demon. Humans are the knives. I am the fish. Who would have thought that the Grand Inspector would remain unafraid in the face of danger? He spoke softly, serpent demon. Since you are not the county magistrate, how can you assert that I am the Grand Inspector? As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, and his attire changed. His Grand Inspector robes transformed into silver-embroidered clothing, holding a jade staff in one hand and a tiger talisman at his waist. I am the Great Xia's embroidered robe envoy, Wang Chunyan. My visit to Xuanyang this time is to eliminate you, the serpent demon. With this, hope rose in everyone's hearts. The embroidered robe envoy, the official secret service of the Great Xia, directly under the emperor, wielding the staff and the tiger talisman, slaying demons and exterminating evil. Below the fourth rank, they had the right to kill first and report later, and above the fourth rank, they could act as they saw fit. If the Grand Inspector's monitoring of civil and military officials was feared by all officials, the embroidered robe envoy was even more mysterious and terrifying. In the territory of the Great Xia, all supernatural occurrences, whether demons, ghosts, or evil beings, were within their hunting range. The serpent demon's eyes gleamed coldly. Then I want to see how capable you, the embroidered robe envoy, really are. Wang Chunyan's gaze was icy as he raised his staff, his heart resolute. He had disguised himself as a Grand Inspector to come to Xuanyang, precisely to eliminate demons. He initially thought that in a small place like Xuanyang, even if a demon appeared, it would only be a lower-ranked or ninth-ranked minor demon. But in his divine consciousness, He sensed that this serpent demon before him had an 8th rank cultivation level, almost on par with him. A tough opponent, a fierce character. The serpent demon and Wang Chunyun shared the same thought. Just as the atmosphere was tense and on the verge of exploding, a voice came from the corner. Ouch, 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 ouch. Jiangnan struggled for a long time to pull himself out from the wall. Even so, his whole body was already sore and numb. That last hit, if it weren't for the emergency moment when he activated the unfamiliar power of his cultivation to protect himself, he would have been smashed into a meat pie on the spot. Fortunately, he was unharmed. The serpent demon was stunned, its cold eyes filled with horror. Still alive? The intense pain filled Jiangnan with resentment as he glared at the serpent demon's massive body, his gaze turning cold. Without further ado, he raised his hand and executed a technique. Drive spirit. In an instant, golden light burst forth. With a bang, the roof shattered into small debris. Amidst the smoke and dust, a towering figure descended from the sky. The ground trembled. This figure had a face like red jade and whiskers like black velvet. Standing 3 zhang tall, it wore a yellow scarf on its shoulders, golden rings shining in the sunlight, exhaling rainbow-like mist, towering and extraordinary. The yellow scarf warrior. He landed beside Jiangnan, kneeling on one knee. His mere presence was impossible to ignore. Jiangnan stared at the serpent demon and said coldly, "Old serpent demon, you really hurt Jiang." Having said that, the yellow scarf warrior stood up in response to the command, golden mist swirling as he exploded forward, his arms like mountains reaching towards the serpent demon. The serpent demon, unable to recognize the yellow scarf warrior, coldly snorted, "A mere trick," showing off in front of the master. With that, it coiled its body, exposing its fangs, and launched itself. In an instant, the yellow scarf warrior's mountain-like arms wrapped around the serpent's head and forcefully pulled down. Boom! The massive serpent head crashed down like 1,000 tons hitting the ground, creating fine cracks on the surface. In the midst of the serpent demon's daze, the golden warrior swung his fist and brought it down with a thunderous roar. Bang! 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 Each punch landed hard, shattering the serpent scales and splattering serpent blood. Wang Chunyun stared in astonishment at the yellow turban warrior who was pinning the serpent demon to the ground and hammering it down. He had already noticed that Jiangnan possessed some cultivation, but it seemed like he had just entered the 9th rank. Such cultivation would only be considered entry-level in the tier system of the Upper Yuan world. There was no way he could withstand even a single round against the serpent demon. Yet, he had summoned this strange, hulking warrior, defeating the 8th rank serpent demon without any chance of retaliation. What kind of monster was this Jiangnan, whom he had released from the heavenly prison? Wang Chunyun was filled with shock. Chapter 5. Subduing demons with reason and external authority. The Upper Yuan world highly values the extraordinary. There are cultivators in green robes wielding swords, martial masters splitting mountains and seas, enlightened Buddhist saints surrounded by golden light, ferocious beasts and demons with overwhelming evil spirits, and Confucian and Taoist sages whose words manifest countless laws. In ancient times, the roads to enlightenment were in stark opposition, and different realms were disconnected. Unless through combat, comparisons were difficult, until a unique person, Tianjizi, sacrificed himself to break through the heavenly secrets and unify the extraordinary of the world. Before his death, Tianjizi authored the renowned text The 9 Grades of Enlightenment. When the book was completed, the sun and moon shone together, the 4 seas resonated, and the sound of great bells echoed throughout the universe, with the teachings of the Tao lingering for 10 days. It was recognized by the Tao. Since then, those with extraordinary abilities in the human realm, whether cultivating, practicing martial arts, studying Buddhism, or reading, were categorized into 9 grades. After thousands of years of evolution, the 9-grade system had taken shape. The lowest grade, the first grade, was the most esteemed. The differences between each grade were as insurmountable as a chasm. This became the consensus of the entire Upper Yuan world and deeply embedded in Wang Chunyun's mind. Until today, his long-held beliefs were shattered by a scholar named Jiangnan. With a cultivation level of the 9th grade, he summoned a powerful warrior and fiercely defeated an 8th-grade serpent demon, leaving it unable to retaliate. In just half a stick of incense's time, the serpent demon, once arrogant, lay limp on the ground, gasping more than it was exhaling. It was heavily injured by the warrior and could not rise again. With a breath of relief, Jiangnan dusted himself off, straightened his clothes, and returned to the appearance of a refined scholar. However, the half-dead serpent demon and the fierce warrior made it hard for people to accept such a stark contrast. Seeing the astonished expression on Wang Chunyun's face in his silver-embroidered robe, Jiangnan smiled shyly, saying, "Sir in embroidered robes, do not be surprised. I am merely a scholar who values reasoning to convince others. Look at this serpent demon, is truly convinced by my reasoning, feeling ashamed and unable to rise again." Wang Chunyun forced a smile and thought, "I believe her mother-esque ghost." The turmoil soon subsided. After Jiangnan subdued the serpent demon, Wang Chunyun sealed its demon power, locked its acupoints, and stored it in a demon-catching artifact. Fortunately, because Jiangnan was relatively restrained during the battle, and Wang Chunyun had summoned the artifact to protect everyone on the way, only a few officers who were closer suffered some internal injuries, while the rest were simply a bit disheveled and not injured at all. The serpent demon was thus dealt with. Although the county magistrate was gone, thanks to the arrangements made by Wang Chunyun, the aftermath was handled in an orderly manner. In just 2 days, the turmoil was settled. During this time, Wang Chunyun wrote a memorial reporting the incident with the serpent demon in Xiunyang in detail. He also acted in the capacity of the county magistrate, thoroughly investigating the patrol office. It is expected that a new county magistrate will be appointed soon. As the first to attack the serpent demon, Jiangnan naturally received the support of the people of Xiunyang. Tea gardens, taverns, and brothels all welcomed this scholar who saved Xiunyang for free. Some bold courtesans even wished to compose poetry and spend a romantic evening with Jiangnan. The 2 elder merchants also came to apologize and thank Jiangnan for allowing their daughter to see them one last time. The only downside was that Li Yinshu had escaped. After he was taken out of the court, the serpent demon appeared, taking advantage of the attention on the serpent demon. The former martial champion, Li Yinshu, easily subdued 2 officers and fled from Xiunyang, disappearing without a trace. However, Wang Chunyun had already issued a wanted notice through the county office, so he would not be able to escape for long. Chunfeng Building. It is the largest and most luxurious tavern in Xiunyang County, where one can consult the opinions of spring winds when faced with indecision. Due to its special status, it is the top choice for merchants to host banquets. The common people joke that when faced with indecision, one can consult gold and silver. On the 2nd floor, in a private room, Wang Chunyun and Jiangnan sat facing each other. Over the past 2 days, the two gradually became familiar. Outside of the court, they addressed each other as brothers. "Brother Wang, although Chunfeng Building does not charge me for meals, but you come to seek Jiangnan at every mealtime. Isn't that inappropriate?" Jiangnan remarked, looking at the elegant figure in the silver-embroidered robe before him, who came to mooch meals every day. For the past few days, Jiangnan had been living and eating in Chunfeng Building. This was because there was a relative of the behind-the-scenes owner Yu Kuan who was watching the commotion outside the court at that time. Thus, after hearing his nephew's description, Yu Kuan greatly admired Jiangnan. Of course, since Jiangnan had been staying at Chunfeng Building for these 2 days, Boss Yu's business had improved significantly. Many came to see the scholar who saved the county. It was a win-win situation, not the kind that wins twice. Meanwhile, the acting county magistrate in embroidered robes, Wang Chunyun, also ran to Chunfeng Building every day. That is incorrect. Wang Chunyun took a sip of tea, showing no shame in mooching meals. He truly admired Jiangnan's talent, and thus visited multiple times. At this point, he shifted the topic. "Brother Jiang, in the past 2 days, I have heard the common people mention your failure in the imperial examination 2 years ago and your inability to serve the country, which is indeed a great regret. Have you considered joining the external authority of embroidered robes? Although it has no official rank, it can still serve the country and its people." This statement left Jiangnan stunned. The external authority of embroidered robes is publicly divided into 2 types. The first is the direct embroidered robe envoy with an official rank, salary, and real power. The second is the external embroidered robe envoy, similar to an honorary guest. Wang Chunyun is a direct embroidered robe envoy with silver threads. Direct embroidered robe envoys carry the tiger talisman and hold the power of life and death. Likewise, the entry requirements are quite strict. One must be nominated by a great embroidered robe, approved by the emperor, have a family background checked for 3 generations, and undergo a thorough examination of their cultivation path and character before they can join. For Jiangnan, this was undoubtedly impossible. After all, his cultivation and supernatural powers derived entirely from the ancient simple green lamp, which could not be accommodated by any lineage of the Upper Yuan. If exposed, it would lead to numerous troubles. However, the external embroidered robe envoy had far fewer entry requirements. One only needed a clear background, no criminal record, and strong abilities to be recognized by the great embroidered robe. Of course, the powers and constraints were significantly less. It was equivalent to having the title of an embroidered robe, with the obligation to support each other when other embroidered robes encounter strong enemies. Conversely, the external embroidered robes act within the official institutions of the Great Xia, which also provides many conveniences. If Jiangnan agrees to become an external embroidered robe, other people in the martial world would have to consider the court's position when trying to deal with him. After pondering for a moment, Jiangnan clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Then I would like to thank Brother Wang for your support." Wang Chunyun laughed heartily and said, "No need for thanks. I will report to the great embroidered robe, and the approval document should arrive in about a month." After saying this, he handed a silver and jade waist token to Jiangnan, which served as proof of identity, certified by the court. After thanking him, Jiangnan felt a sense of shock. From Wang Chunyun's introduction, there was no doubt that although the external embroidered robes had less stringent scrutiny, they still required the approval document from the great embroidered robe. However, his wording seemed to imply that this matter was already settled. It seems this person has a respectable background and status within the embroidered robes. With this matter settled, Wang Chunyun was in high spirits and drank several cups. After witnessing Jiangnan's terrifying combat power, he had been eager to pull him into the embroidered robe camp, and now it had become a significant step towards that goal. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, it was time to part ways. "Brother Jiang, what are your plans for the future?" Jiangnan's heart stirred, and he replied, "Reading emphasizes reading thousands of books and traveling thousands of miles. I have spent the first half of my life studying hard, and naturally, I want to traverse the mountains and rivers in the second half." His words were not spoken casually. After all, his capital these days relied on the green lamp, which needed to be lit in different locations to pass down the cultivation and supernatural powers. This destined Jiangnan to travel all over the Upper Yuan. In recent days, whenever he visualized the green lamp, he often found himself seeing various vague scenes. Places filled with sword blades, towering mountains like fingers reaching for the sky, and the deep and mysterious Black Sea. Each time, Jiangnan felt that these places could ignite the green lamp. Thus, after a moment's pause, he continued, "Just so happens that I have read about some wonders in books, and I thought Brother Wang must have seen and learned a lot, so I intended to consult you." Wang Chunyun waved his hand grandly. "Please, go ahead." Jiangnan began to list the various scenes he had envisioned with the blue lamp. Originally calm and carefree, Wang Chunyun's expression grew increasingly serious. "Brother Jiang, are these dangerous places you saw in that book?" Jiangnan smiled casually and said, "They are just obscure texts, not worth mentioning. If Brother Wang is unaware, it is probably just the author's fanciful thoughts." Wang Chunyun slowly shook his head, his expression grave. "To be honest, Brother Jiang, I am aware of most of the places you mentioned, but they are all forbidden areas where one can enter but cannot leave. Bring me a pen." In an instant, a beautiful maid brought forth the 4 treasures of the study. Wang Chunyun swiftly wrote down several place names, which were scattered throughout the entire Shangyuan world. "Brother Jiang, although it is said that one should read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles, I advise you, if you lack sufficient strength, do not act recklessly." Jiangnan nodded earnestly and thanked him. Finally, Wang Chunyun asked, "Brother Jiang, are you leaving Xuanyang soon?" Jiangnan nodded, mentioning he had some small matters to attend to. Wang Chunyun's eyes shifted. "Is it because of that merchant's son-in-law?" "Of course. In the evening, After bidding farewell to Wang Chunyun, Jiangnan changed his clothes and thanked Bossu of Chunfeng Tower. He then hired a fast horse at the Daxia post station and galloped out of Xuanyang City. The ancient road was filled with a western wind, and a scholar rode swiftly, with a popular tune drifting in the air, saying, "A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. A petty person takes revenge. It cannot wait overnight. I am neither a gentleman nor a petty person. My grievances, I shall repay them today." Chapter 6: The Emergence of the Divine Path. No more Jiangnan outside the ancient road of Xuanyang. The population was sparse. Jiangnan found a pond and tied his horse. Seeing that there was no one around, he used the divine summoning technique. Suddenly, a hunched old man appeared before Jiangnan as the yellow earth stirred. The earth god. According to the knowledge of the divine summoning technique in his mind, it could not only command the yellow turban warriors, but also summon spirits and beings, including mountain gods and local deities. The old man, the earth god of Xuanyang, greeted Jiangnan warmly. The old deity was hunched, dressed in a brown-red robe, leaning on a wooden staff with a deep and kind voice. Jiangnan cupped his hands and said, "I am Jiangnan, and I apologize for disturbing you, old sir." The earth god waved his hands repeatedly, saying humbly, "As you hold the divine summoning order, I shall do whatever is needed." Unlike the silent and cold demeanor of the yellow turban warriors, the old earth god was quite talkative, possibly due to not having interacted with anyone for a long time. Sitting by the pond, the old deity even had nearby small animals pick some fruits for them. In their casual conversation, Jiangnan learned a lot of information. According to the old earth god, he was originally a mountain spirit from Qingzhou, revered and worshipped by plants and animals over a long period. After gaining intelligence, he was granted divine status by the heavenly court and became the earth god of this area. Unfortunately, the old deity had not received any edicts from the heavenly court for thousands of years. At this point, the old earth god seemed somewhat regretful. He said that the divine summoning method Jiangnan used was initially a legitimate divine ability from the heavenly court. However, Jiangnan found no relevant information about this heavenly court in his original memories. He had never even heard of it. It seemed something unexpected had occurred, but the blue lamp in his sea of consciousness was likely related to that heavenly court. "Old sir, I have come to inquire about something today." After some small talk, Jiangnan said, "You are too polite," the old earth god replied nervously, repeatedly cupping his hands. "If you have any needs, I will certainly do my best to assist you." Jiangnan nodded and said, "I'm looking for someone." "Who?" the old earth god asked. Jiangnan lightly closed his eyes and projected the image of Li Yinshu through his thoughts to the old deity. The old earth god pondered for a moment and said, "I understand." After saying this, he tapped his wooden staff. In that instant, Jiangnan vaguely sensed that the entire world seemed to ripple like water. "Please wait patiently. As long as this person is near any plants, animals, or insects, they cannot escape my eyes," the old earth god said with a hint of confidence in his deep voice. Jiangnan was taken aback. Did this mean that all plants, animals, and insects could become his eyes and ears? What a terrifying capacity for information gathering, not to mention in a battle. If one side had the support of a land deity, the other side would have no secrets left. So why hadn't the Daxia dynasty, which always made full use of resources, thought of subduing these wild spirits? However, when he asked this question, the old earth god replied, "Do you know that humans and gods are on different paths? We are spirits of the divine path, different from the demonic path, and also different from the human path. While there are powerful beings in the human path, there are also powerful beings in our divine path. Although the heavenly court has retreated, the powerful beings of our divine path have made an agreement with the human path to not interfere with one another. But if you help me now, wouldn't that be breaking the rules?" Jiangnan asked again. "Not all. As you hold the heavenly court's divine ability, it means you have already stepped halfway into the divine path. My assistance cannot be seen as breaking the rules," the old earth god explained slowly. Jiangnan nodded, increasingly certain that the blue lamp within him was definitely related to the heavenly court and the divine path. "Old sir, tracking will take time. You may rest first, and when there is news, I will inform you immediately. By the way, I have one more thing to remind you. The heavenly court is currently hidden, and its reputation is not prominent. Among the spirits, There are some proud individuals who do not acknowledge the heavenly court's divine abilities. You need to be cautious when issuing divine summoning orders from now on. After saying this, the old earth god bid farewell to Jiangnan and sank back into the mountains and rivers. Liqiushan, located east of Xuanyang, was a desolate place year-round, with dense vegetation and active wildlife. As the first ray of morning sunlight pierced through the darkness, a drop of dew fell from the tip of a leaf. After a struggle, it finally dropped to the ground. The dew landed on the nose of a man beneath the tree, waking him from a shallow sleep. Li Yinshu jolted awake, quickly looking around. After confirming that nothing was out of the ordinary, he breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the extinguished campfire in the clearing ahead, deep hatred appeared in Li Yinshu's eyes. Once, he had wealth and power, dressed in luxurious clothing and enjoying fine food. Now, he was like a rat crossing the street, utterly miserable. And all of this was thanks to that Jiangnan. Jiangnan? Li Yinshu gritted his teeth, propping up his tired body. He needed to find something to eat to sustain himself. I will definitely kill you. Eating the sour wild fruits, he glared fiercely. Young Masterly, how have you been? At that moment, a familiar voice came. Li Yinshu Stefanat. Turning towards the source of the voice, he saw a young scholar in white standing under a tree, his clothes fluttering. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the Jiangnan he wished to crush into dust. In an instant, Li Yinshu's eyes turned red, like an injured wolf. But the next moment, he became vigilant. Jiangnan had come. Would he bring soldiers with him? To his surprise, the other party seemed to see through his thoughts. Don't worry, I came alone, Jiangnan said. Li Yinshu was taken aback, and after looking around to confirm that nothing was amiss, he grinned savagely. When he escaped, it was during the appearance of the snake demon. He had fled Xuanyang County and plunged into the wild mountains, completely unaware of Jiangnan commanding the yellow turban warriors to slay the snake demon. Thus, in his eyes, Jiangnan was still that weak scholar. Even if he knew some unorthodox techniques, he lacked the ability for direct confrontation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let himself be framed and imprisoned. You chose not to walk the path to heaven, so you fell into the gates of hell. Jiangnan, do you know how I've spent these days? Li Yinshu's veins bulged, his chest heaving, and hot air puffed from his nostrils. He was originally the martial champion of Xuanyang. Although he could not compare to those of the immortal path, he was not afraid of common people, even if they came with a handful, let alone someone like Jiangnan, a weak scholar relying on unorthodox methods. Jiangnan died. After saying this, Li Yinshu's muscles bulged like a dragon, exuding a murderous intent. Wait, Jiangnan suddenly spoke. What? Li Yinshu glared, but the more he thought about it, the more something fell off. Jiangnan, you are too calm. Why don't you turn around and take a look? Jiangnan pointed behind him. Li Yinshu frowned. Don't play childish tricks. After saying this, he suddenly felt that the morning light seemed to dim slightly. In that moment, as a martial champion, his instincts made all the hair on his body stand on end. He turned around and saw a towering giant, 3 zhang tall, standing between the trees. Like a mountain, it blocked out the sun. What is that? Li Yinshu's heart trembled. He saw the giant suddenly raise its hand and swat down. A fierce wind rose. Just the palm wind sent Li Yinshu's entire body flying. He crashed several zhang away, heart racing. Li Yinshu lifted his head and saw the towering giant take 2 steps, then bow its head to stand behind Jiangnan. A martial champion? Just this? Jiangnan seemed to smile. Li Yinshu was stunned. That giant was definitely not something he could contend with. Once it stood still, its body moved slowly like a leopard. He could tell that Jiangnan's reliance was that giant. If he could get past the giant and capture Jiangnan, perhaps he would still have a chance to survive. Suddenly, he seized the opportunity, clawing with his hands, his feet trampling through the grass and trees, charging forward. He was betting that although the giant had tremendous strength, it was not agile enough. But the next moment, Li Yinshu's vision blurred. A gigantic hand clamped down on him like a pair of iron pincers. The fingers were tightly together, gripping his body firmly, as if catching a chick. Li Yinshu stared at Jiangnan, looking deflated, his eyes losing their luster. Enough. Enough, I admit defeat. Take me back to the dungeon. Jiangnan lifted his eyelids and looked at him with some curiosity. Young Masterly, Wang Xiui once asked me why, despite having divine abilities, I would still be framed and imprisoned. I answered him that it was because I abide by the laws of Great Xia and am willing to seek justice through the law. He was very pleased and even invited me to join Xioi. But you must know, I only said this to him because he is a person of the court. It's simply speaking the truth to those present and ghost stories to those absent. So, how can you think that Jiangnan came alone today to capture you back to the dungeon? Jiangnan spoke eloquently, while the yellow turban warrior's grip tightened even more. With each breath Li Yinshu exhaled, his chest collapsed a little more, unable to take in even a hint of air. He wanted to speak, but his face turned blue and purple, unable to make sound. The handsome face was twisted with fear. I came to find you, to kill you with my own hands. After Jiangnan finished speaking, the yellow turban warrior suddenly clenched his fist. Bang! Red and white substances flew everywhere, spraying onto the golden warrior, resembling a demonic god. Yet beside him, the small Jiangnan, dressed in white, was untouched by blood or flesh. After a long time, the yellow turban warrior bowed and slowly disappeared. Only Jiangnan remained, feeling a sense of loss in his heart. It wasn't that he felt empty after taking revenge. Even if the king of heaven himself had come today, he would still feel exhilarated. He felt neither guilt nor fear. What he felt was a genuine sense of loss, as if he had truly lost something. For the past few days, Jiangnan had been experiencing a vague sensation. It was that his soul and body had not fully merged. The obstacle, he feared, was the original body's obsession. But this obsession was not hatred for Li Yinshu, but love for Madame Shang. The original Jiangnan, a failed scholar, had no wealth or power and possessed nothing of value. However, Madame Shang valued his talent, invited him to be a tutor, provided him with food and warmth throughout the seasons, and gave him face and dignity. Therefore, he naturally longed for and admired Madame Shang. But at that time, Madame Shang was already married. Although the original body did not have the surname Chao, he harbored the heart of a Chao thief. However, due to his scholar's integrity, he ultimately could not commit acts that violated ethics. Who would have thought that in the end, Madame Shang was harmed, and the original body was framed as the murderer? Who knew the coldness in his heart? His obsession turned into hatred, but this hatred was not for himself, but for Madame Shang. Now that the great revenge had been avenged, that lingering obsession finally dissipated into thin air. Jiangnan tore his sleeve, a strip of white cloth, which floated away in the wind. The worldly ties had been severed. There would be no more Jiangnan in this world, only Jiangnan. As his words fell, a sense of harmony spread throughout his body. This body finally accepted him completely. Chapter 7. The Art of Summoning Wind. Tree Spirit Qinglu. Half an hour later. After descending from Liqiushan, Jiangnan mounted his horse, aiming for the sword cottage. Recently, among the many place names Wang Chunyun had informed him of, Jiangnan pondered and decided to make the sword tomb of the sword cottage his primary target. The sword cottage is located in Yuzhou, a state separated from Qingzhou by another state called Suzhou. According to Wang Chunyun, the sword cottage is a place officially recognized by the Great Xia government as a remarkable site. Its purpose is to follow the orders of the first swordmaster, guarding the sword tomb and the way of the sword. Every 60 years, the sword tomb will open once for the sword trial, during which talented swordsmen from all over the world can enter the sword tomb to slay sword demons, comprehend the sword heart, and practice sword techniques. The last time the sword cottage opened, among those who entered the sword tomb was the current national general. The sword techniques he comprehended are said to possess unimaginable power. It is rumored that he once swept away a mountain of demons with a single sword strike, a feat akin to divine intervention. Coincidentally, a little over a month later, it will be time for the 60-year sword trial. Only on that day will the sword tomb be open to outsiders. In Jiangnan's mind, the fierce land filled with ancient swords, after Wang Chunyun's assessment, is most likely the sword tomb of the sword cottage. Therefore, he chose it as his target first. Otherwise, he would have to wait another 60 years through regular channels. Riding on a fast horse, Jiangnan traveled along the official road. After 10 days, he left Qingzhou and entered Suzhou. Unlike the beautiful mountains and rivers of Qingzhou, Suzhou is known in the Great Xia for its wind and sand. It is constantly swept by fierce winds and filled with yellow sand year-round. After entering Suzhou, Jiangnan picked up a map at the relay station and hurried toward the sword cottage. To his surprise, while traveling through the windy Suzhou, the blue lamp in his consciousness gradually accumulated lamp oil. Just as he was about to exit Suzhou, the blue lamp flickered to life. Ignited, the blue lamp in the place, swept by fierce winds, gained 20 years of cultivation, learned the supernatural ability to summon wind. Borrowing wind, crossing the river, 1,000-foot wave, entering the bamboo, 10,000 poles slanted, waving sleeves, the fierce wind devastates the world. In simple terms, it is the supernatural art of controlling wind. This stirred Jiangnan's heart. He realized that it is not only in specific locations that the blue lamp can be ignited. In certain environments with special attributes, after a sufficient amount of time, it seems that the blue lamp can also be ignited, granting cultivation and supernatural abilities. Just like this time, he merely crossed Suzhou, but due to the perpetual wind and sand, the long accumulation led to the accidental ignition of the blue lamp and the acquisition of the art of summoning wind. Furthermore, the location where the blue lamp was ignited seems crucial to the supernatural ability he learned. For instance, in the gloomy prison filled with resentful energy and death, he acquired the methods of exorcising spirits and communicating with the underworld. Both are related to the dead and ghostly arts. And igniting the blue lamp in the wind and sand of Suzhou granted him the art of summoning wind. What if he ignited the blue lamp in a place with continuous heavy rain? Would he then acquire the art of summoning rain? Although he couldn't be certain, Jiangnan felt he had a 70 to 80% chance. He pondered in his mind while continuing to ride. Controlling the fast horse, he traversed the sandy land. However, the once fierce winds that whipped against his face now brought him no discomfort. Instead, it felt as gentle as a spring breeze. Perhaps this is also a side effect of the art of summoning wind. After another 10 days, Jiangnan finally crossed Suzhou and arrived in Yuzhou. He had already changed 4 horses at the official relay stations, fearing he wouldn't make it in time. Fortunately, having entered Yuzhou, he slowed down. Returning the horse to the relay station, Jiangnan found a secluded place outside the city. His knowledge of the sword cottage in Yuzhou was limited to Wang Chunyun's one-sided explanations and the gossip of the common people during meals. So upon arriving here, he planned to consult the local spirits for guidance. Once again, he used the familiar communicating with the underworld technique. After several attempts, Jiangnan's mastery of this technique became increasingly refined. Following his thoughts, he soared through the technique and connected with the spirits deep beneath the earth. The technique of communicating with the underworld was successful. He opened his eyes, but there was no change in front of him. Something was off. In Jiangnan's perception, he had clearly succeeded. Just as he was puzzled, a sudden change occurred. The yellow earth trembled, and the gravel moved chaotically. It was as if a giant object was colliding underground, about to tear through. Jiangnan's expression darkened, suddenly recalling what the old land said. The mountain gods and land gods are all sealed by the heavenly court. Now that the heavenly court has vanished, it is normal for some spirits beneath to change their minds after thousands of years without their presence. Could it be that he encountered one today? While Jiangnan pondered, his other hand brewed a supernatural technique. After summoning the wind, he had 30 years of cultivation. A single hand performing the communicating with the underworld technique was not a problem. Moreover, the yellow turban warrior he had summoned was even more robust and powerful. Just as he was on guard, he saw the ground crack open a seam, which gradually widened. In an instant, a massive crack over 1,000 feet long spanned before him. Verdant branches resembling dragon tendrils reached out from the abyss. Ancient, weathered, and filled with a sense of antiquity. Jiangnan's expression grew increasingly grim. It seemed he had inadvertently summoned something unfathomable. The abyss expanded further, resembling the opened eyes of a giant. A colossal ancient tree, unimaginably large, slowly emerged from the abyss. What on earth is this? Why would a lowly cultivator like himself, using the communicating with the underworld technique, summon such a monster? Things were becoming increasingly strange. Jiangnan turned to flee. Mortal, why do you summon this presence? A vast, distant, hollow voice emanated from the trunk of the tree. Just as Jiangnan was about to speak, his pupils suddenly contracted. He realized that one of his feet had unknowingly sunk deep into the tree roots. Yet, he felt no sensation. He tried to move, only to find his legs felt as if they were in air, without any obstruction, completely unaware of the presence of the tree roots. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. It turned out that this imposing giant tree was merely an illusionary technique, tangible yet insubstantial. Understanding this, Jiangnan casually picked up a stone and threw it at the tree trunk. The stone passed through the tree body without resistance, flying ahead. Sure enough, it was an illusion. Jiangnan sneered inwardly and unleashed the summoning wind technique. He saw the previously calm sky become tumultuous, clouds rolling. A fierce wind swept in from an unknown direction, howling past, as if the heavens were roaring. In the fierce wind, the towering ancient tree seemed weightless, being distorted like ink wash. If it continues to act mysteriously, Jiangnan would not hold back. The tree's shadow swayed. In a state of disarray, Jiangnan spoke. Great One, we were wrong, we were wrong. Please retract your supernatural power. The grand voice faded, replaced by a panicked, youthful, clear voice. The illusion of the abyss and the giant tree vanished like ripples in water. In the void several feet above the ground, a figure about a foot tall appeared. The previous voice had come from it. Compared to the giant tree illusion, this spirit was the true source. Jiangnan approached it, examining the tiny spirit. It resembled a human, appearing like a delicate young girl, petite and no taller than a wine cup. This reminded Jiangnan of the fairies in movies from his past life. Although this little spirit had a small face, it was exquisitely carved, pink and tender. She wore a light green long dress, surrounded by a faint emerald glow. Seeing that Jiangnan had finally retracted his supernatural power, the little spirit also breathed a sigh of relief, seemingly wanting to say something. Jiangnan extended his right hand and lightly flicked it, delivering a light tap to her forehead. Pop! It struck her forehead directly, sending the little spirit flying far away, clutching her head and bursting into tears. After a while, the little spirit finally stopped crying. Cautiously approaching Jiangnan, she seemed afraid of another flick. Great One, I am the tree spirit Qinglu. Please don't flick me again. Seeing Jiangnan extend his hand again, Qinglu shook her head vigorously, waving her hands repeatedly. Jiangnan reluctantly withdrew his hand. The texture felt quite good, but unfortunately, seeing his expression, Jiangnan felt a chill. Why does this particular master seem to have some strange quirks? Jiangnan, however, asserted with righteousness that it was only because you first scared Jiang. So after sleeping for too long and being awakened by the master, it was hard to resist playing around. Qinglu mumbled, the master is really stingy. Jiangnan pretended to reach out again, and Qinglu hurriedly shut her mouth. This little sprite, who called herself the tree god, seemed quite amusing. Her personality was completely different from the broad and steady land of Xiunyang. Jiangnan pondered. In just a short while, Qinglu couldn't sit still again. She circled around Jiangnan, her face full of curiosity. What is the master's name? Jiangnan stopped joking with her and said seriously, Jiangnan, newly arrived in Yuzhou, summoned you to inquire about the local customs and practices. Upon hearing this, Qinglu patted her chest and assured him, Master, feel free to ask, although I mostly sleep. There's nothing in this area that I don't know. Jiangnan nodded and asked, Qinglu, do you know about Jinlu? The little tree god sniffed and her eyes brightened. Is the master going to Jinlu? Can you take me along? I haven't had the candied hawthorns from beneath Jinlu Mountain for a long time. Jiangnan, it feels like this little thing is not very reliable. Chapter 8. The sword test approaches. An encounter at the tavern Xiushui County, located in the central part of Yuzhou, lies just north of the famous Jinlu. As the sword test approaches, the once tranquil and serene Xiushui County is now flooded with unfamiliar faces, cultivators, martial artists, monks, and Confucian scholars. 3 days before the sword test, Jiangnan arrived in Xiushui carrying a pendant named Qingluo, generally speaking, with the celestial court's seal. The local spirits are not supposed to leave their territory. For example, the old land deity of Xiunyang has remained within the boundaries of Xiunyang for thousands of years without leaving. However, while some abide by the rules, others do not, especially in an era of hiding from the celestial court. Everyone has their own thoughts. The little tree spirit is one of them. Upon learning that Jiangnan was heading to Jinlu, she decided to follow him. According to her, although she was not strong, she was skilled in evasion techniques. If danger arose, she could run away by herself and would not be a burden to Jiangnan, which made her quite proud. Seeing that this little creature seemed to know quite a bit about Yuzhou, Jiangnan decided to take her along. Due to the special circumstances of being backed by Jinlu, the overall military preparedness of Caishikou County is much stronger than that of Xianyang. The black armor guards were originally from the borderlands. After all, during the sword test, there will always be some unruly wanderers who fight bravely, which could endanger the city. Because of this, Caishikou has been jokingly referred to as a city of major repairs every 60 years. At the city gate, a line of guards stood on either side, their expressions stern. People entering the city flowed in and out, presenting their fish tokens and paying fees to enter. No one caused trouble. When it was Jiangnan's turn, he took out his embroidered robe badge and, under the respectful gazes of the guards, strolled into the city. This was one of the privileges of being an outside embroidered robe official, exemption from all city gate taxes outside the capital. Inside Caishikou City, wide streets paved with bluestone bricks were bustling with horse-drawn carriages and crowds of people. The sounds of vendors shouting their wares filled the air. Candied hawthorn, sweet or no money. Baked pancakes, big and fragrant. Steamed cakes, soft and not sticky. Come take a look. With these lively scenes, Caishikou City was full of the flavor of the mortal world. Master, we want this. Master, we want that. Master, we want them all. Along the way, Qingluo poked her head out, looking left and right, her eyes full of curiosity. Half an hour later, Jiangnan arrived at a tavern carrying a large pile of food. The hall was already packed with guests. A thin young waiter with sharp eyes immediately approached. Sir, are you here for a meal or to stay? After saying this, he took the luggage and food from Jiangnan's hands. To stay. Does your tavern have any rooms available? The young waiter rolled his eyes and said, Sir, we do have one room left, but the price is a bit expensive. Jiangnan thought for a moment, estimating that most taverns in Caishikou were likely in the same situation, and said, No problem, I'll take it. After the serpent demon was subdued, Jiangnan became a hero in Xianyang. The owner of Chunfeng Tower not only let Jiangnan stay for free, but also arranged for a painter to create a portrait of him to hang in the hall. In return, he paid Jiangnan a large sum of money. So now, Jiangnan was not short on money. All right, please upstairs. The young waiter was overjoyed, nodding and bowing as he led Jiangnan up the stairs. Jiangnan gave him some small change as a tip, which made the waiter beam with delight and become even more respectful. After making a cup of tea, Jiangnan sat down in his room. It seemed that the number of wanderers in Caishikou City was ridiculously high. However, only up to 10 swordsmanship geniuses would be selected for entry into the sword tomb. Qingluo, aside from the sword test, is there any other way to get into the sword tomb? He asked, looking at the little tree spirit who was busy competing with a string of candied hawthorn. Qingluo was taken aback, sucking her finger, and softly replied, As far as we know, the sword tomb is a forbidden area of Jinlu. Apart from a sword test, outsiders have absolutely no chance of entering. Jiangnan frowned. This is problematic. He knew his own level of swordsmanship. He couldn't say he was unskilled. He was completely inexperienced. Whether in his past life or this one, he had never been in contact with swordsmanship. In this case, the chances of passing the sword test were minuscule. Do you think I could force my way in? Jiangnan thought of taking a bold approach. The little tree spirit was stunned, and after a long while said, It's not impossible. But if you decide to force your way in, we think it would be better to go at noon. Jiangnan was puzzled. Why? Qingluo giggled. Because you might die sooner or later. Jiangnan huffed in displeasure and asked again, What is the cultivation level of the people in Jinlu? The highest seems to be second rank, or maybe first rank. Qingluo blinked her eyes. Do you still want to force your way in? Second rank? That's nothing. Jiangnan cleared his throat and changed the subject. However, Jiang is a scholar and would never engage in such vulgar acts as forcing my way in. The little tree spirit rolled her eyes, ignoring him, and focused on the food on the table. Jiangnan sighed inwardly. It seemed that participating in the sword test was the only option, but how could he be selected when he knew nothing about swordsmanship? Just as he was pondering this, the door opened. A slightly plump middle-aged man walked in, looking clean and wearing festive fur clothing, appearing both kind and shrewd. He was the tavern manager. He first apologized, then with a somewhat troubled expression said, "Sir, I am the manager here. There has been a misunderstanding. This room has actually been reserved." The manager bowed apologetically and cautiously asked, "Of course, we will refund you double the room fee and arrange another place for you." Jiangnan frowned. "Manager, I've already paid for the room. Is there a reason I should move?" "Sir, you may not know. To be honest, this room has been used by young Master Chiu all along. The young waiter who just came was not clever and gave it to you. Now that young Master Chiu has arrived, please have mercy on me, for if he gets angry, the entire tavern will suffer." The manager wore a pleading expression, looking quite wronged. Seeing him like this, Jiangnan felt a bit sympathetic. Holding the thought that it's better to avoid trouble than to create it, he agreed. After all, although he was not afraid of that young Master Chiu, if he caused a scene, it would be the tavern manager who would suffer. "You truly have a kind heart." "A kind heart." The manager was overjoyed and praised him repeatedly. Given his demeanor, young Master Chiu likely was not easy to deal with. After saying that, the manager bowed and led Jiangnan out the door. As they descended the stairs, they saw a crowd gathered together. Curious, Jiangnan pushed through the crowd. In the center of the hall, a bruised figure was writhing on the ground, occasionally letting out painful groans. His face was mottled with blue and purple, his eyes swollen, and blood was oozing from his mouth, looking extremely pained. The figure was none other than the thin young waiter who had just guided Jiangnan. Seeing this, the manager explained, "This is what happened to the young waiter for being careless and giving you the room, resulting in such a beating from young Master Chiu." The manager looked sympathetic, sighing helplessly, "What a pity. Let me hurry and get you out of here, or else if young Master Chiu sees you occupying his room, it will definitely cause trouble." After saying this, he intended to take Jiangnan away. However, Jiangnan kept staring at the young waiter on the ground for a long time before finally lifting his eyelids and saying, "Manager, I will not be leaving this room." Chapter 9. The music and dance continue. The plump face of the innkeeper suddenly changed color. Just a moment ago, they had been talking amicably. He did not understand why Jiangnan had suddenly changed his mind. "Sir, you are a scholar and should be reasonable. Young Master Chiu is the eldest son of the county magistrate. How can you not understand the principle that the common people should not fight with officials?" Jiangnan pointed to the waiter who was being helped away to the medical clinic. "Innkeeper, it's precisely because I am a scholar that I understand that nothing is more important than reason. I agreed to you just now because I did not want to stir up trouble and wanted to be accommodating. But that young Master Chiu of yours is so overbearing and violent, hurting people at will. What kind of principle is that?" His tone was firm. "Today, I will not give up this room. Let us see what he can do." In fact, he did not even know the waiter who had been beaten. They had only met once. But the waiter worked diligently and respectfully for his livelihood. He was just an honest worker. Just because he had given a room that was already vacant to himself, he had to suffer a beating from young Master Chiu. Why should that be? Jiangnan was unhappy about it. Coincidentally, he now had some capital to be displeased. "You are confused, sir." The innkeeper sighed. Seeing Jiangnan look like a scholar, he couldn't help but sigh. In Great Xia, there are two kinds of people who are not well regarded: the petty and the scholars. The petty are cunning and unpredictable, employing all sorts of wicked tricks. The scholars, on the other hand, have lofty ambitions, but are inflexible and do not understand compromise. "Why do you insist on challenging the magistrate's son?" The innkeeper tried to persuade him again. "We common folks should not cling to reason in matters of life and death." Jiangnan, however, waved his hand to refuse, sitting down at the table and calling out, "Innkeeper, I am hungry. Please bring some wine and meat." Seeing that he could not persuade this man, the innkeeper shook his head secretly and said no more. This was someone who had never been beaten before. He hurried away to summon the kitchen. Soon, dish after dish of delicacies was served, and Jiangnan feasted heartily, compared to the light and fragrant dishes of Xiunyang. The food from Xiushui was spicy and rich, with flavors that filled the nostrils and made one's mouth water. Jiangnan was enjoying his meal, attracting the attention and whispers of surrounding diners. The gist of their conversation was merely to mock this foolish scholar for not knowing how to adapt, insisting on throwing himself into danger. Among them, some unruly figures from the rivers and lakes cast a few more glances at this stubborn scholar. In the main hall of the inn, the sound of stringed instruments and flutes blended harmoniously, and the dancers moved gracefully, creating a scene of peace and prosperity. It seemed quite lively. However, everyone knew that once young Master Chiu, dining on the second floor, came down, there would surely be a confrontation. Half an hour passed. Voices of argument came from upstairs. Perhaps the innkeeper had informed Jiangnan that he refused to give up the room, causing a conflict. From time to time, a young man dressed in fine clothes stomped down the stairs. The innkeeper wanted to persuade him, but was kicked aside. The young man was slender, wore a tall crown, and had a delicate jade pendant at his waist, making him look quite extraordinary. However, his face was filled with anger, as if he wanted to devour someone. The surrounding diners quickly avoided him, fearing to attract trouble. The young man headed straight for Jiangnan, followed by 4 burly servants. "You ignorant fool! How dare you occupy my room? How many lives do you think you have?" he shouted, already standing in front of Jiangnan. He swung his hand around to slap Jiangnan's face. The surrounding diners couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that this young scholar's handsome face would not survive today. However, Jiangnan raised his hand to block, capturing young Master Chiu's hand and pulling it aside. The young master stumbled and fell to the side. Young Master Chiu got up from the ground, his face dark and cold as ice. "You dare to dodge?" Jiangnan shook his hand and said slowly, "So you are young Master Chiu? Do you know that according to the laws of Great Xia, provoking trouble and intentionally hurting others can lead to 50 strokes? Laws?" Young Master Chiu seemed to have heard a joke, sneering. "Do you know my father is the county magistrate, in charge of the entire Xiushui for maintaining order and capturing thieves? You dare to talk to me about laws? Beat him hard. Make this poor scholar regret being born." The last sentence was directed to the servants behind him. Thus, the 4 burly servants, following young Master Chiu's orders, grinned as they advanced towards Jiangnan, like 4 towering mountains, exuding heavy pressure. For ordinary people, this was the case. But Jiangnan just happened to not be an ordinary person. With 30 years of cultivation, his body had been subtly transformed, his blood surging like the seas, and his bones as strong as iron. Although he had not trained in physical techniques and could not compare with martial artists of higher ranks, these few ordinary servants were, in his eyes, merely weaklings. 2 of the thuggish servants swung their fists, while the other 2 kicked, generating a fierce wind as they charged. Bang, 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 bang. The dull sounds of their bodies colliding echoed against Jiangnan. He, however, remained unfazed. The 4 servants were frightened and wanted to retreat, but Jiangnan swung his fists, 1 punch for each, without hesitation. Although there was no technique or finesse, the sheer force and speed was overwhelming. Before the servants could react, they fell to the ground, groaning. Young Master Chiu, seeing his servants fall to the ground in an instant, was somewhat shocked but even more furious. "You dare to hit my people? You must be seeking death." Jiangnan rubbed his fists and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Compared to controlling the yellow, turban warriors, it was much more enjoyable to deal with these weaklings one by one. He walked towards young Master Chiu and asked, "Since you can hit the inn's waiter, why can't I hit your servants? What do you intend to do? I am the son of the county magistrate." Young Master Chiu's words trailed off as he saw Jiangnan approaching, and his servants lost all fighting spirit. The delicate young Master Chiu finally felt a chill in his heart. "What do you intend to do? Today, I not only want to hit your wicked servants, but I also want to hit you." Saying this, Jiangnan grabbed young Master Chiu by the collar and began to rain down slaps. Slap, 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 slap. Each slap landed on flesh. An hour ago, young Master Chiu had done the same to that waiter. Who would have thought that an hour later, he would be on the receiving end himself? After a few rounds, the handsome young Master Chiu's face was bruised and battered, already unsteady on his feet, gasping for breath on the ground. The diners couldn't help but take a deep breath. They realized that this scholar was not an ordinary scholar at all. He was a vigorous wanderer of the rivers and lakes. Delightful. However, young Master Chiu was the son of the county magistrate. Leaving aside his own strength, his official position itself carried rank. and the relationship between the people of the rivers and lakes and the court was inherently delicate. The chivalrous often broke the law, and Great Xia had always abhorred such matters. This hot-blooded scholar, if he offended the court, would likely face dire consequences. "All right, you are very good." During the crowd's exclamations, young Master Chiu struggled to get up, tears streaming down his face as he staggered towards the door. When he reached the entrance, he turned around and glared fiercely at Jiangnan. "You got guts. Don't think about leaving." Jiangnan, however, ignored him and continued to eat and drink. After young Master Chiu left, the sounds in the hall finally resumed, with diners chattering away, mostly discussing the earlier events. However, at the tables closest to Jiangnan, no one dared to sit. They feared being implicated. At this moment, the innkeeper, his face pale and panting, rushed towards Jiangnan. Sir, please stop eating. Hurry and leave." He looked helpless, sighing repeatedly. Young Master Chiu has gone to call for help. His father is the county magistrate of Xiushui, a 9th-rank martial artist. If you stay any longer, you might be in danger. Jiangnan looked at him deeply. This plump innkeeper had a good heart. He thanked him and said, "Innkeeper, I am a scholar. The scholar travels the world, emphasizing the principle of reason, seeking peace of mind and justification. Today, who is right and who is wrong? Everyone has their own judgment. So what if the county magistrate has arrived? I will wait for him right here." Alas, the innkeeper sighed. He has done his best to say and do what he should. The scholar does not listen to advice, and there is nothing he can do. He was about to turn and leave. At this moment, Jiangnan called out to him, pointing to the high platform where musicians used to play and dancers used to perform. It had all come to a halt due to the earlier incident. Jiangnan continued, "I kindly ask the innkeeper to let the young ladies continue playing music and dancing. Do not spoil everyone's mood." Chapter 10. The Embroidered Robe Order. The county lieutenant bowed his head at this moment. The Qin and Se played again. The eyes of the surrounding diners looking at Jiangnan couldn't help but change slightly. At a corner table, a man and a woman whispered softly, "Brother, this scholar has such great courage." The speaker was a girl in a fiery red mink coat, with an oval face, delicate hands, and skin as smooth as fine jade. Still youthful, curiosity filled her clear and elegant eyes. The man beside her, slightly older, sat upright with an ethereal demeanor, like an immortal descended from the heavens. He stared at Jiangnan for a while, but shook his head slightly. This person has a faint aura of spiritual energy, but it is only at the average 9th rank. Moreover, look at his physical techniques. They lack any structure. He must be following the path of a Tao cultivator. Tao cultivators are inherently weak in the early stages, while that county lieutenant is a 9th-rank martial artist with a court background. If that scholar doesn't have any other support, he will likely fall here today. The girl nodded slowly, expressing her agreement. Then, if he falls into danger later, should we intervene? It was clear that Jiangnan's earlier actions had left a good impression on the Navi girl. The man sighed, "Yuan er, this mortal world is not like the sect. You should temper that meddlesome nature of yours." The girl stuck out her tongue, huffed playfully, and looked back at Jiangnan. Most of the martial guests in the hall were like this. They were different from ordinary diners. They could see that Jiangnan had some cultivation, but were not optimistic about his upcoming outcome. Amidst the singing and dancing, Jiangnan, disregarding the gazes of others, continued to handle the food on the table, seemingly unconcerned about the impending storm. The man who had spoken earlier couldn't help but admire. Regardless of what support he has, this temperament is indeed rare. Time passed slowly. The sky outside darkened, and the stars and moon hung high. Then, all the diners in the tavern faintly heard the sound of clattering hooves in the distance. The ground trembled slightly. The fine wine in the cups rippled. If there were veterans of the battlefield present, they would immediately recognize this as the urgent sound of war horses. The county lieutenant is coming. Not only is he coming, but he has also brought the guards. It should be known that in Xiushui City, only the black-armored guards have war horses. It seems that this county lieutenant, angered by his precious son being injured, is truly furious. The county lieutenant has arrived. Thieves, quickly confess and submit to the law. A loud shout came from outside the tavern. Jiangnan, having finished a piece of cod, frowned slightly. He walked towards the front where the tavern keeper was. The tavern keeper looked worried, thinking to himself, "You scholar, I should have let you leave earlier. But you didn't go. Now it's too late to regret. Jiangnan reached the front and said, "Shopkeeper, the dishes are a bit cold. Please heat them up in the kitchen. I'll be back shortly." The shopkeeper was dumbfounded. The county lieutenant was present outside, the guards had arrived, and the war horses were neighing. At such a critical moment, this scholar actually complained about the food being cold. He still wanted warm wine and heated dishes. Did he think he could still walk in upright? The nearby waiter showed a troubled expression. The shopkeeper held his forehead and said, "Heat the dishes and warm the wine for him." At this point, everyone in the tavern, whether ordinary diners or martial guests, looked at Jiangnan with mixed feelings. Jiangnan didn't care. After giving his orders, he stepped out the door. Behind him, some bolder ones also put down their cups and chopsticks, following to watch the excitement. When Jiangnan exited the tavern, he saw the streets filled with fierce horses. On the fierce horses, black-armored soldiers held iron spears, glinting coldly. In the midst of it all, a middle-aged man on a tall horse wore the county lieutenant's official uniform. His eye sockets were deep, his gaze piercing, his expression stern, and his gaunt cheeks bore the marks of wind and frost, resembling Qiu Gongzi by 70%. He exuded an intimidating presence without needing to be angry. Being looked at by him felt like being scrutinized by a tiger or leopard. Next to him, Qiu Gongzi, whose face was bandaged, also rode on a horse. He was glaring at Jiangnan with hatred, as if he wanted to devour his flesh and bones. "Is it you who injured the county lieutenant's son?" A black armor guard beside the county lieutenant asked coldly. Jiangnan lifted his eyelids. "The county lieutenant's son is arrogant and overbearing, poorly disciplined. I merely taught him a small lesson." Boldness. The county lieutenant slowly opened his eyes, looking down from a height. "What do you think you are? My son needs your small lesson?" Jiangnan replied, "If a father does not discipline his son, how can he control the world? Not bad for someone who has studied for a few years. You are quite sharp-tongued." The county lieutenant said, his voice deep like water, "But this is Xiu, and I am the county lieutenant, responsible for maintaining law and order. I will arrest you for the crime of injuring someone, and once you reach the patrol department, I will investigate the truth." Upon hearing this, the crowd's hearts sank. The patrol department is the county lieutenant's territory. If Jiangnan truly goes there, wouldn't he be at their mercy? "What if I refuse to go?" Jiangnan asked. Refusing to go means resisting arrest. The county lieutenant sneered, his words laced with menace. "Those who resist arrest are not to be spared." Upon receiving the order, the guards urged their horses forward, the fierce horses neighed, and the iron spears pointed directly at Jiangnan. The glinting tips of the spears made the hairs on people's necks stand up. Jiangnan remained calm in the face of danger, gathering his spiritual power. Summon the wind. The crowd felt a chill pass by. Following that, a violent wind suddenly rose around Jiangnan, raging like a prairie fire. As the storm swept through, dozens of black armor guards felt like fragile straw dogs before the might of heaven and earth. They were thrown into disarray. The storm came quickly and left just as fast. After blowing away the black-armored guards, it abruptly disappeared. "County Lieutenant, you truly have great authority." In the chaos, Jiangnan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. After saying this, he took out an object from his bosom and threw it onto the ground in front of him. The jade stone collided with the blue bricks, producing a clear sound. Everyone present turned to look at the sound. It was a command token, completely silver-white and smooth, shaped like a carp's head. Some sharp-eyed individuals immediately saw the elegant small characters on the jade token. It read, "Embroidered robe." Those who witnessed this scene, including the martial guests who were just watching the excitement, were all left speechless. Initially, they thought Jiangnan was doomed. They didn't expect that the real clown would be themselves. He was not someone who didn't understand the rules. He simply didn't need to bow or bend. The dignified embroidered robe envoy of the great Xia, even as an external envoy, would need to bow before a mere county lieutenant? That was simply laughable. The crowd's feelings became subtle. The gleeful gazes turned toward the county lieutenant. Embroidered robe. How could it be an embroidered robe? The previously confident and authoritative county lieutenant's fierce expression vanished, replaced by fear. His face is pale, as if drained of blood. His body trembled like a sieve. The external envoy of the embroidered robe was someone he dared not offend, although the external envoy had no real power or official rank. They could only be nominated by the direct envoy of the embroidered robe. This meant that an external envoy was at least familiar with a direct envoy and trusted deeply. Furthermore, as long as it was an embroidered robe, whether direct or external, they were all extraordinary beings of the same rank. There have been examples of 7th-rank external envoy killing or severely injuring a 6th-rank demon. The title of embroidered robe was built on the blood and bones of countless beings. There was no falsehood in it, especially considering that most of the dirty work often thought of would be done by the external envoys. Thinking of all the bloody rumors, the county lieutenant felt dizzy and his lips trembled. How could he still maintain his composure? He immediately dismounted, trembling as he picked up the embroidered robe order and presented it respectfully. Embroidered robe, sir. This official was blind. Please forgive me. Jiangnan seems to smile, yet not smile. Why, Sir County Magistrate, don't you take Jiang to the patrol office for questioning? Dare not. This official is confused. Then who is right and who is wrong between Jiang and your county magistrate's son? Jiangnan asks again. Naturally, it's this official's failure to discipline. Chiu County Magistrate does not even dare to lift his head, his face covered in beads of sweat, his throat churning. Your county magistrate's son harmed someone in public. According to the laws of the Great Xia, he should be punished with 50 strikes. What does Chiu County Magistrate say? Jiangnan presses aggressively. Your Excellency. The county magistrate raises his head, his eyes filled with pleading. He can endure some grievances, but cannot bear to lose his precious son. Jiangnan remains silent, just watching him. This official understands. Chiu County Magistrate seems to age a decade in an instant. Father, what is wrong with you? Chiu Gongzi disregards the pain and tears off the bandages from his face. Although he does not recognize the embroidered clothing officer, he senses the situation is dire. Chiu County Magistrate does not speak. He turns around, his grayish-white eyes filled with gloomy anger. He takes an iron spear from a black armor guard and walks towards Chiu Gongzi. Father, what are you going to do? Wicked child, always causing trouble outside. Chiu County Magistrate's voice is icy. He grabs Chiu Gongzi, strips off his clothes, exposing his bare skin. He lifts the iron spear, using the handle as a staff, and brings it down. According to the laws of the Great Xia, those who harm others without cause shall receive 50 strikes. The iron and flesh produce a dull, clashing sound, mixed with Chiu Gongzi's hysterical screams. The onlookers feel a sense of exhilaration. This Chiu Gongzi and Chiu County Magistrate have always relied on their official power, looking down on others, being overbearing and tyrannical. Now that they have encountered hard consequences, isn't it a case of karma? If it weren't for the fear of retaliation from this pair, someone might have already laughed out loud. Chapter 11. Clouds of Doubt. Hoping to meet again at the same time, outside Xiushui City, in a dark corner of a hidden underground chamber, the small innkeeper, who had been beaten badly by young Master Chiu, stood with his head bowed. In a moment, his face and figure seemed to ripple like liquid, slowly transforming into another appearance. It was a technique of disguise. The man knelt down before a man in a black robe. The black-robed man was handsome, yet a coldness emanated from his brows, and his thin lips gave off a sense of severity. The black-robed man slowly spoke. Sword slave, how did it go? His voice was hoarse and deep, like that of a night owl. The sword slave, who had previously disguised himself as the innkeeper, knelt deeply, his voice trembling. My lord, the sword slave has failed. The target is the external embroidered robes, and I was unable to successfully incite enmity between him and the court. Please forgive me. The black-robed man remained silent, his emotions unreadable. The more this was the case, the more fearful the sword slave became. Forget it. It was merely a precaution. Although this person is a practitioner of the divine path, his cultivation is shallow. Even if he entered the sword tomb with me, it shouldn't hinder my plans. Since entering the city from Jiangnan, he had faintly sensed the aura of the divine path on him. This made him feel like there was a thorn in his throat. Because if Jiangnan was a practitioner of the divine path, it could pose an unpredictable threat to his plans. Thus, he sent out the sword slave to stir things up, intending to incite enmity between Jiangnan and the court, thereby preventing him from entering the sword cottage. Yet unexpectedly, this person turned out to be an embroidered robe of the court. Feeling stifled, The black-robed man waved his hand, and the sword slave finally breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his head, about to speak. A thread-like sword energy burst forth from the black-robed man's fingertips. It was incredibly quick, flashing by in an instant. Silently, it pierced through the sword slave's forehead. The sword slave fell to the ground without a sound, his gradually pale face still bearing disbelief. Soon, bright red blood began to flow from the wound, soaking the dim floor. The smell of blood filled the entire room. The black-robed man sighed. I never expected that the divine path person would be in embroidered robe. You have attracted such trouble, although it has not yet been exposed. With that pack of hounds, they will eventually find you. By then, it will be another headache. It is better to be dead. As he spoke, the black-robed man's aura condensed. A vast sword intent erupted from him, fine as rain, soft as silk. In an instant, it filled the entire room. A pair of phoenix eyes erupted with endless killing intent. Who? Is someone eavesdropping? There was no response. A ghostly light flashed by, and then there was no trace of any presence. The black-robed man's face was as dark as water. He knew someone had eavesdropped on his conversation with the sword slave. The storm calmed, and the dust settled. After County Lieutenant Chiu used a spear as a staff to punish his son, he left in disgrace, not daring to stay a moment longer. Following this incident, the people of Caishikou surely had another topic for their daily gossip over tea and meals. Inside the tavern, the atmosphere was somewhat unusual. Those who initially intended to befriend Jiangnan had also given up on the idea. After all, few were willing to associate with the notoriously infamous embroidered robes, whether they were enemies or friends. The night grew deep, and the tavern was nearing closing time. Jiangnan increasingly felt that something was off. He kept recalling the astute innkeeper. According to the shopkeeper, the innkeeper's name was Shunzi, and he had worked at the tavern for over 3 years. He was usually quite clever and could not possibly forget that the room was regularly occupied by young Master Chiu. However, today, he made such a low-level mistake. While it could be attributed to carelessness, Jiangnan felt that it was somewhat deliberate, as if someone was intentionally provoking a conflict between him and the county lieutenant. At that moment, the shopkeeper approached to lead Jiangnan back to his room for rest. Suddenly, a horrifying scream came from the direction of the kitchen. A burly cook came rolling in, face streaming with tears, crying like a 300-pound child. Shopkeeper! Shopkeeper! It's bad. Something has happened. The shopkeeper was startled and scolded. What a fuss! What kind of behavior is this? The cook, trembling, replied, Shopkeeper, Shunzi is dead, right in the rice tank. His body is stiff. At this, everyone present turned pale. The shopkeeper, in a panic, apologized and called for help to report to the authorities, then rushed into the kitchen. Jiangnan, left behind, had a grim expression. Shunzi was the innkeeper who had arranged a room for him. After being beaten by young Master Chiu, he had gone to the medical hall in front of everyone. But now, the cook had found his already stiff corpse in the tavern's rice tank. In that case, who was the one who arranged the room for Jiangnan and provoked the county lieutenant? At that moment, a chill ran straight to his head. Who could it be? Jiangnan had spent the first half of his life in Xuanyang, living peacefully. If he had any enemies, it would be with the deceased Li Yinshu. Now that he had just arrived in Caishikou, who could be plotting against him in the shadows? After returning to his room, he racked his brains, but could not think of any possible suspects. He even tried to use a technique to summon Shunzi's spirit. However, the response was of no value, and he could not even see the face of the murderer. But it didn't matter. When Shunzi was sent to the medical hall, Jiangnan had instructed Qing Luo to follow. Qing Luo was a spirit of the divine path, her existence ethereal. Moreover, in this world, the divine path and the heavenly court had both hidden away. Except for a few old and immortal beings, the once glorious divine path was hardly known. Therefore, unless Qing Luo actively appeared, it would be difficult for anyone else to notice her. Jiangnan had her follow Shunzi mainly because he feared the forces of the county lieutenant would seek revenge on this person. Unexpectedly, a benevolent and unintentional act ended up being of great significance. Once Qing Luo returned, Jiangnan would be able to clearly identify who this fake Shunzi was. About a quarter of an hour later, a ghostly light swept in through the window. The figure of the little tree spirit appeared in the void. She patted her flat chest, looking frightened. I was scared to death. Scared to death. Hearing this, Jiangnan's eyes brightened. Sure enough, Qing Luo must have made a discovery. Master, we have made a significant discovery. The innkeeper who greeted us was a human in disguise. As expected, Jiangnan thought to himself, asking, "Where is he?" Qing Luo shrugged, "He's dead." "But don't worry, Master. Let me explain slowly." Then, Qing Luo began to recount. It turned out that after the innkeeper left the tavern, he did not go to the medical hall, but instead entered an underground passage outside the city. Curious, Qing Luo followed him. Next, she saw the sword slave, disguised as the innkeeper, meeting with the black-robed man and their conversation. She nearly got discovered. Afterward, through her perception, she conveyed the original appearances of the black-robed man and the sword slave to Jiangnan. Jiangnan's brows furrowed deeply. Sword slave? Black-robed man? He did not recognize either of them. However, judging from the scan information, the black-robed man should be the mastermind behind provoking conflict between Jiangnan and the county lieutenant. He seemed to be wary of Jiangnan, a practitioner of the divine path, which could hinder his plans. Thus, he put in great effort to incite Jiangnan against the county lieutenant. He just never expected that Jiangnan was an external embroidered robe, and the county lieutenant would not dare to provoke him. Master, that dark figure seems to also dabble in the divine path. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to detect us, Qing Luo reminded at the end. The dark figure naturally referred to the black-robed man. Although usually unfocused, the little tree spirit did not falter at a critical moment. Jiangnan nodded. Since Qing Luo has already been discovered by the man in the black robe, she should have long since left the original place. Going to that secret chamber now would be of no use, although it is still unclear what the man in the black robe is plotting. From the intelligence reported by Qing Luo, it seems he also intends to enter the sword tomb and wants to do something there. I remember your appearance. Jiangnan gazed out at the starry night sky, murmuring to himself. Tonight, he was outsmarted, but it doesn't matter, since the man in the black robe is also going to the sword tomb. At that time, everyone will meet again in the sword tomb. When that moment comes, Jiangnan's gaze turned cold. Qing Luo, who was snacking at the table, suddenly shivered. Chapter 12. I have a sword that can call the wind 2 days later. Sword Lodge, sword embrace platform. The gale howled, and mist swirled around. In the distance, sword peaks were connected by iron chains, extremely perilous. On top of them, gray-black palaces could be faintly seen, arranged in perfect order. The sword embrace platform, a wide area for the disciples of the Sword Lodge to practice martial arts and duel, was said to have originally been a sword peak. The first sword master of the Sword Lodge passed through here and, sensing its spirit and beauty, plucked a piece of green pine, used its branch as a sword, and with a casual stroke, leveled the mountainside, naming its sword embrace platform. Of course, this is just a legend, and how much one believes is up to oneself. On the sword embrace platform, people dressed in various styles gathered in groups of 2 or 3. Among them was Jiangnan, who estimated that there were several hundred to 1,000 people. However, he did not see the man in black robes. He held a booklet in his hand, which he had purchased from a yellow-robed cultivator on his way up the mountain. Along the mountain path to the Sword Lodge, there were many vendors setting up stalls. However, they were not merchants from Caishikou city, but rather cultivators and wanderers from surrounding sects, specifically selling items useful to cultivators. Where there are people, there is a market. Jiangnan bought a small booklet called List of Popular Figures in the Sword Trial for 100 taels of silver. It was said to contain information from the Tianshu Pavilion, which had eyes everywhere, covering a list of talents who had come to Caishikou in the past month, including their backgrounds, ranks, and battle records. Notably, there was even information about Jiangnan himself, a failed scholar from Xianyang, who had once been imprisoned but was eventually exonerated, and had summoned a strange force to suppress an 8th-grade snake demon, now a newly appointed external envoy for the court, with unfathomable strength. Note, it is also possible that those who have not revealed their swordsmanship may not have come for the sword trial. Upon seeing this, Jiangnan felt a chill in his heart. Although it was not a secret, the events that had just occurred in Xianyang a month ago could be easily traced by the Tianshu Pavilion, indicating that this organization indeed had eyes everywhere. The time had come. In the distant sky, several slender streaks of light streaked across. As they neared, they were revealed to be figures in gray robes, riding swords. These individuals landed on the high platform of the sword embrace and stood with their heads bowed. Among them, an old man stepped forward. The sound of his simple shoes lightly colliding with the steel rock produced a subtle noise. Strangely, this footstep, which should have been drowned out by the noise, resonated like thunder in everyone's ears, drawing all attention to the old man. He wore a simple sword lodge robe that looked quite old, but was very clean. His stature was ordinary, and his appearance was plain, except for his pair of dull gray eyes. Jiangnan glanced at him and felt a sharp pain in his eyes, as if pricked by needles. He did not understand swordsmanship, but he presumed this was the so-called sword intent. The old man's sharp aura lingered for just a moment, attracting everyone's attention before he narrowed his eyes, no longer releasing his sharpness. Fellow Taoists, the old man spoke, his voice aged and not loud, yet reached everyone's ears. The time has come. The sword trial is imminent. Please sign the contract. After saying this, he pointed to the side. There were no lengthy opening remarks or polite welcomes, nor did he introduce himself. True to the Sword Lodge's usual style, it was straightforward and efficient. Everyone followed the old man's gaze, and a few young sword students brought over a wooden table and a stack of shan paper. Jiangnan understood that the so-called contract was similar to a life-and-death agreement. The Sword Tomb was originally a forbidden area of the Sword Lodge. Even if those from the Sword Lodge entered, it might not be peaceful. Therefore, sword trial participants had to report their names, identities, ranks, and confirm their responsibility for life and death to participate in the sword trial. Nevertheless, even so, those wishing to participate were as numerous as the fish crossing the river. For many sword cultivators, they could die for the sword as easily as they could live for it, and the Sword Lodge was indeed the holy ground of swordsmanship. An hour later, all the hundreds of people on the sword embrace platform signed a contract and waited below the platform. The old man again stepped forward, still using a calm tone, announcing, "When your name is called, please come up and demonstrate your proud sword moves. If you pass, you may enter the sword tomb to comprehend the Tao tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. If you do not pass, please descend the mountain." After saying this, he stepped back. The next to step forward was a young sword student with a solemn expression, holding a stack of contracts, and called out loudly, "Zhou Xiao Peak, Lin Jiping, 8th grade." As soon as he finished speaking, a young man in white robes stepped forward and floated onto the platform. He cupped his hands and said, "I am Lin Jiping from Zhou Xiao Peak, disciple of..." Before he could finish, the solemn sword student interrupted him, saying, "Fellow Taoist, just show your moves." Lin Jiping's face turned red, and he cupped his hands again, turning to face the old man. He attempted to draw his sword, but his hand rested on the sword hilt, yet he was unable to draw it out for a long time. Moments later, sweat soaked his clothes. Finally, like a deflated balloon, he staggered off the platform. At this moment, Jiangnan heard someone mumbling beside him. "Brother, what's wrong with this person? Why can't he even draw his sword?" Jiangnan turned to see a remarkably beautiful woman in a red fur coat, her eyes like paintings, her figure graceful and full of vitality. He had a slight impression of this woman. That night, she was also in the tavern, seemingly accompanied by her brother. The man she referred to as her brother was a refined figure dressed in flowing robes, exuding an ethereal aura. He slowly shook his head and said, "He simply hasn't mastered his skills." In front of the elders of the Sword Lodge, if one can't draw their sword, it is only normal. Jiangnan was startled and quickly took the treasured sword he had just bought in Xiushui from his back, discarding its sheath. As he spoke, the sword student on the platform continued to call names. Chen Jinsheng, Huang Guyue, Yang Chen. In less than a stick of incense, over 10 people had taken the stage, of which 9 had failed to draw their swords and left in disappointment. This made Jiangnan sigh. The sword trial was indeed outrageous. Li Shan, Chu Yuaner, 8th grade. At this moment, the lively woman in red fur stepped onto the platform with her sword. Jiangnan's heart stirred. Chu Yuaner. This name was in the list of talents, recorded as a natural sword heart, born with the sword, a true swordsmanship prodigy. As Chu Yuaner stepped onto the stage, it caused an uproar below. Li Shan was a prominent sect within the Daxia territory. Chu Yuaner, only 16, was a standout among the younger generation of Li Shan, the second elder's descendant. With a natural sword heart, it was said that when she was born, Sword energy soared into the sky and lingered for a long time, especially since she was also beautiful. Jiangnan could already hear murmurs from below, saying that whoever marries this girl would be able to eat countless precious sword techniques for the rest of their life. As she walked onto the high platform, facing the Sword Lodge elders, without much conversation, Chu Yuan drew her sword. There was no hindrance. In an instant, everyone felt that all things in heaven and earth were non-existent, leaving only one sword. Even the Sword Lodge elders, who were as still as dead water, showed interest. The sword danced, and sword flowers suddenly appeared. The wind rose, and a wave of humid air rushed toward them. Despite the dry and cold weather, everyone felt that the sword's movements were like a storm in midsummer, relentless. Moments later, Chu Yuan sheathed her sword and bowed. The Sword Lodge elder slowly asked, "What is the name of this sword?" Chu Yuan giggled and replied, "Elder, this sword move was created by me in June of this year, called the Shanstorm." "Not bad." The Sword Lodge elder remained expressionless, but to say not bad was a significant acknowledgement. After Chu Yuan stepped down, the sword student continued to call names. After several dozen more people, it was finally Jiangnan's turn. "External Envoy, Shoei, Jiangnan, 9th grade, please come to the stage." In an instant, everyone's gaze turned towards him. There was no other reason. The title of External Envoy Shoei was simply too resounding. Moreover, this outer embroidered robe belongs to the 9th rank. In the Sword Pavilion sword trials, although there is a restriction that only those below the 6th rank can participate, generally, it is the 7th and 8th rank cultivators who have the courage to join. 9th rank participants are extremely rare. In the last sword trial, only one person passed with a 9th rank cultivation, and that person is now a great general of the Daxia, protecting the nation. Jiang then stepped onto the stage with his sword. The elder of the Sword Pavilion frowned and asked, "Where is your sword sheath?" Jiang then cupped his hands and replied, "A sword is a weapon for killing. Why does it need a sheath for protection? Should I tell you that I threw away the sheath because I was afraid I couldn't draw the sword?" The elder squinted his eyes and said no more. Jiangnan stood firm and raised his sword. The crowd below erupted in an uproar. The reason was simple. They were all well-versed in the sword arts and could clearly see that Jiangnan's grip and posture with the sword were full of flaws. He was purely an amateur. However, Jiangnan didn't mind and said, "I have a sword that can summon the wind." In an instant, the clouds began to surge. Chapter 13. Conversations at the Sword Pavilion in the winter of Yuzhou. It is cold and dry, with sparse winds and light rain. On the sword-holding platform, it is the time of day when the sunlight is at its peak. However, everyone sees something unusual. At the moment when the 9th grade embroidered robe raises his sword, a wind comes from the high heavens. It rolls up clouds and mist like surging waves. Suddenly, it descends to the ground, as if the heavens are roaring, carrying immense power. Above the high sword edge, the clouds dissipate and the green pines bow down. Everyone instinctively harnesses their spiritual energy to steady themselves. After a moment, the wind stops. The people present all change color. The sword test is a place to display sword techniques and sword momentum. And no one has used spiritual energy like that of Chu Yuan. With one hand holding the Lishan storm sword, her sword momentum makes people feel as if they are in a summer storm. If combined with spiritual energy, her sword momentum would create wind and sword energy turning into rain, an unimaginable power. However, this 9th grade embroidered robe is even more unfathomable. The crowd did not perceive the sword intent or sword test, yet they saw him summon a violent wind with a single sword strike, without any trace of spiritual energy or spells, which is truly astonishing. The onlookers are already in disbelief, but the elders of the Sword Pavilion remain much calmer. He cannot see through Jiangnan's sword momentum, nor can he comprehend its sword intent. This is something he has rarely encountered in his life. He can't help but nod slightly. In the vast world, there are wonders beyond imagination. What is the name of this move? Seeing this, Jiangnan feels a surge of joy, but remains composed on the surface, saying, "Elder, this sword calls the wind." He himself does not understand the way of the sword. He relies on the divine ability to call the wind to achieve this might. He is betting that the divine paths of the world are hidden and not apparent. Even the Sword Pavilion elder, with 100 years of unfathomable cultivation, cannot see through the mysteries of divine abilities. He mistakenly believes that calling the wind is a sword move. Observing everyone's reactions, he knows he has made the right bet. There is a great possibility that he can pass the sword test. The others naturally do not know Jiangnan's thoughts. They only think that another sword path prodigy has emerged. Except for one person. In a corner, a man in an ink robe lowers his head, his eyes filled with disdain. While others do not understand divine paths, he has some knowledge of them. He naturally recognizes the storm from earlier, which vaguely shows signs of divine ability. The sword path genius in others' eyes is merely a charlatan in his view. But now, he has a greater worry. That is, which force was eavesdropping on his conversation with the sword servant that night? Could it be the 9th grade embroidered robe? On the other side, the sword test continues. After Jiangnan leaves the platform, he takes out a roster and compares it with the names of those who went up. Besides Chu Yuan, several others are noteworthy. His older brother, Chu He, also from Lishan, has the opening mountain sword momentum and is at the 7th grade. Li Baiyan, with the gentleman sword momentum, is a 7th grade celestial sword cultivator from the Yuhua Xinzong. Bai Yu, with the domineering sword momentum, is an 8th grade martial sword cultivator, a free spirit. And Yi Yi, a 7th grade celestial sword cultivator, is also a free spirit. When a man in the ink robe, Yi Yi, walks up to the platform, Jiangnan's eyes instantly sharpen. This person is the one who manipulated the sword servant that night, disguised as an in-waiter, stirring up trouble between him and the county lieutenant. A smile cracks on Jiangnan's lips. He always repays grudges. Time slowly passes, and the sky darkens. The sword test, with hundreds of participants, is nearing its end. Finally, the results are announced. The siblings Chu Yuan, Jiangnan, Yi Yi, and the previously mentioned Bai Yu, Li Baiyan, and another sword fanatic from a sword pavilion who has yet to reveal themselves, total 7 people. The rest are all disappointed and disheartened as they leave the mountain. After announcing the results, a sword pavilion student leads the 6 of them to another sword peak, arranging accommodation and rest. Tomorrow, they will be led by the sword pavilion elder to the forbidden area, the sword tomb, to comprehend sword intent and sword techniques. In the deep of night, in the sword pavilion dormitory, consistent with their usual style, the room is simply furnished. A table, a chair, and a bed, nothing more. Jiangnan sits cross-legged on the bed, suppressing the urge to find Yi Yi for a friendly chat, pondering the plan for tomorrow. According to the regulations, the maximum stay at the sword tomb is 3 days. Once the time is up, regardless of comprehension, they must leave. Jiangnan is still unsure how long it will take to ignite the green lamp this time. Will it be as quick as in the heavenly prison? Or will it take 10 days or half a month like when he obtained the ability to call the wind? Just then, Jiangnan's ears perk up. With 30 years of cultivation, in addition to strength, his body's various senses have been subtly enhanced. If it were the original Jiangnan, he would never have heard such light and slow footsteps. Jiangnan is stunned. Could be Yi? Who? Jiangnan calls out. A clear and cold voice comes from outside, like a winter stream. Svot pavilion, montak yitsen. Montak yitsen? Jiangnan thinks for a moment and recognizes the identity of the person outside the door. The sword pavilion sword fanatic. Montak yitsen. It is said to be the daughter of the sword pavilion master, a disciple of the 6th elder. At just 18 years old, she has reached the 7th grade. Her swordsmanship is even more difficult to gauge. She is stunningly beautiful, yet cold and unmatched. She is also the only one who can enter the sword tomb without participating in the sword test. Brief information flashes in his mind, but he does not delay in his actions. He opens the door and bows, saying, "Miss Amo, please come in." The moment he opens the door, Jiangnan is stunned. Although he hasn't seen much of the world, both the merchant's wife from Xuanyang and the afternoon's Chu Yuan could be considered beauties of the world. But the instant he opens the door, Jiangnan is truly amazed. This sword pavilion sword fanatic possesses an absolutely exquisite appearance. Without any makeup, her black robe is simply tied with a silk ribbon, her brows and eyes like quiet pools, her lips a light red, her skin as white as jade. Every glance is stunning, and even her large gray robe cannot conceal her delicate and enchanting figure. The most astonishing is her temperament, as cold as snow. Even Jiangnan, a steel-hearted man in 2 lifetimes, cannot help but steal a few more glances. After receiving Jiangnan's affirmative response, Imo Yijin is not hesitant and enters the room. It's late. Miss Imo, what brings you to visit late at night? Jiangnan invites her to sit and inquires. Imo Yijin gently nods and says, the sword. Jiangnan is taken aback. Can this girl speak properly? But he roughly guesses her meaning. Is Miss Imo referring to the sword that called the wind during the sword test? Yes. Imo Yijin finally speaks a bit more. I am at a bottleneck and find it hard to break through, so I can't ask you. Jiangnan slaps his thigh. He thinks to himself that she has asked the wrong person. My understanding of the sword path is likely not as deep as the pigs raised by your sect. But he certainly cannot say that directly, as the girl opposite is from the sword pavilion. If she realizes he knows nothing about the sword path, how will he enter the sword tomb tomorrow? So he carefully phrases his response. Miss Imo, the sword path is a long and winding road. Every person and every sword is different. I am afraid I cannot help. Imo Yijin nods in agreement. This is all just formal talk. But she seems unwilling to give up and asks again, what is your sword principle, sir? Jiangnan adopts a contemplative pose and after a long while says, my sword is in the heart. Wherever the heart is, the sword is. Imo Yijin seems to ponder this. With a sword in the heart, all things can become a sword. Without a sword in the heart, even a 3-foot divine blade cannot compare to the withered grass by the roadside. My sword principle is that there is no sword. Jiangnan is just rambling. Anyway, he doesn't dare to speak too precisely. She is an insider. The more he talks, the more mistakes he makes. He just wants to send this girl away quickly. In the end, he fears that his nonsensical words might lead her astray. So he adds, this is my sword principle, suitable only for me. Miss Imo, please do not dwell on it. Unexpectedly, Imo Yijin remains silent for a long time. Miss Imo, suddenly, Imo Yijin raises her head, her eyes shining brightly. This is the first time Jiangnan has seen her show such strong emotions. Imo Yijin stands up, deeply bows to Jiangnan, filled with respect. I understand. Thank you, sir. Jiangnan, goodness, I don't even know what I'm saying, and you just understood? Immediately afterward, Imo Yijin raised the long sword in her hand. This sword was ancient and unadorned, yet its spirit flowed, showcasing great skill and simplicity. Even someone inexperienced like Jiangnan could tell it was a fine sword. But what was Imo Yijin doing with the sword? She couldn't be planning to cut me, right? Just as Jiangnan was puzzled, Imo Yijin threw the sword out the window. It fell down a sheer cliff. Bowing again to Jiangnan, she said, the principle of the sword is ethereal and elusive. I only understand the surface, yet I have gained a lot. Jiangnan was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the sword outside, clearly worth a considerable amount, perhaps even a treasure of the sword pavilion. This girl, Imo Yijin, listened to his nonsense and just threw it away. Would the sword pavilion make him pay for it tomorrow? Should he run away? Just as his thoughts were in chaos in the not-so-spacious room, sword energy soared to the sky. In the void, the sound of swords resonated. Imo Yijin seemed to embody a celestial sword, ready to pierce through the 5 elements and 6 realms. She really had made a breakthrough. Moments later, Imo Yijin returned to her normal self. Her fair cheeks were mixed with joy, although she seemed not very good at expressing such emotions, instinctively trying to control herself. But Jiangnan could still see that she was very happy. Indeed, the title of sword fanatic was not unfounded. Imo Yijin bit her crimson lips. Her gaze towards Jiangnan filled with fervent respect and longing. Your great kindness, I, Yijin, will never forget. Jiangnan. Goodness, is this the genius of the sword path? She can break through just by listening to nonsense. Chapter 14. The Green Lamp Burns. The killing intent approaches the next day. At noon, the sky was bright. After lunch, Jiangnan and the other 7 were taken deep into the sword residence, to the sword tomb. The sword tomb is the root of the sword residence and a forbidden area. Even disciples of the sword residence need exceptional talent to enter. As for outsiders, they can only take part in the sword trial held once every 60 years. If they pass the trial, they may have the opportunity to join the sword residence. Sword cultivators without a sect, if they gain insights in the sword tomb, can also pass the assessment and become disciples of the sword residence. The 7 followed the elder of the sword residence and 2 sword students deeper into the residence. A group of 10. Jiangnan scanned the others one by one. The elder and the sword students had nothing to say, adhering to the tradition of the sword residents of saying as little as possible. However, Chu Yuaner looked gloomy. She had just tried to chat with the two sword students, only to be told by the blunt students that the master said women only slowed down their sword-drawing speed. Her brother, Chu He, sighed, feeling helpless towards his lively sister. As for the others, the silent Yi in a black robe kept his head down. Baiyu, a muscular rogue sword cultivator, gazed excitedly at the sword marks on the cliffs, and Li Baiyan, dressed in a green robe and looking like a celestial being, gazed affectionately at Mo Yijin. There were rumors that this charming gentleman's sword was here for the sword fanatic Mo Yijin, and that his insights in the sword tomb were just a side quest. Lastly, the usually aloof Mo Yijin seemed to be consciously keeping pace with Jiangnan. This scene made the gentleman sword frown slightly. About half an hour later, the group arrived at a gorge. Ahead, the hard mountain rock formed a massive archway covered in moss, with a bluish-gray hue, showing signs of age. The cliffs on both sides towered high, leaving only a narrow gap to the sky. Inside the archway, mist swirled, and the sound of swords ringing echoed in the distance. Just by looking, one could feel countless cold blades flashing before them, their edge intimidating. The elder of the sword residents and the two sword students stopped here and turned around. I am Elder Jiannan, the sixth elder of the sword residents, and I will guide you. Only then did this stone-like cold elder reveal his name and continued. You are all exceptional talents. According to the rules, you have 3 days to enter the sword tomb for insights, and I hope you gain something and wish for the prosperity of the sword path. Everyone bowed. The sixth elder formed a hand seal, and the mist inside the archway slowly dissipated. You may enter now. The seven nodded and walked closer to the archway. At that moment, the world spun. Jiangnan felt the scenery before his eyes blur. He heard the voice of the sixth elder. Do not panic. This is the technique of transportation. You just need to focus on your insights, and when the 3 days are up, you will return. After saying this, the sixth elder and the two sword students sat cross-legged on a mat, ready to wait for 3 days and to deal with any unexpected events in the sword tomb. After all, that place is... When Jiangnan opened his eyes again, everything around him had changed. The ground was pitch black, the sky was blood red. There were no plants, no birds or beasts, not even insects. Only swords. In the barren soil, which looked like charred corpses, were stuck countless decayed swords, of different styles and sizes, stretching endlessly. The sight was filled with desolation and death. The sword tomb, the grave of swords. Apart from swords and the grave, there was nothing else. This oppressive feeling weighed heavily on Jiangnan's heart, making him feel exceptionally troubled. But in his mind, the green lamp was extraordinarily active, as if urging him to find a place and light it immediately. Looking around, Jiangnan decided to find a low-lying area to hide in. He sat cross-legged and merged his thoughts with the green lamp. It felt like rain after a scorching summer. The clear lamp oil slowly accumulated from the base of the lamp. In that lamp oil, Jiangnan seemed to see countless sword-bearers fighting each other. Sword energy flying everywhere, weapons dancing chaotically. At that moment, a wind arose in the distance. The whistling of sword energy echoed in his ears, accompanied by a voice that carried cruelty and coldness. I've thought about it for a long time, and I've decided it's better to kill you first. Jiangnan's heart sank. He saw Yi, dressed in black robes, approaching slowly. He is coming. While Jiangnan was accumulating lamp oil, he pretended not to understand. Friend, I have no enmity with you. Are you sure you have the right person? No enmity? Yi slowly shook his head. You have cultivated the divine path and entered the sword tomb. To avoid accidents, it's better for you to die. Jiangnan asked again. But this is the sword tomb, where killing is forbidden. Do you think the sword residents will let you go? The sword residents? Do you think it will still exist by the time I get out? Yi's eyes were filled with mockery. Jiangnan's heart suddenly jolted. His voice was deep as he asked, What do you really want? Yi did not continue to answer, licking his lips. This is none of your business. Anyway, you're about to die. Jiangnan squinted his eyes. Is that so? At the same moment, Yi frowned. In the next moment, a giant hand shimmering with golden light emerged from the ground. intending to grasp Yi Ye's ankle. The yellow turban warrior possessed immense strength. If caught, Yi would not only suffer, but would also lose a layer of skin. However, the latter reacted quickly. He drew his long sword and suddenly slashed at the giant hand. At the same time, he stepped away with a mysterious stride. Seeing the burly warrior break through the soil, he showed signs of shock in his eyes. He was still fearful. The Daxiao embroidered robe was indeed capable of such sneak attacks? Yi said. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a massive shadow rise behind him. The instinctive sense of danger made his heart race, and he swung his sword towards the back. Meanwhile, another burly yellow turban warrior had already thrown a punch. Yi Ye's sword energy struck him, leaving a bloody mark, but the yellow turban warrior was unfazed by the pain, his punch not diminishing in power. Bang! It slammed into Yi Ye's chest. In an instant, his clothes ripped apart, and blood spewed from his mouth. Although he was a 7th-grade cultivator with deep sword skills, his physical body was his weak point. Just now, Jiangnan had already activated his divine powers while speaking, summoning 2 yellow turban warriors to ambush him. At this moment, Yi Ye's body was sent flying, and the other yellow turban warrior followed suit. Charging toward the recently injured Yi, another punch came crashing down. Yi Ye's body was smashed into the ground with a loud boom, kicking up dust. The 2 yellow turban warriors did not pause, delivering punch after punch, the dull thuds echoing endlessly. The 7th-grade Yi, caught off guard, had no power to fight back. Just as Jiangnan was preparing to hammer him into the ground without leaving a living soul, an unexpected event occurred. Thick black mist rose from the place where Yi was. The burly figures of the 2 yellow turban warriors, upon contact with this black mist, split open with ghastly bloody wounds. An extremely ominous aura made Jiangnan's heart race. Chapter 15. The Dark Broken Sword. Between despair, he controlled 2 yellow turban warriors to retreat fiercely. As the smoke and dust cleared, Yi crawled out from the ground. At this moment, he was in a disheveled state. His upper body was in tatters, blood and flesh were a mess, and his injuries were severe. If he were an ordinary person, such injuries would surely be fatal. However, with his 7th-grade cultivation, although his breath was weak, he still hadn't died. The black mist aura just now came from his bloodied chest. There was an abnormal bulge in his chest, as if something foreign was wrapped inside the flesh. At this moment, due to his injuries, that foreign object slowly pierced through the skin and emerged. It revealed a small, dark piece resembling iron or jade, slowly leaking out that terrifying black mist. When Jiangnan saw this object, he felt a sudden palpitation for some reason. A strong sense of unease surged from the depths of his heart, leaving him in a state of turmoil. He saw Yi grab that small protrusion and pull it outward. With each inch he pulled, he revealed an expression of immense pain. I have to admit, you are strong. Although your cultivation is not high, you can command the giants. But this is where it ends. With those words, he suddenly yanked out that object. Jiangnan finally saw that it was a sword. A broken sword. There was no hilt, no sword tip. Yi held it in his hand, appearing extremely pained. But on his face there was excitement. In contrast, Jiangnan's expression was extremely grim. He did not know the origin of that broken sword, but the moment he saw it, he felt all the hairs on his body stand on end. At this moment, Yi had already launched his attack. He wielded the dark broken sword and swung it towards Jiangnan. The sword energy, like black mist, swept across like a whip. The 2 yellow turban warriors charged forward to block in front of Jiangnan. But as the black sword energy sliced through, the yellow turban warriors were sent flying. However, this bought Jiangnan some time, allowing him to retreat. Yet, a thick layer of gloom settled in his heart. If it were just Yi, he would have already fought and won. But that strange broken sword of unknown origin made him feel a deadly danger. Turning inward to his sea of consciousness, the oil in the green lamp continued to slowly accumulate. His only chance to turn the tide now lay in a new divine ability. Before that, he had to endure this round of attacks. Now, Yi, holding the broken sword, was enveloped in black mist, resembling a demon god. At this moment, a voice called out, "Sir, I, Mo Ishan, am here." A burst of bright sword light erupted, slashing towards Yi. The latter raised his sword to block, and suddenly the sound of metal clashing echoed. In the distance, a figure was flying over at high speed. It was Mo Yijin. Her delicate face was filled with frost. Dressed in a gray robe, standing in front of Jiangnan. Using 2 fingers as a sword, she pointed ahead. The sword light erupted. Having abandoned her sword, Mo Yijin used her 2 fingers as a sword, unleashing a terrifying sword light that spanned several miles. The supreme, heartless sword intent. Mo Yijin had been raised in the sword cottage since childhood, accompanied by swords. Having lost the mundane trials of the world, she gained a clear sword heart. Heartless, thoughtless, only with a sword in her heart. Pure and transparent power. For Mo Yijin, although she had known Jiangnan for a short time, he was like a good teacher to her. Respect and admiration filled her heart. Now that Yi wanted to kill him, it naturally made her extremely angry. But although both were at the 7th grade, the terrifying combat power displayed by Yi wielding the strange broken sword was overwhelming. The magnificent sword light was completely blocked by the broken sword. Yi waved his hand casually, and the dark sword energy surged towards Mo Yijin. The latter, with a stubborn expression, slashed out another sword. The sword light erupted. But under that bizarre black sword energy, it crumbled inch by inch. As the sword energy swept by, Mo Yijin's body was sent flying. The moment the dark sword energy merely brushed against her body, dense and deep wounds appeared on her fair skin. Drops of bright red blood fell. In just one move, and seemingly done with ease, Yi severely injured Mo Yijin. Mo Yijin, you truly possess unparalleled talent and extraordinary aptitude. He sneered. But do you know that your qualifications, your roots, are all inherited from your bloodline? Your actions this time are tantamount to betraying your master and destroying your ancestors. Once I kill this great Xia brocade-clad one, it will be your turn. Then, he looked at Jiangnan and mocked. Before dying, you still have a Mo family girl willing to protect you. Not a loss. I'll send you on your way. Just then, Mo Yijin wobbled and stood up again. She did not pay any attention to Yi's strange words. This girl, to put it nicely, had a cold disposition. To put bluntly, she was a bit daft. Once she decided on something, she never thought too much about it, naturally not being swayed by the enemy's words. Now, she was convinced that Yi was plotting something sinister, wanting to kill Jiangnan. He was an evil man. So even though her face was extremely pale and her body was covered in wounds, in this desperate situation, she slashed out again. At the critical moment, the supreme heartless sword intent erupted. An illusory sword appeared out of thin air. Wobbling, Mo Yijin grasped it and slashed. Suddenly, a blue thread pierced through heaven and earth, ripping apart the sky, severing the earth. But it was blocked by Yi's wave. The dark broken sword was unimaginable, and with her lamp extinguished and oil exhausted, Mo Yijin closed her eyes and fell to the ground. In her state of injury and exhaustion, her consciousness could no longer hold on. Jiangnan controlled the Tao to restore the broken yellow turban warriors and quickly turned to Mo Yijin. Mo girl? There was no response. In an instant, frustration, restlessness, anger, and various negative emotions surged in his heart. Just then, a sword energy like a mountain surged towards Yi, mixed with a storm-like sword intent. It was the siblings, Chu Yuan, and Chu He. Dao friend, killing is prohibited in the sword cottage. Please stop. The two siblings had originally been comprehending sword techniques elsewhere. Suddenly feeling the sword energy surging, they were extremely troubled. They hurried over to take a look and saw Yi was about to kill. In a moment of urgency, they rushed to stop him. Not only them. In an instant, a furious shout came. Scramdai. The refinedly Boyan charged over with his sword, his handsome face twisted with rage. He rushed to Mo Yijin's side and, seeing her condition, was filled with fury. In an instant, he unleashed the gentleman's sword. Countless sword shadows cascading like a long rainbow, infused with anger, slashing towards Yi. At that moment, the winds and rains of Lishan met the gentleman's sword. The mountain-opening sword, a vast river of sword energy surged forth. But as the target, Yi's expression was indifferent, swinging the broken sword in his hand. The frenzied dark sword energy covered everything. The three were no match and were swept away by the dark sword energy, all severely injured. None could resist. But their obstruction bought Jiangnan some time. Outside the sword cottage, Elder Six had a grim expression. Just now, she had received a distress signal from Immortal. She was about to operate the sword tomb to enter when she suddenly discovered that the entire sword tomb had lost control. In a moment of panic, she unleashed a fierce sword intent from her entire body. Sword energy surged into the sky. In an instant, it covered the entire sword cottage. There was an unwritten rule in the sword cottage. Existence above the elder level was prohibited from unleashing sword intent within the sword cottage. Because at their level, what seemed like a solid and sturdy sword cottage was like tofu. A careless move could cause irreparable damage. But Elder Six could not care less. The sword tomb, losing control, was a matter comparable to the destruction of the sect. In an instant, the entire sword cottage saw terrifying sword energy coming from the direction of the sword tomb. Moments later, several figures appeared outside the sword cottage. At the forefront stood a man with white eyebrows and beard, of middle age, his skin as white as jade. He was Immortal, the master of the sword pavilion. However, at this moment, his expression was extremely grave. The sixth elder briefly reported the situation, and Immortal's face grew even more solemn. The sword tomb is controlled by that object. Now we have lost control, which means that another part of that object has appeared, more complete than ours. The remaining elders understood what Immortal was referring to, and their hearts felt like they were being torn apart. One elder trembled and spoke, but that object requires the bloodline of the sword master too. Immortal glanced at him. Fourth elder, sometimes the question itself is the answer. After he spoke, no one dared to discuss the matter further. Elders, assist me in drawing the sword. Break open the sword tomb. Montauk Kingshan shouted coldly. Suddenly, a small white jade sword shot out from his forehead, soaring into the sky, transforming into a massive sword blade that spanned the heavens and earth. Pointing towards the direction of the sword tomb. Slash down. The sound of the sword soared into the sky, echoing throughout the 19 states of the Great Xia. Chapter 16. Swordsmanship. Sword sea inside the sword tomb. A rumble shook the ground. The earth swayed, and the sky trembled, as if a giant object collided with the heavens. Yi looked up, revealing a mocking expression. He swung his sword, and the blood-red sky instantly became transparent. From a distance, outside the sword tomb, several figures stood suspended in midair. You old fellows. Yi's eyes revealed a bone-deep hatred. Look, the traitors who betray their masters and ancestors. Open your dog eyes and see the retribution coming. After saying that, he turned to Jiangnan. But first, let me send you across the Naiha Bridge. With that, the broken sword slashed down, and boundless sword energy spread out in every direction. The black sword energy engulfed everything in sight indiscriminately. Jiangnan closed his eyes tightly, his consciousness entirely within his sea of awareness. The clear lamp oil was already full. A dim flame ignited from the green lamp. Ignite the green lamp at the place of 10,000 swords. Gain 100 years of Taoist cultivation. Acquire the divine swordsmanship. A familiar thought echoed in his mind. Swordsmanship. A sword-bearer is a weapon of slaughter. An artist is one who comprehends the essence. A master of swordsmanship is the foremost sword in the world. At the same time, 100 years of Taoist cultivation surged through Jiangnan's entire body like a roaring tsunami. Flesh, bones, and organs erupted with brilliant divine light. A gleam flashed in Jiangnan's eyes. Swordsmanship. With divine powers in hand, an ancient long sword on the ground screeched to life. It fell into Jiangnan's hands. Gripping the sword hilt weathered by time, a feeling of harmony and ease instantly filled his heart. That sword seemed to extend into a part of his own body. With a swipe toward the sky, the sword light erupted. The leaden black sword curtain was fiercely torn open, creating a massive gap. With the sword as his body, Jiangnan charged towards the high heavens. Standing, under the desperate restraint of Emo, Asian, and the others, and the pull from outside the sword tomb. The green lamp was finally lit. Gazing at Yi, the one who almost killed him, Jiangnan licked his lips, his voice hoarse. It's my turn. With that, he pointed the long sword forward. In an instant, he crossed a distance of 10 zhong. A flash of flowing light. Jiangnan, sword in hand, was already in front of Yi. Raising the sword, he was about to kill. Yi's expression changed dramatically. It was clear that Jiangnan's previous performance was merely a facade created by divine techniques. Logically, he should not have been proficient in swordsmanship. But at this moment, he appeared as if he were a swordsmanship master who had immersed himself for many years. A casual strike from him was a masterpiece. Yi recalled how this person had sat cross-legged just moments ago, and an unbelievable thought emerged. Could it be that he comprehended the sword path in such a short time? Thoughts surged in his mind, yet his actions were not slow. Twisting the black, broken sword, he executed a counter-slash. The sword blades clashed. Sword winds scattered. Amidst the sounds of metal clashing, the long sword in Jiangnan's hand shattered. Sword energy cut through his skin, blood sprayed. His figure flickered and retreated 10 zhong. Yi sneezed. I don't know how you comprehended the sword path in such a short time, but it only proves that my decision to kill you first is absolutely correct. He coldly stared at Jiangnan. Now that your sword is broken, how can you fight me? Jiangnan gasped for breath, with a meaningful look. Who told you that my sword is broken? Yi's heart jolted. An ominous feeling arose. He saw Jiangnan raise 2 fingers and point to the sky. Then, 10,000 swords resonated. Ancient swords that lay dormant in the barren black earth awakened. One after another, they flew into the high heavens. What filled the eyes was a sea of swords. How? How is this possible? Yi's hand gripping the broken sword trembled, unable to believe. The technique of controlling swords was not particularly rare, but the swords in this sword tomb were all dead swords. They were the remnants left behind by sword cultivators who had passed away over the past centuries. They retained the shape of swords, but their spirit and intent had long since died. Yet at this moment, they were all awakened by Jiangnan to the utmost sublimation, shedding their decayed colors. They radiated their former divine light. Sword intent surged, and it wasn't just him who was astonished. Outside the sword tomb, the onlookers who were watching the entire scene through the sky were equally shocked. From above, the dense ancient swords occupied every inch of space. Various styles, all different. The usually calm 6th elder was now astonished, his voice trembling. This is the heavenly escape sword technique? The other elders were greatly shaken. Looking at the sword master, Emo Qingshan, the latter's face was calm, but in his eyes he could not hide his shock and excitement. His eyes filled with longing. 1 sword strikes and 10,000 swords follow, 10,000 sword from the heart. This is indeed the heavenly escape sword. The scene returned to the sword tomb. One by one, the ancient swords that should have decayed floated around Jiangnan. He seemed to feel their joyful and pure emotions. They wanted to shine in the last moment. Jiangnan was also clear in his heart. With his current 90 years of Taoist cultivation, plus the newly acquired divine swordsmanship, he absolutely did not possess such power. He was mutually achieving with each ancient sword here. He used his swordsmanship to help the ancient swords reach their utmost sublimation, revealing their divine light once more. And the ancient swords helped him to kill. With a thought, the ancient swords in the sky responded one by one, slowly adjusting their sword points. They aimed straight at Yi, screeching. The ancient swords surged toward Yi like a swarm of bees, their sword energy erupting. Sword intent surging, like a heavy black cloud pressing down, causing one's heart to tremble. Yi's expression darkened. He was a 7th-tier cultivator and wielded a broken sword. In this state, not to mention other 7th tiers, even an ordinary 6th-tier cultivator could defeat him with a single sword. Moreover, with the power of the broken sword sealing the sword tomb, cutting off external contact, it could be said that for these 3 days, Yi was the god of this sword tomb, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration. The only exception was Jiangnan, this unexpected variable. The aura emanating from him seemed to be at most 8th tier. But with this 8th tier cultivation, he could control thousands of ancient swords. How terrifying! The ancient swords, carrying vibrant killing intent, surged towards Yi like rivers returning to the sea. A sea of swords. Yi held the black broken sword, pouring all his cultivation energy into it, transforming it into countless dark sword energies, clashing with the vast sea of swords. Heaven and earth flipped. The sound of explosions echoed endlessly. The ancient swords that touched the dark sword energies could not hold out for long before turning to ashes. As one sword shattered, another took its place, continuing the onslaught. Time slowly passed, and Yi's entire cultivation energy was exhausted. Yet the ancient swords above showed no signs of diminishing. Finally, one ancient sword broke through the blockade of dark sword energy and struck against the black broken sword. Then came the second, the third. Thus, the tide of swords overwhelmed Yi. Victory. In a daze, a deep sense of fatigue surged in Jiangnan's mind. The divine swordsmanship he had just activated, commanding 10,000 swords of the sword tomb, had indeed exhausted all his Taoist cultivation and spirit. He had only managed to hold on until now with sheer determination. Now that the crisis was averted, with his mind relaxing, he felt dizzy and fainted. In his last glance, he saw the sky of the sword tomb shatter, and several figures stepping through the void. Chapter 17. Sword Lodge. Swordmaster. When Jiangnan woke up again, he found himself in a spacious room. Gentle sunlight streamed through the window bars, and from the furnishings and the scenery outside, it could be deduced that he was still within the sword tomb. His last memory was of the defeat of Yi, and a figure had come from the sky. It must have been someone from the Sword Lodge. Now it seemed that the crisis had been averted. Seeing that there was no one in the room, Jiangnan called for Qing Luo. Qing Luo, what happened after I passed out? Master, after you fainted, the people from the Sword Lodge brought you here. As for Yi, he has been imprisoned, Qing Luo replied. Jiangnan nodded. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Qing Luo quickly concealed herself. A young man who resembled a swordsman entered and bowed to Jiangnan. Jiang Xiui, you are awake. Although he adhered to the Sword Lodge's usual style of being few in words, his tone was filled with respect. Jiangnan got up from the bed and returned the gesture. Thank you for your care. May I ask how Mo Gunyang and the other sword testers are? He clearly remembered that in the sword tomb, in order to stop Yi, Mo Yizhen and the others had also sustained serious injuries. Don't worry, Jiang Xiui. They are injured, but after treatment, they are all fine, the young swordsman reassured him. The sword master has instructed that if Jiang Xiui wakes up, I should take you to him. The sword master requests your presence. Jiangnan bowed again. Thank you. With that, the swordsman led Jiangnan out of the room. Along the way, they encountered many passing swordsmen and sword disciples, all of whom looked at Jiangnan with respect, leaving him somewhat at a loss. After about an hour, the two arrived in front of an ancient and grand hall. Jiang Xiui, the sword master, is inside. I won't go in, the swordsman said. After Jiangnan thanked him, he stepped into the hall. The hall was magnificent yet simple, devoid of elaborate carvings and paintings, consistent with the Sword Lodge's style. It was only in black and gray, with straight lines. At the end of the hall, the only decoration was a blue stone sculpture in the shape of a sword. Seated at a table before the sculpture was a middle-aged man with white hair beside a pot of steaming tea. This man must be the sword master of the Sword Lodge, Mo Qingshan, and also the father of Mo Yizhen. Jiangnan remembered that Qing Luo had mentioned him before. The sword master, Mo Qingshan, was a peak second-grade sword cultivator. For unknown reasons, he had once single-handedly charged into the western regions with a sword, returning 3 times, leaving a trail of corpses for 100 miles. It was said that the bones piled up into mountains and the blood congealed into tofu. Ultimately, it took the intervention of 3 powerful monks to stop him. However, after succeeding him as sword master, he rarely appeared in public. In short, he was a ruthless man who had turned over a new leaf. Jiangnan stepped forward and bowed, saying, Jiangnan pays respects to sword master Mo Qingshan waved his hand, his demeanor quite calm. He pointed to a chair beside the table. No need for formalities, sit down. Jiangnan complied and sat down, with a pot of bubbling hot tea between them. Jiang Xiui, do you know that yesterday you saved the life of my sword lodge? Mo Qingshan slowly began. Jiang, Nan was taken aback. Although he admitted that by stopping Yi, he might have helped resolve a minor problem for the Sword Lodge, it couldn't be to such an extent, could it? Yi was a top-tier figure among the 7th grade, and with the dark residual sword, he should have combat power of 6th grade or above. However, compared to a colossal entity like the Sword Sect, it was still far from enough. Seeing the puzzled expression on Jiangnan's face, Qing Shan chuckled softly. Jiangxiu Yi, do you know what lies beneath the sword tomb? Jiangnan almost blurted out a sword, but realizing that Qing Shan wouldn't ask such a foolish question, he honestly shook his head. Jiangnan does not know. I asked Sword Master to enlighten me. Of course, there are swords, Qing Shan replied casually. Jiangnan. If not for the consideration that he couldn't win. Besides that, beneath the Sword Lodge, there are also some things that nobody wants to see, Qing Shan continued seriously. The head of the first-generation Swordmaster, who is also the ancestor of this seat. In an instant, Jiangnan's expression changed dramatically. The first-generation Swordmaster, known as the ancestor of the Sword Path, was not an exaggeration. In the era of the first-generation Swordmaster, there was no Sword Path, and there were no sword cultivators. Those who were obsessed with the sword were still referred to as martial artists or cultivators, until the first-generation Swordmaster appeared, wielding an iron sword, advancing boldly, transcending the 1st grade, achieving the path, and becoming the ancestor. Only then was the sword path given a unique name, and sword cultivators received their own designation. It could be said that regardless of the cultivation levels of others or the contributions to the way of the sword, that first-generation swordmaster from countless years ago was the undeniable leader. To this day, many still believe that that existence has ascended during the day and shattered the void. But now his descendant, the swordmaster of the Sword Lodge, Qing Shan, was telling Jiangnan that beneath the sacred land of the Sword Lodge, the Sword Tomb, lies the head of the Sword Master. What kind of bizarre story is this? Jiangxiu Yi, although it may not be as glamorous and romantic as the storytellers describe, this is the truth, Qing Shan said, his gaze dimming. The one sword master was suppressed beneath the Sword Lodge he founded. Jiangnan fell silent, knowing that there was more to the story. The world believed that the sword master had achieved the path, but that was not the case. Although the sword master was only one step away from transcendence. That line was a vast chasm. To transcend, the sword master attempted to use forbidden methods to achieve the path, but you should have guessed it, he failed. Qing Shan raised his eyelids. The incense offerings. The sword master wanted to use the power of incense offerings to make up for his own shortcomings. Jiangnan shuddered all over. Incense offerings? Wasn't it said that the power of incense offerings was something only the divine beings dealt with? But in the end, he not only failed to ascend through the incense offerings, but also encountered a mishap, leading to confusion in his mind and the emergence of demonic thoughts. To prevent the demonic thoughts from harming the people, he committed suicide with a single stroke, separating his head from his body. And his head was suppressed beneath the sword tomb. Jiangnan suddenly understood. He immediately recalled what Yi had said. He claimed that Mo Yizhen had stopped him, and that it was a betrayal of their bloodline. That the people of the Sword Lodge were bullying their teacher and annihilating their ancestors. Sword Master, Yi's purpose was. Qing Shan provided a definitive answer. He wanted to destroy the sword tomb and release the head of the sword master. If he succeeded, the demonic thoughts in the sword master's head would awaken, bringing disaster to the Sword Lodge and the entire Great Xia. At this moment, Jiangnan was drenched in cold sweat, but he suddenly realized something was amiss. Why would Yi want to release the sword master's head? How did he almost succeed? If anyone could destroy the sword tomb casually, what was the Sword Lodge even for? After he voiced his doubts, Qing Shan sighed. This matter is somewhat difficult to speak of. The world knows that the sword master is unmatched in the sword path, but they do not know that he was equally sentimental. Aside from my lineage, through years of visits to the Sword Lodge, it is known that he left no less than 10 bloodlines in various places during the Upper Yuan. Jiangnan's expression turned awkward. This was a scene he had not anticipated. Now he was gossiping about his ancestors' romantic history with the sword master of the Sword Lodge. Tat Yeye, whose original name is Mo Yi, is one of those bloodlines. He does not know how he learned that the Sword Lodge suppressed the sword master's head. and he assumed we were betraying our teacher and annihilating our ancestors. Little did he know that if the sword master had not committed suicide, who could have forced him to bow? Mo Ching Shan continued. As for his reliance, it is because he holds a fragment of the sword master's fate sword, Gui Su. The operation core of the sword tomb is the hilt of Gui Su. As Gui Su is the sword master's fateful object, it requires the bloodline of the sword master to use. Yi possesses both, so after entering the sword tomb, he naturally gained control over it. After discovering this child's scheme, we exerted great effort and supernatural powers, yet we were unable to break open the sword tomb and were powerless. If it weren't for Jiang Xiui, who realized the heavenly escape sword technique at a critical moment, I'm afraid he would have succeeded. After saying this, Mo Qingshan sighed, filled with lingering fear. Jiangnan finally understood the convoluted situation. Yi, also known as Mo Yi, being a descendant of the swordmaster, with his bloodline, was convinced that the swordmaster was betrayed and killed by those from the sword pavilion. Not knowing where he obtained a fragment of the swordmaster's life, sword Gui Su, he became furious and wanted to release the swordmaster's head. He first disguised himself as a sword tester to infiltrate the sword tomb, then attempted to summon the fragment of Gui Su to self-destruct the sword tomb and release the swordmaster's head. However, he did not expect to encounter a freak like Jiangnan, causing his plan to fail. Therefore, Jiang Xiui, on behalf of the people from the sword pavilion, I thank you for saving the sword pavilion. After speaking, Mo Qingshan stood up and bowed. Jiang Nan hurriedly waved his hand, repeatedly declining the thanks. After some polite exchanges, the two sat down again. Suddenly, Mo Qingshan spoke. Jiang Xiui, do you wish to inherit the position of swordmaster? Chapter 18. The Path Before the Sword. The promised Jiang Nan was a bit taken aback. This swordmaster was talking nonsense. Just a moment ago, he was telling him that the head of the swordmaster was suppressed under the sword tomb. And the next moment, he was being asked to become the swordmaster himself. It was like someone vividly describing how cruel war is, with corpses littering the ground. And then the next second, handing you a wooden sword and saying, let's go to war. Isn't that ridiculous? Moreover, as an outsider, Zhang's own cultivation level was only around the 8th rank. Be the swordmaster? No way. Master Mo, Jiangnan absolutely cannot. Jiangnan quickly waved his hand. However, Mo Qingshan said earnestly, no, Jiang Xiui, you are well-deserved. You are a person of insight, which shows your clear and profound nature. During the sword trial, you summoned heavenly phenomena with a single sword, which indicates your deep understanding of the sword path. After the sword trial, you helped Izhan break through, showing your exceptional talent. In the sword tomb, you turned the tide, learned the heavenly escape sword technique, and saved everyone in the sword lodge, giving us a chance for rebirth. Tell me, with such qualifications, who else in the world could be the sword master if not Jiang Xiui? Jiangnan. After hearing Mo Qingshan's words, he couldn't help but think that it indeed made some sense. But he still couldn't agree. After all, although the title of sword master sounded impressive, the existence of the Qingdang meant that if Jiang Nan wanted to advance his cultivation, he would have to travel extensively in the future. If he were to become the sword master and stay in one place, it would be counterproductive. Thank you for your kindness, sword master, Jiang Nan firmly stated. Though I am passionate about the sword path, I am even more passionate about reading thousands of books and traveling thousands of miles. I want to take advantage of my youth to see the mountains and rivers. So I cannot comply. However, Mo Qingshan said, Jiang Xiui, the two things are not in conflict. I am asking you to be the sword master, not the sword master. You can continue your travels while holding the title of sword master of my sword lodge. Jiangnan was stunned. Really? Of course. Mo Qingshan continued. At that time, the former sword master left a message on his deathbed that whoever learns the heavenly escape sword in the sword tomb would be qualified to be called the sword master of the world. I am not talented enough to grasp it, but Jiang Xiui understood it in an instant, which proves your qualifications. Jiangnan understood in his heart that the sword technique among the 72 earthly fiends was referred to as the heavenly escape sword by the people of the sword lodge. May I ask, sword master, what responsibilities would I have if I become the sword master? Jiangnan asked respectfully. To travel the world and spread the might of the sword is enough. Of course, if the sword lodge encounters danger, the sword master also has the responsibility to assist. Qingshan continued. Moreover, if Jiang Shui agrees, as long as you do not engage in cruel and inhumane acts, I and the sword lodge will always be your support. Finally, he looked at Jiangnan. Jiang Shui, what do you think? Jiangnan gasped. He understood Qingshan's words. If he became the sword master, he wouldn't have to worry about anything in the future, just carry the title. Also, if the sword lodge encountered difficulties, he would have to help, which meant Qingshan thought highly of him. The benefits he would gain, with the sword lodge and Qingshan as his backing, were substantial. He seemed to have no reason to refuse. After pondering for a while, Jiangnan clasped his hands and said, Then Jiangnan will not be polite. Qingshan showed a satisfied expression. After chatting for a while and finalizing the date for the swordmaster to receive the sword, Jiangnan took his leave. Qingshan sat back in his seat and sighed softly. A figure appeared silently in the great hall. It was Elder Jiannan of the Sword Lodge. Swordmaster. He began to speak. Qingshan waved his hand. I know what you want to say. Elder Jian lowered his head, but still said, Swordmaster. Is it too hasty to grant Jiang Shui the position of Swordmaster? He raised his head in confusion. Isn't the title of Swordmaster already abolished? Qingshan smiled slightly. I just reinstated it. Elder Jian. He wanted to speak, but felt it was inappropriate. Elder Jian, you need to keep a long-term perspective. Qingshan shook his head slightly. Indeed, to avoid the taboo of the first Swordmaster, the title of Swordmaster had long been abolished, but it did not prevent him from reinstating it. He looked at Elder Jian, who had his head bowed, and asked, During the sword trial, did you notice that Jiang Shui was completely ignorant of the sword path? Elder Jian was shocked, his face full of astonishment. Montauk Qingshan, seeing his expression, added, His wind summoning technique is a divine ability, a forbidden technique. It is a divine path. Elder Jian was even more horrified. You must know that the first sword master failed after using the divine path to cross himself and ended up developing demonic thoughts, ultimately resulting in his separation of body and head. And now the sword master was saying that Jiang Shui practiced the divine path. Furthermore, he wanted to bestow upon him the title of sword master. Absolutely not. Absolutely not, sword master. Elder Jian hurriedly urged. That's why I want you to see the bigger picture. Qingshan said slowly, think about it carefully. Before the sword trial, Jiang Shui was completely clueless about the sword path. Yet, after just a moment in the sword tomb, he was able to comprehend the heavenly escape sword technique and defeated the bloodline prodigy of the sword master holding the remnants of Gue Su. He stared intently at Elder Jian, asking each word, Do you understand what kind of monstrous talent this is? Suddenly, Elder Jian broke out in a cold sweat. Do you have such monstrous talent? Does Ishan have it? Do I have it? Among the thousands of sword disciples, sword students, and sword elders in the Sword Lodge, do they have it? But he practices the divine path. You are betting. Elder Jian stammered. What of the divine path? Qingshan snorted coldly. The heavenly escape sword technique that the sword master didn't comprehend back then, he has understood it, which shows that even in the divine path, he also has considerable talent. I don't care what he practices, as long as he paves a path for the sword in the future. Qingshan said in a deep voice. 30 years ago, I ventured alone into the western regions, seemingly returning unscathed, but I was actually harmed by those bald donkeys, ruining my sword heart. I have no hope of achieving the way in this life. Yi Zhen has exceptional talent, yet he is only obsessed with the sword, ultimately falling short. The successors of the Sword Lodge are also in a state of disarray. He stared directly at Elder Jian. In this situation, tell me, if I don't take a gamble, where is the future of the sword path? Elder Jian opened his mouth, his old face full of helplessness, and finally fell silent. Thus, it was decided. Jiang then returned to his room, his thoughts swirling. Qing Luo appeared out of nowhere, looking excited. Master, Master, you are the sword master now. In her eyes, the Sword Lodge was an extraordinary existence, and the Sword Master was the best among them. In this era where the divine path was declining and the heavenly court was hidden, beings like them, wild spirits, were not living well. although they had long lives. Due to the lack of incense offerings, their strength had diminished to almost nothing compared to before. Therefore, in Qing Luo's little head, she felt that Jiangnan had found a great backing, which was a joyous event. But Jiangnan showed little joy on his face. Qing Luo, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Huh? Qing Luo looked confused. Master Mo is acting too unusually towards me, a cultivator who is only at the 8th rank. It's not just politeness, but rather begging me to become the swordmaster. Jiangnan sighed softly. He must have ulterior motives, and not small ones. Having lived 2 lives, Jiangnan naturally saw through things more clearly. No matter what he had done, he had not reached a level that would make Mo Qingshan lower himself to such an extent. It was akin to a billionaire boss from a previous life suddenly coming up to a freshly graduated college student, offering him tea and cigarettes, asking him to be a partner. It's too absurd. Then why did you agree? Qing Luo asked, puzzled. Amidst the hustle and bustle, benefits are exchanged. Jiangnan sighed. Although he had his own ambitions, it should be a long-term plan. Right now, as we travel south and north, we need a name that can hold down various powerful figures. Although the embroidered clothes envoy has a great reputation, its deterrent effect diminishes greatly outside of the Great Xia. The sword leader should have a considerable tiger skin. As for what the swordmaster aims for, that will be discussed later. Qing Luo seemed to understand a bit, nodding her head, and then she burrowed into Jiangnan's pocket to deal with the dried fruits and grains. Jiangnan sat cross-legged back on the bed and lightly counted the gains from the sword cottage trip. First, he had accumulated 90 years of Taoist cultivation, which, if converted into ranks, should be above the 8th rank. Secondly, he had learned the divine ability, swordsmanship, which was the first type of killing technique he acquired. Lastly, he became the sword leader of the sword cottage, the second tiger skin after the embroidered clothes envoy. One could say the gains were quite substantial. Jiangnan took out the place names given by Wang Chunyun and, after pondering for a while, circled one of the names. Chapter 19 Wang Chunyun, look at what you've done. Good news the next day. The Great Xia Sword Mansion announced to the world that it was holding a sword meeting and restarting the position of swordmaster. At that time, the 36 sword peaks of the Sword Mansion gathered thousands of sword disciples at the Sword Embrace platform, the sword energy soaring, visible across the 9 provinces. A foreign envoy named Jiangnan, due to his profound understanding of the sword path, was granted the title of swordmaster. He was personally bestowed the sword by the current swordmaster of the Sword Mansion, Mo Qingshan. After the sword meeting ended, the reactions were mixed. Many elders of the Sword Mansion naturally understood the reasons behind it. However, the ordinary disciples, my name is Baiyu, and I am very happy. I finally passed the sword trial, comprehended sword techniques in the sword tomb, and successfully joined the Holy Land Sword Mansion. But it seems something is not quite right. Several sword trial participants who entered the sword tomb with me were severely injured and are still recuperating. One of them was imprisoned for unknown reasons, while another was granted the title of swordmaster. My head is a bit confused, but I'm still very happy. Just like that, they only know that this swordmaster Jiang seems to be related to the tremors of the sword tomb from 2 days ago. But it's just a minor episode. Within the Sword Mansion, the vast majority are sword fanatics like Mo Qingshan. Besides swords, they have little else. And participating in a sword meeting was merely to become familiar with Swordmaster Jiang. Nothing more. This is the internal reaction of the Sword Mansion. Mundane and unremarkable. At most a topic of conversation after meals. But for the outside world, it is entirely different. The Sword Mansion, as a major sect in the sword path, has been silent for the past century, with a presence even less than some emerging sections. As a result, many people have forgotten that in a corner of Yuzhou in Great Xia, there is a gathering of swordmasters. They do not speak, but once they do, it is an announcement to the world, restarting the title of swordmaster. After a brief period of digestion, the eyes of various forces fell on this swordmaster Jiang. On the intelligence tables of the major powers, the details of Jiangnan's ancestry were all dug up. Unfortunately, apart from finding out about the Shenyang snake demon incident from a month ago, they found nothing remarkable. Moreover, the Sword Mansion restarting the Swordmaster title, and coincidentally choosing a foreign envoy. Various forces could not help but speculate whether this was a signal of deepening cooperation between the Sword Mansion and the Great Xia Court. This is what they thought. Only the great Xia court, at the center of speculation, was left bewildered. In the capital, in the envoy office, in the tea room. The envoy office is the central office of the envoys, divided into 3 courts and 6 districts, covering a vast area, with the tea room located in the central court. Although it is called a tea room, the envoys know that this place is essentially a euphemistic inquiry room. If an envoy makes a mistake but does not warrant a punishment, they will be taken to the tea room by the Internal Inspection Department to be questioned. For example, accidentally using excessive force while hunting demons, for instance, intervening in matters outside their jurisdiction, or inadvertently wandering into brothels while patrolling. In any case, most envoys are quite wary of this place. Not only do they have to listen to the High Inspector's incessant nagging, but they also face salary penalties. However, a few peculiar individuals are different. When Wang Chunyun received the notice to go to the tea room, he ran into a colleague. The colleague looked at him and said, "Brother Wang, going in again today?" Wang Chunyun raised an eyebrow. Yes, it felt like going home. You know, if I don't go once a month, I feel uncomfortable all over. After saying that, he entered the tea room, leaving his colleague shaking his head and sighing. This Wang Chunyun is indeed a peculiar person. He was assigned to the envoys by His Majesty and the great envoy back then. He was still at the 9th rank. And just a few days ago, he broke through to the 7th rank. His martial arts accomplishments cannot be said to be shallow. But this person has a habit of not following the rules. Not long ago, he disguised himself as someone from the Imperial Censorate to infiltrate Shenyang, and it is said that he executed first and reported later, establishing a foreign envoy. It is likely that the inspection department is causing him trouble because of these 2 incidents. Once Wang Chunyun entered the tea room, he saw 2 inspectors sitting upright. They were old acquaintances. Wang Chunyun grinned and sat down across from them. Laughing? Wang Chunyun, do you still have an urge to laugh? One of the inspectors, a plump man in his 50s, looked at Wang Chunyun with a helpless expression. The Shenyang snake demon was not within your duties. It is understandable if you got involved. But why did you have to disguise yourself as someone from the Imperial Censorate? Wang Chunyun spread his hands. I was just afraid the snake demon would escape. I just borrowed their name. Is that too much? The inspector sneered repeatedly, but you just had to knock out the proper censor and throw him at the post station. How can you expect them not to come looking for trouble? High Inspector, that censor was uncooperative. I had no choice but to resort to this tactic. Wang Chunyun still had that carefree demeanor. Don't call me uncle. I'm afraid one day you'll knock me out and toss me at a post station too. Wang Chunyun's words made the plump inspector's face flush with anger. All right, you have your reasons. The External Affairs Office has settled this matter. Taking a deep breath, the inspector continued, I didn't come to find you today for this. But why did you execute first and report later, casually appointing a foreign envoy? Upon hearing this, Wang Chunyun showed a nostalgic expression. I share a foul odor with Brother Jiang. No, we have similar interests like high mountains and flowing water. Before he could finish, the inspector couldn't help but bang the table, furiously shouting, You have no sense. Do you know that the entire court is dissatisfied with us envoys and has united to propose reducing our powers? The great envoy has made several concessions just to satisfy the officials. Wang Chunyun, look at what you've done. Before he could finish, the door opened. A young order officer entered and whispered a few words in the High Inspector's ear. The inspector's gaze towards Wang Chunyun shifted from anger to shock to disbelief. Wang Chunyun himself was also bewildered. The High Inspector cleared his throat, his tone filled with anger, but took a sudden turn. Wang Envoy, look at the good thing you've done. Truly a good thing, a splendid thing. I want to see what those idle officials who do not benefit the people have to say now. Wang Chunyun. After saying that, the High Inspector personally brewed a pot of tea. Wang Envoy, come. You must be thirsty. Have a cup of tea before we talk. Wang Chunyun swallowed. Not afraid of the High Inspector's anger. At worst, it would just be a salary penalty. But now, seeing his demeanor, it truly made him feel uneasy. Hi, uncle. Please don't do this. I'm scared. Wang Chunyun waved his hands repeatedly. Scared? Scared of what? Chunyun, you have accomplished a great deed. The High Inspector's tone turned friendly, and even his address changed. Wang Chunyun's expression grew increasingly horrified. Hi, uncle. If you have something to say, please just say it. Don't act like this. Well, Chunyan, earlier we mentioned your casually appointed foreign envoy, right? My vision was narrow. The news just came in. This person has been granted the title of Swordmaster by the Swordmaster M.O. in the Sword Mansion. The High Inspector licked his lips with some excitement. The Sword Mansion. That is the Sword Mansion that does not heed orders or proclamations. Now that the Sword Master has become one of our envoys, who in the court will dare to criticize us envoys? Wang Chunyun finally nodded in relief, of course. Brother Jiang is exceptionally talented, being merely a sword master. Sword master? Hi, uncle. You mean Jiangnan has become the sword master of the Sword Mansion? In an instant, as Wang Chunyun realized what the title of sword master truly represented, he jumped up directly. Chapter 20. The Return of the Mysterious Figures Jianlu, Jianshou Peak. As one of the 36 sword edges, it had been neglected and remained idle due to its name being discarded. However, with Jiangnan acquiring the title of Jianshou, it has reopened. Jiangnan never expected that what he thought was just a title would lead to him acquiring a mountain. Of course, Jianshou Peak is currently in disrepair and uninhabitable. Perhaps by the next time he returns, he will truly own a peak of his own. But that is a matter for later. 10 days have passed since the sword trial, and Jiangnan has become somewhat familiar with the people of Jinlu. He discovered that this sect really is dull from top to bottom. Their daily routine consists of eating, sleeping, and practicing swordplay. In the past 2 days, the Chuyi siblings and Li Baiyan have mostly healed from their injuries. After sharing a meal together, they bid farewell. After all, they have their own sect to return to. One day, Jiangnan was practicing swordplay with Mo Yijin at the Baojin platform. She seemed to believe that Jiangnan's understanding of swordsmanship was unparalleled and felt a sense of gratitude towards him. Therefore, this seemingly aloof yet naturally naive girl treated Jiangnan with the respect one would show a teacher, continuously addressing him as Sir. Sir, what do you think of this sword move? After finishing a set of sword techniques, she asked. In her somewhat wooden eyes, there was an unmistakable expectation. Every time this happened, it was the most headache-inducing moment for Jiangnan. Although he had learned divine sword techniques and felt as if he were one with the sword, he truly didn't know how to teach others. It was like a street fighter who could fight brilliantly, making seamless combos. But when asked to teach someone how to exert force or throw a punch in reality, it would be absurd. He couldn't just ramble nonsense. What if Mo Yijin took his words to heart and ended up wasting her talent? That would truly be a great sin. It's quite good. Jiangnan could only say so. Mo Yijin blinked, as if to say, is that all? Just that? Every time this happened, Jiangnan felt a sense of unwarranted ridicule. He wished someone would suddenly come along with something to do to take him away. Jianshou Darren. Just as he thought this, a sword disciple flew in on their sword, bowing respectfully. Jianshou Darren, the Jian Master requests your presence, saying there is an important matter to discuss. Jiangnan's heart leaped with joy. He turned to Mo Yijin and said, Miss Mo, the Jian Master must have urgent matters. You practice here. I shall take my leave first. With that, he hurriedly left with the sword disciple. On the way, Jiangnan asked the disciple what the matter was. The answer was unclear, but it seemed related to Yi, who was imprisoned in the sword cell. Jiangnan's heart sank. During this time, Jianlu had been trying to extract information from Yi. After all, while they were obsessed with swords, they were not foolish. Yi's appearance was too coincidental. Inheriting exceptional talent from the countless bloodlines left by the first-generation Jianshou, discovering the truth that the Jianshou was suppressed by the people of Jinlu, and somehow finding a fragment of the Jianshou sword, if one were to say that this was all fate or coincidence, it would be a plot twist even novels wouldn't dare to write. Therefore, Mo Qingshan concluded that someone was using Yi Ye's sword to target the entire Jinlu, trying to pry open Yi Ye's mouth. The sudden call for Jiangnan likely meant they had made some discovery. Moments later, deep within the sword cell, Mo Qingshan's expression was as cold as water. When Jiangnan arrived, he saw Yi lying on the cold stone floor behind the heavy iron bars. His face was dark and his eyes bulging, as if he had undergone something extremely painful. He was already dead. Jiangnan's heart sank. Could it be that this guy's stubborn attitude finally angered Mo Qingshan, leading to his demise? Surely not, right? Jianshou, you've come, Mo Qingshan greeted upon seeing Jiangnan. Jian Master, what is going on? Jiangnan pointed to the already lifeless Yi. Mo Qingshan rarely showed anger. He was poisoned. Poisoned? Yi was tough, and his mind was filled with prohibitions, making it impossible to search his soul. Mo Qingshan shook his head. In recent days, the fifth elder, who oversees Jianlu's sore intentions, has been explaining the truth behind the Jianshou suppression to him, and finally made some progress. Yi began to believe, willing to reveal the fragment of Gui Su he received and the identities of those behind the scenes who wanted to harm Jianlu. Jiangnan blinked. Wasn't that a good thing? Mo Qingshan's expression darkened further. But who would have known that the mastermind would be so cruel, placing a poison in his brain? Once he attempts to speak their name, he would die. Undoubtedly. Mo Qingshan was furious at this moment. They had been played, and if it weren't for Jiangnan, the entire Jianlu would be in jeopardy. Now, they were finally about to uncover the mastermind, yet it had all come to nothing. Jianshou, do you have a way? Jiangnan's mind raced. Mo Qingshan truly was an old hand at this. Yi was already cold. What could Jiangnan possibly do? Unless Mo Qingshan had likely already investigated Jiangnan's ability to question the dead. Otherwise, he wouldn't have summoned him directly. But it made sense, considering the position of Jianshou. It would be foolish to easily grant it without thorough investigation. However, Mo Qingshan couldn't directly say, I have investigated you, so he could only ask this question. Jiangnan didn't expose him, pretending to ponder before saying, Jian Master, you were right to seek me. I happen to be proficient in some esoteric methods. It's not impossible to make the dead speak. Mo Qingshan nodded in satisfaction. Although he was a swordsmanship giant with many experts in Jianlu, the fields were indeed as distant as mountains. Compared to the matter of commanding souls, the people of Jianlu were more adept at turning living beings into souls. Without hesitation, Jiangnan performed the technique to communicate with the dead. He saw the corpse of Yi surrounded by chilling winds, a broken phantom slowly materializing. Jiangnan's expression changed. This was different from the last time he communicated with Madame Shangfu's soul. Yi, perhaps due to the poison in his brain, had a fragmented consciousness, and his soul was devoid of intelligence. From the feedback of the communication technique, Yi's soul had no discernible intellect, resembling a puppet. However, fortunately, his memories should still be intact. Mo Jian Master, time is limited. Please ask quickly. Mo Qingshan also didn't delay and spoke to Yi's soul in a deep voice. Who informed you that Jianlu betrayed the first-generation Jianshou? Who gave you the fragment of Gui Su? And who allowed you to unseal the Jianshou's head? A series of rapid-fire questions left Yi's lingering soul somewhat dazed. Yet he slowly began to answer one word at a time. Tall, burly warrior, 3 zhang, red face, yellow clothes. It turned out that Yi was originally an ordinary farmer's child from outside the Great Xia territory. One day, 2 swordsmen slaughtered his entire village, leaving only a few children alive. Later, a mysterious person adopted Yi and taught him cultivation methods. Yi did not know the identity of this person, only that he possessed incredible strength and could command a gigantic, burly warrior. That warrior was referred to as the giant spirit warrior. The mysterious person claimed that Yi was a descendant of the Jianshou, and that the swordsmen who slaughtered the village were members of Jianlu who had betrayed the Jianshou, seeking to eradicate all traces. Half a year ago, when Jianlu was about to open, the giant spirit warrior controlled by that mysterious person appeared once more. He provided Yi with the fragment of Gui Su, aiding him in resurrecting the Jianshou's head and seeking revenge. After answering Mo Qingshan's questions, the lingering soul dissipated. From Mo Qingshan's dark expression, it was clear he still had no leads on the identity of this mysterious person. Jiangnan Yu felt increasingly uneasy, and after a while, he realized that the red-faced, yellow-clothed figure with golden rings on its back, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. Wasn't that just the yellow turban warrior? No wonder, when he summoned the yellow turban warrior back then, Yi had referred to it as a giant spirit. Chapter 21, The Iron Country. True and false embroidered robes the next day, at the gate of Sword Villa. The interrogation about the remnant soul of Yi yesterday yielded no results. It seems that Mo Qingshan does not recognize the yellow turban warrior. However, Jiangnan recognizes him. Yet, the yellow turban warrior does not act autonomously. This means that the one secretly plotting to destroy Sword Villa is the person controlling the yellow turban warrior. But the yellow turban warrior is a servant of the divine way. This indicates that the person behind the scenes is a practitioner of the divine way. This conclusion made Jiangnan break out in a cold sweat. He hasn't forgotten that Yi was about to succeed, but he sabotaged the plan himself. Naturally, the mysterious practitioner behind the scenes is aware of his survival. The enemy is in the dark while I am in the light. Just thinking about this now makes Jiangnan's skin crawl. This urgently drives him to enhance his strength. It's time to leave. Early in the morning, Jiangnan packed his belongings and bid farewell to Mo Qingshan and his daughter. Sword Villa has never emphasized formality, and even a new sword master only had the two of them for the farewell. This departure is indefinite. He should come back to visit often. Mo Qingshan solemnly handed Jiangnan a long sword with a blue glow. The sword's divine light is restrained and hidden, and the exposed hilt has a flow of Tao rhythm. Although Jiangnan is unclear about the specific grade, he believes that what Mo Qingshan gave him can't be inferior. Since you are now the sword master of my Sword Villa, this blue sword is entrusted to you. Thank you, sword master. Jiangnan accepted the sword and nodded. Sir, this sword pouch can ensure your safety. Mo Qingshan shyly took out a light yellow pouch and handed it to Jiangnan. Upon seeing it, Jiangnan noticed the words peace embroidered on it in a crooked manner, and Mo Qingshan's jade-like fingers had several tiny red dots, clearly pricked by needles. A faint fragrance wafted from the pouch, refreshing and pleasant. Thank you. Miss Mo. Jiangnan solemnly accepted it, tied it to the end of the blue sword's hilt, and cupped his hands in farewell. Jiangnan will take his leave. After saying that, he rode the newly acquired celestial sword straight into the sky. The figures of Mo Qingshan and Mo Qingshan gradually turned into two small black dots, quickly obscured by swirling clouds and mist. He felt a bit reluctant. Although his original body was already over 20 years old, Jiangnan had only truly been in this world for a little over a month. Most of his time had been spent in a rush. Apart from Wang Chunyun, Mo Qingshan and his daughter were among the few who treated him well. Despite the old sword master's little thoughts, during these days at Sword Villa, they truly regarded Jiangnan as one of their own. It was precisely because of this that Jiangnan stayed at Sword Villa for so long. But all gatherings must come to an end. He must enhance his cultivation, learn more magical techniques, and head to various special places. Riding the blue sword swiftly through the clouds and mist, the mountains and rivers below appeared like an ethereal painting. Last night, among the several place names given by Wang Chunyun, he confirmed the next destination, the Iron Country. This is a small nation located on the border of the Great Xia, considered a staunch ally of the Great Xia every year during tributes. Although the Iron Country's territory is not large and its military strength is weak, it produces a variety of excellent iron mines in large quantities. It is said that 30% of the raw materials for the military supplies of the Great Xia each year come from the Iron Country. As early as 100 years ago, the Iron Country established diplomatic relations with the Great Xia. The Iron Country sells various materials to the Great Xia, while the Great Xia provides protection to the Iron Country due to its immense power. That's basically the nature of their relationship. Because of the good relations between the two countries and the strong position of the Great Xia, the people of the Iron Country have a strong affinity for the people of the Great Xia. Occasionally, when people from the Great Xia come to the Iron Country, they are treated with courtesy. Naturally, there are also some who take advantage of this goodwill, deliberately coming from the Great Xia to the Iron Country to abuse this kindness. However, such behavior is frowned upon both among the people and in the court of the Great Xia. This is Jiangnan's rough understanding of the Iron Country. Since he has already learned the swordsmanship and magical techniques, he naturally mastered the basic method of sword riding without a teacher. He no longer needs to ride a horse. Stepping on the blue sword and soaring in the high sky, he truly experienced a feeling he never dared to imagine in his previous life. During the day, he traveled, and at night, he rested in nearby towns or inns. Another 2 months passed, the cold winter had ended, and spring was in full bloom. Jiangnan walked from winter to spring from a land of ice and snow to a place where flowers bloomed, finally arriving within the borders of the Iron Country. Without lingering in other towns, he immediately headed to the capital of the Iron Country. Upon entering the city, his first action was to find a restaurant. He discovered that although the technological level of the Shangyuan world is quite low, in terms of overall culinary skills, it is certainly not inferior to his previous life. Coupled with the rich spiritual energy of the Shangyuan world, most ingredients have a rich but not greasy texture, offering a unique flavor. He heard that some major sects even have special methods for cooking spiritual items, and if he has the opportunity in the future, he must try them. Upon entering the restaurant, it was bustling with activity. However, since it was still early for lunch, there were many empty seats. The waiter warmly invited Jiangnan to sit down. He ordered a few dishes and a bowl of clear soup, then gazed out of the window at the March sky, lost in thought. According to Wang Chunyun, the destination this time is the ancestral land of the royal family of the Iron Country, located at the foot of a dormant volcano. In simpler terms, it is the tomb of the emperors of various dynasties. Jiangnan couldn't understand why they would build the tombs at the foot of a volcano. Of course, regardless of where it is built, royal tombs are not places one can visit at will. After all, although the Iron Country is friendly with the Great Xia, it would never allow people to run around on their ancestral graves. That would not be friendly. Only a fool would do such a thing. He needs to think of a way to get in. Just then, he heard a somewhat frivolous voice coming from behind. Back in the day, I was the one who agreed to become an external embroidered robe under the 3 visits to the thatched cottage of the great embroidered robe. Miss, you may not know, but I personally executed the 36 thieves who were notorious in the Great Xia. He continued, at that time, they were all crying and begging me to spare them. But I thought of myself as the embroidered robe messenger who eliminates harm for the people. So I took action. Snap, snap, and their heads rolled. Jiangnan was taken aback, surprised to encounter a colleague. He turned around and saw a handsome young gentleman talking passionately with a seemingly inexperienced young girl in green. The girl, at the age of 18, was like a budding flower, exuding a sense of purity, much like a lotus bud on a green lily pad. At this moment, she gazed at the young gentleman with admiration, saying, "The embroidered robe master is truly impressive. This little girl has a poetry gathering at Wangjiang Tower tonight. Could the embroidered robe master grace us with your presence?" Her voice was melodious and enchanting, like a spring in a secluded valley, utterly intoxicating. The young gentleman, upon hearing this, nearly melted. He immediately agreed repeatedly. After the Navi girl left, Jiangnan turned back and clasped his fists. "This brother, are you from the Great Xia's embroidered robe?" The young gentleman was taken aback and looked over. Seeing a scholarly-looking person asking him, he straightened his chest. "Of course, I am the external embroidered robe Li Qinyan." After saying this, he looked at Jiangnan with some confusion. "Hearing your accent, you also seem to be from the Great Xia?" Jiangnan nodded. "Indeed, what a coincidence. I'm not only a citizen of the Great Xia, but also an embroidered robe." Li Qinyan was stunned for a moment, then closed his folding fan, revealing an enlightened expression. I understand. His eyes turned, realizing that Jiangnan is a kindred spirit, which is rare. "Can we exchange experiences?" Jiangnan blinked. "I really am an embroidered robe." Li Qinyan showed an expression of understanding. Got it. We are all embroidered robes. Fate brings us together. Why not tonight you and I go to Wangjiang Tower, enjoy delicious food, and admire beautiful women? What do you think? Chapter 22, Bold Demon. Master, you are so bad. In the bustling tavern filled with diners, Qing Luo floated on Jiangnan's shoulder. The people around them couldn't see her. However, although Jiangnan had let her out, he wouldn't let her eat. After all, while ordinary people couldn't see spirits, if they saw a piece of roasted meat disappear into thin air, that would be too eerie. Jiangnan lowered his head and quietly retorted, "What have I done that's so bad? That Li Qinyan is just an ordinary mortal. He can't be a Xiao. But that woman just now was filled with demonic energy, clearly a demon, and you know it, yet you didn't stop him." Qing Luo pointed at Li Qinyan at the next table, feasting heartily. "Not only that, but you even agreed to go meet the demon with him. This person boasts of being a Xiao and tricks people into eating and drinking. He must have done this many times already. Not telling him that woman is a demon is just letting him learn a lesson." Jiangnan said softly. Then why are you going with him? Qing Luo asked again. Do you also like to see charming demon women? Not at all. I want to go with him because he doesn't deserve to die. If that demon woman has malicious intent, I will certainly slay the demon and exorcise evil. Jiangnan explained. Qing Luo blinked, realizing, I see, we misunderstood you, master. Jiangnan nodded in relief. This little one is really easy to deceive. Moreover, he was quite curious about how, despite Wutai country being far inferior to the Xia, it was still a human-ruled nation. How could there still be demons running around in the capital? Brother Jiang, what are you mumbling about? Li Qingyun, having had a few drinks, was slightly flushed, and after boasting to the waiter beside him, seemed to believe he really was a Xiao. Jiangnan smiled without speaking. As time passed, after finishing their meal, Jiangnan and Li Qingyun agreed to meet at the entrance of Wang Jianglu at sunset. Afterwards, he rented a room in the tavern and went out to gather a large amount of food. Fortunately, since Wutai country is a vassal of the Xia, the Xia silver notes were naturally accepted here. While he was out, he overheard some news. The Empress Dowager of Wutai country was about to celebrate her birthday. Therefore, from time to time, one could see carriages loaded with birthday gifts coming from outside the city, with heavy black wooden boxes. It was said that the Empress Dowager of Wutai country was originally a princess of the Xia, exceptionally talented and beautiful, who married the then Wutai crown prince 40 years ago. Now, at the age of 60, her son had become the emperor of Wutai. Naturally, there would be a grand celebration. After returning to the tavern, dusk had fallen, so Jiangnan took Qing Luo and headed to Wang Jianglu. Wang Jianglu was a top luxury establishment in Wutai country, the first choice for various dignitaries to host guests. According to the tavern staff, it seemed to have the backing of a certain prince. Not only were the dishes exquisite and the service attentive, but it was also said that the waitresses serving the dishes could rival the top performers in all the elegant houses. Naturally, the prices were not cheap either. Additionally, Wang Jianglu did not have a main hall. All were private rooms. Each room had a view of the river, and opening the window revealed the scenic river view, flower boats, and bright lights at night. The scenery was beautiful, and the atmosphere elegant, making a popular place for wealthy young men to drink and compose poetry. When Jiangnan and the others arrived at Wang Jianglu, they were greeted by a 6-story building, with white walls and black tiles, carved beams and painted rafters, pavilions, and towers. It exuded a sense of ink-wash elegance. Brother Jiang, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Li Qingyun, holding a folding fan and dressed in a white robe, appeared elegant and refined. He truly looked like a graceful young master. At first glance, he did have some charm. Brother Jiang, do you have experience in this area? Jiangnan honestly shook his head, no. Then just listen to my instructions later and don't speak out of turn. Otherwise, if we reveal ourselves, this trip will be in vain, and we might even be taken to the authorities for questioning. Li Qingyun Kotyunat. Emphasizing the need for extra caution in Wang Jianglu, Jiangnan nodded, indicating he understood. Upon entering Wang Jianglu, 2 lovely young women in sky-blue qipao welcomed them gracefully. On the way to the private room, where Li Qingyun and the woman were to meet, a scholar-like person hurriedly ran downstairs. He had ink stains at the corner of his mouth and held a piece of rice paper, looking quite flustered. He almost bumped into Jiangnan and the others. Realizing, the scholar repeatedly apologized and then hurriedly rushed downstairs. Who is that? Why is he so reckless? Li Qingyun waved his fan and asked. One of the waitresses lightly nodded, saying, the 2 guests may not know, but 3 days ago, the Grand Princess came to Wang Jianglu seeking a poem, attracting many literary figures to recommend themselves. It is said that whoever wins her favor will be rewarded with 1,000 gold pieces and 50 fine horses. The other waitress added enviously, unfortunately, the princess is exceptionally talented, and she doesn't even look at the poems these scholars write. Li Qingyun nodded in understanding and didn't say more. The 2 waitresses led them to the 6th floor, the highest vantage point in Wang Jianglu. The place where Li Qingyun had arranged to meet the woman was called Tianxiage. Pushing the door open, they entered a rather large room, decorated in a simple yet elegant style, with many calligraphy and paintings hanging on the pale pink walls. In the corners of the room, several incense burners shaped like animal heads were lit, releasing wisps of blue smoke and a faint, elegant fragrance that was refreshing. The woman in the room was sitting at the table, which was filled with sumptuous dishes exuding delightful aromas. The light, gauzy curtains added a hazy and elegant feel to the entire private room. "Qing, this is Jiangnan, my colleague. I invited him to join us for today's meeting. You have no objections, right?" Li Qingyun waved his fan, appearing courteous. Since he is the young master's friend, Qing naturally has no objections. The woman smiled sweetly, glancing at Jiangnan, and added, "You gentlemen can rest first. I will go freshen up and join you shortly." After saying that, she gracefully curtsied and walked into another room. "Of course," Li Qingyun said gently, then sat down, occasionally glancing out the window, exuding elegance. He had a good appearance and could speak well. No wonder he could make a living with his words. After a moment, Qing emerged from the living room. Her expression, once again, that of someone unaware of the world. She apologized and then sat down. The three began to drink and eat. Li Qingyun occasionally composed a poem, which made Qing eyes sparkle. "Have you gentlemen ever seen a demon?" Qing suddenly asked curiously, her eyes sparkling. "Of course I've seen them." Li Qingyun waved his sleeve. "Tiger demons, wolf demons, leopard demons. Among them, the fierce and terrifying ones. If you haven't seen them with your own eyes, you can't truly understand. However, my duty is to slay demons and exorcise evil. With a sword in hand, what is there to fear from 10,000 demons?" He spoke with great spirit. Jiangnan remained silent, but sighed inwardly. "Do you know that the one in front of you is a real demon?" Qing's eyes sparkled as she asked again, "Have you seen a snake demon?" Li Qingyun replied, "Naturally, I have seen one. One day, a snake demon stirred up trouble in the village, making life unbearable for the people. It was I, the Xiao Yi, who stepped in and killed him." "Are snake demons scary?" King asked softly. "They are like wooden barrels, with scales like iron armor, a blood-red mouth, and a forked tongue." "Do you think they're scary, Miss Qing?" Li Qingyun feigned a look of recollection. He thought that if he made it sound scarier, she would be frightened and he could impress her with his passionate words, winning her heart. This naive girl was mostly like this. Unfortunately, is Qing scary? Qing propped her chin on her hands. Li Qingyun was stunned, not yet realizing. Suddenly, Qing's figure transformed. Amidst the swirling demonic energy, a huge green snake emerged, its body like a rolling log, coiling within the private room. You are a monster." Seeing this, Li Qingyun's face turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. He realized that he had used sweet words to deceive a real snake demon. The green snake spoke human words. "What's wrong? Aren't you two embroidered clothing lords known for slaying countless demons? Today, I, Qing, shall swallow you two lecherous men alive." After saying that, it opened its bloody maw wide. A demonic wind surged in. Li Qingyun was dumbfounded. Jiangnan sighed, stood up, and the Qinggan Xianjian let out a crisp sword sound. It was drawn. As the cold light flickered, it landed in his hand. "Bold demon, at a glance, I can tell you are not human." Chapter 23, I'm going to start copying in an instant. The entire pavilion was filled with a chilling sword intent. The green snake was clearly taken aback. With her low cultivation, she naturally could not see through that Jiangnan was not an ordinary person. She thought this person was like Li Qingyun, just a swindler looking for food and drink. But unexpectedly, the other party really seemed to have some skills. Li Qingyun was also stunned. He thought Jiangnan was one of his kind, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that he saw hope. Hope for survival. "Brother Jiang, are you really a Xiaoyi?" "Absolutely. Didn't I always say so?" Jiangnan sighed and added, "You should leave quickly. Don't do such things in the future. Next time, you might really be swallowed by a snake demon." Li Qingyun glanced at the snake demon confronting Jiangnan, gritted his teeth, and staggered to his feet, rushing towards the pavilion's exit. The green snake did not stop him. She was somewhat wary of Jiangnan at this moment. When Li Qingyun reached the door, he turned back, worried. "Brother Jiang, can you handle this alone?" "Goodness." At this moment, he was still quite loyal. Jiangnan replied with irritation, "Regardless of whether I can handle or not, your staying here is useless." Li Qingyun thought about it and quickly fled. At this moment, only Jiangnan and the girl and snake remained in the room. To be honest, Jiangnan observed that the snake demon's cultivation seemed to be around the 9th rank. He just didn't know what method it used to transform. so he was not afraid. However, he was puzzled. After obtaining his Tao, Jiangnan could clearly sense the killing intent of other beings if he was close enough. Like the Xuanyang snake demon and the sword Graves Yi, he would have a premonition before they launched their attacks. According to Qing Luo, this was a form of spiritual connection. The deeper the Tao, the clearer it became. But this green snake, although she shouted about swallowing him and Li Qingyun, did not have any killing intent. She even restrained her demonic aura from leaking out. It seemed more like a show of strength. Are you really a Shoei of the Great Xiao? The green snake shook her large head and asked in confusion. Of course, there was a Shoei token as proof. Jiangnan took out the Shoei jade token and said, "What about you, green snake? How dare you openly reveal yourself in the iron black capital?" The green snake coiled up and flicked her tongue, grumbling, "You clearly have a proper position as a Shoei, yet you associate with swindlers. Come into my iron black capital to deceive and eat. How can you still have the face to question me? Qing Er, do not be rude." At that moment, a gentle voice came from the direction of the living room, softly reprimanding. Following the sound, a young girl in a plain dress walked out gracefully from behind the gauze curtain. The snake demon Qing Er was already considered a rare beauty in the human world, but she was still slightly inferior compared to this girl. This woman was a bit older than Qing Er, and her plain dress could not conceal her graceful figure. Her black hair flowed like a waterfall, and her eyes were as clear as water, with cherry-red lips. With every movement, she exuded a gentle and elegant aura, like a spring breeze brushing against the face. Most importantly, she was a human, not a demon. Moreover, judging by her tone, she seemed to have a master-servant relationship with the snake demon Qing Er. The girl appeared somewhat weak and ill, coughing lightly before bowing slightly. "This princess is Princess Huaisu of the Iron Black Kingdom. I greet the Shoei envoy." Upon hearing this, Jiangnan put away the Shoei token and clasped his hands, saying, "Your Highness, I am Jiangnan, the Shoei of the Great Xia." Princess Huaisu patted the large body of the green snake, who reluctantly transformed back into human form. Sticking her tongue out at Jiangnan, Huaisu smiled helplessly and explained, "Although Qing Er is a snake demon, she grew up with me since childhood. Just now, she wanted to teach that impersonator a lesson and did not intend to harm anyone. I hope the Shoei can forgive her." Huaisu's tone carried a hint of apology. At this moment, Jiangnan also understood. No wonder this snake demon had low cultivation but dared to run around the iron black capital. It turned out she was the princess's demon servant. Although in the Upper Yuan world, humans and demons were generally in opposition, there were also instances of friendly relations. It was not uncommon for high-ranking officials and nobles to keep demons as guards and servants. Of course, in Xuanyang, where Jiangnan was from, such things did not happen due to its small size. However, this princess of the Iron Black Kingdom naturally had the qualifications for such things. Since it was a misunderstanding, then there was no harm done. Jiangnan clasped his hands, preparing to take his leave. Now that the situation was clear, this green snake was a princess's demon servant and would naturally not harm anyone, so he had no reason to stay. "Wait a moment, Jiang Shoei." Princess Huaisu raised her head slightly and said sincerely, "Meeting is fate. If Jiang Shoei does not mind, please stay for dinner before leaving." Jiangnan smacked his lips. What fate? This Princess Huaisu clearly wanted to inquire about his purpose for coming to the Iron Black capital as a Shoei. After all, in most cases, wherever the Shoei went, blood would flow. As the Princess of Iron Black, she naturally had reasons to clarify what Jiangnan was here for. "Then I won tea stand on ceremony," Jiangnan said, sitting across from Princess Huaisu. "Qing Er, get Jiang Shoei a pair of chopsticks," Huaisu instructed. Qing Er reluctantly brought over the chopstick holder. "Jiang Shoei, forgive me for being presumptuous, but why didn't you inform me in advance of your arrival in Iron Black so that I could treat you with proper etiquette?" Princess Huaisu asked gently. Jiangnan picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks. "Your Highness need not worry. I'm just here for personal matters." Princess Huaisu nodded slightly, understanding that since Jiang Shoei came to Iron Black, if there was anything she could assist with, she would be willing to offer her hospitality. Suddenly, Jiang Nan's heart stirred. This Huaisu is a princess, and his destination was the ancestral land of Iron Black. Could it be a perfect match? "Your Highness, this matter may indeed require your assistance." Princess Huaisu's beautiful eyes flashed. She thought to herself that she was just being polite. Why was he taking it seriously? But since the words had been spoken, they could not be taken back. She had to ask, what does Jiangnan wish to do? Jiangnan clasped his hands and said, I have long heard that the scenery of Chilean Mountain is unparalleled and wish to go there. But this place is the princess's ancestral land, and there are many inconveniences. Princess Huaisu's heart jumped slightly. Chilean Mountain was a dormant volcano, and her family's ancestral tomb was located on it. This Jiangnan's so-called personal matter was actually to go to Chilean Mountain? She thought for a moment, but did not want to refuse directly. After some contemplation, she said, Does Jiangnan know why I came to the Wangjiang building? I heard from the attendants that the princess came here to seek poetry. Indeed. Huaisu nodded gently. My grandmother's 60th birthday is approaching, and she loves poetry and lyrics. So I wanted to seek a poem to use as a gift. Unexpectedly, the world as poets and scholars could only write in form, not in spirit. If Jiangnan could help me solve this dilemma, I would be willing to accompany Jiangnan to Chilean Mountain. After finishing her words, Princess Huaisu gazed at Jiangnan. This was already a polite refusal. Who in the world does not know that writing poetry is a slow and tedious process? Generally, people study hard for decades and may not be able to create a good poem, and Xioi is mostly a cultivator or martial artist. Immersed in martial arts and the Tao, killing is second nature, but writing poetry is not very realistic. But Jiangnan was different. He couldn't write poetry, but he could copy. Your Highness, I am just a pedantic scholar, and am willing to give it a try. Jiangnan clasped his hands and asked, May I ask, what is the poetic eye? Princess Huaisu smiled slightly. Jiangnan can first express freely, and if you truly have poetic talent, we can discuss the birthday gift poem later. To be honest, Huaisu did not believe Jiangnan could create any good poetry. Since childhood, she had been weak and sickly, unable to cultivate the Tao or learn martial arts. She had loved reading since she was young, including poetry, military strategy, and everything else. With her unmatched talent, even some great scholars and the princess herself in the realm of Wu Tai feel inferior. Therefore, when it comes to poetry and verses, she does not believe that a poem crafted by a martial artist like the embroidered clothing envoy can move her. Meanwhile, Qing'er is eagerly waiting to see the joke unfold in Jiangnan. This foolish embroidered clothing envoy seems unaware of the princess's talent, truly showing off in front of the master. Jiangnan raised his wine cup, stood up, and fixed his gaze on Princess Huaisu, pondering. Clouds think of clothing. Flowers think of beauty. Princess Huaisu's expression momentarily froze. After a brief pause, Jiangnan continued. Spring breeze brushes the railing. Dew is rich. A spark of brilliance appeared in Princess Huaisu's eyes. Holding the wine cup, Jiangnan walked to the window and added, if it weren't for seeing you at the Wangjiang Tower. Finally, he looked at the changing expression of Huaisu and softly said, I would meet you under the moon at the Immortal platform. The last line struck directly at Huaisu's heart, leaving her speechless for a long time. Qing'er, though not understanding poetry, could still sense the rhythm from what she had heard, and her impression of this embroidered clothing envoy changed. Saying, this embroidered clothing isn't bad at all. Jiangnan shook his head. You call her Qing? This explains a principle. Qing'er looked up in confusion. What principle? Jiangnan squinted and smiled. It shows that even a snake demon should read more. Otherwise, she will only say not bad at all. Qing'er, usually embroidered clothing. At this moment, Princess Huaisu finally regained her composure from the charm of the verses. Her gaze towards Jiangnan had completely changed. Jiang embroidered clothing, this poem. Who is it written for? Jiangnan smiled slightly. In this room, there are only the princess and me, so naturally, it is written for the princess. Looking at the clouds in the sky reminds me of the princess's garments, and seeing the delicate flowers reminds me of the princess's beauty. That is, clouds think of clothing. Flowers think of beauty. The spring breeze is gentle, lightly brushing the railing, and the peony in the crystalline dew appears even more elegant and charming, just like you, princess. Thus, spring breeze brushes the railing, dew is rich, and if I hadn't seen the princess at Wangjiang Tower, I would have thought that only on the Immortal platform could there be such beauty. Jiangnan clasped his hands. I am but a common man. Having hastily composed this poem after seeing the princess's national beauty and heavenly fragrance. If there are any presumptuous parts, I hope the princess can forgive me. Princess Huaisu, having read countless books, naturally understood the meaning behind Jiangnan's poetry. However, his candid expression of it brought about a different feeling. As a princess, no one had ever dared to speak such fervent and explicit words to her since childhood. Therefore, even though she prided herself on her clear and serene mind, her cheeks flushed slightly, making her even more enchanting. She cleared her throat twice to cover her embarrassment, her eyes sparkling, and said, Jiang embroidered clothing. Truly unmatched in talent. Chapter 24. Entering the palace, Jiangnan felt a surge of joy in his heart. Just now, he had copied a poem from his memory, one of the verses written by the Qinglian recluse about Yang Guifei. The original lines were, if not seen atop the Mount of Jade, would meet beneath the moon at the Yao Terrace. But in this world, there was no Mount of Jade, nor the Yao Terrace. So he changed it to, if not seen before the Wangjiang Tower, would meet beneath the moon at the Immortal platform. Although copying ancient poems was quite unethical, he had no choice but to resort to this tactic in order to enter his ancestral land. Jiang Xiui's poetry is unparalleled. During the birthday of the Empress Dowager, I will trouble you to compose a poem, said Princess Huaisu as she suppressed her emotions and performed another bow. If earlier she had been courteous due to Jiangnan's identity as a poet, now she genuinely respected him for his unparalleled accomplishments in poetry. Since the princess is willing to assist me in entering the Chilean mountains, I shall certainly do my utmost, Jiangnan replied. Princess Huaisu nodded gently, saying that after the Empress Dowager's birthday, there would be the ancestral worship ceremony. At that time, Jiang Xiui could accompany her as a personal guard. The ancestral worship ceremony was a significant affair for the Wutia kingdom, heavily guarded, and she chose this moment for Jiangnan to accompany her, naturally not worrying about any ulterior motives he may have. Agreed, Jiangnan said, downing his drink with a smile. Then please, Jiang Xiui, prepare yourself. We shall enter the palace together tomorrow. After Jiangnan left, only Princess Huaisu and the snake demon Qing'er remained in the elegant pavilion. The little snake demon seemed somewhat worried. Princess, are you really going to bring him to the ancestral land of Chilean Mountain? Princess Huaisu. I know what you're worried about, but Jiang Xiui is of great help to me, and with the tight security of the ancestral worship ceremony, I believe nothing will go wrong. That evening, a notice was posted at Wangjiang Tower, stating that the Long Princess had found the poems she sought and thanked various talented individuals for their enthusiastic support. The implication was clear: they were out of luck, and they should return from whence they came. This made the scholars and literati at Wangjiang Tower pound their chests in frustration, curious about who had composed the poems that had caught the Long Princess's eye. The next day, Jiangnan set out from the tavern and made his way to Wangjiang Tower. Together with Princess Huaisu and the snake demon Qing'er, they entered the palace. 2 ironwood carriages for tall horses and a dozen armored guards were not extravagant, but certainly not something ordinary people could compare to. Princess Huaisu took one carriage in front, while Jiangnan and Qing'er occupied another behind. The carriage moved slowly, but it was quite spacious inside, and the two did not feel crowded at all. This was likely due to the initial impression. Qing'er kept glancing at Jiangnan, feeling uncomfortable with this scholarly-looking Xiui. Qing'er, I would like to know why Princess Huaisu would prefer to give poetry as a birthday gift to the Empress Dowager instead of gold and silver treasures. Jiangnan casually initiated a conversation with the pouting Qing'er. She initially did not want to respond to him, but considering that they still needed to rely on this annoying Xiui for the Empress Dowager's birthday gift, she could only reply curtly, naturally. The Empress Dowager is used to seeing jewels and treasures, and she loves poetry, so the princess sought poems. By the way, don't write a poem praising her beauty. She's tired of those compliments, Qing'er added. Jiangnan was taken aback, surprised that she could see through it so clearly. She naturally wouldn't tell him that it was something the princess had once said. As time passed, the two chatted casually until they arrived at the palace. In their idle conversation, Jiangnan learned quite a bit about the internal affairs of the palace. Suddenly, he felt the carriage come to a stop. Voices could be heard outside. One particularly loud voice was especially clear. Your Highness, why don't you understand your brother's good intentions? How can you go out with just a maid? What if something happens? The concern in his words made Jiangnan feel somewhat uncomfortable, and Qing'er also showed a look of disgust. Who was the one speaking outside? Jiangnan asked. Who else could it be? It's that prince, Qing'er replied irritably. This guy is extremely suspicious, always doubting that the princess has ambitions for the throne. He repeatedly uses the arrangement of guards and maids as a pretext to spy on her. Whenever the princess dismisses one, he sends another relentlessly. Jiangnan blinked. From his earlier conversation with Qing'er, he understood that the throne of the Wutie kingdom could be passed down to the virtuous rather than the legitimate. So, securing a position in the Eastern Palace was not an easy task. Historically, there have been examples of female emperors in the Wutie kingdom who were wise rulers. However, Princess Huai Su did not seem to have the demeanor of someone who wanted to become an emperor, did she? As Jiangnan and Qing'er stepped out of the carriage, they saw a young man dressed in a black and gold robe standing in front of the first carriage. Facing Princess Huai Su. This man bore a resemblance to Princess Huai Su, with a sharply defined face and an air of confidence in his every move. Especially his eyes, which were like deep seas, unfathomable. He was likely someone skilled in manipulation. Sorry to trouble you, Princess, said the young man, not wanting to be ignored. Today, your brother has come to find you for another matter. He stepped aside, revealing another person standing behind him. This is Night Owl, a new guard I found for you. Remember to take him with you wherever you go and let him protect you. As he spoke, the man referred to as Night Owl stepped forward. Dressed in black robes with a stern expression, he bore a long sword that was still sheathed, emanating a chilling aura. What are you standing there for? Why aren't you following the princess? The prince shot a glance at him, and Night Owl immediately fell in line behind the princess without asking for her consent. Jiangnan frowned at this. The conversation between Princess Huai Su and the prince appeared to be typical sibling banter, yet concealed danger. The prince intended to plant an eye under the guise of a guard, which Princess Huai Su was naturally unwilling to accept. However, it seemed that the prince held a higher authority in this situation. Qing'er, standing by, was already furious, biting her silver teeth. Thank you for your brother's good intentions, but Huai Su has already found a suitable guard, so there is no need for your brother to worry. After saying this, Princess Huai Su turned to the black-robed guard. You can go back. The black-robed guard remained unmoved. It was clear he only heeded the prince's words. Such arrogance, even with Princess Huai Su's good temper. She couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Upon hearing this, the prince's brow furrowed even deeper, and his voice grew somber. Your Highness, you are still young. Do not easily trust outsiders. He insisted, let your brother arrange it for you. As he spoke, he noticed Qing'er and Jiangnan who had just emerged from the carriage. He recognized Qing'er, but found Jiangnan unfamiliar. The prince couldn't help but frown. Your Highness, who is this? Why would you bring unrelated people into the palace? Princess Huai Su glanced at him. This is the guard I found. There's no need for you to worry, brother. Guard? The prince looked at Jiangnan. Seeing a scholarly figure with an approximate cultivation level of the 8th rank, and his attire did not resemble that of a person from the Wutie kingdom. 8th rank? How could someone like this be suitable as the princess's personal guard? The prince mocked, then signaled to Night Owl. The latter understood immediately and walked toward Jiangnan. With each step, the sword's aura surged. 7th rank. A powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from his body. Everyone's expressions changed. Princess Huai Su knew that Jiangnan's cultivation was only at the 8th rank. Even as a Shoei, he might not be able to suppress Night Owl, who was higher in rank. Her expression turned cold as she quickly approached Night Owl. This is my personally appointed guard. How dare you? Night Owl, with his unsheathed sword's chilling aura, spoke for the first time. Princess, swords have no eyes. Please step back. His voice was deep and restrained, like the rumble of thunder before a storm. Princess Huai Sui's brows erode. What? Do you intend to attack me? The atmosphere became tense. Although Night Owl has the crown prince backing him, he still dares not act against the princess of the Long family in the palace. Younger sister, if you listen to your brother, Night Owl will naturally not make things difficult for him. The crown prince glanced at Jiangnan and slowly spoke otherwise. The implication was clear. Huaisu glared at the crown prince in anger. The crown prince's meaning was obvious. He didn't care who Jiangnan was, as long as he could place Night Owl beside Huaisu. If she complied with the crown prince's wishes, she would have an unshakable character monitoring her. If she did not comply, Night Owl would then act against Jiangnan. Although he wouldn't kill him, serious injuries were inevitable. Moreover, Jiangnan's identity as a brocade-clad guard must not be exposed. Otherwise, the plan to have him disguise as a personal bodyguard to enter Chilean Mountain would also fail. At this moment, Princess Huaisu found herself in a dilemma. Princess, it's fine. At this difficult moment of choice, a familiar voice came from behind her. A figure in white circled around Huaisu and stood in front of Night Owl. Jiangnan, he is a 7th rank. 7th rank is no issue. Jiangnan turned and smiled. 7th rank is nothing. His calm tone left Huaisu momentarily stunned. Her red lips parted, but in the end, she still did not say anything. Unashamed, Night Owl snorted coldly, drawing the Qingfeng sword from his back. A deep blue, long sword now in hand. Just looking at the blade made one feel a chill all over. Night Owl's movements did not stop. With a thrust of his sword, a bone-chilling sword aura shot out from the blade. The strike split into 4 streams, freezing the air in its wake as it aimed directly for Jiangnan's limbs. Chapter 25. Minotaur. In that instant, Princess Huaishu and Qing'er were filled with shock. The cold sword energy, as fierce as winter, shot rapidly towards Jiangnan. The Night Owl revealed a sinister smile, while the prince observed with cold indifference. Just as everyone reacted differently, Jiangnan remained calm and formed a sword gesture with his hand. Then, that piercing sword energy suddenly dissipated. It was as if fine rain fell into a lake, creating a ripple, and then there were no more waves. Seeing this, the Night Owl wore a face of disbelief. He felt nothing, no obstruction, no magical powers, yet his unleashed sword energy simply vanished. Jiangnan looked at him and said, "A sword is not meant to be used this way." After saying that, he formed the sword gesture again. Swordsmanship, the ultimate technique of swords. Now, Jiangnan possessed 90 years of cultivation. What qualifications did a swordsman below the 7th rank have to swing a sword in front of the swordmaster? In that moment, the Night Owl felt lost and bewildered. He was terrified to sense that something was wrong with the sword in his hand. The sword that had accompanied him for over a decade had suddenly become unfamiliar. The deep blue long sword emitted a buzzing sound, but it was no longer for him. Jiangnan waved his hand, and that icy blue blade seemed to have found its true master, flying out of his hand. It hovered in the air, exuding a chilling aura that froze the heart of the Night Owl. As Jiangnan's fingers danced, it followed suit, gracefully swirling in the air. Then, it pointed its blade at its original master. Whoosh! The speed was so fast it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. The deep blue long sword transformed into a streak of light, brushing past the Night Owl's ear and deeply embedding itself into the hard brick road. The Night Owl's long hair fell down, and the side of his head was already covered in ice shards. No, impossible. Why? Why doesn't my sword obey me? Sorcery. You must have used some sorcery. A swordsman had his sword taken away in front of everyone and almost died by his own sword. Everyone present knew that the attack from the long sword was intentionally deflected by Jiangnan by a few inches. Otherwise, that sword should have been embedded in the Night Owl's forehead. The Night Owl struggled to accept this fact. His face turned pale, his body stiffened, shaking uncontrollably. His eyes filled with horror and fear. On the other side, the prince was also stunned. This Night Owl was a death guard cultivated by his family, proficient in swordsmanship and extraordinarily powerful. Yet, how could he be defeated by an 8th-rank child? Jiangnan looked at the prince with a half-smile and said, "Your Highness, the guard you saw for the Grand Princess seems to be nothing much after all." The prince suddenly turned to him, his eyes like a deep sea filled with anger, as if the most vicious flame in the world wanted to devour Jiangnan entirely. Jiangnan ignored him, turned to Princess Huaishu, and said, "Princess, let us return to the palace." The carriage resumed, bypassing the pale-faced prince and the now seemingly mad Night Owl, heading towards the Grand Princess's palace. Ning'an Palace. In the carriage, the snake demon Qing'er looked at Jiangnan with curiosity in her eyes. She originally thought that even if Jiangnan was stronger than her, it would be limited, but she never expected him to possess such terrifying sword techniques, effortlessly taking away the life sword of a 7th-rank swordsman. Is this the embroidered clothes envoy of the great Xia? How terrifying! Qing'er felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, she did not clash with Jiangnan last night. Otherwise, with her small snake body, she would have been in great danger. Miss Qing'er, why are you staring at me? Jiangnan scratched his nose and spoke. Qing'er puffed her cheeks, not saying a word. But in the end, she couldn't help but ask, Stinky, Jiangnan, what was that sword technique you used just now? You mean the technique to take the night owl sword? Jiangnan looked at the bewildered Qing'er and couldn't help but tease her, saying softly, this sword technique is a family secret of mine. Best at disarming others and using their own sword to kill them, aiming not only to kill, but also to strike at their heart. There are actually such sword techniques in the world. Qing'er believed him and exclaimed, then what is the name of this sword technique? Jiangnan smiled slightly. This sword technique has no name, but I habitually call it Minotaur. Minotaur? Minotaur monster? What a strange name. Qing'er frowned, trying to figure out what connection this sword technique had with the Minotaur. Ning'an Palace, where Princess Huaishu resided, was located to the south of the palace. After the carriage entered, Princess Huaishu arranged a side hall for Jiangnan. After settling his luggage and taking out some snacks to feed Qingluo, he went out. A palace maid informed him that the princess was in the study, so Jiangnan went straight there. Pushing open the door, he found Princess Huaishu reading, with Qing'er serving beside her, also holding a book and flipping through it. But it was clear she couldn't understand it, as she was holding the book upside down. Upon seeing Jiangnan, Princess Huaishu closed the book, her eyes showing a hint of emotion. Jiangnan, you truly surprised me. Obviously, she was referring to the earlier act of taking the sword. Just some minor skills. One must have some abilities when roaming the world. Jiangnan smiled slightly. Princess Huaishu nodded and didn't ask further. She naturally wouldn't inquire about the specific techniques Jiangnan used to take the night owl sword. Although she didn't practice martial arts or cultivation, she knew it was a taboo topic. Only Qing'er, this clueless girl, would dig deeper. Princess, there is something I don't understand. Jiangnan sat down and cupped his hands. According to Qing'er, the prince was afraid that the princess would compete for the throne, which is why he was so cautious and sent someone to monitor her. But frankly speaking, the princess doesn't seem to have any intention of seizing the throne. Indeed, I have no interest in such matters. I just want to live a stable life reading books, Princess Huaishu said with a helpless expression on her beautiful face. But being in the royal family, living in luxury, she naturally had to endure various intrigues, which was something that couldn't be changed. Jiangnan nodded in understanding and asked, is the prince so cautious about every sibling? Isn't that too exhausting? No, he is only most wary of me. Princess Huaishu gently shook her head. It's just that when I was born, there were many strange phenomena. Strange phenomena? Jiangnan then understood. In the Upper Yuan world, some prodigies would be accompanied by strange phenomena at birth. Just like when Jiangnan met Chu Yuaner at the Sword Lodge. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of strange phenomena the seemingly weak Princess Huaishu had at her birth that would make the prince so wary. But when it came to this topic, Princess Huaishu's expression became unusual, as if she had an unspeakable difficulty. Jiangnan understood. If the princess does not wish to speak, then I will not ask. I apologize for being rude. Well, it's not really a secret. Princess Huaishu raised her head and looked at Jiangnan. It's just that I must tell you, Jiangnan, you must not laugh. Jiangnan nodded. Princess Huaishu continued. According to the records of the historians, when I was born, throughout the entire territory of Wutai Kingdom, dogs barked incessantly for a whole day. Dogs? Barking? Dog barking? Jiangnan was a bit confused, opening his mouth. And then, upon mentioning this, Princess Huaishu's face turned slightly red. Feeling a bit embarrassed, and there was nothing more to say, Jiangnan was completely stunned. The princess's birth, with dogs barking across the country. Could that even be considered a strange phenomenon? Moreover, he really wanted to laugh, but could only hold it in, seeing Jiangnan trying to suppress his laughter. Princess Huaishu's face turned even redder, her cheeks flushed with a different kind of charm. Jiangnan, what do you think that barking sounded like? Upon hearing this, Jiangnan was taken aback. He instinctively thought that Princess Huaisu was trying to tease him. However, considering that this princess was knowledgeable and reasonable, even if she felt embarrassed, she wouldn't be such a boring person. After a slight hesitation, he said, "Wang?" "That's right, Wang." The term Wang sounds like Wang, and it was originally a ridiculous rumor spread by some bored person, claiming that I had a royal decree. More and more people began to believe it, the most convinced being the crown prince. Princess Huaisu sighed. From then on, he would always consider me the greatest threat. Jiangnan thought, does this world really have homophonic puns? Soon after, he noticed that Princess Huaisu's cheeks were still flushed, and it seemed that she found it hard to bear the embarrassment of talking about how all the dogs in the city barked when she was born. So he quickly changed the subject. "Princess, what kind of poem should I write for the Empress Dowager's birthday in 5 days?" Princess Huaisu was taken aback and pondered for a moment before saying, "You could write about the customs and culture of the Great Xia. My grandmother was originally a princess of Great Xia and married into Wuxia. She hasn't been back for a long time. Every time I hear her mention Great Xia, there's a nostalgic look in her eyes." Jiangnan nodded and, after thinking for a while, relaxed his brows. "Princess, please provide me with the 4 treasures of the study." Before long, Jiangnan picked up the brush and, with flowing strokes, composed a few lines. "Princess, take a look at this poem." When Princess Huaisu focused her eyes on it, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but ripple with delight. "It's exquisite." Chapter 26, The Birthday Banquet begins. Jiangnan composes poetry. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Jiangnan had been staying in Ning'an Palace during these days. After the crown prince faced a setback last time, he had not made any new moves for several days. However, Princess Huaishu was certain that his suspicions and wariness would only dissipate when he successfully ascended the throne. Today, April 20th, is also the day of the Empress Dowager's 60th birthday. Since last night, the entire palace has been brightly lit, and the imperial kitchen has been busy all night. The Imperial Forest Army, responsible for security, is also on high alert, although it is unlikely that anything could go wrong at this critical moment. If there were to be an accident, the kingdom of Wuxia would become a laughingstock of the world. Amidst this atmosphere, the sun rose. In Wanshou Palace, civil and military officials, as well as envoys from the state of Zhou, entered in an orderly manner. Jiangnan, having followed Princess Huaishu and Qing'er through the back door, arrived early. Wanshou Palace, the venue specifically used by Wuxia for hosting banquets, was extravagantly decorated, with warm white jade flooring embedded with gold and pearls, and the 4 walls adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings. At the top of the palace, there was a large luminous pearl, which illuminated the entire hall as if it were daylight, even at night. The seating arrangements were meticulously organized. The dignified Empress Dowager and the imposing king of Wuxia sat high above. Below them were the imperial relatives, civil and military officials, and envoys from Zhou, all arranged in order. The tables were made of sandalwood, with 100-year-old bamboo mats. The tables were adorned with golden goblets, jade plates, and an array of colorful pastries. As the hour of the rabbit approached, the bells outside the palace rang, echoing throughout the capital. The Empress Dowager's birthday banquet officially began. The king of Wuxia, dressed in royal robes, stood up from his seat and delivered a loud congratulatory speech. He was around 40 years old, with glossy black hair and sharp facial features. His pair of deep-set eyes held an imposing presence without any anger. Beside him, the Empress Dowager, in her 60s, appeared slightly aged with gray hair at her temples. However, her well-defined features, weathered by time, still hinted at her past beauty. At this moment, she squinted her eyes slightly, radiating a peaceful demeanor. Yet, no one dared to underestimate this woman. About 20 years ago, when the previous emperor suddenly passed away and the current king was still young, chaos reigned within Wuxia. It was this Empress Dowager who took over the imperial seal and governed the realm. With an iron-fisted approach, she cleansed the court, causing blood to flow like rivers at the noon gate. It was said that at that time, the execution grounds were soaked in dark red blood, congealed into blocks resembling tofu. Older folks, recalling that scene, would shudder in fear. After the king of Wuxia's brief congratulatory speech, the ceremonial official came forward to present gifts. A red-robed official approached the hall, accompanied by a maid holding a golden tray filled with a stack of gift certificates. Clearing his throat, the red-robed official opened the first certificate and proclaimed loudly, "The King of Yuan from the Great Xia presents a pair of sky-blue jade discs, a box of golden lotus spirit roots, and 100 Tianshan construction trees. Congratulations to the Empress Dowager on her longevity." His voice echoed throughout Wanshou Palace, and everyone turned to look. Among the attendees, a dignified middle-aged man stood up to pay respects to the King of Wuxia and the Empress Dowager. The King of Yuan from Great Xia could also be seen as a relative of the Empress Dowager, representing Great Xia to celebrate her birthday. Upon seeing him, the graceful Empress Dowager's lips curled up slightly, as if recalling an amusing memory. When she initially formed an alliance with Wuxia, she was in her prime, and at that time, the King of Yuan was just a mischievous little boy. Even after many years apart, there was a sense of kinship in their bloodline, as if they had known each other for ages. The ceremonial official continued to announce gifts. Everyone mentioned stood up to pay their respects, expressing congratulations and representing the attitudes of the powers behind them. Due to the special relationship between Wuxia and Great Xia, as well as the Empress Dowager's additional identity, various major and minor nations sent representatives. After the external birthday gifts were presented, it was time for the imperial relatives and civil and military officials. The first to step forward was the Crown Prince of the East Palace. Crown Prince Huayan presents an ancient painting and wishes the Empress Dowager eternal longevity. As soon as the ceremonial official spoke, the expressions of the crowd changed slightly. The Crown Prince, who held a position above thousands and was the Empress Dowager's own grandson, had only given a painting. The Crown Prince stood up from his seat and bowed deeply. People behind him understood and handed him a long black wooden box. "Grandmother, I know you are fond of poetry and painting, so I specially sought an ancient scroll for you to peruse." Saying this, the Crown Prince opened the wooden box and took out an ancient scroll. As the yellowed paper unfurled, it revealed an ink-wash painting. With just a few strokes, a landscape was depicted. When the scroll opened, everyone felt a rush of the essence of mountains and waters, as if they were no longer in the luxurious palace, but were instead amid serene mountains and clear waters, feeling refreshed and at ease. The atmosphere was filled with artistic charm. Someone at the banquet could not help but exclaim in shock. The Crown Prince smiled slightly at the whispers around him. This treasure had taken him over half a year, with great effort, to acquire from overseas. He then spread the scroll further, revealing a bright red seal at the bottom of the painting. The three characters Su Daozi caught everyone's attention. Could this be the authentic work of the painting Saint Su Daozi? Someone among the attendees recognized the seal at a glance. It was said that the painting Saint Su Daozi was infatuated with painting throughout his life, ultimately creating a new path in painting beyond the 3,000 paths. Using the heavens and earth as his canvas and spiritual energy as his pigments, everything he painted could come true, comparable to the words of great scholars that would manifest as reality. Indeed, this painting was an early work of the painting Saint Su Daozi. The Crown Prince straightened his back and proclaimed loudly, "Though this painting does not possess divine power, its artistic inception has already begun to take shape. This painting is extremely rare. I had my people pursue it for half a year overseas. It was meant to be presented to you on your birthday, grandmother. Wishing you good fortune." After a round of words, the crowd could not help but nod slightly. Those who had looked down upon the painting earlier now felt regretful, regardless of its value. Just the early authentic work of the painting Saint Su Daozi held far greater value for those who loved poetry and painting than the exotic treasures presented earlier. "Huayan, you are thoughtful." The Empress Dowager nodded in satisfaction as she looked at the painting. She had experienced wealth and nobility throughout her life and had governed the realm for several years. What rare treasures had she not seen? She had long lost interest in material possessions. The painting gifted by the Crown Prince was exactly to her liking. Additionally, she was very pleased with this Crown Prince. He was talented in both civil and military affairs, capable of strategizing and maneuvering in court politics, showing early signs of being an emperor. It seemed, however, that his relationship with his siblings was not very good. "Grandmother, this is what I should do." The crown prince felt delighted in his heart, but maintained a calm demeanor. After another bow, he returned to his seat. Finally, he provocatively glanced over at Princess Huaishu's side. The presentation of gifts continued. After a few more princes and princesses, it was finally Princess Huaishu's turn. Princess Huaishu presents a poem to congratulate the Empress Dowager on her eternal longevity. As soon as the ceremonial official spoke, the reaction in the hall was even greater than that to the crown prince's earlier gift. A poem? Everyone turned to look at the eldest princess. Although it was well known that this eldest princess was exceptionally talented, composing poetry was not merely about talent. It required experience and the tempering of time. However, no one expected that the eldest princess did not recite a poem herself, but instead said to the Empress Dowager, "Grandmother, Huaishu has sought a poem for you." The Empress Dowager nodded slightly. She was quite fond of Princess Huaishu, as she saw her own reflection in her. Except for her regency period. "Huaishu, you and Huayan are both thoughtful. What poem is this?" The Empress Dowager asked. "Grandmother, Huaishu has brought the poet along with her." With that, Jiangnan stepped out from the banquet. "Empress Dowager, I am Jiangnan, and at the invitation of the eldest princess, I present a poem for you." The Empress Dowager nodded in acknowledgement. However, the crowd furrowed their brows deeply. I thought the princess was going to compose poetry, but unexpectedly, a younger scholar was brought out. "Jiangnan? I have never heard of this person in the academic world. What kind of poetry can he produce?" The crown prince couldn't help but sneer repeatedly in his heart. He had seen Jiangnan before, a person who practiced both Taoism and martial arts. How could he possibly delve into the complex and obscure ways of poetry? Not just him, in fact. Most people had little hope that this young scholar could produce any good poetry. At the banquet, some old scholars who had dedicated their lives to the study of poetry and literature looked at Jiangnan with disdain, secretly thinking, "Does this young lad even know how to write the word poetry? How dare he speak so arrogantly at this grand feast? He is simply unaware of his own limitations." Chapter 27. Song of a Yellow Heron amidst a low murmur of mockery and disdain. Only King Yu and furrowed his brows tightly. Jiangnan. He seemed to have heard this name somewhere, but at that moment, he could not recall it. Just then, Jiangnan bowed and began to recite a poem. "My family marries me to the distant land, far entrusted to a foreign country, the Iron King." His voice was high and distant, with the last note drawn out long, even giving off a hint of delicacy and pretentiousness. But no one paid attention to it. At this moment, in the eyes of the crowd, it was as if they saw a young princess of a great nation, bearing the royal mandate, embarking on a journey to a faraway land, filled with feelings of parting and sorrow. At the banquet, an elderly man with gray hair fixed his gaze on Jiangnan. The people of the Iron Kingdom all knew that this was the esteemed Confucian scholar Zhou, hushing from the academy. Yet at this moment, the scholar's pale beard trembled at the corners of his mouth. A single line of poetry, without any divine power to aid it, relied solely on its own merit to pull people into its poetic realm. "Teacher? Teacher?" Next to him, a young disciple called out to him, but he did not respond. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager, who initially thought Jiangnan would either write about the virtues of motherhood, the customs of the great Xia, or present a poem for longevity, never expected that the first line Jiangnan wrote would be about her marriage alliance with the Iron Kingdom. In the midst of the silence, Jiangnan sang loudly again. "The yurt is my room, the felt is my wall, eating meat and drinking milk." In an instant, the thoughts of everyone in the Palace of Longevity seemed to be drawn to another scene. On the vast grasslands, military camps were stationed, the sky high and the winds fierce, living in yurts with felt walls, eating mutton and drinking milk. Amidst the desolation, there was also a sense of grandeur. Before they could come to their senses, Jiangnan continued to sing passionately, "In my heart, I miss my homeland, willing to be a yellow heron and return to my hometown." His voice echoed in the Palace of Longevity, ringing in everyone's ears, lingering for a long time. The rest fell into silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, especially the Empress Dowager, her eyes surprisingly filled with glistening tears. She was the Empress Dowager. She was the queen of the previous Iron King. She was also the extraordinary woman who once ruled with an iron fist. But she was also a former princess of the Great Xia. At the age of 20, she left her homeland to come to a foreign land. She had accompanied emperors to battle and had saved her country from peril. Time passed quickly. The emperor had died, and her child had become the emperor. She became the Empress Dowager, the virtuous mother of the nation. Yet in some corner of her heart, there were still the towering palaces of her homeland, the fireworks filling the sky. My family marries me to the distant land, far entrusted to a foreign country, the Iron King. The yurt is my room, the felt is my wall, eating meat and drinking milk. In my heart, I miss my homeland, willing to be a yellow heron and return to my hometown. In just a few lines of poetry, it encapsulated most of her life as storms and tribulations. What extraordinary talent! Mr. Jiang, what is the name of this poem? The Empress Dowager struggled to suppress her trembling voice and asked. She hadn't even noticed that she, in her noble status as Empress Dowager, addressed a young scholar in his 20s as Mr. Unconsciously. She honored him with the respect of a teacher. But no one in attendance cared. All kinds of gazes turned towards Jiangnan, filled with shock, astonishment, and disbelief. How? How could there be such talent? We have studied our whole lives, yet we cannot produce even a fraction of this poem. How shameful! At the banquet, the great scholar Zhou Husheng actually raised his wine cup, drank it all in one go, and sighed to the heavens. Jiangnan clasped his hands towards the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, this poem currently has no name. If you are satisfied, please bestow a name upon it. The Empress Dowager let out a long breath and softly said, being in a foreign land, longing for my homeland, willing to be a yellow heron and return to my country. This poem shall be named Song of the Yellow Heron. What do you think, Mr. Jiang? As you wish, Jiangnan bowed. Only at this moment did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, a few days ago, when discussing with Princess Huaishu, the poem they had settled upon was not this one, but another formal blessing poem for the banquet. However, later, when Princess Huaishu explained the Empress Dowager's life, this poem suddenly popped into Jiangnan's mind. The Empress Dowager, such an extraordinary woman who had left her homeland for 40 years and returned only a few times, was simply a perfect match for the Song of Sorrow composed by the Princess Lu Shijuan. It was just that he had changed Wusun in the original poem to iron. Now it seemed the effect was unexpectedly good. Moments later, the Empress Dowager suppressed her emotions, her expression once again dignified and serene, though the corners of her eyes still trembled slightly. She turned her head to look at the Iron King. Your Majesty, after the birthday banquet, I would like to hang this Song of the Yellow Heron in my palace. The Iron King was taken aback and said, What mother says, I will certainly comply. After saying this, he looked down at Jiangnan. Mr. Jiang, with your unparalleled poetic talent and contribution in presenting poetry, you shall be honored with the title of Scholar of the Iron Kingdom, rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold, 100 bolts of fine cloth. And you shall return to the court without needing to perform the kneeling ceremony. Scholar, although without real power or rank, is an officially recognized title of a great Confucian. Generally, only those reclusive scholars who produce remarkable works would receive the title of scholar. At the banquet, the gazes of everyone towards him were filled with envy and amazement, especially those old scholars who completely changed their earlier disdainful expressions, were practically pounding their chests in frustration. To be able to recite poetry like Jiangnan, leaving a legacy for eternity, was precisely what they had sought all their lives. Among them, some were so impatient that, if not for their disciples desperately holding them back, they would have rushed forward to befriend Jiangnan and discuss poetry. The Iron King looked at Jiangnan with increasing fondness and said, Scholar Jiang, do you have any intention of entering the Iron Court in the future? Jiangnan slowly shook his head and said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. But I have always been carefree by nature, and this time I am merely acting as Princess Huaishu's guard. If I truly entered the court, I fear I would disrupt the regulations. Upon hearing this, everyone found it even more difficult to understand, especially the old Confucians led by Zhou Husheng. Guard? This is simply a waste of talent. Such an eminent figure in the literary world, who could effortlessly produce poetry, was actually taking on the role of a guard. But due to the occasion, they did not dare to say much. They simply resolved in their hearts that after the banquet, they must visit this scholar Jiang. The Iron King, who had been rejected, was not angry. As expected of a scholar's demeanor, Jiangnan, if you ever wish to serve in government, come to see me." Upon hearing this, everyone below could not help but gasp. The emperor's words, when spoken, held real weight. With the emperor's endorsement, if he truly wanted to pursue an official career, his path would surely be smooth, leading to riches and honor. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Jiangnan bowed again and then returned to his seat. The toast continued, but from then on, regardless of what it was, everything seemed so mundane in the brilliance of the song of the Yellow Heron, causing everyone to lose interest. Meanwhile, the crown prince was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that Jiangnan, who could seize the night owl sword, would also have such accomplishments in poetry. Is he even human? Just then, King Yuan, who had been deep in thought, finally had a light bulb moment. Jiangnan, a scholar, a person from the great Xia. Isn't he the newly appointed external embroidered uniform, the head of the sword pavilion? In an instant, King Yuan's thoughts surged, making it difficult for him to calm down for a long time. Chapter 28, Opportunity or Calamity. As the sun set in the west, the grand birthday banquet for the Empress Dowager finally came to an end amidst the harmonious songs and dances arranged by the Ministry of Rites. The civil and military officials all took their leave, and the envoys from the state of Zhou would rest for the night before gradually returning home. The crown prince returned to the Eastern Palace, sitting in silence. He'd spent half a year preparing, expending a vast amount of money and energy to acquire the true masterpiece of the Sage of Painting, only to be overshadowed by a song, the Yellow Crane Song, from Jiangnan. Since their last meeting, he had harbored a dislike for Jiangnan. Who exactly was this mysterious scholar? In the Eastern Palace, the atmosphere was heavy. The palace maids and eunuchs were all aware that the crown prince was in a bad mood, and they were more cautious than usual, even walking softly. At that moment, a clever young eunuch hurried in from outside. Leaning closer to the crown prince, he said, "Your Highness, Prince Yuan has arrived." Upon hearing this, the gloom on the crown prince's face lifted, and he quickly went to welcome him. As soon as he spoke, Prince Yuan, dressed in casual attire, stepped into the palace. "Huaiyan, I've come to see you." The crown prince hurriedly stood up to pay his respects. Enough. Prince Yuan waved his hand and sat down directly. "We're not in the court. There's no need for such formalities between us." The crown prince nodded in agreement and sat across from him. "Uncle, you said it well." Prince Yuan, whose name was Li Yu, was technically a generation older than the crown prince. He was the Empress Dowager's nephew, while the crown prince was her grandson. Despite being from different states, they were related by blood. Moreover, Prince Yuan was in charge of the foreign affairs of the great Xia, so he and the crown prince were already familiar with each other. In fact, when the crown prince successfully ascended to his position, Prince Yuan had played a significant role in that as well. Prince Yuan took a sip of tea and casually remarked, "Huaiyan, you did well today. You managed to acquire the true masterpiece of the Sage of Painting. That's quite commendable." The crown prince sighed. "It's a pity that it still pales in comparison to the Yellow Crane Song. Huaisu truly surprises me at every turn." Even though he disliked Jiangnan, the crown prince had to admit that the song truly deserved its reputation as a masterpiece. Upon hearing this, Prince Yuan frowned slightly. "I said, you are already the crown prince. Why do you still have issues with that girl Huaisu? She doesn't seem to have any ambitions for the throne, does she?" The crown prince forced a bitter smile and shook his head, not wanting to discuss the matter any further. "Forget it. I shouldn't say too much about the affairs of you younger generations. I came today not only to see you, but also to present you with a great opportunity." Prince Yuan smiled mysteriously. The crown prince understood and dismissed those around them. He looked intently at Prince Yuan. An opportunity that even the great Xia's Prince Yuan referred to could not be something trivial. Prince Yuan spoke slowly. "This opportunity, if seized, will not only benefit you, but will also greatly aid the entire Wutia." At that moment, the crown prince felt his lips go dry and swallowed hard. "Uncle Yu, I am eager to hear more." Prince Yuan did not keep him in suspense any longer and continued. "Do you remember the Jiangnan who created that Yellow Crane Song?" "Of course. I remember." The crown prince felt a sudden unease rise within him at Prince Yuan's words. Noticing the change in the crown prince's expression, Prince Yuan's heart sank. "Huaiyan, have you had prior contact with Jiangnan?" The crown prince recounted. "A few days ago, to place spies around Huaisu, I had Yi Xiao go after him." Prince Yuan's expression darkened, as if he were about to burst with anger. "And then?" "There's There is nothing more. That Jiangnan turned around and took Yi Zhao's sword. Seeing the somber expression on Prince Yuan's face, the crown prince's unease grew even more. Uncle, the opportunity you mentioned, is it related to Jiangnan? Prince Yuan sighed deeply, a sense of helplessness in his tone. Opportunity? Now, it seems more like a calamity. Have you not considered that Yi Zhao is a 7th grade, while Jiangnan is merely an 8th grade? How could he possibly take Yi Zhao's sword? Does he have hidden strength? Or is it something else? Some unorthodox method? The crown prince muttered. In fact, he had been speculating the same over the past few days, but had not thought deeper. At this moment, Prince Yuan suddenly brought up something that made the crown prince recall certain overlooked details. Do you remember, over a month ago, a significant event occurred in the Great Xia? The crown prince thought for a moment. Every day there are significant events in the Great Xia, he replied. Yet for someone of Prince Yuan's status, many of the events deemed significant by the common folk were trivial. If one had to pinpoint a significant event in recent months that even Prince Yuan would acknowledge, there was only one. The crown prince's face drained of color as he finally recalled it. Over a month ago, the infamous Jianlu suddenly had a new Jian show. However, Wuqie and Jianlu had always had no connection. When he first received the news, he had only skimmed over it and had not delved deeper. Uncle, are you referring to the re-establishment of the Jian show at Jianlu? The crown prince's voice trembled as he asked, and though it was a question, he was already nearly certain. Prince Yuan stared intently at the crown prince, enunciating each word. That Jian show is a foreign embroidered clothing envoy of the Great Xia. And his name is Jiangnan. Boom! It was as if thunder had struck in the crown prince's ears. The ancient porcelain teacup in his hand fell with a crash, the crisp sound of shattering porcelain mixing with the splattering of tea. The crown prince, as if losing his soul, slumped back into his chair. Jianlu, although it had not made any significant moves in the past decade, to the perceptive crown prince, its terrifying presence was still evident in the yellowed pages of history. Jianlu represented a first-grade existence. The crown prince did not fully understand what a first grade meant, but he knew that beneath the depths of the Wutia Palace, the protectors who were in seclusion for cultivation were at most at the 3rd grade. The existence of a first grade was already beyond mere human description. They would rarely appear in the mortal realm. It was said that 100 years ago, a first-grade cultivator, on a whim, stepped into the mortal world, walking through a village during a hot summer when flies and mosquitoes were rampant. That being merely said a word of complaint about the noise. From then on, for hundreds of years, no one in that village and its surroundings had seen a single fly or mosquito. Even to this day, it remains so. That was the essence of a first grade. A casual word could change the affairs of the world. The ancient Jianlu, nestled in the deep mountains and spanning countless years, contained such an existence, and the Jian show was equivalent to the crown prince of Jianlu. Once he grew up, he would be the foremost in the world of swordsmanship. The opportunity one speak of is to have you befriend this newly appointed Jian show. In this way, within 100 years, whether for you or Wutia, your status will surely rise. Prince Yuan shook his head. Yet, have you considered that you have dug a pit for yourself to jump into? Uncle, the crown prince suddenly thought of something, as if grasping at a lifeline. Uncle, you said he is an embroidered clothing envoy. You are both part of the court, you. You must have a way, right? You, Huaiyan, one must always bear the consequences of one's actions. Prince Yuan interrupted him, speaking meaningfully. As the saying goes, you reap what you sow. The one who unties the bell must be the one who tied it. You should be careful. Upon hearing this, the crown prince's gaze suddenly lost its luster, slumping back in his chair, speechless. He didn't even notice when Prince Yuan left the Eastern Palace. For an entire night, he did not move. It was only when the sun rose that he stood up, removed his clothes, and strapped a bundle of thorns to his back, heading towards the Ning'an Palace. Chapter 29. The Crown Prince Carries Thorny Boughs. The rise of rumors the day after the Empress Dowager's birthday. Early morning. The spring sunshine was bright, and the weather was splendid. In the side hall of Ning'an Palace, Jiangnan had finished breakfast and was training Qing Luo in the room. He closed his eyes and casually threw a nut in any direction. Qing Luo was able to catch them all without dropping a single one, then crunching them one by one. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Quickly hiding Qing Luo, Jiangnan opened the door. He saw Qing Er standing at the entrance with a somewhat serious expression. He had known this carefree snake demon girl for some time, and it was rare to see her show such an expression. Jiangnan, His Highness is asking for you in the front hall, Qing Er said. The Crown Prince is looking for you. Jiangnan's heart stirred. No wonder Qing Er looked so grave. It turned out the Crown Prince had come. Was it to settle the score for what happened a few days ago? However, Jiangnan was not afraid. In terms of status, he was a Xiao Yi of the Great Xia, a warrior of the Wu Tai Kingdom, with a sword cottage backing him. If the Crown Prince really wanted to cause trouble, he wouldn't mind turning against him directly. Thinking this, he followed Qing Er to the front hall. Upon arriving, he saw Huai Su and the Crown Prince already there. The atmosphere between the two seemed relatively calm. Jiang then exchanged glances with Huai Su and then sat down. Your Highness, I heard you were looking for me? Jiang, warrior, I have something to discuss with you, the Crown Prince said in a surprisingly calm tone. After speaking, he looked at Huai Su. Sister, may I speak to Jiangnan alone? Huai Su looked a bit troubled as she glanced at Jiangnan, who subtly nodded. Only then did Huai Su leave with Qing Er, closing the door behind them. Jiangnan stared at the Crown Prince across from him. Your Highness, what do you want with me? The Crown Prince took a deep breath, as if he had made a difficult decision. Then he began to remove his clothes. This scene genuinely startled Jiangnan. To be honest, even if the Crown Prince had directly come to cause trouble, it was within his expectations. But what was this about taking off his clothes? And in his own sister's palace? The strange atmosphere lasted only a moment. The Crown Prince was not wearing his formal robes today, but a black fur cloak. Beneath the cloak was a muscular upper body of a bronze color. He turned around, presenting his back to Jiangnan. Then Jiangnan saw a dry, straight thorny bow on his back. Jiang Jianshou, I have come to apologize. The Crown Prince said. A few days ago, I failed to recognize the situation and offended Jiang Jianshou. Please feel free to use this thorny bow to strike me. Jiangnan's mind raced. Since the Crown Prince called himself Jianshou, it indicated he was aware of his connection with the sword cottage. Even so, Jiangnan thought the Crown Prince was quite ruthless. He could set aside his dignity and pride to carry a thorny bow to apologize, showing both humility and strength. This made Jiangnan regard him with a bit more respect. Seeing Jiangnan remained silent for a long time. The Crown Prince steeled himself and took down the thorny bow. If Jiang Jianshou is unwilling to strike, then I shall do it myself. After saying this, he swung the bow and struck it against his own back. Due to his years of martial arts training, the Crown Prince's body was far more flexible and powerful than ordinary people. Crack! The dry thorny bow struck his skin like a steel whip, creating a painful sound. He continued to strike himself dozens of times until the bow broke, finally stopping. At this moment, his back was already bleeding profusely, his hair disheveled. Beads of sweat covering his forehead, and he was breathing heavily, looking extremely pained. Jiangnan finally stood up and said, Your Highness, this is enough. To be honest, his conflict with the Crown Prince had not reached the point of life and death. The only real clash was when the Crown Prince forced Huai Su to accept surveillance, leading to his subordinates acting against him. But Jiangnan noticed that the 7th-rank swordsman's sword energy directed at him was not at full strength and carried no intent to kill. It was more to coerce Huai Su. Because of this, when Jiangnan seized the opponent's sword, he merely intimidated him and did not cause any casualties. However, the Crown Prince was still in the wrong about this matter. Therefore, he came bearing the thorny bow to apologize. Hearing Jiangnan's words and seeing his expression, the Crown Prince finally breathed a sigh of relief. He put away the broken bow and put on his clothes. The soft fabric touching his lacerated back caused him to gasp in pain, but his face showed a look of relief. Finally, he had settled a matter that weighed on his mind. It didn't matter if Jiangnan held a grudge against him. The key was that Jiangnan had the sword cottage behind him, while he was the Crown Prince. Now, this young Jianshou had just established some connections with the Wu Tai Kingdom, becoming a warrior of Wu Tai. If he were to ascend the throne in the future, this relationship would inevitably have some gaps due to the conflict a few days ago. The Crown Prince was a very proud person, but he would never allow his own reasons to cause Wu Tai to lose a powerful ally. So he came today, even if it meant losing face and dignity. It was worth it. Jiangnan indeed has a broad mind. The crown prince bowed his head. Jiang then waved his hand. Your Highness is the one who can yield and endure. Now that we have reconciled with a smile, there is no need to mention the previous matters. The crown prince nodded. His goal had been achieved. He stood up and poured Jiangnan a cup of tea. Seizing this opportunity, Jiangnan said, Your Highness, I have another matter to discuss with you. Please speak freely. As long as this palace can do it, I will certainly not refuse. Jiangnan cupped his hands and said, I have been in contact with Princess Caishikou for many days, and she truly has no desire for the throne. I hope your Highness can withdraw those spies. Caishikou treated him very well, speaking gently and without airs. She was also very beautiful. Therefore, Jiangnan naturally regarded this fragile princess as a friend. However, Caishikou had been troubled by the crown prince's surveillance. Jiangnan wanted to take this opportunity to help her relieve this worry. After all, since the crown prince had come to apologize, such a small request would surely not be a problem. However, the crown prince shook his head firmly. Jiangnan, this matter is something I cannot do. Jiangnan's brows slowly furrowed. Then were your Highness's earlier words and actions just a joke to me? For a moment, the previously slightly harmonious atmosphere suddenly became tense again. The crown prince remained silent for a long time, revealing a look of helplessness, and finally spoke, I did indeed arrange for someone to monitor Caishikou, but it was not out of suspicion due to the struggle for the throne. Then why is everyone saying that your Highness is wary of your own sister because of rumors among the people? Jiangnan stared at the crown prince. Could it be that someone is framing your Highness's reputation? The rumors among the people naturally referred to that ridiculous homophonic joke. No one has framed me. In fact, on the day Caishikou was born, aside from dogs, all the poultry and beasts in the capital were making noise. The crown prince said in a flat tone, As for that unreliable rumor you mentioned, it indeed originated from me. Jiangnan. He was completely confused. If the crown prince was not lying, then why was he adamant about monitoring Caishikou? Why would he release rumors that would damage his own reputation? Jiangnan, I know you have many questions, but this is not the place to discuss them. Please come to the East Palace, and I will explain everything to you. The crown prince sighed deeply and said. After pondering for a moment, Jiangnan decided to go. Because even if the crown prince had ulterior motives, he had confidence in his ability to escape. Then I will go to the East Palace, as he said. Afterwards, Jiangnan walked out of the front hall with the crown prince. Caishikou and Qing were waiting at a distance. They must have been worried about the crown prince being unfavorable to Jiangnan, so they did not leave. Seeing the two come out, they approached. Jiangnan, did the crown prince give you a hard time? Caishikou asked softly, her face showing concern. But then she noticed that Jiangnan looked calm, while the crown prince's face was pale and somewhat disheveled, which made Caishikou feel a bit puzzled. Jiangnan gave her a reassuring look. At this moment, the crown prince spoke up. Sister, may I borrow your personal guard for half a day? Upon hearing this, Caishikou became anxious and was about to speak, but Jiangnan interjected. Princess, please don't worry. I get along well with the crown prince. I'll be back soon. After pondering for a moment, Caishikou nodded. So, Jiangnan and the crown prince walked towards the outside of the Ninghan Palace. When they turned their backs to Caishikou and Qing, Caishikou suddenly saw that there was a faint bloodstain soaking through the crown prince's cloak. Chapter 30 The Truth. The reappearance of the hidden path in the East Palace. The crown prince first changed into a different outfit, tidied his appearance, and then brought Jiangnan to a room that resembled a study. Jiangnan, do you still remember anything from when you were 3 or 4 years old? The crown prince invited Jiangnan to sit down and poured him a cup of tea. After that, he began rummaging through the bookshelf. Jiangnan, unsure of why he was asking such questions, shook his head and said, I can't remember clearly. I have forgotten many things too. After all, I was quite young at that time. But some things, once they happen, one can never forget for a lifetime, the crown prince continued. That was probably when I was 4 years old. At that time, my relationship with Caishikou was quite good, and we often played together in the imperial garden. One day, my mother bought 2 Western region flower dogs. Jiangnan, do you know this breed of dog? Jiangnan nodded. The Western region flower dog is a small breed. Looking sweet, but having a fierce temperament, especially in their youth, they bite anything they can get their teeth on. It is said to have the bloodline of a demon beast, but this breed is extremely averse to iron. Even a light touch can lead to serious illness, and heavy contact can result in death. Many high-ranking officials in the Great Summer enjoy keeping this small dog as a pet. Since the two puppies were still young, they would chew on the bars of their cage while teething. Therefore, my mother had someone make two exquisite wooden cages to temporarily confine them. However, it didn't take long for the cages to be chewed up by them. Later, Huaisu had the maid put the two puppies in the same cage. At first, the two puppies fought with each other, leaving no time to chew on the cage. The crown prince looked at Jiangnan and emphasized at that time, "I was 4 years old, and Huaisu was only 3. But the Western region flower dogs are very intelligent, and before long, they seem to have developed a tacit understanding and formed an alliance to destroy the cage together." Later, Huaisu had the maid who fed the puppies give unequal portions of food each day. Today more for the first, tomorrow more for the second. Although the two puppies were clever, faced with such a method of division, they began to fight again. Thus, until both puppies grew up, they never damaged another cage. The crown prince showed a self-mocking expression. At that time, I thought Huaisu was very smart. But it wasn't until I successfully claimed the throne and was established as the crown prince, starting to learn the ways of emperors from my father, that I understood that putting those two puppies in the same cage and letting them compete against each other was the strategy of balance in the art of kingship. The king is the cage, and the puppies are the capable officials. Making them fight and distrust each other means they have no time to ponder the king's thoughts. Even if they form an alliance, they can still generate gaps through unequal distribution of interests. At this point, the crown prince couldn't help but swallow hard. Jiangnan, can you understand how I felt at that time? Those manipulative tactics, those methods I will use to govern the court in the future, were actually things my own sister played with when she was 3. The crown prince took a deep breath, his words tinged with a hint of fear. Jiangnan also felt goosebumps all over. After pondering for a long time, he finally said, "So this is the reason your highness is wary of the princess?" The crown prince shook his head. "Not exactly. Although I am self-assured, I am not so wary of a biological sister. If Huaisu truly had such talent, then the throne should rightfully belong to her. Just like the former Empress Xianwei, who led the Wuqia kingdom from a tiny nation to sign a contract with the Great Summer and develop to this day. The Wuqia throne should be occupied by those with virtue and capability." But did those things really come from Huaisu? While speaking, the crown prince pulled out a pile of bamboo slips from the bookshelf and casually flipped through a bundle. They were densely filled with writings. In the 431st year of the Wuqia calendar, on the 18th day of the first month, the princess instructed her subordinates to purchase 2 pots of gold-scale flowers and asked her maid several days later who gifted the 2 pots. In the 431st year of the Wuqia calendar, on the 27th day of the first month, the princess arranged a poetry meeting with Princess Chun, but when the meeting occurred, she completely forgot about it. One entry after another. These were reports sent back by spies planted by the crown prince around Huaisu, documenting all the inconsistencies in her words and actions. The messages gave a rather fragmented impression. Jiangnan frowned. In his previous world, this situation would generally be called schizophrenia. As time went on, I found that Huaisu's behavior often contradicted itself. The crown prince frowned. Of course, this could just mean she really has a poor memory. But when I asked Huaisu about the Western region flower dogs twice, the answers were different. The first time, she said she couldn't remember it all. The second time, she claimed it was taught to her by the late emperor's brother. Thus, I began to suspect that there is another soul residing within Huaisu. Hearing this, Jiangnan took a sharp breath. He initially thought the crown prince was just a petty and suspicious person, but unexpectedly, the problem seemed to lie with Princess Huaisu. Of course, this is under the premise that what the crown prince said was true. So your highness spread that absurd rumor to justify monitoring the princess and the other person within her? Jiangnan's brow furrowed. Yes, I fear that it might harm Huaisu if I monitor her openly, and I dare not inform my father and mother, the crown prince said firmly. Even if this will cause Huaisu to feel discontent, even if she will harbor resentment, I must do it. His expression suddenly turned cold. One day, I will find its flaw and make it dissipate. This is why the crown prince insists on placing spies around Huaisu. Your highness, does the princess have any awareness of this matter? Jiangnan asked. The crown prince shook his head. She should be unaware and still thinks it's just her poor memory. Jiangnan nodded, staying for about half an hour before taking his leave. He did not request the crown prince to remove the spies he had planted. Or rather, at this moment, he also believed part of what the crown prince said. After returning to Ning'an Palace, he learned from a maid that the princess was in the study. Jiangnan pushed the door open and saw Huaisu sitting at the desk. Jiangnan, you are back. She closed the book, her face pale, giving off a sense of frailty. Princess, if you're unwell, you should rest more, Jiangnan advised. Everyone in the palace knew that Princess Huaisu had been weak since childhood, always looking sickly. It's fine. I've been ill since I was young. And the imperial physician can't find anything wrong, Huaisu said with a faint smile on her pale face, as if she had long since gotten used to it. Suddenly, Jiangnan had a thought. The technique of connecting to the spirit was unleashed. The target was Princess Huaisu. Connecting to the spirit is a technique that connects the spirits and ghosts, reaching up to the heavens and down to the underworld. However, it has no effect when used on living people. This Jiangnan had already tested before. However, when applied to a living person like Princess Huaisu, the technique reacted. Jiangnan's expression suddenly turned grave. Chapter 31, Ancestral Worship. A storm approaches at that moment. A second scene appeared in Jiangnan's vision of the south. It was a warm darkness filled with chaos, within which various visions of dissolution unfolded. Jiangnan saw a female infant being born in the grand palace. The young King Wuqie and the queen filled with joy. In a fragrant royal garden, a 4 or 5-year-old girl, delicately crafted like jade, was reciting poetry. At a grand feast, a graceful young girl had blossomed, exuding warmth like jade. On the Wangjiang Tower, a slightly flushed princess listened to a scholar reciting poetry. Each vision represented significant events experienced by Princess Huaisu. In the center of those visions floated the illusory figure of Princess Huaisu above the void. Due to having used the spirit communication technique several times and being very familiar with souls, Jiangnan recognized that this was the soul of Princess Huaisu. And this pitch-black yet warm space was her sea of consciousness. The original spirit communication technique had no ability to peer into another's sea of consciousness. But Jiangnan happened to see it, because within Princess Huaisu's soul, there is also an illusory figure. It appeared to be a woman, semi-transparent, overlapping with Huaisu's soul. It was shrouded in a faint black-red mist that obscured its face, and just seeing it for the first time made Jiangnan feel an instinctive unease. Heart palpitations, as if his heart was gripped tightly by an invisible hand. The crimson eyes revealed in the mist were filled with a chilling brutality and chaos. Jiangnan also noticed that Huaisu's soul was becoming increasingly transparent at an extremely slow pace. Meanwhile, that figure seemed to be parasitically devouring, becoming even more solid. In an instant, Jiangnan's face turned pale. The prince's guess was correct. There really was an eerie existence within Huaisu's body. It was slowly draining Huaisu's spirit and soul. And it was very strong. Jiangnan had rarely encountered such an existence that made him tremble just by looking at it. His right hand, which was performing the spirit communication technique, was slowly trembling. He could feel that if he fully exerted the spirit communication technique at this moment, he would be able to pull that eerie figure out of Huaisu's sea of consciousness. But he suppressed the impulse within, because even if he pulled it out and exposed it to sunlight, Jiangnan had no confidence in being able to suppress it. Jiangnan, what's wrong? Huaisu, sitting at the desk, was completely unaware. She only saw Jiangnan's expression becoming serious, and his face paled a bit. Upon hearing this, Jiangnan retracted the spirit communication technique and shook his head. Princess, it's nothing. I will take my leave now. Wait a moment, Jiangnan. Huaisu called to him, her beautiful eyes showing hesitation. After a while, she said, Jiangnan, can I ask you for a favor? Please, princess. After the ancestral worship ceremony ends, when you leave, can you take Qing'er with you? The princess looked at him sincerely. Jiangnan was taken aback. Princess, why do you say this? Huaisu revealed a faint, bitter smile. You should know, I have been weak and sickly since childhood, and recently I can faintly feel that my remaining days will not be long. Jiangnan was startled. Qing'er is a demon. Her temperament is also unruly. I fear that if I am no longer here, She will cause trouble if she stays in the palace. Jiangnan hurriedly interrupted her. Princess, you must not speak such ominous words. Caishikou, however, smiled gently, beautiful like a blooming flower. Jiangnan, it's okay. For more than 20 years, I have read the books I wanted to read, walked the paths I wanted to walk. My father and mother have treated me very well. Although my brother the prince is a bit suspicious, he is not a bad person. And finally, I met someone as extraordinary as you, Jiangnan. I have no regrets. She spoke very calmly, as if she had no fear of death at all. But Jiangnan could still see that her arm was slightly trembling, like a candle flickering in the wind. Combining what he had seen earlier with the spirit communication technique, Jiangnan could almost conclude that it was that mysterious and eerie shadow that was draining Caishikou's vitality. And Caishikou seemed to faintly sense this, as if she was making arrangements for the future. Princess, you will not die. Jiangnan raised his head and said so. After leaving the study, Jiangnan did not linger for a moment and headed straight for the East Palace. He stayed there for 3 hours, leaving only when the sun began to set. After that, the prince hurried to the depths of the palace. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it was the day of the ancestral worship ceremony. On this day, before dawn, the emperor led a long procession from the imperial city. The capital had already undergone rounds of identity checks the previous day. Numerous armored guards moved through the streets, ensuring the smooth passage of the ancestral worship procession. Some citizens living along the streets poked their heads out of their windows, watching the grand procession and sending them off as they left the city. King Wuqie led the way, followed by the Empress Dowager, the Queen, various princes and princesses, civil and military officials, musicians, and escorting troops. There were no carriages. They walked on foot. The journey from the imperial city to Chilean Mountain took about an hour on foot. Amidst the resounding sound of bells and drums, the vast procession gradually moved away. Jiangnan was naturally among them, serving as Princess Caishiou's guard. Jiangnan, the ancestral site, is located on the slopes of Chilean Mountain, and from there, you can see the Chilean volcano perfectly. Caishikou spoke softly, explaining in detail. At that time, the largest volcano in Zhongzhou will be completely visible. Jiangnan nodded. The reason he had fabricated to enter Chilean Mountain was to witness its magnificent scenery. That was why Caishikou spoke to him like this. As they spoke, the procession continued forward, and when the sky began to brighten, they arrived at the Wuqie imperial tomb. Ahead was a vast cemetery, with a magnificent white stone archway standing on a mountainside. Behind the archway stood a giant green stone tablet that recorded the life stories of the Wuqie emperors throughout the ages. Upon arrival, the escorting troops came to a halt. King Wuqie led everyone in entering, arriving before the solemn and desolate altar. The ritual officials skillfully arranged various sacrificial vessels and 100 kinds of offerings. With a solemn expression, King Wuqie held incense and candles, bowing every 3 steps. Behind him, a mournful yet solemn sound of bells, drums, and string instruments echoed beneath the sky, as if ancient souls were watching over the descendants. At this moment, Jiangnan took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Having learned from the previous lesson, he would never light the blue lamp without assurance. However, at this moment, the court was gathered with all the civil and military officials present. He did not believe that any foolish person would dare to cause trouble at this time. The blue lamp, communicating with the sea of consciousness, slowly raised the oil. As the faint lamp light flickered to life, familiar thoughts emerged. Ignite the lamp at the place where fire and shadow converge. Gaining 80 years of Taoist practice, learn the divine ability to spit fire. Learn the divine ability to move like a god. Spitting fire is a method of spouting true fire from the mouth to slay demons. Moving like a god sounds like a teleportation technique, but in reality, it is the technique of the primordial spirit leaving the body. At the same time, a tremendous force of Taoist practice flowed back from the blue lamp. It washed and purified Jiangnan's entire being over and over again. Caishikou, standing beside him, seemed to notice something unusual. She looked at him with slight curiosity, but found Jiangnan with his eyes closed and head bowed, as if participating in worship with everyone else. So she did not say more. She gazed at the imposing imperial tomb, her heart thinking that not long from now, she too would probably be buried there. A moment later, Jiangnan opened his eyes, just in time to meet the prince's gaze in front of him to the right. The latter nodded slightly without making a sound. Jiangnan took a deep breath, and his divine ability surged. Spirit communication. In that instant, countless ancient souls appeared in his eyes at the imperial tomb. Bypassing them, Jiangnan looked at Haisu. He pierced through the tranquil and beautiful princess's pupils, reaching deep into her sea of consciousness. The spirit communication technique fully blossomed. The strange figure also sensed that something was amiss, and in its crimson eyes, a fury erupted. Yet, it was being slowly stripped away bit by bit. As the chanting of the Iron King echoed, a sudden change occurred. From Huaisu's 7 orifices, a thick black-red mist surged forth, like a demon emerging from a treasure pot. Sweeping across the entire sky, a violent and sinister aura filled the entire cemetery. At the same time, within the capital, all birds and beasts, chickens, ducks, dogs, and pigs seemed to be possessed, all howling towards the direction of Chilean Mountain. Chapter 32 Layout. Beast Demon under the altar. The royal relatives and officials all showed expressions of terror. Meanwhile, Huaisu, stripped of her illusory form, turned pale and fainted. The black-red cloud slowly gathered, forming the illusory figure of a woman enveloped within it. Her appearance was identical to what Jiangnan had seen in Huaisu's sea of consciousness. It worked. They brought her out. The woman's illusory figure exuded a chilling aura, emitting a piercing sound with every movement. Upon hearing this sound, everyone felt a sensation as if a child, not yet ready for birth, was forcibly pulled from the womb. Amidst the heart-wrenching howl, the illusory woman let out a vicious curse. Who has ruined my grand undertaking? Who? Her voice was incredibly beautiful, yet filled with extreme resentment, overwhelming everyone's eardrums and captivating their hearts. Below, King Wutai had already discarded the incense and drawn his sword, coldly shouting, "Monster, we have been waiting for you for a long time. All soldiers, heed my command. Slay the demon and eliminate the evil." As his voice fell, the black-armored guards surrounding the tomb roared, and the solemn military might surged upwards. They all took a step forward in unison, holding dark bows, stringing them, and pulling back the bowstring like a full moon. Fire! In an instant, countless black arrows, carrying a fierce wind, shot towards the illusory figure. These were no ordinary arrows. They were specially forged spiritual piercing arrows from the Wutai blacksmith shop. Not only were they sharper, but they were also inscribed with seals that could destroy spiritual energy. Although their might was still inferior to that of practitioners, they could be mass-produced, and when a dark cloud of spiritual piercing arrows gathered, even a casual third-tier practitioner would not be able to withstand it. However, that woman's illusory figure was clearly not an ordinary being. She waved her hand, and the overwhelming black-red clouds swept across, enveloping all the arrows. Yet, the vast black-red cloud also dissipated somewhat. "Monster?" The illusory figure sneered repeatedly. "Let you see who I truly am." As her voice fell, the black-red mist entwined around her body slowly dissipated, revealing a graceful woman's figure. Even in her ethereal state, she possessed a captivating charm that could stir one's heart, especially her face, which was both cold and proud, yet enchanting like a fox spirit behind a light veil. King Wutai was stunned for a moment. The prince beside Jiangnan's expression changed dramatically. It was clear they both recognized this woman. Xianwei Empress? The prince couldn't help but swallow hard, his heart trembling. He had imagined countless identities of the villain hidden within Huaisu. Demon? Evil practitioner? Remnant of an ancient era? He had never thought it would be his own ancestor. "I am a Xianwei Empress. Do you wish to rebel?" The black-armored army, preparing for a second volley, hesitated. The Xianwei Empress was the most revered emperor of the Wutai nation, without exception. It was she who led the Wutai nation from small country easily bullied to its current state. Her portrait hung in nearly every household shrine. At a glance, everyone recognized her. The black-armored soldiers halted their actions. However, Jiangnan did not believe that the figure he saw in Huaisu's sea of consciousness, with its overwhelming brutality and chaotic aura, could possibly be human, let alone one of the past emperors. Of course, He was not the only one who doubted. King Wutai seemed genuinely enraged. Monster, not only have you hidden my daughter, but you even dared to impersonate the Empress. This is an unforgivable crime. Continue firing. His voice was like thunder, clearing everyone's minds. Continue firing. A commander in the army shouted, and the dark rain of arrows surged upwards again. At the same time, Jiangnan also activated his swordsmanship. He saw the swords sheathed at the waists of the black-armored soldiers suddenly rustle. Before they could react, the long swords seemed to have a mind of their own and flew out of their sheaths, elegantly twisting in the air, like a formation, heading towards the woman's illusory figure. The exposed black shadow was not angry, instead it chuckled. The expressions of those below turned serious. Even if this person was not the Xianwei Empress, she was likely related and could easily imitate her appearance, but she could even replicate the Empress's aura perfectly. This was not good news. It should be noted that the original Xianwei Empress was not only a ruler, but also a second-tier practitioner. Anyone associated with her would not be a small character. As expected, the woman's figure scoffed. Petty tricks? I do not know who has ruined my grand undertaking. But all this blood and flesh on the ground is a great supplement. You officials of Wutai will serve as my blood food. As she spoke, the black-red cloud transformed into a torrent, rushing towards the trembling officials, ready to devour them all. Yet, King Wutai remained calm, saying, "This king has set up the entire ancestral hall as a trap. How could I be foolish enough to bring the officials as a burden?" As his words fell, the once trembling officials and musicians suddenly changed. Their faces slowly morphed, revealing unfamiliar features. Their expressions were icy, no longer showing an ounce of fear. A vast spiritual energy surged around them, and among them, a formation began to take shape, resisting the terrifying torrent descending from above. You dare impersonate the Xianwei Empress. Yet do you not know about the Wutai secret guards she established? King Wutai snorted coldly. The Wutai secret guards, directly under the royal family, were skilled in disguise, espionage, assassination, and slaying demons. All members were practitioners. Their presence in the Wutai nation was equivalent to the position and profession of the embroidered-clad envoys in the Great Xia. What seemed like a grand ancestral ceremony today. Besides the emperor, the prince Huaisu and Jiangnan was entirely composed of Wutai's secret guards in disguise. Not only that, King Wutai shouted again, "Master, please take action." In an instant, the wind and clouds surged. An overwhelming pressure emanated from the crowd. Without a doubt, the existence that King Wutai referred to as Master could only be the protector of the nation and the path, who had been meditating and cultivating underground in the palace for years. Suddenly, an old man with white hair and beard emerged from the crowd, carrying a wine jug. Stepping through the void, ascending with every step, he sang loudly, "Today there's wine. Today I get drunk. After drunkenness, I shall be an immortal in the mortal world." He stood facing the illusory woman, the magnificent, terrifying aura and the red-black clouds confronting each other. The people below looked at him with reverence. One of the protectors of Wutai, the half-drunk, immortal Caishikou. Third tier. At this moment, all the layouts were unveiled, and the plot was laid bare. How could the woman's illusory figure still not understand that this was not an ancestral ceremony at all, but a killing trap aimed at her? You beast. Back then you were merely a small beast demon under the Empress, and now you dare to impersonate the Empress. Truly, when there is no tiger in the mountain. The little monkey dares to claim kingship. The half-drunk immortal mocked. His voice was old and enchanting, like the ramblings of a slightly tipsy person, yet exceptionally clear. The beast demon, exposed, was not flustered, coldly stating, "Caishikou, that wretched woman is already dead. I have served her faithfully for decades. What is wrong with shedding my old skin and being reborn in her descendant's body? As for you, you painstakingly pursued that wretched woman, yet she never responded to you until her death. Compared to me, you are more like a stray dog begging on the street." Jiangnan's expression changed. He finally understood that this beast demon and the half-drunk immortal had both once been followers of the Wutai Xianwei Empress. After the death of Empress Xianwei, Jiu Banshan became the protector of the nation and the path, while the beast demon sought to be reborn within Huaisu's body. Moreover, from their conversation, it seems that Jiu Banshan and Empress Xianwei had some gossip. While he pondered, the conversation above had already become strained. Jiu Banshan said no more, waving the gourd in his hand, and the liquor spilled out, crystal clear. In an instant, it transformed into an immense wave, covering the sky and sweeping towards the beast demon. The beast demon was unafraid, bursting forth with chaotic and violent energy as a huge, fierce beast head slowly took shape, colliding with the towering wave. Jiu Banshan and the beast demon were both of third rank, beings of extraordinary cultivation. As their attacks clashed, boundless spiritual energy erupted, engulfing the entire Chilean mountains, changing the winds and clouds, and dimming the sun and moon. Chapter 33. The Beast Demon's Escape. The Blue Lantern revealed 3 days ago. Late at night, in the Iron Black Palace, in the resting place of King Iron Black, all the maids and eunuchs had been dismissed, leaving only King Iron Black and the Crown Prince, a father and son, a ruler and a subject. The frown on King Iron Black's face deepened, making him appear even more inscrutable. Huayan, how confident are you about what you just said? The Crown Prince took a deep breath. Originally, I was only 80% sure, but after hearing what Jiang Wusher said, now, it's 90%. Where he discovered that there was a beast demon parasitizing inside Huaisu in Jiangnan. He immediately informed the Crown Prince. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince rushed to the inner palace to report to King Iron Black, revealing his years of speculation surveillance, as well as the findings and identity from Jiangnan. Since Jiang Wusher also holds the identity of the Swordmaster of Sword Lodge, he should not be spouting nonsense. King Iron Black pondered, but Huaisu was already baptized by several elders at birth, and no abnormalities were found. How strange. Under the Crown Prince's gaze, King Iron Black took a deep breath. Regarding Huaisu's safety, even if it turns out to be a false alarm, it's better than something truly unexpected happening. Huayan, we must act without delay. King Iron Black stood up, a fierce light flashing in his eyes, immediately summoned the Iron Black secret guards and asked the guardian elder to accompany me to Ning'an Palace. No, father, absolutely not. The Crown Prince urged. Father, according to Jiang Jian's words, that evil spirit is a dual soul with Huaisu. We must not act rashly. Moreover, Jiang Jian also said, that villain is very strong. I believe we must catch it off guard, and we should avoid doing so within the capital to prevent harming the innocent. King Iron Black frowned. But you just said that the evil spirit is currently preying on Huaisu's soul. Given the urgent situation, when will we find such a good opportunity? The Crown Prince was silent for a moment before slowly uttering a few words. The ancestral sacrifice ceremony. Huayan, do you know what you're saying? Such a wise man instantly grasped the Crown Prince's meaning. The Crown Prince feared that any rash action would lead to the evil spirit's escape. He planned to use the ancestral sacrifice ceremony as a trap to lure out the evil spirit and then eliminate it. This way, the battlefield would be taken away from the capital, and it could catch the enemy off guard. Even if Huaisu's body was controlled by that evil spirit, it would not alert it to make any desperate moves. This idea was quite good. The problem is that the ancestral sacrifice ceremony in Iron Black is as important as the heavenly sacrifice, being the most significant ceremony of the year. On this day, even the emperor cannot ride in a carriage, but must walk to the ancestral cemetery. Yet the Crown Prince now wants to turn it into a killing ground. Huayan, if there really is an evil spirit at work, it can be explained. King Iron Black said sternly. But have you considered how to end it if it turns out to be a false alarm? The Crown Prince's gaze was resolute. Father, if it is indeed a false alarm, I am willing to bear all the blame. If the ancestral sacrifice ceremony is truly delayed, please strip me of my title as Crown Prince. Every word was firm. King Iron Black sighed, and after a long pause said, all right, you may proceed. After saying this, he waved his sleeve and fell silent. The Crown Prince bowed and withdrew. In the following 3 days, when King Iron Black ordered the arrangement for the ceremony, as expected, countless ministers opposed him, insisting that the ceremony must be respected. However, they were ultimately rebuffed by the usually autocratic King Iron Black. Thus, the current scene of the ancestral sacrifice ceremony unfolded. A large pit was waiting for the unsuspecting beast demon. In addition to nearly 100 iron-black secret guards, even a third-grade guardian was deployed. The two fought from the foothills of the Chilean mountains to the clouds above. Truly a grand spectacle. Amidst the fierce wind, the beast demon cursed. For me, King Iron Black has actually turned the ancestral sacrifice ceremony into a trap. This is a great disrespect. Jiangnan, do you have the face to meet that wretch below the 9 springs? The wine immortal remained calm, ignoring the beast demon's words. Beast demon, my promise to the Empress is to protect Iron Black. Now that you seek to possess the princess, I shall naturally slay the demons and eliminate evil. If you think you can disrupt my mind with such lowly words, you need not bother. After saying this, he carelessly threw the wine jug behind him. His withered hands rose. In an instant, boundless spiritual energy surged into the sky. The chaotic wind was easily torn apart as if it were paper. Following this, a pair of azure, towering hands, carrying a massive amount of spiritual energy, descended upon the beast demon. The overwhelming divine might seem to fall from the heavens. The beast demon revealed a cautious expression in its crimson eyes and let out a delicate cry. Countless pitch-black patterns spread out like centipedes into the void, quickly forming a gigantic beast shadow. Deer antlers, bull heads, goat hooves, tiger bodies, scorpion tails. A black beast shadow mixed with the forms of 100 beasts appeared before the beast demon, its 4 hooves galloping upwards, crashing into the towering hand. To those below, it seemed as if the sky had been stained with shades of azure and black. After a long time, it finally dissipated, revealing the figures of the wine immortal and the beast demon. The wine immortal, his robes flowing, appeared at ease. Beast demon, I do not know what method you use to conceal yourself and parasitize within the princess, but now, your state is incomplete, far weaker than in your prime. Your death is imminent. In contrast, the beast demon indeed looked somewhat disheveled, its form appearing even more ethereal. Indeed, I'm not at my peak. But do you think you can kill me like this? The beast demon scoffed. Jiangnan, you are dreaming. After saying this, her ethereal form suddenly exploded. A wisp of formless and intangible true spirit escaped into the void. The wine immortal's expression changed. The beast demon's combat power was not strong, even at her peak. She was slightly inferior to the wine immortal, but she was adept in various esoteric arts, with her escape techniques being exceptional. Now, she had abandoned her divine soul, escaping only with her formless true spirit. Escape? Where do you think you're going? The wine immortal said coldly, preparing to pursue on the winds. But he saw the beast demon's exploded ethereal form transform into a scarlet spear, shooting down towards the crowd below. At the same time, the fleeing beast demon cursed with malice. When I return, I will surely slaughter your entire iron black court. Her voice was like that of a snake or scorpion, sending chills down the spine. The wine immortal's face grew grim. If this beast demon truly escaped, it would be a future disaster. Although she had abandoned her divine soul and shattered her cultivation, her memories and experiences remained intact. In a few decades or a century, it would be a rebirth of a beast demon. If Iron Black were to be targeted by such a being, it would truly be sleepless nights and restless days. But he could not pursue. The shockwaves from a third-grade powerhouse exploding their divine soul were dispersing, and below were the crown prince and the princess. Without a moment's hesitation, the wine immortal formed a bowl with his hands, gathering spiritual energy. A massive inverted spiritual barrier enveloped the entire ancestral cemetery. The scarlet spear crashed against the spiritual barrier, creating ripples. Most of it was blocked, but some stray red spears penetrated the crowd, piercing through the iron blackguards. Instantly, the struck iron blackguard's body exploded like a swollen bag, shattering. Bones and flesh turned into sharp shards, attacking those around them. This was the might of a third-grade beast demon exploding their divine soul. The wine immortal's expression darkened. If he hadn't acted in time, perhaps in an instant, everyone present would have been dead or injured. And although he had already intervened, he could only watch the true spirit of the beast demon escape far away. At that moment, a voice rang in his ear. Taoist, leave the beast demon to me. He turned to see a young scholar speaking from the crowd. The wine immortal was taken aback. He did not know Jiangnan, but had heard King Iron Black and the Crown Prince mention him. I heard that the ability to discover the beast demon-esque schemes is largely attributed to this Jiang Guoshu. Thus, although he held no hope, he nodded and said, Young friend, please be careful. Then, Jiangnan unleashed the newly learned divine movement technique. His formless primordial spirit condensed, leaving his body, which then slowly collapsed. Protected by a black iron secret guard, high in the sky, Jiangnan's primordial spirit moved 1,000 miles in a single step, chasing after the fleeing beast demon. He couldn't handle a third-grade beast demon, yet a wisp of its remnant soul thought it could escape, taking advantage of the situation. It was natural for him to act without a teacher. The divine movement technique is a method of condensing the primordial spirit to leave the body and travel freely, with no distance barriers, capable of covering 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. It was an incredibly marvelous feeling, as if breaking free from the shackles of the physical body, seeing the world from an entirely different perspective. In a moment, he caught up with the true spirit of the fleeing beast demon. The beast demon was startled. Someone was actually chasing after it? Could it be that 2 third-grade guardians had come out? It concentrated and sensed, feeling an intense ferocity. This familiar sensation was reminiscent of the culprit it had sensed when it was pulled from the body of the woman just now. It was you who ruined my plan. You dare to chase after me? It's simply like throwing yourself into the depths of hell. The true spirit of the beast demon released a thought, instantly enveloping Jiangnan's primordial spirit with a bone-chilling, killing intent. However, Jiangnan was not afraid, although his primordial spirit was newly condensed. And aside from the ability to fly a bit faster thanks to the divine power, he had no combat ability to speak of, but he had the green lantern. That ancient, primitive green lamp, which could only be visualized in the sea of consciousness and not desecrated, was brought forth by his primordial spirit. In fact, at the very moment the true spirit of the beast demon appeared, a strange thought emerged from the green lantern. Jiangnan could not articulate that bizarre feeling. If he had to describe it, it would be hunger. The green lantern, which had remained silent except when lit in special occasions, actively emitted a thought akin to hunger towards the true spirit of the beast demon, urging Jiangnan to approach the beast demon. Thus, under the assault of the beast demon's true spirit, without hesitation, Jiangnan directly summoned the green lantern. At that moment, the ancient green lantern that had always existed in Jiangnan's mind made its first appearance in this world. It was also a phantom, almost completely transparent and undetectable. But as soon as it appeared, it was as if it were the center of heaven and earth. The beast demon was stunned. In fact, her consciousness had yet to react, but her true spirit's instinct had already begun to tremble. In her perception, that illusory green lantern seemed to be a terrifying object that could capture the soul. At that moment, she seemed to see an endless dark universe, with countless broken bodies of ancient gods and immortals drifting in the desolate starry sky. Indescribable existences wielding unimaginable Tao techniques, clashing with one another, causing the stars to shatter. And right in the center was an ancient, desolate, deep green lamp. The beast demon let out a strange cry and turned to escape. But she saw the illusory green lantern flicker with a faint light, and in the blink of an eye, the previously ferocious true spirit of the beast demon was sucked into the green lantern. Chapter 30, For the curtain falls, 2 flowers bloom, each representing a branch. On this side, the spirit of Jiangnan has left its body, pursuing 1,000 miles. On the Chilean mountain, the expression of Jiu Banxian Chankingzi is grim. Just now, the soul of the beast demon exploded. A third-grade giant's soul self-destructed with terrifying might. Even though he had fully deployed barriers, alas, Jiu Banxian excels in offensive techniques, and defensive spells are merely average. Therefore, a few crimson blood spears still pierced into the crowd. At this moment, Huaisu slowly awakened from her coma and looked up to see the chaotic situation. Beside her, a black iron secret guard who was protecting her was about to speak when a gust of icy wind swept past her ear. The crimson blood spear pierced through the head of that black iron guard like a long spear. Suddenly, the body of the black iron guard began to swell, as if something was wriggling within his limbs. Horrific and terrifying. The nauseating smell of blood spread out. Above, Chen Qingzi's expression changed drastically, but he could not pull back his hand. He could only watch helplessly as a black iron guard exploded beside Huaisu. Bang! Like a bag filled with air. The swollen body burst apart with a loud noise, and shattered bones shot out in the blood mist. In Huaisu's eyes, a scene of blood red was reflected. She felt the breath of death. Just as the saying goes, time waits for no one. A tall figure suddenly appeared, blocking in front of her. Huaisu, who had already prepared for death, felt her pupils shrink suddenly. That tall figure in royal robes was none other than the Crown Prince Huayan, who had once been suspicious of her. She saw him spread his arms wide, like an iron umbrella. Following that, the sound of sharp objects piercing flesh echoed. In that instant, the Crown Prince's eyes widened, bloodshot veins crisscrossing his whites. Behind him was a raging blood mist and a sky full of shattered bones. This scene was deeply imprinted in Huaisu's mind. Her face was mixed with various expressions, mostly disbelief. That arrogant, acerbic, and highly suspicious royal brother helped her block a deadly danger. The price was his life. The Crown Prince's body weakly collapsed, leaning against Huaisu. Huaisu instinctively wrapped her arms around his back, feeling her hands slippery and sticky, only to realize they were covered in blood. Brother, why? Huaisu's voice trembled, and she could clearly feel the life of the person in her arms fading away. Brother? Wasn't he afraid that Huaisu would seize the Crown Prince's position? Why would he still save her? Brother. Huaisu babbled incoherently, as if waking from a dream. The Crown Prince opened his mouth. His vague words mixed with blood froth, yet the corners of his mouth curled up in a smile. Huaisu, I think it would be better for you to inherit the rightful position. In the future, live well for me. His voice grew softer and weaker until it completely disappeared. In the last moment, he raised his hand, wanting to stroke Huaisu's head, just like they did in their childhood. But he couldn't do it. That hand hung in the air and then fell weakly. The Crown Prince was dead, holding his still, warm body. Huaisu felt her hands and feet turn cold. She suddenly let out a sharp scream, calling the Crown Prince's name, but it was drowned out in the chaos. In the year 435 of the Iron and Black calendar, on April 25th, on the day of the ancestral worship ceremony, the Crown Prince fell gravely ill and passed away in Chilean. At that time, the sky appeared in shades of dark blue and black, mourning alongside the emperor. For more than a month thereafter, spring rains poured down. The great history of Iron and Black, more than half a month had passed since the ancestral worship ceremony. The world donned white mourning attire, and the entire Iron and Black was enveloped in a cloud of sorrow. However, the royal family ultimately did not announce the news of the beast demon's disturbance. After all, it had once appeared in the guise of and if it were known by those with ulterior motives, it would lead to further turmoil. Therefore, the official statement only said that the Crown Prince had suddenly fallen gravely ill and died during the ancestral worship ceremony. Although there were voices of doubt among the common people, claiming to have seen giant beast shadows fighting on Chilean Mountain that day, most citizens still believed the official statement. On the 10th of May, more than half a month had passed since the Crown Prince's death. In the garden of Ning'an Palace, heavy rain poured down. Huaisu used to love reading and would often stay in the study. But these days, she preferred to stay in the courtyard, gazing at the pouring rain, silent. Princess, it's getting cold. Jiangnan stood in the corridor, watching the once gentle princess now filled with deep sorrow, feeling a mix of emotions. He spoke up. Huaisu turned her head, her face pale and haggard. She looked at Jiangnan and murmured, Jiangnan, I always thought my life would be peaceful and happy. I never expected that someone was bearing the burden in the dark. Regarding the events that transpired, the King of Iron and Black had informed Huaisu of everything on the second day after the Crown Prince's demise. This included the existence of the beast demons, the Crown Prince's suspicions and plans, and the final arrangements. The deceased had passed, leaving only the living to mourn. Huaisu forced a smile. I always thought that my royal brother was proud and selfish, even suspicious of his own sister. In the end, the proud and selfish person is me. Jiangnan fell silent. Was Huaisu at fault? She was also a victim. The blame could only be placed on the beast demons and the unpredictability of life. Jiangnan, I want to seize the rightful position. After a moment of silence, Huaisu suddenly spoke. Jiangnan was taken aback. Princess, didn't you always not care about the throne? Her royal brother had said in the end that he thought she was more suitable to inherit the rightful position. I want to prove that he did not make the wrong choice. Huaisu looked at Jiangnan and said, at that moment, a spark of life returned to her deathly gray eyes. The crown prince's last words became her pillar of survival. Jiangnan silently nodded and then took his leave, walking towards the palace along the corridor. He had spent quite some time in Iron and Black. With the crown prince's death, he had delayed for more than 10 days. It was time to go. His journey was still long. Iron and Black, Huaisu, the crown prince, the beast demons, were ultimately just scenery along the road. Jiangnan, will you come back? After taking a few steps, Huaisu's voice came from behind. Jiangnan turned back, yes. I hope that by then I can see you inheriting the crown prince's will and living well. It's a promise. In the Iron and Black palace, the king of Iron and Black sat on the throne. His dignified face also showed a hint of fatigue. Silver strands had begun to emerge at his temples. It seemed that the crown prince's death had dealt a significant blow to this iron-blooded monarch. Your Majesty, Jiangnan has come to take his leave. In the hall, Jiangnan bowed. The king of Iron and Black adjusted his expression before saying, no need for formalities. The extermination of the beast demons owes much to you. Half a month ago, after slaying the beast demons, Jiangnan had been bestowed the title of Iron and Black Worshipper. The title of Iron and Black Worshipper also had another name, Protector of the Nation and the Tao. Only those who made significant contributions to the Iron and Black Nation had the opportunity to be conferred this title. Jiangnan was already a warrior of Iron and Black, and having discovered the beast demons, he ultimately killed them, and with his identity as a Xiaoxiu Yi and the Sword Pavilion Swordmaster, he was granted the title of Iron and Black Worshipper despite his low cultivation level. The title of Iron and Black Worshipper did not come with an official position, but its status was so high that it could not even be called a subject. The emperor had to address him as Your Excellency. Not only that, but he also received a generous salary. When meeting the king, he did not need to bow. He was revered by the entire Iron and Black nation. The king of Iron and Black instructed his attendants to bring forth the promised rewards from the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, along with the Edict of Worship, and presented them to Jiangnan. Your Excellency, just remember that the gates of the Iron and Black nation will always be open for you. Thank you for your kindness. Your Majesty. Jiangnan bowed his head. In the year 435 of the Iron and Black calendar, amidst the torrential rain, Jiangnan held an oil paper umbrella as he left the capital, gradually moving away in the downpour. In the tavern where Jiangnan had first rested upon arriving in the capital, a young gentleman sat by the window. On the table lay a plate of dried tofu and a jug of clear wine. The young gentleman, handsome and extraordinary, took a sip of wine and sighed softly. In life, the barking of dogs is heard by the king, and the princess's fate is in her hands. Such rumors are about to become true. The affairs of the world are indeed unpredictable. The secrets of heaven are hard to decipher. At that moment, a strong wind blew, and he stood up to close the window. However, he noticed that an ancient jade plaque at his waist had turned over, inscribed with the words, Secrets of Heaven. Chapter 35. Rabbit Girl. In the sweltering heat of June, the cicadas chirped incessantly. In the Weishui River Basin, a region bordering the Great Xia and the Eastern Territory, the area near the Weishui has long been in a state of ungoverned chaos. The Great Xia sought to expand its territory, but the various sects of the Eastern Territory disagreed. The Eastern Territory wanted to spread its teachings, yet the Great Xia would not compromise. In short, whether this land is mine or not is unimportant, but the fact that it is not yours is very important to me. Over time, the area around the Weishui River, under the pressure of both sides, formed a subtle form of autonomy. Led by the two large cities of Shanyuan and Wui, hundreds of villages and towns radiated outward, creating an autonomous region known as the Weishui River Basin. With great autonomy, the Weishui River Basin naturally gave rise to various forms of chaos and crime. Bandits roamed freely, and evildoers were common. However, the next destination for Jiangnan was not here. As he passed through the area, the blue lantern in his sea of consciousness suddenly stirred. Jiangnan was already quite familiar with this feeling. It indicated that there was a place nearby where the blue lantern could be ignited, but it was only a vague direction. So he stopped at an inn on the border of Wutie, where he learned that this direction pointed to the chaotic Weishui River basin. After taking a brief rest and buying some dry food, he set off towards the Weishui River basin. Along the way, he passed a place called Shirley Village. True to its name, it spanned 10 miles in both directions, serving as a resting spot for tea, wine, and information. Jiangnan stopped here. Although it was called Shirley Village, it resembled a rustic tea house more than anything else. Jiangnan ordered a seat and a pot of tea. It was around 10 in the afternoon, and he was the only customer. The owner was a dark-skinned man, dressed in a hemp robe and old straw sandals, with a sweat towel draped over his back. His hands were calloused, indicating he was a farmer. He spoke with a thick accent of the Great Xia dialect as he sat down across from Jiangnan and casually asked, "Young master, I see you are a scholar. What brings you to the Weishui area?" Jiangnan smiled and replied, "A scholar reads thousands of books and travels thousands of miles. After reading so much, one must go out and walk around." While this was true, the Weishui was no ordinary place. Bandits roamed freely in the mountains ahead, and merchants had to hire bodyguards to dare to enter. The man cracked open a few peanuts and stuffed them into his mouth, mumbling, especially in the past 2 years. The bandits in Weishui have been rampant. Many villages have been wiped out by those scoundrels. Seeing the man's righteous indignation, Jiangnan couldn't help but feel more favorably towards him, saying, "Boss, if that's the case, you should be careful running your shop here." The man laughed heartily. "We're fine. I farm, and occasionally come here to earn some tea money. We live behind the boundary marker, and we have to return home at night. Those bandits may be bold, but they wouldn't dare cause trouble behind the boundary marker." Jiangnan understood. The boundary marker he mentioned must be the Great Xia boundary marker behind him. Beyond the boundary marker lies the territory of the Great Xia, a place of official governance, and naturally, the bandits would not dare venture there. During their conversation, the man suddenly asked, "By the way, young scholar, have you ever encountered a fox girl? I've heard that scholars often say that foxes love to transform into delicate girls to seek out you-learned men." Jiangnan was taken aback and laughed. "I am a serious scholar, and besides, those are just tales spun by storytellers to scare people. They shouldn't be taken seriously." Little did he know, the man shook his head. "It's no joke." He pointed to the lush forest extending along the official road ahead. "There inside, there are girls like rabbits. I think there must be foxes too." Jiangnan was stunned. "Girls like rabbits? Such a thing exists?" "Yes. Merchants passing through here have been saying that by day they are human, and by night they are rabbits. I was thinking of going to take a look." The man spoke vividly but suddenly fell silent. "But my wife says if I go, she'll break my 3 legs. After chatting for a while longer, Jiangnan noticed the sky was getting dark and bid farewell to the man. He had chosen to travel at night these days, as the summer heat was unbearable. Even though he had protective magic, he was generally unafraid of hot and cold. However, the scorching sunlight, the burning ground, and the dry, incessant chirping of cicadas always made one feel irritable. Originally, he planned to travel on his sword. Hearing the owner mention girls like rabbits in the forest piqued his interest, and he wanted to see for himself. Entering the forest, the winding official road twisted ahead, surrounded by the relentless chirping of cicadas and dancing fireflies. "Qing Luo, do you think the rabbit girl the owner mentioned is a spirit like you?" The little tree spirit heard Jiangnan call her and suddenly jumped out of his sleeve. She glowed faintly, resembling a large firefly. "It shouldn't be. I don't sense the aura of a kindred spirit." Jiangnan nodded, indicating that it seemed to be a creature of some sort. He continued forward. He didn't know when the sound of cicadas gradually diminished until it completely disappeared. In the eerie silence, the atmosphere felt somewhat strange. Suddenly, Jiangnan heard a trembling sound in his ear, like an animal gnawing on tree bark. Following the sound, he spotted a small figure not far away in the forest, chewing on something like leaves. It had a pair of crimson eyes, staring directly at Jiangnan. Jiangnan released his consciousness, and strangely, he did not sense any aura of a creature. Suddenly, that small figure pounced toward Jiangnan. with incredible jumping ability. It almost instantly landed on the official road. Jiangnan frowned, preparing to use his powers, but saw that the figure completely ignored him and lunged toward Qing Luo. This scene startled the little creature. What is this thing? Why is it trying to catch Qing Luo? While exclaiming, it instinctively flew up into the air. The dark figure was agile like a rabbit, bouncing between the official road and the forest as if trying to catch Qing Luo. Jiangnan's heart stirred, and he suddenly said, "Qing Luo, dim the light around you." She obediently complied. Then, the figure stopped bouncing and instead looked at Jiangnan, circling around him. Indeed, it had been attracted by Qing Luo's glow. Jiangnan pondered for a moment, took out a torch, and used the flame-spitting technique to ignite it. The figure seemed startled, leaping back, but seeing Jiangnan make no further moves. It foolishly approached. It resembled a silly roe deer from a past life. Thus, Jiangnan got a clear look at its appearance. No, it should be said that she was a half-human, half-rabbit figure, about the height of Jiangnan's waist, with a human shape, dressed in a loose robe, but covered in soft, white fur. Her face resembled that of a young girl of about 10 years old, innocent and cute, with a pair of swaying rabbit ears on her head. Moreover, her nose and eyes resembled those of a rabbit. Her eyes were crimson and appeared somewhat dazed, looking not very intelligent. Goodness, it really is a rabbit girl. What is your name, little one? Jiangnan asked softly, holding up the torch. The rabbit girl seemed unable to speak, her bewildered eyes fixed on Jiangnan. She tilted her head and took a step back, appearing somewhat timid. After asking a couple more questions and confirming that this rabbit girl truly could not understand or speak, Jiangnan pondered for a while and took out a piece of dry food, waving it in front of her. The rabbit girl leaned forward slightly, sniffing with her nose. Jiangnan offered her the dry food, and she accepted it, then lowered her head to nibble on it. Watching the rabbit girl, Jiangnan couldn't help but reach out to gently rub her head. Perhaps because of the food, she did not resist, but instead nuzzled against his palm. Goodness, it's quite comfortable to pet the rabbit. Then, Jiangnan looked at the little tree spirit in the sky center, who was still a bit scared, and said, "Qing Luo, come down, don't be afraid. Although she is a creature of the supernatural, she won't bite you." "Yes, sir." "No, she is not a spirit, nor a creature. She is a human, an ordinary girl." Jiangnan's hand froze in midair for a moment. Chapter 36 Bandits. Jiangnan even doubted whether he had heard wrong. Is this a human? That soft fur, realistic long ears, bright red eyes. It can jump 3 zhang high. You call this a person? But it was clear that Qing Luo was not joking. The aura of a human and that of a beast are vastly different. We definitely won't mistake it. Looking at the rabbit girl who was mindlessly nibbling on the dry food, Jiangnan's feelings were a bit complicated. If she really is a human, then why is she turned into this form? But no one could provide an answer. After staying for a while, Jiangnan was about to continue on his way. Suddenly, his hair stood on end. A series of low howls echoed from the dense forest nearby. It was the sound made by carnivorous animals as they bared their lips and revealed sharp teeth. Immediately after, he saw pairs of ghostly green eyes flickering in the forest. Thanks to the firelight, he could see dark shadows stepping out from the woods. A wolf pack, a group of hungry wolves, was slowly approaching them. However, Jiangnan felt no fear at that moment. He was ready to drive them away. But he noticed that the rabbit girl, who was munching on the dry food, suddenly stopped. She stared at the wolf pack and emitted a low, threatening growl. The wolves hesitated slightly. They were afraid of the torch in Jiangnan's hand and wary of this strange half-human, half-rabbit creature. After a moment, one of the wolves seemed unable to hold back any longer, howling loudly. It lunged towards Jiangnan on the official road. Its pale white teeth gleamed sharply under the moonlight, and a foul smell wafted through the air. In that instant, the rabbit girl suddenly leaped into the air, landing squarely on the back of the hungry wolf. The wolf in midair seemed to be struck by a hammer, crashing down onto the ground with a dull thud. Seeing this, the pack of wolves instinctively took a step back. But these creatures were born fierce. The injury to their companion only intensified their ferocity. The wolf pack slowly closed in, surrounding the rabbit girl in a circle, their howls echoing back and forth. The rabbit girl appeared somewhat nervous. However, even so, She defiantly let out a threatening sound while glancing at Jiangnan. Master, it seems she wants you to leave quickly. Qing Luo's voice came from above. Jiangnan was taken aback. You can communicate with her? Qing Luo nodded, saying, although I can't fully understand, I can grasp some simple meanings. As a tree spirit, she had dealt with various plants and beasts over countless years. So it was not surprising that she could comprehend the rabbit girl's intentions at this moment. But why didn't you say anything earlier? Jiangnan sighed, feeling that he had been playing charades with the rabbit girl for a long time, while Qing Luo could understand her meaning. Qing Luo looked a bit embarrassed. I was startled earlier, so I forgot. Jiangnan, then tell her now that I will deal with these beasts. After saying that, he breathed out flames, igniting bursts of fire above the wolf pack. Fire has always been the thing that fierce beasts fear the most. When the crimson flames blazed above their heads, fear finally overcame their ferocity, and the wolf pack fled in panic. The rabbit girl seemed to be startled as well, her body trembling slightly. But she seemed to believe that Jiangnan would not harm her and did not run away. Jiangnan walked over and gently patted her head to soothe her, and the rabbit girl slowly calmed down. After this incident, Jiangnan continued on his way. The rabbit girl followed closely behind, but Jiangnan noticed that she really seemed to have limited intelligence. Even with Qing Luo acting as a voice, she could only express some simple thoughts, like being hungry or that something was delicious. Other questions, such as where she lived or why she had transformed into her current appearance, received no answers. As night passed, the morning sun rose in the east. Jiangnan walked out of the dense forest, having completely entered the Weishui River basin. According to the map he had obtained at the post station, there should be a fairly large town ahead, with shops, tea houses, and markets. Jiangnan planned to rest there for a while before continuing his journey later. However, as he got closer, he suddenly sensed something was off. Perhaps due to his skills in the art of the ethereal, Jiangnan had become extremely sensitive to spirits and resentment. The closer he got to the town on the map, the more agitated he felt. But he could only see for himself to know what was happening. However, he had not walked far when he stopped. He heard the sound of urgent and chaotic hoofbeats coming from the front. Slowly, dozens of figures appeared on the distant horizon, riding fierce horses and galloping toward him. As they got closer, Jiangnan saw that these people were wearing mismatched hemp clothing, covering their mouths and noses, armed with blades. Riding wild horses. Amidst the whinnies of the horses, the dozen figures quickly surrounded Jiangnan and the rabbit girl in a circle. You little brat, why don't you take the road in the sky? Is Weishui a place for your delicate skin to come? The leader was a scar-faced man with a face full of flesh, speaking with a spittle-flying ferocity. The others followed with eerie laughter, spewing all sorts of foul language. Jiangnan squinted. You are bandits? The scar-faced man seemed to have heard a joke, bursting into laughter. I'm not a bandit, are you? Little brat. Are you scared silly? Ha ha ha. What is that next to you? A rabbit? A woman? Who cares? Grab them, kill them, and eat them. Various taunts rang out among the crowd. Jiangnan, however, said little, muttering to himself. Tiska, Weishui is really something. Even 8th-rank martial artists have become bandits. The world is indeed full of wonders. With his 170 years of cultivation, he was roughly at the 7th rank in the tier system. Naturally, he could see at a glance that the Scarface leader was an 8th-rank martial artist. The dozen or so people behind him were also hardened fighters. Even the lowest 9th-rank cultivators could find decent jobs in both the Great Xia and Wu Tai, not to mention becoming rich and powerful. At least they would have no worries about food and clothing. To see an 8th-rank martial artist leading a group of people to be bandits in Weishui, isn't that absurd? Moreover, this group was clearly rushing towards Jiangnan from a distance, which didn't fit the style of bandits wandering around to rob. Can't you at least pretend to be a bit more professional? As soon as this was said, the taunts immediately ceased. The scar-faced man's expression darkened, surprised to find that Jiangnan was also a practitioner. But your luck is bad. You chose to come to Weishui, and Jiangnan looked at him with a half-smile. And what? The king of hell underground told you. The scar-faced man no longer said much, grinning maliciously. Prepare to die. After saying that, he drew out a long knife from his back. The sound of the knife ringing was startling. The scar-faced man leaped high from his horse, gripping the knife with both hands and slashing down. The fierce blade energy, like a rainbow piercing the sun, descended toward Jiangnan. Jiangnan held back the rabbit girl, who was foolishly about to charge in, and slightly parted his lips, exhaling a breath. A bright red fire line shot out, and in an instant it exploded, a massive fireball rising from below, swallowing the fierce blade energy like a tidal wave. The scar-faced man was taken aback. He twisted and turned in midair, but still. His left arm was grazed by the flames, burning it to char. "All right, tell me who you really are, and I'll leave you with a whole corpse." Jiangnan stepped forward, his voice cold. He was unwilling to kill, but this group of bandits clearly came to kill him, and he naturally wouldn't show mercy. "Don't. We." One person in the rear of the crowd trembled and was about to speak. Seeing their leader, the scar-faced man, had been thwarted, a few others pulled the reins, wanting to flee. At this moment, the disheveled, scarred man slashed down his left arm with a knife, proving to be quite a ruthless character. He raised his knife, but made a move that no one expected. He struck, but it wasn't aimed at Jiangnan. Instead, it was directed at the group of mountain bandits behind him. The blade flashed by. Horses and men were thrown into chaos, with hot blood from both men and horses mixing together. He actually killed the bandits who had been following him with a single blow. Coldly looking at Jiangnan, he spat out his final curse. "Want information? Go ask the king of hell." With that, he slid the blade across his neck, blood gushed out, and in the blink of an eye, he lost all signs of life. He silenced himself. Jiangnan watched as blood poured from the scar man's neck and sighed, saying softly, "Why do some people always think that the dead no longer have anything to say?" Chapter 37. Black and gray Jiangnan had once heard a strange question in his previous life. If a ghost killed a group of people, and then that group of people also became ghosts, would it be awkward when they met again? Now, he seemed to understand the answer to that question. Under the influence of the soul communication technique, the recently deceased scar-faced man and a group of mountain bandits appeared in a spiritual form. The bandits still retained their memories from their previous lives and glared at the scar-faced man with eyes full of resentment. The atmosphere became quite awkward for a moment. However, before they could react violently, Jiangnan activated the soul communication technique again and erased the consciousness of all the spirits. Several ghostly figures stood there in a daze. Jiangnan pointed at the spirit of the scar-faced man and asked, "What are you all?" The dazed scar-faced man emitted a ghostly sound. "Shan Yuan, Deputy Liu, Martial Teaching Corps, Training Instructor." Upon hearing this, Jiangnan's brows furrowed. According to the information he had gathered from the post station, there were two major cities in the Weishui River Basin, Shanyuan and Wui. Without imperial authority or sect governance, the two cities had formed a joint self-governance. The city magistrate had the power of life and death, with 2 deputies and 1 officer under their command. The deputy Liu mentioned by the scar-faced man was the second in command in Shanyuan. Why disguise as mountain bandits? To kill. Who were they to kill? The scar-faced man looked at the rabbit girl beside Jiangnan, saying her, and those like her, half human, half beast. Jiangnan suddenly understood. It turned out that this group of disguised bandits was not for their own gain, but to hunt down the rabbit girl. In their eyes, he might just be an unlucky scholar. Now the question arose, why would the second in command of Shanyuan send people disguised as bandits to hunt down a rabbit girl hiding in the mountains? He sensed a conspiracy brewing. Why were they hunting her? He didn't know. Why had she become like this? Who else was half human, half beast like her? He didn't know. After a while, when he realized he couldn't obtain any more information, Jiangnan dispelled the soul communication technique and continued forward. His destination was deep within the Weishui River Basin, and he happened to pass through Shanyuan, hoping to learn more about the situation. Just now, after the incident with the mountain bandits, Jiangnan had understood that the existence of the rabbit girl was likely a taboo in Shanyuan. He estimated that there were quite a few like the scar-faced man disguised as bandits, hunting down half-human, half-beast beings like the rabbit girl. The most suitable course of action should have been to leave the rabbit girl behind and proceed alone. However, the dazed and helpless rabbit girl was of a similar age to his daughter from his previous life, making it hard for Jiangnan to abandon her. Moreover, Qing Luo possessed profound transformation techniques, capable of deceiving even Yi who wielded the return to ruins. So he had Qingluo cast an illusion on the rabbit girl, making others see her as a normal little girl. Well, a not-so-smart normal little girl. At least this way, they wouldn't cause any commotion when they entered the town. But it seemed that his actions had not been very effective, as there appeared to be a significant problem ahead in the town. A major problem. The wooden water wheel at the town entrance had collapsed, and the stone tablet inscribed with the town's name had shattered into countless fragments, scattered across the road. The soil in front of the town was filled with chaotic hoofprints. As they got closer, there was no trace of human presence. Upon entering the small town, all the shops were closed, and the wide bluestone road was covered in dust, indicating that it had not been cleaned for a long time. He pushed open several shops and residences, finding one in disarray, with signs of vandalism everywhere. It looked just as the owner of Shirley Village had said. Mountain bandits had looted many villages and towns. Yet one thing stood out. There was not a single person in the entire town, not a living soul, nor a corpse. Could it be that after the mountain bandits burned, killed, and looted, they also disposed of the bodies to avoid environmental pollution, and then conveniently locked the doors? Coupled with the scar-faced man disguising as a bandit, it was chilling to think about. At that moment, the rabbit girl, who had been following Jiangnan closely, suddenly reacted. She stared blankly at a small courtyard by the street. Jiangnan walked over and asked her what's wrong. The rabbit girl looked up at him, her dazed eyes revealing a hint of emotion. Qingluo aptly acted as a translator. Master, this little one means home. Jiangnan didn't even have the heart to retort about how a big firefly like her had the right to call others little ones. He was drawn in by the implication of her words. Home? Was this courtyard the rabbit girl's home? He pushed open the door and walked through the dilapidated small courtyard. The rabbit girl walked straight into a room. Inside, like other homes in the town, it was chaotic and unkempt. Tables and chairs were broken, and doors and windows were shattered. The only thing that stood out was a portrait on the wall depicting 5 people, 2 elderly people with gray hair, a handsome young couple, and a lovely little girl. The girl bore a striking resemblance to the rabbit girl, confirming that Xingluo's earlier judgment was correct. The rabbit girl had indeed once been a mortal girl. At that moment, tears slid down the rabbit girl's dazed eyes. She opened her mouth, but could not produce any human sound. Or rather, she had lost the ability to speak since becoming what she was now. After a moment, Jiangnan emerged from the small courtyard. The rabbit girl followed closely behind, turning back to glance 3 times. She still chose to follow Jiangnan rather than stay in this once familiar home. Once outside the small courtyard, he took a deep breath and slowly activated the soul communication technique, with a blue light swirling in his eyes. Since there were no living people in the town, what about the dead? The soul communication technique could not only summon spirits, but also help him see through the earthly realm and glimpse into the underworld. But it didn't matter if he looked or not. Upon looking, he nearly lost his own life. In one direction of the small town, a surge of vengeful spirits and death energy erupted from the ground. Countless wronged souls howled silently, filling the air. Jiangnan, who prided himself on having played with underworld tricks many times, still felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing this scene. He walked towards that direction. This was behind a small town, a massive pit hidden among the grass and trees. From the color of the soil, it appeared to have been dug not long ago. The pit was filled with layers of pitch-black ashes. When the wind blew, black smoke wafted into the air. A faint, strange odor lingered. In his previous life, Jiangnan had once opened a square, dignified box at home out of curiosity, for which he had received a thorough scolding. But that wasn't important. What mattered was that at the moment he opened that box, he had encountered a similar strange odor. Later, he learned that it was the ashes of a deceased elder in his family. This smell was the result of human remains being fully incinerated. Chapter 38. Compassion and Virtue, a Sea of Resentment, a Pit Full of Ashes. Jiangnan had previously wondered where all the people in this town had gone. Now, there was no need to think. They hadn't gone anywhere. They were all in the pit. Jiangnan took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and attempted to communicate with a myriad of restless spirits using his spiritual techniques. However, he found that they were completely chaotic rather than being souls. It was more accurate to say they were a gathering of resentment. through some fragments of souls that still retained a bit of broken memory. Jiangnan only saw a few fleeting images, a deep pit that devours, townspeople bound hand and foot, raging flames, and the mountain bandits he had just extinguished, now standing by the pit with cold expressions. From this, Jiangnan inferred that the massacre of these townspeople must have been carried out by people from the great city of Shanyuan, specifically Deputy Liu. As for whether there were others behind him, that remained unknown. Amiba, just as Jiangnan was pondering, a voice filled with compassion sighed nearby. Jiangnan turned to look and saw a young monk in a white robe behind him. His bald head shone without a single hair, and his face was filled with a sorrowful expression. A large string of Buddhist beads hung from his chest. At this moment, he was walking slowly with his hands clasped together, softly chanting scriptures. The sound of his chanting seemed to possess a strange power. Beneath that voice, the overwhelming resentment gradually began to calm, as if it had been soothed. He was performing a ritual to guide the souls. After a moment, Jiangnan's spiritual technique could no longer sense any trace of resentment. His gaze sharpened. This young monk truly had skill. The monk's face was filled with sorrow, as if he mourned for the townspeople who had died tragically. After a long while, he looked at Jiangnan and, with his hands clasped together, bowed. Benefactor, this humble monk's dharma name is Shuhai. The karma of killing here is extremely heavy. You should not linger for long. Jiangnan returned the gesture. I am Jiangnan. Thank you for the reminder, master. The monk repeatedly waved his hand. I dare not claim the title of master. I am merely a follower of the Buddha. Finally, he looked at Jiangnan. Benefactor, your attire resembles that of a scholar from the great Xia. How did you come to this chaotic place of Weishui? Although Jiangnan felt a bit of goodwill due to the monk's previous ritual, he still trotted out the usual line. As a scholar, I must travel thousands of miles. Monk Shuhai was taken aback, his gaze shifting to the dazed rabbit girl beside him. Of course, in his eyes, the rabbit girl looked like a normal girl. Monk Shuhai revealed an awkward yet polite smile. What kind of scholar would come to this ghostly place? And bring a little girl with him? Spring outing? Master, Weishui is the junction between the central plains and the eastern regions. Jiangnan's expression remained unchanged as he asked, why is master here? Amiba, this humble monk is naturally here to spread the Buddha's teachings, the monk replied. Jiangnan scoffed internally. It is well known that monk strongholds are in the western regions, while Weishui is completely separated from the western regions by the entire central plains of Great Xia. Spreading the Buddha's teachings here? What a joke. Their conversation seemed peaceful and polite, but both knew they were testing each other. Thus, their words came to a halt. After a long pause, the monk sighed. My apologies. As a monk, I should not speak falsely. I have indeed broken my vows. The purpose of my journey is to seek someone. Jiangnan nodded and replied, I have come to Weishui because there is a place I must go. At this point, both sides finally lowered some of their guard. Monk Shuhai looked at Jiangnan. He couldn't see through the background of this scholar. However, his first impression was not bad. After a long contemplation, he finally asked, where does the benefactor wish to go? Jiangnan pointed in the direction of Shanyuan. Monk Shuhai clasped his hands together. This humble monk is also heading in that direction. Moreover, the situation in Weishui is unpredictable. Why not travel together? Jiangnan nodded. Very good. Although this monk Shuhai was as much of a talker as himself, it was clear from his earlier guidance of the souls that he might not be entirely serious. But he should be a good monk. Thus, the two decided to travel together. Along the way, Jiangnan asked him, Master, do you know what has happened in Weishui? He was naturally referring to the tragic deaths of the townspeople. Amiba, the monk sighed. To be honest, benefactor, this is already the third such village I have encountered along my journey. Upon hearing this, Jiangnan's heart shuddered. The monk spoke vaguely, but behind his words lay the grim reality of hundreds or thousands of people dying tragically. Additionally, this humble monk discovered a line of hasty and messy writing on the wall of a household in one of the villages, as if it had been carved in a hurry. What did it say? The river water is poisoned. The river water is poisoned? What poison? If it truly was poisoned, how could the townspeople have been thrown into the pit and burned alive? Then what was this poison referring to? Jiangnan looked at the rabbit girl beside him, who was clutching his clothes, and a guess began to form in his mind. At this point, the monk had already provided some information. Jiangnan did not wish to keep everything to himself either. So he said, "Master, I have also discovered that Deputy Liu from Shanyuan City disguised himself as a mountain bandit to hunt down the townspeople." He pointed at the rabbit girl beside him. "This child was saved by me from those bandits." Monk Shuhai showed a look of realization. Jiangnan then asked, "Since Master knows the river water is poisoned, have you gone to take a look?" Monk Shuhai shook his head. This humble monk intended to go, but found that the forces had already stationed at the lower reaches of Wei Shui, turning it into a forbidden area. I was about to use the Buddha's teachings to enlighten them, but seeing the overwhelming resentment in this town, I had to set it aside for the time being. Jiangnan nodded. However, he did not take the monk's claim of enlightening them with the Buddha's teachings seriously. Chanting scriptures and taking refuge is one aspect of Buddhism, but so is the great power of the celestial dragon. Who knows what this monk was really referring to? Just as the souls had already been guided, this humble monk wished to go take a look at the riverbank again. Would the benefactor be willing to accompany him? Monk Shuhai asked again. Of course. Jiangnan clasped his hands. The riverbank where the monk spoke of the station forces was a necessary route for Jiangnan to head toward Shanyuan. According to the monk, they not only sealed off the riverbank, but also prohibited outsiders from entering Shanyuan. If Jiangnan and the others wanted to pass through Shanyuan, they would first need to find a way to get through the riverbank and also see what kind of poison that river water truly was. Half an hour later, Jiangnan and Monk Shuhai arrived at the riverbank. In the distance, the previously dark army was now represented by yellowing tents, indicating their intention to stay for a long time. As they approached, a horn sounded from the front of the military camp. A group of soldiers riding war horses came toward them, holding spears and coldly glaring at the two. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into this military stronghold?" A man resembling a commander shouted down at them. "This benefactor, this humble monk and my friend have traveled a long way and wish to replenish our water supply at the riverbank. We kindly ask for your permission to pass," Monk Shuhai said, bowing with a calm tone and gentle voice. "Where did this stinky-bald donkey and sour scholar come from?" The commander coldly snorted. "Get out of here, quickly. Otherwise, you will be deemed as trespassing into a forbidden area, and the law will execute without mercy." The monk sighed helplessly and looked at Jiangnan. "Benefactor, what should we do now?" "What do you think, master?" Jiangnan replied. The monk produced a demon-subduing staff from somewhere. His voice filled with compassion. A monk should be filled with compassion. Jiangnan understood and showed an approving expression. As a scholar, one should persuade others with virtue. As soon as he spoke, a radiant light shone, and a fierce wind began to blow. Chapter 39, Cooperation. The fierce wind swept through the entire military camp, sending people and horses flying. As they fell to the ground in disarray, a magnificent Buddha light shone down upon them once more. On the demon-slaying staff stood a radiant, illusory Buddha statue, filled with peace and compassion. Monk Shuhai struck the demon-slaying staff on the ground, clasped his hands together, and softly murmured, "I take refuge." Thus, before the soldiers who had stumbled and fallen due to the strong wind could regain their senses, they were illuminated by the Buddha light. The anger and fear in their eyes vanished without a trace, leaving only a look of devotion. They pounded their chests and stomped their feet, as if regretting the wasted years of their lives, finally believing in the true Buddha only today. They cast aside their weapons and knelt towards the west, all reciting the Buddha's name. Even the unruly war horses obediently lowered their heads in reverence to the Buddha. This was the most frustrating aspect of the Buddhist practitioners from the Western regions. They could effortlessly alter people's perceptions and thoughts from the very root. What they called enlightenment was, in fact, brainwashing. Monk Shuhai turned to Jiangnan and said, "Benefactor, they have been enlightened by this poor monk and will no longer obstruct us. Let us continue on our way." After a pause, he added, "It was also thanks to the benefactor stirring up the strong wind, which disturbed their minds, that made it so easy for this poor monk to enlighten such a large number of soldiers." "Not all, master. Your profound understanding of the Buddha's teachings makes it a natural thing for them to be enlightened," Jiangnan replied with a cupped fist. "You flatter me. Benefactor, your scholarly demeanor and ability to persuade with reason also impressed this poor monk greatly." The two exchanged a glance, feeling as if they had encountered kindred spirits, and continued on their journey. According to monk Xiuhai, these soldiers had been enlightened and would soon become steadfast followers of Buddhism. Now, their minds were filled with thoughts of vegetarianism, chanting scriptures, and worshipping the Buddha. They would certainly not prevent the two from passing through the riverbank, nor would they report them. Upon arriving at the riverbank, Jiangnan and monk Xiuhai each took some water and then headed towards Shanyuan City. Monk Xiuhai was also accompanied by a military officer who had already been enlightened, leading them forward. The officer, chosen to serve the Buddha, was naturally very honored. This made Jiangnan sigh once more about the Buddhist teachings. Truly, they were quite irritating. However, if the one wielding the teachings was on your side, it felt quite comfortable. Just like now, without weapons clashing, Jiangnan's group easily entered Shanyuan. Along the way, monk Xiuhai asked about the river water and the reasons for Shanyuan being sealed off. But predictably, the officer was unaware of the river situation and the cause of the sealing. He was merely following orders. Jiangnan had anticipated this, as even the drill instructors under Officer Liu did not know the inside story, let alone a small military officer. Once inside Shanyuan City, Jiangnan finally witnessed a scene from the human world in the Weishui River Basin for the first time. There were no government officials who had failed to deal with bandits, no desolate streets, nor deep pits filled with ashes. Everything here was normal, so normal that it felt somewhat abnormal to Jiangnan. In the streets, the common people were bustling about, shoulder to shoulder, with various shouts and laughter echoing around. It was as if they were in two completely different worlds compared to the brutal bloodshed outside the city. As Jiangnan and monk Xiuhai arrived at a tavern, they ordered some dishes and began to eat. Since most Buddhist practitioners in this world abstain from meat, Jiangnan deliberately ordered more vegetarian dishes considering monk Xiuhai's identity. However, this monk, after expressing his guilt, began to point at the large fish and meat with his chopsticks. Next to Jiangnan sat the rabbit girl, who was huddled close to him, seemingly a bit frightened by the surroundings. But under Jiangnan's reassurance, she gradually adapted, picked up a piece of food, and put it in her mouth. After a moment of daze, she began to devour the food ravenously. These days, she had been gnawing on tree bark and eating wild grass, and after meeting Jiangnan, she had only consumed some meager rations. It was truly pitiful. Now that the dishes were abundant, it was no surprise. After a ravenous meal, even the dazed rabbit girl realized it was somewhat inappropriate and looked at Jiangnan with a pitiful gaze, like a child who had made a mistake. Jiangnan gently patted her back, saying, "Slow down, don't choke. You treat even strangers with such kindness. You truly have a compassionate heart." Monk Xiuhai remarked as he watched this scene, "Would you be willing to take refuge in my Buddha?" Upon hearing this, Jiangnan instantly felt a chill run through him. He knew the monk did not intend to use Buddhist teachings to enlighten him, but after what had just happened, hearing the words "take refuge" made him feel uncomfortable. He repeatedly refused. The monk was not angry, but sighed. That is truly a pity. After Jiangnan's refusal, the monk did not bring up the topic again, but instead asked, "Benefactor, now that we have arrived in Shanyuan, where is your destination?" Jiangnan did not answer immediately. In fact, after entering Shanyuan City, the green lamp in his sea of consciousness had reacted. However, strangely, that feeling fluctuated between strong and weak. It felt as if the place he wanted to go was moving. Even so, he could still vaguely sense that the location should be in the central area of Shanyuan City. So he replied, "My destination is at the center of Shanyuan." The monk was taken aback. He had previously seen the map of Shanyuan City. In the center of Shanyuan was the Shanyuan Sacrificial Office. Since the Weishui River Basin did not have imperial authority, the city order was, in some sense, equivalent to a local emperor. The Shanyuan Sacrificial Office was the place where the city orders of past generations worshipped the gods and offered sacrifices to the heavens. Naturally, this place had always been a forbidden zone for outsiders. "Benefactor, this place is the Shanyuan Sacrificial Office. Do you have a way to enter?" Monk Xiuhai asked. Jiangnan showed a contemplative expression. To be honest, he really had no clue at the moment. Initially, he was able to enter the sword tomb because of the sword trial, which was a public matter. He could enter the ancestral land of Wutia because Princess Haisu invited him to be her personal bodyguard, which was a private matter. But in Shanyuan, none of those conditions were present. Furthermore, A large part of Shanyuan seemed to be shrouded in darkness, which added to the trouble of igniting the green lamp. It seemed that, apart from breaking in, there was no other way. But after thinking about it, he felt that breaking in might not be feasible. Although he had practiced for over 100 years and his strength was not weak, if he were to become an enemy of the entire Shanyuan city, it would be dangerous. After all, this was one of the two major powers in the Weishui River Basin. Seeing Jiangnan's distress, Monk Shuhai's eyes lit up. Benefactor, this poor monk has a way to let you enter the sacrificial office. It just requires you to help this poor monk with a small task. Jiangnan's expression turned wary. Could it be that this bald monk wanted to drag him into trouble again? What task? Monk Shuhai's face became serious. Investigate what has truly happened in the Weishui River Basin with me. Jiangnan frowned slightly. Did Master not say that he came to the Weishui River to look for someone? The monk nodded earnestly. Understanding this matter will allow us to find that person. Jiangnan asked again, but how can Master guarantee that I will be able to enter the sacrificial office? Please rest assured about this, Benefactor, Monk Shuhai replied. This poor monk carries the Buddha's command, and it seems that the current city order of Shanyuan also has a bit of reverence for the Buddha. Compared to bringing one person into the sacrificial office, it should not be a problem. After a pause, he smiled. Even if it doesn't work, at the very least, this poor monk is willing to accompany the benefactor once again with compassion, to persuade with reason. After a moment of silence, Jiangnan finally nodded, agreeing to it. In fact, upon entering the Weishui River, the scenes he witnessed had filled him with a sense of gloom. Therefore, in addition to igniting the green lamp, he also wanted to know what had happened and who had caused the tragedy, for the sake of the pitiful, half-human, half-rabbit girl following him, for the countless wronged souls buried in the town's grave pits, and also to fulfill his own wishes. Chapter 40 Night Investigation. After finalizing their plans, it was already night. Jiangnan and the monk each took a room. Originally, Jiangnan intended to get a separate room for Rabbit Girl as well, but she seemed somewhat resistant, as the noisy environment of the tavern made her very uneasy. There was no choice but to ask the owner to add an extra bed. After closing the door, Jiangnan began to sort through the clues before him. First, regarding the place where the green light was ignited, based on geographical location, it could be determined that it was most likely within the sacrificial residence in the center of Shanyuan City. Next, what exactly happened in Shanyuan? Jiangnan did not find anything unusual about the river water taken from the riverbank. According to Qing Luo, it was just normal river water. However, when Jiangnan took out the river water, Rabbit Girl showed extreme disgust and fear. Rabbit Girl was originally from the town, which had been wiped out for some reason, with even the corpses burned almost completely. Additionally, the monk discovered news of toxic river water from other, similarly exterminated villages. Coupled with the fact that Shanyuan City sent troops to seal off the riverbank and hunt down half-human, half-beast beings, all the clues converged. And Jiangnan had a vague guess about the entire incident. There must have been some accident in Shanyuan City that caused the river water flowing downstream to the Weishui River to undergo some kind of change. This change led to the transformation of the people who drank the river water into half-human, half-beast beings like Rabbit Girl. Therefore, the higher-ups in Shanyuan chose to send people disguised as bandits to loot the villages where the incident occurred and hunt down the scattered escapees, such as Rabbit Girl. However, there are still many questions. What exactly polluted the river water? What role did Shanyuan's officials play in this? Why did Monk Shuhai travel thousands of miles to Shanyuan to investigate the truth? All of these were still unknown. But now there was a breakthrough. Officer Liu, he sent people to hunt down Rabbit Girl, and if they could pry open his mouth, they would surely obtain a lot of information. So how to meet him? Monk Shuhai quickly proposed the next plan, to break into the officer's residence at night. Jiangnan realized that this monk, who spoke of righteousness and morality, was extremely dark-hearted behind the scenes. He hadn't done a single proper monk's task. Nevertheless, Jiangnan agreed to the plan. First, because he had killed the people of Officer Liu during the day, the other party would eventually receive news. Second, because the city gate guards would take a few days to wake up, Jiangnan and Monk Shuhai would be in a very passive position. In short, delaying would lead to changes. After settling Rabbit Girl, who had fallen asleep, and letting Qing Luo keep watch, Jiangnan hoped that when he returned, she would still be asleep. Jiangnan pushed the door open and went to the monk's room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a figure dressed in a pitch-black stealth suit with a ghostly mask on his head. A familiar voice came from within. "Master Jiang, hurry and change your clothes." Jiangnan looked at a set of not-so-different stealth clothing and a mask on the table and clicked his tongue. Was this something a proper monk should have? Then, he quickly changed his clothes. The two pitch-black figures, completely covered, exchanged glances and leaped out of the window. Shanyuan officer's residence. As the second-in-command in Shanyuan, above the left and right messengers, the residence occupied a vast area, adorned with intricate carvings and paintings, and it was brightly lit even at night. In the courtyard, two guards were patrolling with lanterns. One of them was burly and older, walking in front. The younger, slimmer colleague followed closely behind the burly guard and couldn't help but complain, "Zhougu, what do you think has happened these days? Why are there so few people in the residence? We have to patrol all night." The burly guard huffed, "Xiao Su, this is my 8th year working at the officer's residence. I'm one of the oldest here. Most of those who joined with me have already lost their lives. Do you know why? Why?" The burly guard shot him a cold glance. "Because I know things that shouldn't be asked about, so don't ask. Don't meddle in matters that don't concern you. Just listen and do as you're told. That's enough." The young guard shivered in fear, but still felt resentful. This was the officer's residence. In other royal countries, this would be the status of court officials. Who would dare to cause trouble here, unless they wanted to throw away their lives? Huh? What is that? He saw a flash of a menacing, ghostly mask in front of him, felt a dizzying blow to the back of his head, and collapsed to the ground. The burly guard met the same fate. Thus, the two guards fell onto the soft grass. Two pitch-black figures skillfully dragged their bodies into a hidden part of the garden and then continued towards the main residence. All the while, they moved silently. Inside Officer Lu's room, the floor was covered with a soft fur rug, gold lamps hung on the walls, and incense burners exuding fragrant aromas were placed in the corners. A middle-aged man in luxurious clothing lounged on a recliner, squinting his eyes. He was slightly plump, with fair skin, and a friendly expression that made one feel warm. But those who knew Officer Lu understood that he was a notorious smiling tiger. His emotions never showed on his face, and he could kill without blinking. A beautiful maid sat beside him, holding a plate of fruit. She took one, bit it, and then offered it to Officer Lu's mouth. At that moment, a hoarse voice suddenly came from within the room. "Master, it's been a day since Coach Shun has sent any news." The beautiful maid seemed to have grown accustomed to this. Beside Officer Lu, there is always a shadowy presence, only heard but not seen. Officer Lu's brows furrowed slightly, making his face lose some warmth and gain a hint of coldness. "Understood." His voice was sharp and thin, tinged with hidden anger. The maid trembled slightly, as if she thought of something terrifying, and her movements became even more cautious. "Send more people tomorrow to ensure that we catch every last fish that slipped through the net." After a moment of silence, Officer Lu swallowed a grape that was wet with the maid's saliva and commanded. But there was no response for a long time. "Shadow?" Officer Lu called out again, but still got no reply. He suddenly opened his eyes to find the maid collapsed on the ground, already unconscious. Two figures dressed in pitch-black stealth suits and wearing menacing masks stood before him, although their expressions were hidden by the masks. Officer Lu thought to himself that those faces must be filled with mockery. "Who are you? How dare you trespass my residence?" Officer Lu flipped over and sprang up. He had once practiced martial arts, and although he had been indulging in pleasures for many years, his foundation remained. However, the two black-clad figures did not respond to him. One of them twisted their wrist, and a long sword flew out from the shadows. Officer Lu's face changed. This sword belonged to the shadow, and now being summoned by this black-clad person indicated that the shadow had lost its ability to act. Realizing this, Officer Lu's heart sank. In an instant, the sword flashed in the air and arrived before him. The cold chill pressed against his neck, causing his skin to sting, and the threat of death loomed heavily. Large beads of sweat dripped from Officer Lu's forehead. "T2, two of you. Let us talk this out. I ask you answer. Say one wrong word, and your head will roll." Chapter 41. Like-minded people saying. I say everything." After a long time, I felt the breath of death. Lieutenant Lu was so scared that his face turned pale, and he trembled uncontrollably, even wetting himself. Lieutenant Liu, was it you who sent people to impersonate bandits and slaughter the people? Lieutenant Liu opened his mouth, instinctively wanting to deny it. But feeling the sharp aura at his neck, he could only tremble and say it was me, but you have to let me explain. It wasn't my intention. It was the city order. Yes, it was the city order. It was all ordered by City Order Chui. Jiangnan's heart stirred. Indeed, this Lieutenant Liu was merely a pawn. Why would the city order make you do such a thing? I don't know. Lieutenant Liu was almost crying. Then, the blade moved forward at his neck, the sharp edge cutting through his tender skin, a few drops of fresh red blood seeping out. I really don't know. Lieutenant Liu's expression turned extremely terrified, and he quickly said, City Order Chui, ever since he returned to Shanyuan half a month ago, has been like a different person. He stays inside the sacrificial mansion all day and doesn't let anyone in. Suddenly, one day, he told me to send people to impersonate bandits and massacre the villages. I was also forced. Lieutenant Liu's voice trembled, but in order to save his life, he poured out everything he knew like pouring beans. Jiangnan was silent for a moment and continued to ask, do you know if there's a problem with the river water flowing downstream to the Weishui? The river water, right? The river water. Liu suddenly raised his head. 5 days after the city order returned, a black gold fragment suddenly shot up into the sky from the sacrificial mansion and fell into the transport office. That night, the city order sealed off the river embankment in Shanyuan City, ordering us to massacre the villages. I guess that fragment caused the people's mutation. Jiangnan nodded slightly and asked, what else? I really don't know anything else. You have to believe me. It's all the city order's idea. Jiangnan exchanged glances with monk Shuhai. The monk nodded slightly and said softly, there are no lies. This poor monk has practiced the mirror technique, and I can see through ordinary people's lies at a glance. And Lieutenant Liu isn't even a cultivator of a decent rank. Naturally, he cannot escape the monk's eyes. Jiangnan showed a look of understanding and asked the monk, how should we deal with this Lieutenant Liu? He was actually inclined to kill him. However, since Shuhai was a monk, he might have compassion, so he asked for appropriateness. Monk Shuhai, however, joined his hands together and sighed. The masters in the temple taught this poor monk to be compassionate, even for those who have committed heinous acts. As long as they are willing to put down the butcher's knife, they can still be treated with Buddhist courtesy. Jiangnan frowned, clearly disagreeing with this statement. But Lieutenant Liu showed an expression of wild joy. Now his life was saved. Then, in his hopeful gaze, the cold, iron-like demon-slaying pestle came crashing down. Like smashing a watermelon, it shattered his head. Amipa. Monk Shuhai softly chanted the Buddha's name and said, it's a pity this poor monk never listens to those masters. Jiangnan. Giving someone hope only to let them despair, killing people, and also striking at their hearts. This monk Shuhai was indeed exceptionally ruthless. At that moment, the window of the room was slowly pushed open. A dark figure leapt in from outside the window. This sudden change immediately alerted Jiangnan and the monk. The person was petite, dressed in tight black gear, and had a veil over her face, making it impossible to see her features. But judging by her figure, she was likely a woman. The moment she broke into the room, she cast a spell, and instantly, spiritual energy filled the room, creating a thin layer of spiritual mist that enveloped the entire space, isolating it from any sound or movement known to those outside. Extremely skillful. After completing everything, the woman in the tight outfit began to observe the situation inside the room. Then she saw the headless body of Lieutenant Liu, the unconscious maid, and the 2 companions in black. The scene was quite awkward. All 3 looked confused. Who are you? After a while, the woman in tight gear finally spoke. Her voice clear and pleasant but tinged with confusion. Jiang then took a deep breath and shouted, bold intruder, how dare you trespass into the lieutenant's residence at night? What are your intentions? Monk Shuhai glanced at him, feeling a sense of admiration. He thought that when it came to being shameless, Jiangnan was even better. Why don't you look at what you're wearing before you speak? The woman in tight gear seemed to not have reacted, and, after a while, she coldly laughed and said, you 2 are the ones who broke into the lieutenant's residence at night and committed murder. How dare you ask me? Jiangnan shrugged. Speaking sincerely, it was like this when we arrived. Looking at the blood still dripping from the monk's demon-slaying pestle, the woman in tight gear was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe that there were such shameless people who could lie so openly. At this moment, although the atmosphere was tense, both sides still had no hostility towards each other. Breaking into the lieutenant's residence at night must have some undisclosed purpose. Lieutenant Liu was the enemy of Jiangnan and the monk, and he was probably also the enemy of the woman in tight gear. Though an enemy's enemy is not necessarily a friend, they are seldom enemies. After a moment of silence, the woman in tight gear sighed helplessly. I have something to ask him, but you killed him without a word. Jiangnan stepped forward. Miss, that's not how it works. Everything has its order. But since you also came to gather information, we just happen to have obtained some news. Why don't we find a quiet place and exchange the information we have? What do you think, miss? The woman in tight gear thought for a moment and finally nodded slowly. Thus, the three of them quietly left the lieutenant's residence. On their way out, the monk also took away the unconscious maid lying on the ground. Not for any lustful intent, but because when the death of Lieutenant Liu was revealed the next day, the maid who was in the room at the time would surely not have a good outcome. Being buried along with him was a possibility. And since it was the monk who killed Lieutenant Liu, he couldn't let innocent people suffer from his actions. For this, Monk Shuhai once said, although he drank and ate meat, was ruthless and merciless, he was still a good monk. The three of them traversed through the streets and alleys, soon arriving at a dilapidated and abandoned courtyard. Weeds were overgrown and debris was everywhere. Jiangnan, the monk, and the woman in tight gear stood facing each other. What does the lady want to know? Jiangnan opened his mouth. How about we each ask one question? The woman in tight gear was somewhat displeased. You have a good plan. There are two of you, and I am only one. If each of you asks one question, wouldn't I be at a great disadvantage? Jiangnan replied. That is not the case. It was us two who arrived at the lieutenant's residence first to gather information, and we exerted more effort, so we should be allowed to ask one more question. The lady was calculating. How can one succeed with such a narrow mind? The woman in tight gear snorted lightly, thinking what kind of broad mind does a woman need? Isn't it enough to have a chest? Although there was dissatisfaction in her words, she no longer mentioned it and reluctantly agreed. However, the monk glanced at her figure and frankly said, on these 2 points, you don't have either. The woman in tight gear. Chapter 42, not dead, yet in a dilapidated abandoned house in the east city of Shanyuan. The woman in tight clothing shot a glare at the outspoken monk before speaking up. Since we're deciding to exchange information, we should at least know what the other looks like, right? Jiangnan nodded in agreement. I'll count to 3, and we all take off our masks together, okay? The woman nodded. 1, 2, 3. As the words fell, no one moved. The atmosphere became awkward once again. However, if everyone present felt awkward, it wasn't so awkward anymore. The woman sighed. She realized that these two were seasoned players. If they didn't have anything substantial, trying to pull a fast one was unrealistic. So, she took the lead and removed her mask, revealing a delicate face with finely carved features that exuded a refreshing and heroic spirit. My name is Chi Rue, from Wui City. Jiangnan glanced at the monk. Since the other party had shown sincerity, if they truly wanted to continue the conversation, they couldn't maintain their aloofness any longer. So, they also took off their masks, revealing their true appearances. I am Jiangnan, from the Great Xia. I'm the monk Su Hai, from the Golden Light Temple in the western regions. Chi Rue nodded slightly and said, let me ask first. You two broke into the deputy's mansion at night, for what purpose? To uncover the truth behind the recent events in Shanyuan. The monk pressed his palms together. I wonder if Miss Chi knows about the recent changes in Shanyuan. Our goal is to peel back the fog and seek the truth. And what about you, Miss Chi? Chi Rue took out a badge from her waist and replied, I'm a secret envoy of the 9-story tower in Wui City. I came to Shanyuan to investigate because we received news that the city lord of Shanyuan has obtained a divine artifact. Jiangnan sized up the woman, who appeared to be in her early 20s. He had heard of Wui's 9-story tower, an organization reportedly composed entirely of cultivators, engaged in espionage, assassination, and beheading tasks. It was a sharp blade of Wui's military. This Chi Rue was young, but had already joined such a place, and it seemed her status wasn't low. She shouldn't be underestimated. Miss Chi, do you have any leads regarding the divine artifact you mentioned? Jiangnan pondered for a moment before asking. He had a feeling that the so-called divine artifact was likely related to the black gold fragments that had erupted 10 days prior. To be bolder, perhaps this divine artifact was the very cause of the polluted river water that led to the tragedy. The information we received is that half a month ago, the city lord of Shanyuan returned from the west with troops, bringing back a terrifying divine artifact. She looked at the monk with bright eyes, meaningfully, and it seemed this divine artifact was related to the Buddhist sect. However, I just arrived in Shanyuan, and the city lord has already sealed off the sacrificial palace, isolating himself from worldly affairs. Only Deputy Liu has been summoned twice. That's why I broke into the deputy's mansion at night, hoping to hear some news from him. She glanced at the two with a hint of helplessness. You both know what happened next. Naturally, that was when Deputy Liu was killed by the monk strike. With this explanation, Jiangnan understood. No wonder Qi Rui was so concerned about this matter. The relationship between Shanyuan and Wuyi was somewhat delicate when there were external enemies. They stood united. Although there seemed to be a treaty on the surface, there were constant open and covert struggles, maintaining a balance. Of course, this was predicated on the fact that the strength of Shanyuan and Wuyi was not vastly different. Now that the city lord of Shanyuan was suspected of acquiring a powerful divine artifact, this balance could very well be broken, and Wuyi was naturally anxious. After Qi Rui finished speaking, she asked, "Now that you two have finished asking, it's my turn. What news did you get from Deputy Liu?" Jiangnan and the monk exchanged glances and revealed a series of events, including the toxic river water, the changes in the common people, and the massacre. The more she listened, the worse Qi Rui's expression became. She had initially thought that the truth Su Hai spoke of was about the origin of the divine artifact. And given his background from the western regions, it wasn't surprising he would investigate this. But Qi Rui never expected that there were such bloody matters involved. She wasn't a naive person and had killed her share, but upon hearing the two describe the mass graves, she still felt a chill run down her spine. Those were defenseless commoners. Deputy Liu deserves to die. The city lord of Shanyuan deserves to die. Qi Rui gritted her silver teeth, speaking with hatred. At the same time, her view of Jiangnan and the monk underwent subtle changes. She had initially thought they were just two unruly wanderers, but unexpectedly, they had broken into the deputy's mansion for the sake of the slain commoners, shedding blood for them. That was commendable. Miss Qi, your goal is to investigate the divine artifact, while we are here to uncover the truth. There is no conflict between us. Since we are in Shanyuan, why not cooperate? The monk, skilled in the art of persuasion, spoke smoothly. He had initially used the same tactic to win over Jiangnan. Qi Rui pondered for a moment and nodded lightly. All right. Our 9-story tower master will secretly enter Shanyuan tomorrow. We can meet here again to discuss the details. Both Jiangnan and the monk nodded in agreement. Tomorrow at midnight, same place, be there or be square. Qi Rui nodded in acknowledgement and then vanished into the sky, disappearing from sight. Jiangnan and the monk also left. When they returned to the inn, as soon as Jiangnan opened the door, he saw the rabbit girl squatting on a chair, holding her knees. Hearing the door open, she instinctively shivered. But upon seeing it was Jiangnan, she finally showed a relieved expression. Master, after you left, this little one woke up. She has been waiting in this position for your return. Qing Luo flew to Jiangnan's ear and whispered, Master, she's afraid you'll abandon her. Jiangnan nodded, showing an apologetic expression. He patted the rabbit girl's head, reassuring her, don't worry, I won't leave you. Only then did she lie back down on her little bed, falling asleep peacefully. Jiangnan noticed that as time passed, the rabbit girl was becoming more and more dependent on him. This was not a good sign. Although the rabbit girl was obedient and well-behaved, Jiangnan was destined to step into various dangerous places in the future. He couldn't guarantee he could protect her. However, there were no good solutions for now. He could only continue living like this, waiting for the right time to find her a good place to settle down. A night passed without incident. The next morning, light flooded the room, and there was a knock on the door outside. Guest, are you available? I'm here to clean the room. After Jiangnan opened the door, the clever little attendant was already busy with a water bucket and mop. At that moment, he heard a commotion downstairs. Jiangnan casually asked, What are they talking about down there? The little attendant's face showed a strange expression. You may not know, but a big incident happened early this morning. You know Deputy Liu, right? His mansion was broken into by villains. Jiangnan nodded. It seemed that the news of Deputy Liu's death had already spread. He wondered what the city lord in the sacrificial palace would plan next. Just then, the little attendant continued. They say most of the guards in the deputy's mansion were knocked out last night, including several cultivators. But strangely, these villains didn't steal or rob anything. It seems they just took away a maid. The little attendant said this with a puzzled look. Is there more? Jiangnan frowned. The little attendant scratched his head. That's it? Deputy Liu was furious and dispatched the guards early this morning to check everyone on the street. Guess what's wrong? Seeing Jiangnan silent, the little attendant raised his head with a puzzled expression. Jiangnan took a deep breath, shook his head, and said, It's nothing. You continue cleaning. I need to go out for a bit. After saying that, he led the rabbit girl out the door. The moment he stepped out of the room, his expression suddenly darkened. Deputy Liu is still not dead? Even after his head was smashed to pieces, he's still not dead? Chapter 43, 6 Paths. Substitute? Jiangnan's first reaction was that the person killed by the monk staff last night was a substitute for Deputy Liu. But thinking this way raised even more questions. If it was indeed a substitute, how could he know so much? How could the real Deputy Liu allow him to say so many things? Furthermore, under the monk's mirror technique, if he were merely a substitute and not the real Deputy Liu, he should have been seen through already. As soon as he stepped out, he ran into monk Shuhai, who was also looking for him. Seeing the other's expression, Jiangnan understood. Master, you heard about it too? Indeed. Monk Shuhai nodded. Jiang Donor, there are too many ears and eyes outside. Let us talk in your room. Once inside, Monk Shuhai joined his hands and began to chant softly. Gradually, a thick layer of golden light enveloped the entire room. This was the first time Jiangnan saw the monk being so solemn. What on earth was going on? Was the Deputy Liu we saw last night the real one? Jiangnan frowned and asked. Yes. Monk Shuhai gave a definite answer and continued. Not only that, but this monk also personally killed him. Then why? Jiangnan asked in confusion. Could it be that this person can die and come back to life? The monk sighed deeply. Last night's Deputy Liu indeed died. But today's Deputy Liu is still alive. Jiangnan, are you just going around in circles with me? Seeing Jiangnan's increasingly confused expression, the monk continued. Have you ever heard of Yanshan Island overseas? Jiangnan blinked. He had indeed heard of this place. A few days ago, while chatting with Wang Chunyun, the latter had mentioned it. The so-called Yanshan Island is located beyond the East China Sea. One day, a Taoist master set sail on a giant turtle and reached a remote island called Yanshan. The people on the island lived in villages, loved meat, and warmly welcomed this Taoist with food and drink. During the meal, the Taoist suddenly felt something was off. He found a human finger bone in the stew. The Taoist was both shocked and angry, unable to imagine that such a simple island would have such a terrible custom. But the islanders were used to it. Birds and beasts had long been extinct on the island, and the meat they consumed was actually from their own kind. The Taoists scolded the islanders for disregarding the souls of the dead and disrespecting the deceased. But the islanders asked him, what does death mean? With deeper interactions, the Taoists gradually discovered something even more terrifying. The people of Yanshan Island do not die. For hundreds of years, not a single baby had been born. More precisely, after they die, they would come back to life the next day in another place. The corpses left behind would then be used as delicacies. The Taoist went mad. He fled Yanshan Island overnight, but at the moment of leaving the island, his soul shattered. He only managed to escape a remnant thought, informing his sect of this bizarre encounter. This is the story of Yanshan Island, and of course, Jiangnan listened to it as a story. All of this, even in this extraordinary Xinxiao world, is extremely absurd. Dying and coming back to life, using one's body as food, being self-sufficient. It's too ridiculous. It's as absurd as someone inventing a perpetual motion machine in the last life. Jiang Donor, this monk must tell you that Yanshan Island is not a story, nor is it something fabricated by storytellers for attention. The monk sighed. It truly exists. Jiangnan was stunned. After death, everyone has a place to go. In the era of gods and spirits, there was the underworld and the Yama King. In Buddhism, there are the 6 paths of reincarnation, endlessly cycling. The monk continued, now, the underworld has hidden away with the gods and no longer appears, and the 6 paths of reincarnation have shattered and withered. After a person dies, Their soul will be washed clean by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth after a few days, transforming into a pure spirit to re-enter the womb. The reason the people of Yunshan Island can die and come back to life is that beneath Yunshan Island is sealed one of the 6 paths, the hungry ghost path. And within the island, there's a small cycle of reincarnation, life and death, never ending. At this moment, Jiangnan's skin crawled. Because the hungry ghost path exists beneath Yunshan Island, the people there can come back to life after death. And due to the divine influence of the hungry ghost path, the people on the island love meat so much that they even eat their own remains. So, what is the reason for Deputy Lu's death and resurrection? Master, are you saying there is also one of the 6 paths within Shanyuan City? Jiangnan smacked his lips, finding it hard to believe. Indeed, this is also the reason why this monk traveled thousands of miles to pursue it. The monk sighed, combining all the signs, along with Deputy Lu's death and resurrection. I can now confirm that one of the 6 paths, the animal path, exists within Shanyuan City, within the sacrificial office, in the hands of the city order. And the black gold fragments that Deputy Lu mentioned rising into the sky that night should be remnants of the animal path, which polluted the river water, causing the people downstream of the Weishui River to become half-human, half-beast. The monk sighed lightly. Jiang Donor, now in Shanyuan City, there's already a subtle trend towards forming a small cycle of reincarnation. If allowed to continue, perhaps the entire Weishui River region will be engulfed, forming its own cycle. The situation has become basically clear. The city order of Shanyuan City does not know where it obtained one of the 6 paths, the animal path, and brought it back to Shanyuan. During this time, some accident occurred, causing a fragment to pollute the river water, leading to the people's mutation. To avoid exposing the existence of the animal path, orders were given to disguise as mountain bandits and massacre villages and towns. And that Deputy Lu, due to being summoned multiple times to the sacrificial office, was influenced by the animal path and died and came back to life. Jiang Donor. The monk stood up and bowed deeply. This monk is weak and powerless, and I sincerely ask you to help me stop the completion of the animal path. If the complete animal path falls into the hands of someone as ruthless as the city order of Shanyuan, it will be a disaster for all beings. Jiangnan fell silent. He was hesitant. On one hand, he indeed needed to enter the sacrificial office to light the blue lantern. And if the city order of Shanyuan truly grasped the animal path, the people of Weishui would definitely suffer. Jiangnan firmly believed that the city order capable of massacring villages and towns would not turn the Weishui River into a place like Yunshan Island, which, while gruesome, was still somewhat peaceful. On the other hand, the animal path is one of the 6 paths. He really doesn't want to have any connection with such a thing that sounds so extraordinary. But that said, Jiangnan also understood that aside from stopping the completion of the animal path, he seemed to have no other way out. In the story of Yunshan Island, the Taoist escaped from the small cycle of the hungry ghost path, but his soul shattered. This indicates that the small cycles of the 6 paths are not places you can come and go as you please. Moreover, that Taoist was a great figure in the Taoist path, with skills reaching the sky, yet he still ended up with his soul shattered, escaping only a remnant thought. Although the animal path has not yet fully formed, Jiangnan's cultivation is far from that Taoist level in the story. He did not dare to gamble. So it must be. Jiangnan took a deep breath and replied, to light the blue lantern, to stop the city order, and to survive. He must prevent the completion of the animal path. But the question arose, how to stop it? The animal path is currently within the sacrificial office. Jiangnan and the monk had already investigated when they arrived in Shanyuan yesterday. The sacrificial office is surrounded by a strange barrier, isolating it from the outside world. With just the 2 of them, it would be absolutely impossible to break through. And it would take too long to summon reinforcements from the Daxia or the western regions. After a moment, the 2 exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Wu Yi. 9-story tower. Chapter 44. Temptation at noon. 3 differently styled paper cranes, harnessing spiritual energy, quietly flapped their wings and flew high into the sky from the river area of Shanyuan City. 2 flew towards the direction of the Great Xia, while 1 headed towards the western regions. As expected by Jiangnan, the non-living spiritual energy paper cranes could pass through the blockade of the beast path unharmed. They took this approach to send a message for help to the forces behind them. Although time might be running short, having one more preparation was always a good thing. After finishing everything, Jiangnan and the monk returned to the inn. The monk looked at the rabbit girl who was sitting dazedly in a chair and slowly spoke. Benefactor, this little girl's appearance is a form of illusion, isn't it? Master, you noticed? Jiangnan replied. Not really. It's just that you mentioned you saved her from the mountain bandits. And those disguised mountain bandits were all common people tainted with the divinity of the beast path. So I was just guessing, the monk said. The monk was someone who understood the situation clearly, and Jiangnan no longer hid anything. He had Qing Luo temporarily dispel the illusion. Thus, the true form of the half-human, half-rabbit girl appeared before the monk. Because the monk often spent time with Jiangnan, the rabbit girl no longer feared him. However, her blood-red eyes stared blankly at him. That was not the gaze of a human. The monk's heart tightened. Bah. He shook his head and sighed. This should have been a pure mortal girl, but now she has become this way. After a moment, the monk looked at Jiangnan and said, Benefactor, if the beast path wants to be complete, it must replenish the leaked divinity. The city order sent people to slaughter the common folk, which is one of the reasons besides silencing them. If we protect this little girl well, as long as she is alive, the beast path will always lack one part to be complete. Jiangnan nodded. He did not know how many other common people besides the rabbit girl were still alive. But from the looks of it, they might all be dead. After all, they were unarmed, even if they had some combat ability after beastification. The probability of surviving the mountain bandits led by cultivators was slim. After some discussion, Jiangnan and the monk decided to hide the rabbit girl when they broke into the ritual office. Time slowly passed. The slanting sun set, and the stars and moon rose. The two arrived at the abandoned house from last night, as agreed. Now, facing the ritual office, they felt their strength was insufficient. Their backup was also too late to arrive. The only ally they could rely on was the Jiucheng Tower in Wui City, which was also concerned about this matter. However, Jiucheng Tower was similarly powerful, with many cultivators. It was said that its leader, Qi Jiuxiao, was a fourth-grade martial artist. Since the Lord of Wui City has the surname Qi, all cultivators entering Jiucheng Tower would change their surname to Qi to show their loyalty. The summer night was still somewhat hot. After a stick of incense, a figure approached from a distance. That figure was Qi Rue. Today she was not wearing her combat outfit, but disguised as a common woman, with extraordinary beauty that concealed her heroism, adding a touch of gracefulness. 2. Please wait a moment. The Tower Master is handling something and will be here shortly. Qi Rue said somewhat apologetically, as it was her side that was late. Both the monk and Jiangnan expressed that it was no problem. After a moment, someone finally arrived from afar. It was a young man dressed in plain linen clothes, with an ordinary appearance. He was quite handsome, with sharp brows and eyes, and there was an air of distinction about him. The newcomer walked up to Qi Rue and stood with his hands behind his back. Qi Jun, where is the Tower Master? Qi Rue frowned slightly. According to the plan, it should have been Qi Jiuxiao, the Tower Master, who came. The Tower Master has important matters to attend to, so he sent me to receive you, Qi Jun explained, stepping forward and pulling out a wooden box from his bosom. This box contains 2 spirit pills, refined by our Master Hua of Wui. As a thank you for your information. He spoke in a tone as if a king was rewarding his subjects, looking down upon them. Jiangnan and the monk both frowned. Not because of the tone, but mainly due to the behavior. A thank you gift? It implied that they should take the items and leave quickly. The monk looked at Qi Rue, Miss Qi this. Qi Rue's expression turned ugly. The cooperative plan was determined by her and later agreed upon by Qi Jiuxiao. Qi Jun was slapping her face. Qi Jun, what do you mean by this? The young man named Qi Jun frowned and coldly said, Qi Rue, I don't know what you were thinking, cooperation. 2 7th-grade cultivators think they deserve to cooperate with Jiucheng Tower? Think they deserve a share of the divine artifacts? He looked at Jiangnan and the monk, his spiritual energy surging, making the surrounding air seem to heat up. Don't say I'm bullying you. If you two can withstand me for a quarter of an hour, we could discuss cooperation. If not, you should go home early. His revealed cultivation was at the 6th grade. In the Upper Yuan world, cultivators were divided into 9 grades, with each grade representing a step towards the heavens. They were further divided into upper 3 grades, middle 3 grades, and lower 3 grades. The 7th grade was at the top of the lower 3 grades and did not even have a title. Thus, it was normal for Qi Jun, being 6th grade, to look down on the seemingly 7th grade monk in Jiangnan. However, Qi Rui's attitude was quite intriguing. Since Qi Rui was here today, it meant that the Tower Master had agreed to cooperate with Jiangnan and the others. But now, with the arrogant Qi Jun suddenly appearing, he wanted to kick Jiangnan and the others out. Jiangnan did not believe that as a strictly governed spy organization, Qi Jun dared to openly defy the Tower Master's orders. His appearance and actions must have received Qi Jiuxiao's tacit approval to some extent. Moreover, Qi Jiuxiao was likely watching everything from the shadows. If Jiangnan and the monk did not have some real bargaining chips, he might not mind using Qi Jun to kick them out. Only if they broke through Qi Jun's suppression would they have the qualifications to discuss cooperation. This was a test, but what Jiangnan wanted was not just cooperation. He wanted to dominate the cooperation. Qi Jun's presence was just right for them to shake the mountain and scare the tiger. The monk glanced at Jiangnan and asked, "Benefactor, do you want to take action, or should I?" "Let me handle it." Jiangnan narrowed his eyes. Although he understood that this was likely a test, Qi Jun's attitude still made him uncomfortable. "Benefactor, please be cautious and do not cause any fatalities," the monk softly said. Jiangnan nodded and stepped forward. The monk's voice was not loud, but with Qi Jun's 6th grade cultivation, he naturally heard these words and felt angry, thinking he was being insulted. He snorted coldly, took a step forward and clenched his fist. Qi Rui was genuinely anxious. "Qi Jun, I know what I'm doing." Qi Jun did not look back. He did not intend to kill, but he was very willing to make Jiangnan and the others suffer a little. The air began to distort. Under his feet, within a radius of 10 feet, the ground cracked and the vegetation withered, with crimson patterns spreading like a spiderweb. Spiritual energy gathered on his fists, transforming into true red flames, the intense red light rising around him like a deity of fire. To this, Jiangnan could only comment, "Flashy." A divine ability flashed in his hand, and the blue-green sword appeared out of thin air, landing steadily in his hand with a crisp sword cry. Then, a vast sword intent surged upwards like the sea, and Jiangnan held the 3-foot Qingfeng sword, thrusting it straight out. In the moonlight, his figure became illusory, and the sword seemed to pierce through the void, the overwhelming sword energy descending like a blizzard, instantly drowning the flames surrounding Qi Jun. In Qi Jun's eyes, it seemed as if there was only one sword in the world. In just a moment's daze, he saw the thin scholar's cold and fierce gaze, along with the sword blade pressed against his throat. As long as it moved an inch further, that sword would take his life. Beside him, Qi Rui, who was ready to intervene to save Jiangnan at any moment, had her red lips slightly parted, her beautiful eyes wide open. A 6th-ranked Qi Jun faced a 7th-ranked Jiangnan. Yet not a single move was exchanged. She swallowed hard, looking at the sword-wielding scholar, unable to believe what she was seeing. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 45, Disclosure. The atmosphere fell into a strange dead silence. Jiangnan sheathed his sword and said, "I concede." Qi Jun, still shaken, turned pale. What haunted him more than the shame of being defeated by a 7th-grade opponent was the taste of facing death. At that moment, when the cold iron pressed against his warm flesh, the suffocating feeling that hit him made his spine chill. Seeing this, Jiangnan also breathed a sigh of relief. Under normal circumstances, facing a 6th-grade Qi Jun, he could win, but it would not be this easy. After all, his cultivation level barely reached the upper tier of 7th grade. Just now, Jiangnan had exerted all his cultivation to perform swordsmanship, reaching the pinnacle at a single point, which created this seemingly effortless appearance. What he needed was this result. The more stunning his performance, the more leverage he would have when discussing with the owner of the Ninefold Tower later. This benefactor, do we have the qualifications to negotiate cooperation with the Ninefold Tower now? The monk looked at Qi Jun and said, half smiling. The latter's face turned a shade of green and white. At that moment, a clear voice came, good sword. Following the sound, a middle-aged man in white robes slowly walked over, accompanied by several figures, both male and female. This man had ordinary features, but his gentle expression was full of appreciation. His stature was not particularly imposing, and his attire was not majestic, yet his mere presence seemed to move the heavens and earth with every gesture. Jiangnan immediately guessed his identity as Caishikou, the owner of the Ninefold Tower. His cultivation had reached the 4th grade, and every move he made drew upon the natural forces, resembling a celestial being. He approached Qi Jun and lightly reprimanded. "Qi Jun, I asked you to host. Why did you resort to violence?" Seeing the opportunity, Qi Jun immediately followed suit and bowed to Jiangnan and the monk. "It was my carelessness. I hope you too can forgive me. This item is a gift to you. Consider it an apology." Saying this, he presented a box containing medicinal pills. "This matter was caused by my subordinate not listening. It was truly a blunder. Qi Jun, I will punish you with a half-year salary reduction and a month of confinement after this matter is settled." Caishikou then turned to Jiangnan and the monk. Cupping his hands, "I also apologize on behalf of my side." The two of them repeatedly said it was no problem, but inwardly they were sneering. "If it weren't for your approval, would Qi Jun dare to act recklessly?" From Caishikou's timely appearance to his seemingly casual punishment of Qi Jun, Jiangnan could almost be certain that Qi Jun's actions had been tacitly approved by Caishikou from the beginning. He played a good hand. If Jiangnan and the monk truly couldn't withstand Qi Jun, he wouldn't even need to show up. Qi Jun would kick them away. Afterwards, even if they were filled with resentment, they could only blame the self-willed Qi Jun, with no connection to him, Caishikou. Now that Jiangnan had defeated the 6th grade Qi Jun with a single move, Caishikou stepped forward to punish Qi Jun and apologize. If Jiangnan and the monk were a bit naive, they might even think that Caishikou was clear about right and wrong, selfless and impartial. Truly, someone in a high position could play such disgusting, underhanded tactics with incredible skill. However, although Jiangnan saw through it, he did not strike a smiling face. Moreover, he was dealing with a 4th grade person who wore a smiling face. Both sides currently had no intention of completely tearing apart their facade. No one spoke of it, and the atmosphere became harmonious again. After some pleasantries, Caishikou waved his large sleeve and invited Jiangnan and the monk to the Ninefold Tower's establishment in Shanyuan. The location was also in the East City, an unremarkable pawn shop. On the surface, it was a small pawn shop, but in reality, it was a hidden outpost of the Ninefold Tower in Shanyuan City. The two major cities formed an alliance while secretly battling each other. It was not unusual for such behaviors of inserting spies and constructing hidden outposts within the territory of the opponent. Especially recently, most cultivators with official backgrounds in Shanyuan City had either been transferred to the sacrificial office or disguised as mountain bandits to rob everywhere. The military had mostly been dispatched to seal off the city. Under these circumstances, the influence of the Ninefold Tower was thriving in Shanyuan City. They were just short of having the word spy carved on their foreheads. At first, the Ninefold Tower was quite pleased with the situation. However, they gradually sensed something was wrong. The city lord of Shanyuan City was usually a deeply scheming and ambitious individual. Why suddenly allow the Ninefold Tower to act recklessly? Thus, the Ninefold Tower began to investigate. Upon investigation, they discovered news that the city lord of Shanyuan had obtained a divine object. Caishikou quickly sent Qi Rue to probe, leading to a series of subsequent events. Inside the pawn shop, Caishikou sat facing Jiangnan and the monk. "Gentlemen, I won't beat around the bush," Caishikou said first. "If we were to cooperate, what do you two intend to gain from this matter?" The monk replied seriously. "Our only goal is to ensure that the divine object mentioned by Lord Qi does not belong to the city lord of Shanyuan." Caishikou was taken aback. "So you two have a grudge against the city lord of Shanyuan?" Jiang then shook his head. "No grievances, no enmity." The monk added, "If that divine object falls into the hands of the city lord of Shanyuan, it will surely bring disaster to countless lives, leading to endless future troubles." Caishikou cupped his hands. "I didn't expect you two to be people who care for the world. I am impressed, but I am just a mortal. All I want is that divine object." The monk suddenly interjected, "That won't do, Lord Qi." "Oh, that won't do." Caishikou narrowed his eyes, a dangerous aura emanating from him. "It won't do." The monk firmly shook his head. "In Wei Shui, no one dares to speak to me like this. Qi Zhuxiao's demeanor slightly cooled, a chilling intent spread, making Jiangnan and the monk feel a sting on their skin. However, Jiangnan had already anticipated this, smiled lightly, and said, "Lord Qi, we come from outside Weishui." Qi Zhuxiao asked, "I would like to know, where do you two come from?" The implication of his words was to probe into the forces behind Jiangnan and the monk. If they were not qualified, it would be difficult to settle this matter today. The monk joined his hands together and softly said, "I come from the Golden Light Temple in the western regions, known as Niku, the Buddha's son." After saying this, he placed a golden cicada carving on the table, and a vast aura of compassion immediately shattered Qi Zhuxiao's intimidation. The expression of Lord Qi froze suddenly. In the entire Shangyuan, the human factions were dominated by 6 major forces: 1 nation, 2 temples, and 3 holy places. 1 nation referred to the Great Xia in the Central Plains. The 2 temples were the Golden Light Temple in the western regions and the 2 temples of Juchang. And the 3 holy places encompassed many celestial sects in the eastern regions. Now, this 7th grade monk before him was telling him he came from the Golden Light Temple in the western regions and was one of the few Buddha's sons among them. In the Golden Light Temple, only those with deep roots in Buddhism and exquisite Buddhist teachings could be granted the title of Buddha's son, and they had to be capable fighters. Indeed, even though a 7th grade monk could be formidable, he would certainly not be able to defeat a 4th grade Qi Zhuxiao. However, the Golden Light Temple he represented could easily bring down the entire Weishui region with just a 3rd grade protector. After all, that was a terrifying force with an unparalleled supreme being. Qi Zhuxiao initially thought that Jiangnan and the monk were of low cultivation, merely having stumbled upon some news of a divine object, trying to scheme against a tiger for profit. In the end, he discovered that they were the tiger. The ugly truth revealed itself. He sighed heavily, dismissing the absurd thoughts of killing them to silence them, and accepted it. However, he forgot that he had just asked for the identities of both the monk and Jiangnan. After the monk revealed his identity, Jiangnan took out a round token and said, "I am from the Iron Wu Nation, a national scholar." Qi Zhuxiao chuckled lightly in his heart. He knew about the Iron Wu Nation. The title of national scholar held little power and was not worth his attention. It seems that this scholar-like person is indeed a follower of Niku. He thought to himself. However, he didn't expect Jiangnan to take out a scroll of edict and say, "Concurrently serving the kingdom of Wuqie, royal tribute." Qi Zhuxiao almost choked. This identity means he has stepped into the central power circle of Wuqie, so he couldn't afford to take it lightly. But it wasn't over yet. Jiangnan then took out a waist token, concurrently serving the Daxia, external envoy of the embroidered uniforms. Qi Zhuxiao was truly shocked. Daxia, that colossal entity spanning the entire central state, like an ancient, terrifying beast, frequently engaging in various eastern advances, western battles, southern conquests, and northern campaigns. He started to regret why he got involved with these 2 people. Qi Zhuxiao was a bit dazed. He didn't know what expression was on his face, but it probably wasn't a good one. Seeing Jiangnan's hesitant demeanor, he opened his mouth. "Is there nothing else?" Jiangnan smiled shyly, and finally took out a delicate small sword, placing it on the table, concurrently serving as the sword lodge, swordmaster. Qi Zhuxiao. Upon hearing the words sword lodge, even the Numchi Lu Zhu couldn't help but have his heart race. What the hell? This is not just a scholar or monk. These are 2 ancestors. Chapter 46 Night Talks. Situation, just as Qi Zhuxiao himself said. He is a mundane person. Therefore, he understands the importance of seeking benefits and avoiding harm even more. When Jiangnan and the monk revealed their backing, Qi Zhuxiao already understood in his heart that the 9-fold tower he represented was at a disadvantage in this negotiation. Even though he had reached the 4th rank in cultivation and could easily kill 2 people with a slap, he had to consider the consequences of such actions. Whether it was the Golden Light Temple in the western regions, the Great Xia in Central Plains, or the Sword Mansion, all the forces in Weishui combined could not match any one of them. It seems I was too abrupt. Then, as you both said, the 9-fold tower will no longer contend for this divine object. Qi Zhuxiao, being an old hand in the martial world, had a gloomy expression brighten up as he showed a cordial demeanor. "You are too polite, Lord Qi," Jiangnan said with a cupped fist. I also know that asking you to give up the divine object must be quite displeasing to you. Qi Jiuxiao's old face flushed, and he did not deny it. He was naturally dissatisfied. After all, as the leader of the Ninefold Tower, he had personally taken action but was destined to be out of touch with the divine object because of Jiangnan and the monk. Anyone in his position would find it hard to accept happily. However, it seemed that Lord Qi misunderstood something. Jiangnan looked at his expression and shook his head, saying, in fact, as long as the Shanyuan City Order cannot obtain the divine object, it will be the best outcome for both Wuyi and the Ninefold Tower. Upon hearing this, Qi Jiuxiao frowned. He still did not know what that so-called divine object really was. He could only speculate that it must possess unmatched power. Otherwise, the ambitious Shanyuan City Order would not have relaxed its governance over the entire Shanyuan for it. But now, listening to Jiangnan, it seemed not so simple. What exactly is that divine object? Qi Jiuxiao asked. Jiangnan did not answer immediately, but instead asked him, Lord Qi, I believe Qi Rui has already informed you about the incident last night when Deputy Officer Liu was killed by Master Shuhai? Qi Jiuxiao nodded. But you should have heard the news that Deputy Officer Liu issued a wanted notice early this morning to capture the criminals who broke into the Deputy Officer's mansion. Qi Jiuxiao looked at him in confusion. Isn't this a false message to mislead people? Considering from his perspective, having such thoughts was quite normal. After all, the Shanyuan City Order was currently in the sacrificial residence, not coming out, and the entire city was under the jurisdiction of Deputy Officer Liu. If the news of Deputy Officer Liu's death were to be hastily announced, it might trigger significant unrest. Therefore, at the moment he heard the news, Qi Jiuxiao thought it was a smokescreen, and the Deputy Officer's mansion merely did not dare to inform the public that Deputy Officer Liu had died. However, Jiangnan shook his head. Did Lord Qi never consider the possibility that Deputy Officer Liu is really still alive? Qi Jiuxiao pondered for a moment and resolutely shook his head. Impossible. The Ninefold Tower has detailed records on him. The Deputy Officer Liu that Qi Rui saw at the Deputy Officer's mansion yesterday, judging from his clothing, physique, and various details, can be determined to be the real Deputy Officer Liu. Please do not misunderstand. I trust your and Miss Qi Rui's judgment. After saying this, Jiangnan looked at him quietly, but Deputy Officer Liu's death last night and his being alive today, are these two things necessarily contradictory? Qi Jiuxiao, at first, even thought Jiangnan was joking, but upon calming down and thinking it over, he reached an unacceptable conclusion and murmured, Are you suggesting resurrection? After saying this, he himself found it laughable, let alone a mortal like Deputy Officer Liu. Even those powerful beings of the first or second rank, at most would leave a remnant soul to be reincarnated, which would be quite remarkable. The idea of coming back to life right on the spot seemed too fantastical even for the realm where immortals and demons walked freely. To his surprise, Jiangnan nodded seriously. Exactly so. Looking at his expression, which did not seem like a joke, Qi Jiuxiao only felt it was absurd, but if someone had truly died, could they really come back to life? Jiangnan glanced at him. This is what I wanted to discuss with you about that divine object. The Buddhist teachings speak of the 6 realms of reincarnation, and between these realms, there is a severance of yin and yang, a barrier between life and death that is hard to cross. The divine object mentioned by Lord Qi is one of the 6 realms, the realm of beasts. It is this that binds Deputy Officer Liu's body and soul, allowing him to die in the evening and be reborn in the morning. Qi Jiuxiao was greatly astonished. The 6 realms? He found it hard to describe his feelings at that moment. The 6 realms of reincarnation had been legendary since ancient times. Now Jiangnan was telling him that the Shanyuan City Order possessed one of them. What was there to fight for? It would be better to sit down, make a cup of tea, and wait for death. Lord Qi, do not panic. The realm of beasts in the hands of the Shanyuan City Order is not complete or perfect. The monk noticed Qi Jiuxiao's shaken spirit and comforted him. This is good news. Only then did Qi Jiuxiao slightly relax. But there is bad news. It will soon be perfected. Qi Jiuxiao. Can Master finish speaking all at once? The monk lightly coughed and continued. What we need to do is to prevent the perfection of the realm of beasts. Otherwise, If the complete realm of beasts falls into the hands of the Shanyuan city order, what might someone like him, who would kill his own people to keep secrets, do? What will be the outcome for Wu Yi, who has been opposing him for years? Having reached this point, Qi Jiuxiao's mind was exceptionally clear. Just thinking about that scene made him feel a chill all over, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. After a moment of silence, Lord Qi took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I understand." Seeing this, Jiangnan and the monk exchanged glances. Their goal had been achieved. In fact, they could have completely avoided discussing the realm of beasts. Even so, Qi Jiuxiao, wary of the forces behind them, would not have stood by idly. However, he might have been hesitant. As a fourth-rank cultivator capable of countering the Shanyuan city order, if he hesitated, there would be no chance for Jiangnan's side. Only by telling him the truth and allowing him to weigh the pros and cons would he exert his full effort to prevent this matter. In that case, we hope that Lord Qi can provide us with an overview of the cultivators in Shanyuan City, Jiangnan said. Qi Jiuxiao nodded. The Shanyuan City order is on par with my realm, both being fourth-rank martial artists, the highest combat force in Shanyuan City. There are 2 aides beside him, both 5th rank. The remaining 6th rank cultivators are about 10, with several more at the 7th, 8th, and 9th ranks. This is the intelligence the Ninefold Tower has gathered over the years. Even if it is not entirely accurate, it is not far off. Jiangnan nodded and asked again, "What about you, Lord Qi?" At this point, Qi Jiuxiao showed a smile. Wu Yi and Shanyuan have been in open conflict for years. In terms of military strength, Shanyuan has a slight edge, but in terms of cultivators, we and Wu Yi are slightly stronger. He appeared confident, adding, "Most of the cultivators in the Ninefold Tower are adept at formations and joint combat. Once I deploy personnel tomorrow, we will surely breach the sacrificial residence within 3 days." However, as soon as Qi Jiuxiao finished speaking, he noticed that both Jiangnan and the monk were staring at him, making him feel vaguely uneasy. The monk sighed. "Lord Qi, if Deputy Officer Liu, who has only entered the sacrificial residence twice, can die and be reborn, think about those cultivators who have been staying in the sacrificial residence." This statement awakened him from his reverie. Qi Jiuxiao felt goosebumps all over, a chill rising from his spine to his forehead. Jiangnan added, "Lord Qi, if we cannot completely seize the sacrificial residence and obtain the realm of beasts before they are reborn, then we will face countless 4th, 5th, and 6th rank cultivators." Qi Jiuxiao was stunned. Chapter 47. The Small Thousand World. It was already late at night when Qi Jiuxiao came out from the inner room. Qi Ruei and the others were still waiting in the lobby of the pawn shop. When they saw the 3 come out, those outside obviously sensed something was off. When they entered, Qi Jiuxiao was in the lead, followed by Jiangnan and the other 2. But now all 3 came out together, and Qi Jiuxiao even subtly lagged half a step behind, although they didn't know exactly what the 3 discussed. This small detail stirred the hearts of those present. Of course, no one spoke it out loud. In this somewhat subtle atmosphere, Jiangnan and the other 2 bid farewell to the people from Jiuchong Tower and headed towards the inn. According to their agreement, the time to break into the sacrificial house was set for tomorrow evening at sunset. Qi Jiuxiao also needed a day to mobilize the personnel still in Jiuchong Tower. The next day, Jiangnan and the other 2 led Qi Jiuxiao to the city gate towards the riverbank. They did not go out. At this time, those brainwashed city guards still had not regained their clarity. Under the monk's instruction, teams from Jiuchong Tower entered Shanyuan City as if it were an empty realm. They had prepared ordinary clothes early on and immediately scattered into the bustling crowd after entering the city. Truly, the monk's Buddhist teachings were exquisite. Seeing this scene, Qi Jiuxiao couldn't help but sigh. Though he said this, his body unconsciously moved a little further away from the monk. Jiangnan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Even Qi Jiuxiao, who had reached the 4th rank, was still wary and kept his distance from the Buddhist methods. He naturally wasn't afraid of being transformed by the so-called Buddhist teachings due to his profound cultivation. However, he couldn't withstand the fact that this method wasn't aimed at experts, but rather at the general populace. Imagine yourself as a leader of a faction with hundreds of subordinates who fight for you daily. Suddenly, a monk arrives, and after chanting a few verses, Those loyal subordinates who would die for you suddenly sit cross-legged and begin chanting Buddha's compassion. Such a public display truly makes one feel disgusted. As night fell, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. To the common people of Shanyuan City, it was an ordinary night. No one noticed that in the darkness, shadows flowed like rivers converging towards the sacrificial house in the center of Shanyuan. Inside the inn, the monk took out the demon-subduing pestle and stood it upright on the ground. This imposing object stood firmly on the floor. They had previously discussed that at the time of the decisive battle, they needed to properly secure the rabbit girl, who contained the last fragment of divinity of the beast path. The monk recited scriptures, and the demon-subduing pestle began to emit a bright golden light, flowing and intertwining. Eventually, it formed a dim golden circle that reflected onto the ground, enclosing the entire room. The monk let out a long breath and said, "Benefactor, this is the demon-subduing circle passed down in my temple, originally used for my protection." He pointed to the dim golden circle on the ground and added, "Now, I have enveloped the entire room in the demon-subduing circle. As long as the girl does not deliberately step out, even if there are demons and monsters outside, they will find it hard to harm her in the slightest." Jiangnan nodded. The rabbit girl concealed a trace of divinity from the beast path, and if they wanted to fully complete the beast path, they would have to kill her to obtain this trace of divinity. The monk's action was indeed to shield her from harm while they were away. He looked at the rabbit girl and gently instructed, "Little one, I need to go out for a while. Stay here and do not move and do not step out of this circle." With Qing Luo's translation, the rabbit girl slowly nodded. She gently tugged at Jiangnan's clothes, seeming reluctant, but then slowly let go. She was afraid to be alone, but also vaguely understood that she couldn't hold Jiangnan back. Jiangnan sighed and said to her, "Wait for me to come back, and I'll take you to eat something delicious." After saying this, he instructed Qing Luo to keep an eye on the rabbit girl and then left with the monk. Before reaching the sacrificial house, the area was empty, silent, and desolate. But after taking a few more steps and crossing a watery barrier, the scenery before his eyes changed abruptly. He saw dozens of colorful figures standing with their heads bowed in front of the sacrificial house, and the leader was Qi Jiuxiao. That layer of watery barrier was the technique he used to isolate the sacrificial house from Shanyuan City. After all, there would definitely be a great battle at the sacrificial house soon. However, since it was a conflict between the cultivators of the two cities, it was best if it did not involve innocent civilians. Qi Jiuxiao's expression was serious as he greeted Jiangnan and the others. Following his gaze, Jiangnan looked toward a hazy, semi-transparent mist that enveloped the entire sacrificial house. It was this semi-transparent mist that had previously blocked Jiangnan and the monk from investigating. Looking into the mist, it was clearly right in front of them, yet it felt as if they were separated from another world. The Small Thousand World. This was the name the monk had given to this mist, and it was also the common term in the cultivation circles of the upper realm. Once a cultivator reached the 4th rank, they had already entered the path to ascension. At this time, the cultivator's every word and action could faintly influence the forces of heaven and earth. When they condensed their essence, spirit, and energy, they could even imprint the surrounding world within several dozen meters with their own mark. This was called the Small Thousand World. In a cultivator's small realm, they were the master, able to guide the rules and changes within. Whether it was the 5 energies or 6 senses or the laws and divine abilities, their power would greatly increase within their own small realm. As the cultivator's realm advanced, the Small Thousand World would stabilize and expand. At higher levels, it could even encompass 1,000 miles, controlling the weather and becoming a deity themselves. Of course, the 4th-ranked city commander of Shanyuan could not achieve such absurdity. But even so, if a cultivator with a lower rank than the 4th dared to recklessly enter, it would be no different from sending themselves to their doom. This was also why Jiangnan and the others had to join forces with Qi Jiuxiao from Jiucheng Tower. Otherwise, even if they could enter this Small Thousand World, they would only be there to serve as food. The city commander of Chui City is indeed a grand figure. Qi Jiuxiao sighed, surprised that he could maintain the Small Thousand World for such a long time without exhausting himself to death. As a fellow 4th rank, He naturally understood that the small thousand world consumed a great deal of mental energy, and it was generally only briefly activated during battles. Few could maintain it continuously like the city commander of Chui City. Qi Jiuxiao looked at everyone and said, "I will activate the small thousand world to counter him. At which point both I and the city commander of Shanyuan will be unable to spare any effort for a short time. The remaining cultivators in the sacrificial house will be entrusted to you. Qi Shan and Qi Hai, you two lead everyone in action, and remember to be careful and cautious." Yes, the two called Qi Shan and Qi Hai were middle-aged and bore a striking resemblance, being siblings. They were also the only two fifth-rank cultivators from Wui City. With Qi Shan practicing Dao and Qi Hai practicing martial arts, their cultivation just below Qi Jiuxiao's. Qi Jiuxiao nodded and said to Jiangnan and the others, "After entering the sacrificial house, please look out for each other and don't let any accidents happen." He was worried that Jiangnan and the monk might encounter some mishaps during this operation, leading to blame from their respective factions. Jiangnan and the others nodded in agreement. After everything was arranged, Qi Jiuxiao raised his arm slightly. With his movement, Jiangnan felt that something around them seemed to change, though he couldn't pinpoint what exactly had changed. Then, an invisible force rose from Qi Jiuxiao, and the heavens and earth seemed to respond. On this June night, snow began to fall gently from the sky, bringing a chilling air. The snowflakes came from nowhere, swirling and refusing to dissipate, beautiful yet deadly. It was the sudden snowfall of Qi Jiuxiao's small thousand world. Qi Jiuxiao pushed his hands forward, and the snowflakes enveloped the sacrificial house, overlapping with the mist of the city commander. In that instant, it seemed as if a rumbling sound echoed in everyone's ears. It was the distant and unknown crashing of things. As the two small thousand worlds collided, the originally stable mist was torn apart, intertwining and battling with the snowflakes. In the struggle, the previously impregnable sacrificial house also revealed cracks. Seizing the opportunity, everyone rushed in. Jiangnan stood side by side with the monk, following behind Qi Shan and Qi Hai, and stepped into the gate of the sacrificial mansion. In that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Chapter 48. The green lamp rekindled in the altar hall of the ritual house. What Qi Jiuxiao and others saw outside was completely different. From the outside, the ritual house appeared to be a tall wooden pavilion, predominantly in shades of black and gray, exuding a sense of solemnity. However, the inner hall, dedicated to the city orders of Shanyuan from generations past, had transformed into an entirely different scene. It was hard to tell that this was the work of human hands. Dark stone-like substances seemed alive, covering most of the floor and walls. Lamps forged from the stone grew out in a chaotic manner, emitting a ghostly blue light that made the entire space seem eerie and strange. The altar in the inner hall was mostly covered by the black stones, with many of the plaques of the city orders submerged among them. A thing shaped like a pitch-black stone door, filled with fine cracks, grew out from the base, exuding an oppressive and dark aura. Beneath the door stood a gaunt middle-aged man. His eye sockets were sunken, his hair lost its luster, becoming unkempt and coarse. The once magnificent city order robe he wore had also become dull and dirty due to not being changed for a long time. Yet, his eyes were filled with crimson blood vessels, as if a blinding flame was burning within, full of fervor. Below him were various cultivators sitting cross-legged, accumulating spiritual energy to pass on to the Shanyuan city order, which in turn transmitted it to the bizarre black door behind him. As the spiritual energy gathered and time passed, the cracks on the strange black stone door were slowly healing. It seemed almost alive. At a certain moment, the intensely focused Shanyuan city order suddenly burst forth with brilliance in his eyes. He saw a solitary snowflake appear out of nowhere in the void, intertwining with his mist. Qi Jiuxiao, the 9-story tower, has finally come. A hoarse voice escaped his lips. After a moment, the Shanyuan city order looked down at the cultivators below. The people from the 9-story tower have intruded. You all quickly go to face the enemy. Eliminate them completely. His voice was filled with chilling, killing intent. The cultivators below stopped their movements, looking up at the Shanyuan city order and the black door behind him, their eyes filled with extreme fervor and longing. Yes. In response, They slowly sank into the black stones, disappearing from sight. At this moment, Jiangnan and others had just stepped into the ritual house. In fact, before they could even land, he sensed something was wrong. The things in front of his eyes were changing wildly, from the porch to the walls, and then to the pitch-black passage. It was as if the entire space inside the ritual house was chaotic. "Everyone, be careful," a monk's somewhat grave voice sounded in his ear. "This building has been polluted by the beast path and has already become its reincarnation." Before he could finish his sentence, his voice vanished. Each person who stepped into the ritual house felt as if the world was spinning uncontrollably. Jiangnan was no exception. When he opened his eyes again, the scenery around him felt incredibly foreign. This didn't look like the ritual house at all. Instead, it resembled a stalactite cave he had seen in a past life. Jagged black rocks surrounded him, with only the faint blue flames flickering on the stone walls. He looked around, realizing that the groups of cultivators had already vanished, likely transported to different places by the beast path. Only two people remained beside him, the somewhat anxious Qi Rui and the sullen Qi Shan. The three of them had been transported to the same place. Everyone's expression was not good. They had just entered the ritual house, and Henti even had the chance to arrange their formations before being hit by a spatial upheaval. It had completely disrupted the plans of the 9-story tower. Moreover, Qi Shan looked at Jiangnan, snorting inwardly. Earlier, Qi Jiuxiao had instructed him and Qi Hai to take care of Jiangnan and the monk, ensuring they didn't get into any accidents. Thus, Qi Shan was convinced that the 7th grade Jiangnan and the monk were two huge burdens, insisting on following everyone into the ritual house. Both inexperienced and playful. In the matter of Jiang, then defeating Qi Jun in one move was unknown to the later arrivals. Because Qi Jiuxiao hadn't mentioned it, Qi Rui was not the type of girl who liked to gossip, and Qi Jun wouldn't voluntarily disclose embarrassing matters. Young Master Jiang, this sudden change is too unexpected. Qi Shan continued, "In my opinion, we should press on, strive to reunite with the others, and then enter the inner hall of the ritual house." After saying this, he looked at Jiangnan. "Do you have any objections, young Master Jiang?" Jiang then shook his head. Faced with a sudden change, it was the only course of action. Moreover, he glanced behind him at the pitch-black rock walls, with no retreat in sight. Qi Shan nodded, realizing that although Jiangnan's strength was not high, he was not the kind of reckless young master who lacked understanding. However, he still reminded him, "Young Master Jiang, stay close to me later and do not fall behind. Otherwise, if any accidents occur, the major powers behind you will hold us at the 9-story tower accountable." Upon hearing this, Jiangnan frowned. Why did the burly Qi Shan speak in such a strange tone? But he didn't say much, as lighting the green lamp was the priority. He could feel that in his mind, the green lamp was slowly accumulating lamp oil. It would be ready to ignite in just a moment. After Qi Shan made his decision, they no longer delayed and moved forward. As they progressed, the realm of the beast path, though eerie, was oppressive and suffocating. Had one advantage: there were no confusing intersections. They passed through various oddly shaped passages and caverns. The distance they traveled had already exceeded the boundaries of the ritual house, but they were still far from the end. The realm of the beast path had already detached from the real world, forming a small space of its own. About a quarter of an hour later, Jiangnan felt a shift in his consciousness. The green lamp in his sea of consciousness ignited with a faint light. Familiar thoughts echoed in his mind. Lighting the lamp in the land of the beast path grants 100 years of Taoist cultivation. Learn the divine ability to gather beasts. Learn the divine ability to summon birds at that moment. The green lamp frantically spewed out Taoist energy, nourishing Jiangnan's entire body, bones, meridians, and spiritual essence. Qi Shan, feeling all this, turned around but found nothing unusual. 270 years of Taoist cultivation was equivalent to the 6th grade in the tier system. Moreover, due to the differing systems and Jiangnan's intentional restraint, Qi Shan naturally couldn't tell. He only vaguely felt that this young Master Jiang seemed to have undergone some unusual change, but he didn't ask further. In silence, the three continued forward. Suddenly, Jiangnan's expression shifted. With the increase in his Taoist cultivation, all his senses heightened. "Be careful," Jiangnan grabbed Qi Rui's wrist and pulled her back. The latter was startled by this sudden change. Before she could say more, a black hand that resembled liquid suddenly shot out from the dark rock wall. The force was so great that it even caused the air to explode. The spot where that hand aimed to crush was exactly where Qi Rui's head had been. If Jiangnan Ti pulled her back, her little head might have exploded. Qishan reacted at lightning speed. He almost lost a 6th-grade cultivator. Enraged, he thrust both hands forward, gathering violent lightning in his palms, akin to the wrath of a thunder god. The dazzling thunder quickly took shape, transforming into a thick pillar of lightning that crashed down toward the black arm in the rock. Under the thunder, it felt as if the entire cave was trembling. In a moment of crisis, the black hand merged back into the black rock, disappearing from sight. The lightning, transformed from spiritual energy, struck the black rock, erupting with a deafening roar. However, the strange black rock seemed to have excellent resistance to spiritual energy and suffered little damage. Moments later, a frail figure slowly emerged from the black stone, taking on a human form. The figure was small and hunched, like a monkey, with half of its body submerged in the black stone. Chu Wei. It's obvious that Qishan knows this person. The left guard of the Shanyuan city lord, Chu Wei, a 5th-rank martial artist, known for his vicious combat tactics and exceptional assassination skills. Qishan practices the Tao, while Chu Wei is skilled in martial arts. Both are 5th rank. If they were outside, Qishan would have no fear of Chu Wei. But now, the space is cramped, and he has Jiangnan and Qi Rui as burdens beside him. Coupled with the ability Chu Wei has shown to move freely through the dark rocks. Qishan's expression was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. Chapter 49. The Buddha's Vajra Fury. The yellow turbans show their might in a cave far away from Jiangnan and the monk. Qi Jun and the monk were teleported together. At this moment, Qi Jun had already realized that although Jiangnan and the monk seemed to be at the 7th rank, they were not easy to deal with. Jiangnan could easily defeat him with a single sword strike, and the monk could brainwash thousands of soldiers with just a few verses. Therefore, Qi Jun kept a very low profile. Master, what should we do? Qi Jun had a plan in mind, but still asked. Amitabha, the monk sighed. This place is the domain of beasts, with countless mysteries and unpredictable dangers. I believe we should first meet up with the others and then make further plans. Qi Jun nodded, as he thought the same. Initially, Qi Jun had made things difficult for the two, which was actually Qi Jiuzhao's intention. He himself had no ill feelings towards Jiangnan and the monk. Rather, after witnessing their abilities, he felt a genuine fear. However, during their conversation, Qi Jun discovered that although the monk's methods were unorthodox, his temperament was very good. Master, after this matter is settled, will you return to the western regions? In the silence, perhaps unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere, Qi Jun casually asked. The monk replied softly, This journey was sent by the temple for me to seek the 6 paths. If the task is completed, I will naturally return to report to the temple. He looked at Qi Jun. What about you, Qi Benefactor? Qi Yun Xiaoku. I told the building master that I want to resign from my position at the 9-story tower. The monk was taken aback. Why is that? Although Qi Jun was young, he was already at the 6th rank, with exceptionally good talents. If he had more opportunities and fortune, it was not impossible for him to break through to the 4th rank in his lifetime. Qi Jun felt a bit embarrassed, but explained, in Wu Yi City, there's a girl waiting for me to marry her. Master, you should also see that although I am in the 9-story tower with great prestige, it is always filled with crises and uncertainties. I discussed with her that after this matter is settled, I will resign from this job, return home, and marry her, then open a martial arts school to make a living. At this point, he smiled shyly. I hope Master won't laugh at me. The monk shook his head seriously. Benefactor, everyone has their own aspirations. In my eyes, your desire for a peaceful and happy life is no different from those who aspire to reach the peak of greatness. Qi Jun was stunned for a moment, then cupped his hands in a salute, genuinely praising, Master truly has a profound understanding. Most people in the 9-story tower knew about his intention to resign, but many had objections, believing he was being foolish and wasting his great talents. However, one cannot understand the joy of fish if one is not a fish. He never expected that someone who he had just met, a monk would understand him. If I dare to invite Master to attend my wedding, would you be willing to honor us with your presence? Qi laughed and half-jokingly said. The monk clasped his hands together and smiled. There is no reason not to. Observing the myriad forms of the secular world is also a form of practice. As his words fell, a pitch-black long sword fell from the dark rock wall above, piercing straight into Qi crown, burying the blade deep. A trace of joy still lingered on his face. Was it because he was about to get married soon? Or because he had invited the holy monk from Jiangnan Temple to attend his wedding? In his fading moments, life gradually slipped away. A voice echoed from above, resonating in the empty cave. 1 6th rank, 1 7th rank, all have been eradicated. The voice was cold and cruel. 2 figures emerged from the dark rock wall, landing on the ground and transforming into human forms. Both were 6th rank martial artists. One of them made a gesture, and the long sword on Qi forehead flew back into his hand. The latter's corpse fell to the ground, lifeless, eyes wide open. They looked at the monk, already considering him dead. The monk, Suhai, remained calm, showing no signs of joy or anger. I only just promised this benefactor to attend his wedding. He squatted down and closed Qi eyes, shaking his head. I have gone back on my word. Monk, I will send you to meet him immediately. One of the martial artists said coldly. The long sword in his hand thrust forward, like a flash of a startled swan, aiming at the monk's face. The momentum was unstoppable. Amitabha, the monk softly chanted the Buddha's name, clasping his hands together, and a fierce wind rose around him, with the faint sound of drums echoing in the air. As a practitioner of Buddhism, Suhai seldom used force when entering the city. He had only used Buddhist teachings to transform soldiers. It seemed he only knew some unorthodox methods. But in reality, Suhai's position in Jiangnan Temple, besides being the disciple of Ni Buddha, was also a martial monk, a Jiangnan Temple warrior known for his steel-like bones and supreme golden body. His blood surged like ocean waves, producing a sound like a roaring river from within. Behind him, the figure of a luminous king faintly appeared, towering several meters high, with fists like iron bowls and eyes like cold stars. In an instant, the indestructible sword blade stabbed forward. The monk raised his hand and caught it. The clash between flesh and the finely forged sword produced the sound of metal striking metal. The attacker was taken aback. This monk was only 7th rank. How could he block this sword? And to do so in such a brutal manner? The monk was unaware of his thoughts, only tightening his grip. Bang! The sword shattered with a loud noise. Immediately after, his cold gaze met that of the astonished 6th rank martial artist. You who cannot distinguish right from wrong, assisting the tyrant, deserve to die. With that, he swung a punch. The 6th rank martial artist seemed to be struck by a giant hammer, his eyes bulging, blood gushing out. His body fell like a broken puppet, crashing into the dark rock wall, unable to move, gasping a few times before falling silent. His companion didn't even see what had happened. They only saw their comrade charge forward, then collapse, and the strange monk across from them, with blood on his fists and his robe fluttering, slowly walked towards him. The martial artist's heart skipped a beat, facing a 7th rank Buddhist practitioner. He felt a surge of fear. The monk kicked off the ground, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, and his fist was already before him. The martial artist could only hastily cross his hands in front of his chest to block. The punch and elbow collided, producing a dull sound. The martial artist's body was blasted away like a cannonball. On the brink of death, in his final moments, he looked at the monk with resentment, mixed with blood, and spat out a line, I am immortal, we will return, soon. The monk stepped forward, delivering a final punch, sending gravel flying. That monk will kill you again, once, twice. In the blood and dust, the frail monk's expression was stern. The Buddha has the heart of a bodhisattva, but also the fury of a vajra. Such killings and battles occur every moment in the realm constructed by the beasts. Originally, the practitioners of the 9-story tower had quantitative and qualitative advantages over Shanyuan. However, they could not withstand the enemy's elusive tactics, hiding among the black stones transformed by the beasts, making ambushes and sneak attacks difficult to defend against. Thus, the battle situation became stalemated, hard to resolve in a short time. On Jiangnan's side, the 5th rank practitioner named Chu Wei revealed himself, followed by two sixth-rank practitioners, coming to ambush Jiangnan and the others. According to Qi Shan, Chu Wei was already skilled in assassination. Now, with the ability to move within the Black Rocks, he posed even more danger. Qi Shan, we are old acquaintances now. Chu Wei was small and hunched, his voice sharp and thin, sounding feminine and mysterious, which was quite irritating. You in the 9-story tower invading my Shanyuan sacrifice mansion. Do you intend to start a war? Qi Shan stood protectively in front of Jiangnan and Qi Rui, snorting coldly. At this point, why pretend? We know exactly what you are up to. Chu Wei narrowed his eyes, realizing that the people from the 9-story tower had indeed received news from the beast realm. Otherwise, Qi Jiuxiao, such a cunning fellow, Wu and Ti have torn his face and stormed into the sacrifice mansion. There is nothing more to say. Chu Wei licked his lips, a dark curved blade sliding out of his hand. The rivalry between the Shanyuan Wise should come to an end, starting with your death. As his voice fell, the bodies of the three of them sank into the black rock. Qi Rui, protect young Master Jiang. Qi Shan said solemnly. They can move freely within this strange black rock, so be very cautious. Qi Rui was aware of Jiangnan's strength and was about to speak. Jiangnan stepped forward. Qi Shan, why make it so complicated? Since the black rock is where they are hiding, why not just destroy it? Hearing Jiangnan's words, Qi Shan's expression darkened. He thought to himself, naive, hasn't he thought about destroying the black rock? But this black rock is incredibly strange and resistant to the laws formed from spiritual energy. He is a cultivator, most adept in the Tao. But even if he were exhausted, he would still struggle to destroy this expanse of black rock. On the other side, Chu Wei and the others would not wait for them to finish arguing. They had already launched their attack. On the surface, it seemed that Chu Wei was targeting Qi Shan, while the other two 6th-grade cultivators restrained Jiangnan and Qi Rui. But in reality, Chu Wei's primary targets were Qi Rui and Jiangnan. He knew well that it was unlikely to kill the deeply skilled Qi Shan in one blow. So his first strike was aimed at the 6th-grade Qi Rui. The goal was to cut off the branches from Qi Shan's side, then join forces with his two 6th-grade companions to surround and attack Qi Shan. However, strangely, the scholarly-looking 7th-grade cultivator just now actually sensed his attack and saved Qi Rui. This made Chu Wei uneasy. This time, he aimed directly at Jiangnan. He decided to kill this strange scholar first. Thus, the dark curved blade shot out from the rock wall, slashing towards Jiangnan's throat. At that moment, Qi Shan also sensed something was wrong and instantly understood Chu Wei's intention. His face changed drastically as he gathered his supreme Tao technique. But he could see it was too late. Meanwhile, the late-to-react Qi Rui moved closer to Jiangnan, extending her long sword energy surging, ready to block the deadly curved blade. But the two 6th-grade cultivators from Chu Wei's side intervened just in time, attacking Qi Rui from the front and back, forcing her to turn from offense to defense, leaving her overwhelmed. As Jiangnan was exposed under the deadly curved blade, both of them felt a tightening in their hearts. At the critical moment, an unexpected change occurred. The curved blade in Chu Wei's hand was suddenly blocked by something. He felt a flash before his eyes. An incredibly towering figure stood in front of him, several meters tall, with golden rings shining above its head, wearing a bright yellow scarf across its shoulders, exuding a fierce and extraordinary aura. The figure grabbed the thrusting curved blade with one hand and threw a punch with the other, directly aiming for Chu Wei's vital point. The punch was unmatched, stirring the winds and thunder. Chu Wei's expression changed dramatically as he retreated. The yellow-scarved warrior's punch missed and smashed into the rock wall, sending debris flying. On the other side, Qi Shan had completed his Tao technique. Seeing Jiangnan safe, he turned to attack the two 6th-grade cultivators, targeting Qi Rui. A vast spiritual energy storm swept over, causing the two 6th-grade cultivators to retreat in fear of a hard confrontation. The situation, which had been on the verge of exploding, became strangely stagnant again. The few of them looked in shock at the majestic, mysterious warrior behind Jiangnan, their hearts filled with indescribable awe. Jiangnan looked at the astonished crowd and explained, "With my lowly strength, carrying a protective warrior by my side is quite reasonable, right?" As for the update, a somewhat delayed note about the launch. A couple of days ago, I received a notice that it would be launched at midnight on May 1st, and I was a bit panicked. Thanks to editor Lu Ming, it's been over a month since the book was released. Although the data is not ideal, the recommendations have been consistent, and I'm quite surprised. Also, I sincerely thank all the readers who are following along for your interaction, votes, and rewards. Due to work reasons, my updates have been quite lacking, but even so, in this version where updates are king, you have still been supporting me. Not to mention, let us give a cheer, bang, bang, bang. Back to the main topic. It's about to be launched. I hope to still see your presence. The first V chapter will be released at midnight, and those capable of supporting it can do so. Regarding updates, after May 1st, I will be assigned to another project. So I should be less busy, and I can guarantee 2 updates a day. They want to be so short and powerless anymore, ORZ. Lastly, I am the rookie author Deep Blue World. Please take care of me. I love you all. Chapter 50, Killing the 5th Grade. Subscription requested. At first, Qishan looked down on Jiangnan, including the monk who was with him. He unconsciously believed that these two, despite their low strength, were relying on the power behind them to flaunt their might and force Qi Jiushao to concede. But he suddenly realized that he seemed to have been mistaken, and quite absurdly so, when the towering yellow turban warrior stood on the black stone, his golden aura illuminating the entire eerie cave. Qishan finally understood. Even if Jiangnan's cultivation was not high, his actual combat power was extremely terrifying. Whether the mysterious warrior he summoned was one he had refined himself or a gift from the forces behind him, it gave Jiangnan the power to fight against a 5th grade cultivator. Chu Wei, who had just encountered the yellow turban warrior, found it hard to calm his mind. He could hardly believe that a 7th grade cultivator could control such a terrifying warrior puppet. In fact, before taking action, their main target was the 5th grade Qishan, and at most, they would also target the 6th grade Qi Rue. At first, in Chu Wei's eyes, Jiangnan was merely an accessory. It wasn't until now that he realized he was wrong. Destroy this cave. With a command from Jiangnan, the silent yellow turban warrior responded. It suddenly stomped the ground. Like the roar of the earth, dense cracks spread out like spider webs, and the black rock exploded, shattering into pieces, with dust rising everywhere. The 3 of them, hidden in the black rock, had no choice but to flee to the surface, their faces extremely grim. Qishan was also full of spirit, disregarding that just half an hour ago he was mocking Jiangnan and loudly praised, "Young Master Jiang is truly skilled." Truly skilled. After speaking, he turned to look at Chu Wei and the others, coldly shouting, "Chu Wei, D." As he spoke, he condensed his spell, and thunder raged across the sky, blue lightning covering the heavens. Amid the rampant thunder, Chu Wei and his companions, who had lost their cover, were exposed. The 2 6th grade warriors were directly obliterated by the violent lightning. Chu Wei was also preoccupied, dodging in the lightning while having to guard against the yellow turban warrior next to Jiangnan. Distracted, he was struck by several bolts of lightning, leaving his skin charred. Just as victory seemed certain, a rough voice echoed through the cave. "Hey, Grandpa Qin has come to battle." The voice arrived before the person. A figure, enveloped in boundless spiritual energy, wielding 2 azure gold axes, rushed in from afar. He stood 8 feet tall, incredibly sturdy, covered in scars, with a face full of muscle, exuding ferocity and a bandit-like aura. The heavy axes in his hands seemed like delicate toys, radiating an unstoppable force as he swung them. Suddenly, Qishan, who was not good at close combat, had to retract his thunder and retreat repeatedly. Through gritted teeth, he coldly spat out 2 words, "Qinlai." A right protector messenger under the command of the Shanyuan City Order, Qinlai, a 5th grade warrior, was adept at hand-to-hand combat and weapon strikes. His moves were bold and powerful, and he had tempered body techniques, making him hard to injure. This was the information Qi Jiushao had given Jiangnan before their attack on the sacrificial mansion, now resurfacing in his mind. As a cultivator, Qishan was most wary of such copper-skinned, iron-boned, and immensely strong warriors. But now, he was even more worried about another matter. According to the arrangements of the Shanyuan City Order, he should have 2 5th-grade cultivators as right protectors, meant to deal with the 2 5th graders of the 9-story tower, Qishan and Qihai. But now, The Qinlai who should have faced Qi Hai appeared here. Didn't that mean? A sense of unease rose in Qi Shan's heart. Qinlai, you go deal with that strange warrior. I'll handle this old man, Qi Shan. Chu Wei instructed with a breath. Qinlai did not resist and laughed heartily. All right. He then swung his axe and charged at the yellow turban warrior. Young Master Jiang, I'll leave this Qinlai to you. Hold on for a moment while I kill this Chu Wei. Qi Shan said to Jiangnan. He then instructed Qi Rui. You go assist young Master Jiang. In the shadows, Chu Wei sneered. Qi Shan, you better take care of yourself first. After speaking, he vanished into the shadows and began to fight Qi Shan. On the other side, Qinlai swung his giant axe, creating a gust of wind, shattering the air as he leaped into the air and aimed for the head of the yellow turban warrior. The latter remained expressionless, countering with his iron fists. Amid the sounds of metal clashing, the yellow turban warrior staggered back repeatedly. This isn't right, this isn't right. The more Qinlai fought, the more ferocious he became, grinning savagely. For such a huge guy, you're just a useless bag of bones. At this moment, Qi Rui was dancing with her long sword, sending waves of sword energy crashing onto Qinlai, but it only left behind a series of white marks. At this moment, the yellow turban warrior had already retreated in front of Jiangnan. Qinlai laughed wildly. Youngster, D. After that, with one axe, he split the yellow turban warrior and used the momentum to leap in the air, bringing his axe blade down towards Jiangnan. Though he was rough, he wasn't stupid. That mysterious warrior was only slightly inferior to him, and it was hard to determine a winner in a short time. So he decided to capture the thief first by smashing this scholarly-looking young man to pieces. Jiang then narrowed his eyes through the fighting. He had a clear understanding of the yellow turban warrior's combat power, with his 270 years of cultivation, corresponding to a 6th grade. The summoned yellow turban warrior was roughly equivalent in brute strength to a normal 5th grade warrior. Therefore, against Chu Wei, who relied on assassination and sneak attacks, he had a clear advantage. But against Qinlai, who had copper skin and iron bones and was skilled in body tempering, he was slightly at a disadvantage. However, who said there was only one yellow turban warrior? As his cultivation grew, the strength of the yellow turban warriors also gradually increased, and the number of warriors Jiang then could summon with his divine summoning technique also increased. Now he could fully exert the technique to summon up to 4 yellow turban warriors, although their duration was only as long as 2 incense sticks burn. In the midst of despair, Qinlai noticed that Jiangnan's expression showed no signs of panic. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this scholar had a backup plan? Suddenly, a rich golden light surged. One after another, phantom-like towering figures slowly gathered in the void. Qinlai's heart sank. He retreated. 1, 2, 3. Along with the initial yellow turban warrior, a total of 4 imposing yellow turban warriors descended into the cave. Qinlai was stunned. He was confident against 1, and he could hold his own against 2. But 4? Summoning 4 mysterious warriors of the 7th grade? What the hell do you call this a 7th grade? Jiangnan looked at him and said, Did you just say, not right? How about now? As his words fell, the 4 yellow turban warriors marched toward Qinlai. Under immense pressure, Qinlai bet everything and roared, launching a counterattack. In his desperation, he unleashed a tremendous force, sweeping his giant axe and creating a boundless storm of spiritual energy. But against the yellow turban warriors, it had little effect. Qinlai despaired. The 4 yellow turban warriors slowly approached, raising their fists and bringing them down. One punch after another struck against Qinlai's dual axes. The dense fists fell like the heavens collapsing, creating a thunderous roar. 1 punch, 2 punches, dozens of punches. Qinlai's mouth and nose bled, and he could no longer hold on. His dual axes shattered with a loud crash. Then, the incredibly heavy fists fell upon him. The sound was like a hammer striking steel, accompanied by the overwhelming scent of blood. Moments later, the yellow turban warriors stopped their assault, and all that remained between them was a mass of flesh and blood that could no longer be recognized. After dealing with Qinlai, with the remaining time of the yellow turban warriors, Jiangnan looked at the fierce battle between Qi Shan and Chu Wei and said, Senior Qi Shan, retreat. Qi Shan, with keen hearing and sharp vision, used a technique to create distance from Chu Wei, retreating to a far place. Replacing him were 4 burly warriors with bloodied fists. They advanced towards the despairing Chu Wei and attacked. It was still the simple and unadorned fists, one punch after another. Amidst Chu Wei's resentful screams, his life was ended, leaving behind a ground of indistinct flesh and blood. The outcome was already decided. At this moment, both Qi Shan and Qi Rui looked at Jiangnan, their gazes not one of shock. It was not even the gaze one would give a normal human, but rather as if they were seeing some strange monstrosity. Jiangnan blinked. In this treacherous world, isn't it reasonable for me to bring a few more guardian warriors? Qi Shan cursed inwardly. Treacherous world? I think the world is not treacherous. You are the one who is treacherous. Chapter 51. Internal and External Cooperation. Subscription requested. After swiftly dealing with the 2 5th-rank opponents, Jiangnan and the other 2 continued their journey. They did not feel any sense of relaxation in their hearts, due to the nature of the beast path. After a certain period, the cultivators from Shanyuan would revive exactly as they were. The resurrection mechanism is that ridiculous. If the people from a 9-fold tower cannot completely conquer the ritual manner and seize the beast path before dawn, they will have to face fully revived Shanyuan cultivators. As they proceeded, the 3 encountered several waves of ambushes. The attackers were not of high rank, with the highest being only 6th rank, and they were easily dealt with by Qi Shan. However, one thing was clear. These later attackers each bore injuries and signs of battle. It seemed that their initial targets had mostly already met with misfortune. After more than half an hour, the seemingly endless passage finally reached its end. Upon passing through the opening, they found themselves in a vast space, filled with jagged black stones and flickering blue flames. On the rock wall at the back of this space, countless dark caves appeared. Jiangnan and the others emerged from one of these caves. Based on this, the cultivators from a 9-fold tower who were teleported to other places would likely gather from these caves, if they were still alive. In front of them was a large, irregularly shaped oval opening, shrouded in black mist that obscured their vision. Yet, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from within. 4th rank. The identity of the person inside was becoming apparent. The 4th rank cultivator, the city order of Shanyuan, Chuihe. This also meant they were about to reach their destination. Young Master Jiang, let's take a moment to rest. After regrouping with the others, we can proceed. What do you think? Qi Shan looked at Jiangnan. After witnessing the terrifying strength of the 4 yellow turban warriors, his attitude shifted from previous mockery and disdain to great respect. After all, strength is a universal truth, and the power he demonstrated warranted respect from 5th rank Qi Shan. Jiangnan pondered for a moment. Their mission was to cooperate internally and externally, launching an assault on the city order of Shanyuan alongside Qi Jiuxiao outside the ritual manor. The 3 of them, facing a 4th rank cultivator who had stepped into a small 1,000 worlds, were indeed somewhat inadequate. Let's wait a bit, Jiangnan replied. Qi Shan and Qi Rui both nodded. Currently, the city order of Shanyuan was engaged in mutual conflict with Qi Jiuxiao in the small 1,000 worlds, and neither could spare their hands. They didn't have to worry about safety, so they sat cross-legged to recover their spirit and spiritual energy. Before long, a figure emerged from one of the caves. The eyes of Jiangnan and the other 2 narrowed. It was the monk Su Hai. At this moment, he was drenched in blood. His robe of alternating platinum and red stained crimson, exuding a fierce aura. Everyone's eyebrows twitched at the sight, especially Qi Shan, who thought to himself that this monk, who looked kind and gentle, was surprisingly ruthless in battle. Master, are you the only one? Jiangnan asked in confusion. Ba. The monk shook his head. Patron Shi Jun was supposed to be with this poor monk, since he said that Shi Jun was teleported together with him, but now only the monk had emerged. Qi Jun's fate was self-evident. Qi Shan and Qi Rui both showed expressions of sorrow. Qi Jun had been their colleague for many years, and they had heard that he planned to leave the 9-fold tower after this matter concluded to go home and get married for a stable life. They never expected that he would not survive this final battle. In fact, Qi Jun's death was merely a microcosm of this massacre. As time passed, More than 10 people emerged from the caves, all looking disheveled, their faces cold and bearing injuries. Clearly, they had just experienced a brutal battle. After that, no one else emerged from the caves. Qishan's expression grew darker. To this day, he had not seen Qi Hai's figure. The ominous feeling in his heart was confirmed. Qi Rui looked at him with concern. Lord Qishan. Qishan shook his head and stood up. It's about time. There are likely no more survivors left in the caves. Everyone, our ninefold tower has suffered heavy losses in this battle. But as long as we still live, we cannot let our colleagues' deaths be in vain. He pointed at the opening ahead and said coldly, "Follow me." To kill the city order. The crowd was filled with excitement. The group stood up and walked toward the final destination. It was a long passage, with jagged black stones on the walls, various sculptures of birds, beasts, and livestock gathered upon the rock walls. Crossing through the opening officially brought them into the inner hall of the ritual manor. This place had not yet been completely engulfed by the beast path's black rocks, and still retained some semblance of artificial construction. In fact, if it weren't for the interference of one of the 6 paths, distorting space and creating its own world, they should have been here the moment they stepped through the door of the ritual manor. Now, the inside of the ritual manor was in disarray. The rankings of past city orders were half submerged in the black stones, a chaotic sight. A massive door had grown out of the black stone, exuding an ancient aura. Within the door was a chaotic scene, as if it were another world. Just looking at it made everyone's hearts feel as if they were being drawn in. The beast path, the gate of reincarnation. At the door, a thin figure leaned against it, wearing dirty, tattered city order robes, his disheveled hair hanging down, and his face haggard. Yet, he emanated an unmatched aura, his eyes flashing with a thunderous intensity that captivated everyone. The only 4th rank in Shanyuan, the city order, Chui He. He lifted his eyelids and looked down at the intruders as if they were merely a group of ants. Jiangnan gazed at the infamous city order of Shanyuan, and the image of the silly rabbit girl and the boundless souls buried in the pit resurfaced in his mind. The source of it all was this Chui He sitting on the high platform. Qishan's voice was as cold as ice. Chui He, you disregard humanity, slaughter the common people. Your crimes are unforgivable, and now that you are at your wit's end, retribution has come. The monk also joined his hands in prayer, saying, Patron, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Put down the butcher's knife, and you may keep your life. Chui He merely lifted his eyelids slightly, revealing a look of disdain. A young child dares to speak so boldly? As soon as he finished speaking, a cloud of gray mist rose around him, transforming into a ferocious phantom skull, filled with boundless brutality, roaring down upon them. Jiangnan unleashed his fire and wind techniques, igniting the flames that surged from his mouth. The monk chanted incantations, and an image of the king of hell appeared behind him, his hand seals creating a brilliant golden light accompanied by grand Buddhist sound that illuminated the ritual manor. The remaining cultivators of the ninefold tower also displayed their powers, unleashing thunderous might, biting cold ice, and waves of sword and blade energy. As the supernatural techniques clashed, shockwaves radiated outward. When the world regained clarity, everything seemed normal. Yet, in the void, faint snowflakes were gradually suppressing the mist. Jiangnan and the others' attacks forced Chui He to divert his attention, naturally allowing Qi Jiuxiao to gain the upper hand. Don't stop, Jiangnan shouted, gathering his supernatural powers and unleashing all his trump cards. The surging flames, the illusory myriad swords, and the 4 towering warriors all charged into the sky. The others also did not slacken, launching their attacks again. Chui He's eyes darkened. Although he was 4th rank, he did not dare to underestimate such a multitude of supernatural techniques. He had no choice but to draw on his spiritual energy to resist the attacks. Thus, Qi Jiuxiao's small 1,000 worlds pressed in further. After several rounds of assaults, a crisp sound of shattering echoed in everyone's ears. Chui He's small 1,000 worlds ultimately could not withstand the combined assault, and it shattered. Outside the ritual manor, Qi Jiuxiao seized the opportunity to pursue, and the snowflakes surged violently in the void. The cold wind howled, as if the entire world was about to freeze. In the blizzard, the entire ceiling of the ritual manor shattered, being swept into the high heavens. A figure commands the extreme cold of heaven and earth, stepping through the air. Caishikou coldly gazes at the decree of Jiangnan City beneath the gate of reincarnation. Chui, the long-standing conflict between Jiangnan and Wui must come to an end today. After speaking, he pressed down with both hands. The swirling snow and wind instantly crystallized, transforming into a massive seal, pressing down towards Chui. Chapter 52. No Way of Reincarnation. Please subscribe. The 4th rank. Just 1 rank away from the 5th rank. Yet it is a significant dividing line. Below the 4th rank, one relies on the creation of heaven and earth to wash oneself, transforming spiritual energy for personal use, honing the body, ultimately still being master of oneself. Above the 4th rank, however, one moves within and directs the outside, guiding nature and harnessing the power of heaven and earth. The gap in between is hard to measure. It is like the blizzard seal unleashed by Caishikou, vast and overwhelming, like a deep abyss or a towering mountain, descending to suppress. With the addition of his small 1,000 worlds, it is even more unmatched in power. In a daze, everyone seems to feel the world swaying beneath this great seal. The one feeling it most deeply is Chui, who now appears haggard after his small 1,000 world shattered, facing the descending seal that resembles the heavens, looking as if he has reached the end of his path. Yet, there is not a trace of panic on his face. His eyes are lightly closed, seemingly dozing, as the eternal door of reincarnation behind him trembles slightly. It seems as if the entire world is trembling along with it, an incomparably distant and ancient aura emanating. In an instant, it disintegrates the unparalleled blizzard seal. It heads straight towards Caishikou and the others. Although he is of the 4th rank, facing that faint breath, Caishiou's hair stands on end. Danger! Quickly, he uses the small 1,000 worlds to envelop everyone and retreats high into the sky. Inside the broken sacrificial hall, as that breath slowly diffuses, the entire hall silently crumbles and breaks apart, inch by inch. In the high heavens, Caishiou's expression is grim. He has already placed great importance on the door of reincarnation of the beast path, yet he still underestimated it by a wide margin. Although Chui seems to have not fully mastered the beast path, only able to make subtle manipulations. But even just a trace of that descending aura makes one feel utterly powerless. He shows a look of unwillingness, having lost 70% of the manpower from the 9-story tower, finally confronting Chui. Does he have to flee in disgrace now? Caishikou, we are no longer beings of the same realm. Chui rasps, laced with sarcasm, you remain stagnant, making no progress day after day. While I am about to transform into reincarnation, mastering one of the 6 paths, the difference is beyond measure. Caishikou struggles internally, thinking of ways to break the situation while confronting Chui. This seat indeed has not made progress for several years, but this seat has trained in martial arts and cultivated the heart, not for the sake of advancing by slaughtering my own people. On the contrary, it is you, Chui, who acts ruthlessly and without virtue. Your sins are overflowing. Do you not fear the retribution of heaven? Caishiou's voice is deafening, questioning repeatedly. Chui, however, sneers disdainfully. They, as the Jiangnan people, live and die for me. It is only natural. Not to mention, it is for the great cause of reincarnation. Caishikou, this is a blessing that is hard to come by in 3 lifetimes. How can there be talk of retribution? Caishikou furrows his brows deeply. Although the Jiangnan city order has always been ambitious and autocratic, it was not so disregardful of the lives and deaths of the people before. Now, it seems that the door of reincarnation has corrupted his nature. Tower Master, there is great terror in the midst of reincarnation. The monk behind him sighs. If one rashly pries into it, one may lightly fall into the evil path and heavily cause the collapse of one's Tao heart. This Jiangnan city order has truly fallen into obstruction. Caishikou looks at him. Master, do you have a strategy? Naturally. The monk forms his hands into a cup, presenting an item. I a humble monk, come bearing the Buddha's decree to quell reincarnation. The Buddha's fingertip was bestowed upon me in the temple, able to suppress the 6 directions and 8 desolations. Upon hearing this, Caishikou is momentarily stunned, reflecting that when it comes to ruthlessness, one must look to the Buddhist sect. Using one's own ancestors as a magical artifact is all too easy. But he did not dare to say it out loud. At this moment, the monk gazes at the object in his hands, his eyes filled with reverence. Everyone looks over, and it is a small segment of a finger bone, as white as jade, emitting a warm and gentle light, beautiful and flawless. However, at the moment it appears, everyone feels a jolt in their hearts. A terrifying sensation arises in their minds that is hard to dispel. The monk quietly chants treacherous, and amidst the sounds of the scriptures, the fingertip slowly rises, ascending high into the heavens. After a long time, it hovers in the air, like the center of heaven and earth, suppressing the universe. A soft, gentle light from the Buddha radiates down, showering the sacrificial hall. The terrifying aura emanating from the door of reincarnation dissipates like the remnants of spring snow, vanishing silently. Its very essence begins to tremble slightly, shaking with fear. Meanwhile, the face of Elder Su Hai grows increasingly pale, losing all color. Undoubtedly, controlling the Buddha's fingertip, which is a taboo within taboo with the monk's cultivation level, would exhaust his spirit in an instant. Chi Tower Master, hurry! The monk gasps for breath, urgently saying, take this opportunity to kill Cui He. Without hesitation, Caishikou, in fact, as soon as the Buddha's fingertip ascended, he had already activated the small 1,000 worlds again. The heavens once more are engulfed in blizzards, boundless snowstorms gather, solidifying into a primitive, uncarved spear, naturally formed. It falls into Caishikou's hand. In the eyes of everyone, he seems to be holding up a world. Caishikou is also determined, using the small 1,000 worlds as a weapon, vowing to kill Cui He. He understands in his heart that if he does not resolve this matter while the Buddha's fingertip suppresses reincarnation, once Elder Su Hai exhausts his strength, there will truly be no more opportunities. Divine light erupted, the spear was released, transcending space, and in the next moment, it arrived before Cui He. The latter's face twisted with rage, repeatedly urging the door of reincarnation behind him. Yet he receives no response. In his wide-eyed gaze, the snowstorm spear pierces straight through his chest, unleashing the power of the small 1,000 worlds explosively. It ferociously tears apart every inch of Cui He's flesh and bone, transforming into a sky full of ice shards that explode apart. Seeing this scene, the monk finally breathes a sigh of relief. The Buddha's light around him dims, and the Buddha's fingertip in the sky slowly descends, landing in his hands. Seeing the remnants of Cui He scattered everywhere below, the monk finally relaxes, the terrifying consumption causing his body to tilt backward. Caishikou quickly supports him, also feeling relieved. But at that moment, an extreme aura of hatred bursts forth from the sacrificial hall. A chilling wind howls. A semi-transparent figure slowly coalesces from the ice shards, forming the incomplete visage of Cui He. The remnant soul, Caishikou. Did you not expect this? I am one with reincarnation. As long as reincarnation exists, my body shall be immortal. The voice of Cui He's remnant soul is as cold as ice, cruel and merciless. Once I reconstruct my body, I will ensure you all are ground to dust. Soul scattered. With the curse of resentment, that remnant soul heads towards the door of reincarnation above. It is about to enter. Everyone's expressions change. If he succeeds, in a moment, there will be another fully restored 4th rank. A Cui He who can activate the door of reincarnation. Caishikou's eyes widen in disbelief, gathering his Tao techniques in his hands. But it is already too late. He can only watch as Cui He's remnant soul's head has already drilled into the door of reincarnation. Just as time seems to slow, everyone feels a flicker of ghostly light, and the half of Cui He's body that has entered the door of reincarnation suddenly comes to a halt. A faint voice resonates. Do you even deserve reincarnation? Everyone turns to see Jiangnan raising his right hand, as if grasping something in the void. Connecting to the ethereal, the divine way stands before, with no reincarnation. With a fierce tug, Chui's remnant soul is forcibly pulled out of the door of reincarnation of the beast path, held in the air by an invisible hand. Only at this moment does fear show in his eyes, meeting Jiangnan's cold gaze. 5 fingers clenched tightly. With a piercing scream, Chui's remnant soul shatters into pieces, dissipating into smoke. Chapter 53. The suspended Arhat, the monks, and others looked at Jiangnan with suspicion. Among the group, the monk should be the one most familiar with Jiangnan. He had seen him wielding wind and magical powers, displaying exquisite sword techniques, breathing fire, and exhibiting immense strength. Now he was showing mastery over the way of souls. What kind of demon or monster is this? Jiangnan, I am just a frail scholar carrying. Cough, cough, there is no need for young Master Jiang to say more, we all understand. Qishan sighed. He had heard this so many times that his ears were getting calloused. After a brief interlude, everyone turned their gaze towards the reincarnation gate below. Due to the earlier battle of magic, the illusion technique Qi Jiuxiao had casually set up was already shattered by the aftermath. The Buddha light that had obscured the sky and sun allowed everyone in Shanyuan to see everything clearly. It was not wise to linger here any longer. The question arose, how should they deal with the nearly completed reincarnation gate? Qi Jiuxiao initially had some ideas, but after witnessing the terrifying aspects of this thing, he no longer wanted to have any connection with it. The reincarnation gate was something he, Qi Jiuxiao, could not handle. It was like letting a child flaunt gold bars in public. This was not an opportunity, but a disaster. Throughout history, there have been countless cases of innocent people suffering for their treasures. Therefore, he pushed this hot potato onto Jiangnan and the monk. Young Master Jiang, Master Shuhai, how should we handle this item? Jiangnan looked at the monk. This was originally a Buddhist artifact. The monk's face was still somewhat pale, perhaps due to the enormous consumption earlier. After pondering for a moment, he said, the reincarnation gate involves the secrets of life and death, and even bodhisattvas and arhats find it difficult to control the immense terror within. The temple intends to banish it to the void, where it originally belongs in the 6 paths of reincarnation. He glanced at the sky. The poor monk had already sent a message to the temple, and it was estimated that a master would arrive soon. In the meantime, I would trouble Master Qi to keep watch around, so as not to let this reincarnation gate fall into the hands of evil people again. Qi Jiuxiao clasped his hands. It will be done. I will send a message to Wu Yi tomorrow to dispatch personnel to take over Shanyuan. Now that the order in Shanyuan has fallen, countless cultivators have died or been injured, and with the reincarnation gate lost to Chui's control, it is forever buried in the shadows. For Wu Yi, the entire Shanyuan now resembles a plucked piece of fat meat. Swallowing it whole and unifying the Wei Shui, that will be today. After confirming this, everyone was about to descend to the ground. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in the distant night sky. A bright yellow line stretched across the boundary between heaven and earth, slowly approaching. It grew brighter and more dazzling. At the same time, an indescribable, vast aura emanated from the light. As it got closer, the previously dark sky was tinted with a soft, bright yellow, and everyone present was enveloped in a layer of radiance. Qi Jiuxiao and the others found it hard to breathe under this terrifying aura, struggling to support themselves. The people of Shanyuan below, however, couldn't help but kneel down, shouting for the immortals. Jiangnan's gaze sharpened as he saw a person walking through the air amidst the magnificent light. This person appeared to be over 70 years old, bald on top, with a snow-white beard, wearing a coarse robe, with kind brows and gentle eyes, making one involuntarily feel affection. An old monk with extraordinary cultivation. Jiangnan looked at Master Shuhai. This scene made him instinctively think that the master the monk spoke of had arrived. But Master Shuhai's face was heavy with concern. Jiangnan's heart sank as he suddenly remembered that he had once released a spirit paper crane with the monk. There was no reason for news to reach the more distant western regions, while the closer Great Xia and Sword Cottage were still unresponsive. Master, who is this venerable one? Qi Jiuxiao and Jiangnan had the same thought and repeatedly asked the monk. The monk sighed. Jiuchang Temple. The suspended Arhut. Qi Jiuxiao's mind froze. He had heard of the suspended Arhut, or rather, this person was so famous that it was hard not to know. The suspended Arhut was born in a poor land of the western regions, with profound Buddha nature from birth. Chosen by Jiuchang Temple as a Buddha child to train in the temple. It is said that before attaining the Arhut fruit, the suspended Arhut made a great vow to eliminate the conflicts between two small countries in the western regions, which were enemies for 2 years. After several years of effort, he still could not find a way, and instead, it became an obstacle to attaining the Arhut fruit. In the end, he sat in the void for several days, forcibly converting all the citizens of the two countries to Buddhism permanently, and then attained the Arhut fruit. However, Qi Jiuxiao looked at Master Shuhai with some confusion. Isn't he from the Golden Light Temple? The relationship between Golden Light and Jiuchang Temple is somewhat like that between Wu Yi and Shan Yuan. Although both preach Buddhist teachings, they often engage in open and covert conflicts due to differing ideologies. How could Master Shuhai send a message that got mixed up? Master Qi. The suspended master did not come here because of the poor monk's message. The monk shook his head and said, he sent the message to his own Golden Light Temple. And this suspended Arhut from Jiuchang Temple came of his own accord. He is an uninvited guest. As he spoke, the suspended Arhut had already arrived not far in front of everyone. He glanced at the crowd and softly recited a Buddhist chant. Ba, I, the old monk, have traveled a long way and observed the aura of reincarnation. Could you please tell me what has happened here? His voice was slow and clear, making people feel a sense of comfort, as if all emotions and desires were dissipating, making it hard to harbor thoughts of conflict. But Jiangnan suddenly trembled, snapping back to reality from that feeling. He looked at the suspended Arhut with eyes full of wariness and vigilance. Just a few sentences nearly affected his mind and thoughts. This monk was too sinister. Moreover, Jiuchang Temple was precisely the place where the sword master Imo Qingshan had violently entered and exited. There was indeed a long-standing grudge with Sword Cottage. Upon hearing the suspended Arhut's question, Qi Jiuxiao dared not hold back and honestly recounted the events. Ba, it truly is inhumane. Upon hearing about the massacre in Shuihe town, the suspended Arhut couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, his face filled with compassion. Then, he looked at the reincarnation gate on the ground. The reincarnation gate is originally a Buddhist artifact, and it is too dangerous for sentient beings. I will take it back to Jiuchang Temple for proper placement. Upon hearing this, the monk's brows furrowed deeply. Suspended Master, I am the Buddha child of the Golden Light Temple, and this reincarnation gate is my Buddhist fate. I informed the temple, and when Master Pan-Su arrives, we will banish it to the void. I do not dare to trouble the suspended master. The monk first pointed out his identity, then informed that Master Pan-Su from Golden Light Temple would be arriving soon. The implication was that this thing was discovered by my Golden Light Temple first, and my big boss will arrive shortly. You should stay away. At this time, it was also evident that Golden Light Temple and Jiuchang Temple had different approaches to dealing with the reincarnation gate. Golden Light Temple believed that the 6 paths were too ethereal and that there was great terror within. It was better to send it back where it came from. However, the suspended Arhut from Jiuchang Temple came with the intention of taking it back to the temple, clearly coveting its great power and wanting to seize it. The suspended Arhut smiled slightly, not at all annoyed by the monk's prickly words, and said gently, to subdue one of the 6 paths is a benevolent act that benefits all living beings. How can it be considered a trouble? After a pause, he continued, as for the message sent to the western regions, is this the letter? Saying this, the suspended Arhut took out a spirit paper crane and said softly, the strong winds and heavy rains outside Weishu blew down the paper crane, and the old monk just happened to pick it up from the river, so I am now returning it to you. Upon hearing this, the others all had strange expressions. They secretly thought that this suspended Arhut was too shameless. The spirit paper crane was originally created for long-distance communication. Even if it faced heavy winds and rains, it could still reach its destination. He was clearly intercepting Master Shuhai's message to prevent Golden Light Temple from receiving news, intending to monopolize the reincarnation gate. Yet he pretended to act all righteous. But no one dared to speak out. After all, The Arhut was of the second rank. Now whatever he says goes. Jiangnan raised his hand and pressed down on the trembling shoulders of the monk, slowly shaking his head. Then the suspended Arhut gently waved his hand, and the incredibly heavy door of reincarnation slowly rose into the air, flying in front of him. The suspended Arhut watched with rapt attention, overwhelmed with joy. Suddenly, he frowned slightly. Amitabha, why is there a flaw in this creature's path? The suspended monk blinked, and his awareness swept across the entire Weishui, revealing an understanding look as he murmured to himself. So it's because the divinity is still leaking out. No wonder. No wonder. He waved his hand again, and a ball of golden light slowly floated up in Shanyuan City. Upon seeing this scene, Jiangnan's expression suddenly changed. The reason was simple. Within that golden light was the bewildered rabbit girl. As the door of reincarnation and the rabbit girl slowly drew closer, an invisible force began to tug at her body, attempting to pull the divinity that was deeply imprinted in her soul out. Chapter 54. 9 returns to one above the heavens. The rabbit girl, trapped by the golden Buddhist light, showed an expression of extreme pain on her face. The agony of her soul being torn apart made her beat against the Buddhist light desperately, letting out a miserable cry. However, the Buddhist light blocked the sound, and no one outside could hear anything. They could only see her helpless struggle, which made everyone feel pity. Jiuxiao frowned deeply, and many people in a 9-story tower looked pale, daring to be angry but not able to speak out. Jiangnan suppressed the anger in his heart and stepped forward, cupping his hands and saying, "Master, you only need to take away the reincarnation path. Why must you trouble a mortal girl?" The air-suspended Arhut raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly not expecting anyone to dare to speak against him. However, he was not angry and said, "This girl possesses the divine nature of reincarnation. She can no longer be considered human, but rather a monster. Since she is a monster, she must be eliminated to protect the path, and I must do my duty." Upon hearing this, Monk Shuhai also stepped forward and advised, "Master, you may not know that this girl accidentally ingested river water tainted with the divine nature of reincarnation and has suffered greatly. Although she cannot be considered human, I ask the master to be compassionate." The air-suspended Arhut showed an unhappy expression, the wrinkles on his forehead gathering like twisted old trees, and he snorted lightly. Just the sound made the remaining crowd feel as if they had been struck by a hammer. The monk even stepped back a few paces in the air, looking even paler. The terror of the second rank was vividly displayed at this moment. Amitabha, regardless of whether she is a monster, the fact that she possesses the divine nature of the 6 paths is already a calamity for the world. Now, sacrificing her alone to save all beings is a great merit. Great merit? Jiuxiao sighed inwardly. What great merit? It is clearly the air-suspended Arhut who wants to fulfill his desires for the beast path, but cannot say it directly and insists on dragging the world into it. Moreover, this trace of divine nature will return naturally when she dies of old age, right? He originally thought that Monk Shuhai was already a representative of a benevolent-looking but dark-hearted Buddhist, but at least his heart was righteous, even if his methods were a bit sinister. Unlike this air-suspended Arhut, who reversed black and white, sought fame, and was extremely shameless. However, even though Jiuxiao thought this way in his heart, he did not dare to show it on the surface. After all, the other party was a Buddhist Arhut of the second rank. It was not an exaggeration to say that a single finger from the air-suspended Arhut could deal with everyone present. While several people were debating, the common people in Shanyuan City also heard a rough idea and looked at the air-suspended Arhut with suspicion. Seeing this, the air-suspended Arhut spoke loudly. There is great terror in reincarnation. The Buddhist scriptures record that when the 6 paths shattered, even a fragment of the Azura path destroyed country. Now, this girl has absorbed too much divine nature of reincarnation and has become a monster. She may bring disaster to all beings in the future. I wish to kill the demon for the sake of the world. Do you have any doubts, benefactors? The bewildered common people looked at the beast path reincarnation gate that suppressed the universe, then looked at the rabbit girl who appeared to be in extreme pain. For a moment, they fell silent. After a long time, a weak voice finally spoke up. "Master, what you said is absolutely right." Then, Whispers began to arise. She has already become a monster. What is the point of keeping her? Yes, the Master is here to save us. The Master is compassionate. The Master's merit is boundless. Under the shining Buddhist light, the voices of the common people gradually unified. The Master is compassionate. The Master is compassionate. The Master is compassionate. In the crowd, a child stared at the pained rabbit girl in the sky and tugged at his father's sleeve, feeling some reluctance. Daddy, this sister looks like she's in so much pain. His father quickly covered his mouth. Thus, the voice was drowned in the tide of the crowd, and silence fell. Those who did not understand would really think the rabbit girl was some heinous demon. Amidst the loud praises, a furious shout erupted like thunder. Enough! Jiangnan infused spiritual energy into his voice, pointing at the common people below and scolding. She is your fellow human, just because she accidentally ingested river water. Her parents and relatives all died tragically, and she has even become dull-witted. She has been in Shanyuan for several days. If she really could harm people, you would have all been dead by now. Faced with an innocent young girl, you want to slay demons and eliminate monsters? Don't you have children of your own? Don't you have parents or relatives? Do you still have a shred of humanity? His words resonated, and the voices of the common people gradually quieted down. The air-suspended Arhat was genuinely a bit angry at this moment. It is well known that the Buddhist sect is not like other sects. They must eat meat, care about their reputation, and uphold the persona of compassion for all beings. Jiangnan was publicly undermining his authority. The air-suspended Arhat spoke in a deep voice. This benefactor must not use demonic words to confuse the crowd. As he spoke, a terrifying oppressive force began to radiate. Jiangnan braced himself against the terrifying pressure, ignoring Qi Zhuoxiao's anxious signals, and suddenly stepped forward. From the moment the rabbit girl was suspended in the sky, he realized something was wrong. Countless ways to break the situation flashed through his mind. However, he ultimately could not avoid one thing: facing the second-rank air-suspended Arhat head-on. Rationally, he should have been cautious. Even if his anger boiled like magma, he should have lurked like a beast, waiting for the right moment to strike, until he was strong enough to put the air-suspended Arhat down. A gentleman takes revenge. It is never too late to wait 10 years. But if he did that, the rabbit girl would die. Although the survivalist way has its merits. At this moment, Jiangnan could not do it. He could not bear to watch a little girl who had accidentally ingested divine nature, lost in confusion and pain, be torn apart and have her soul extinguished, all under the pretense of righteousness and for the sake of all beings. This was not the right thing to do. What I say is the truth. Facing the pressure, Jiangnan gritted his teeth, speaking word for word. The air-suspended monk's expression darkened. The entire night sky filled with dark clouds, and lightning crackled, as if heaven and earth were also angered. Umaba, benefactor, you are attached to the form and have been blinded by the demons. The air-suspended monk's expression turned fierce, and he sighed softly. I will help you eliminate the demons and find a new life. Saying this, he was about to strike. The truth was about to be revealed. Under the terrifying pressure, Jiangnan's mouth and nose oozed blood, but he did not care, grinning fiercely. You want to kill me? He pulled out the embroidered robe token and a delicate little sword, tearing off the pretense and shouting, Old monk, I am the embroidered robe of the great Xia, the sword master of the sword cottage. Do you dare to kill me? The air-suspended master was momentarily taken aback. His expression turned ugly. For a moment, he found himself in a dilemma. At this moment, the perfection of the beast path had already begun. The rabbit girl was bleeding from her 7 orifices, with no strength left to struggle, floating in the air. She looked over at Jiangnan, her gaze seeming to hold attachment and reluctance amidst her daze. Jiangnan no longer paid attention to the air-suspended monk and activated his divine powers. Sword techniques, summoning the wind, breathing fire. One after another, divine abilities surged forth, rushing toward the sky, aiming to sever the connection between the rabbit girl and the reincarnation gate. But the result was in vain. The divine powers did not even get close before being dispersed by the terrifying aura of reincarnation. After all, his cultivation was too weak to unleash the true might of his divine powers. Monk Shuhai sighed. Benefactor, the completion of reincarnation has already begun. That little girl possesses a trace of divine nature, and she is destined to return to the six paths. This is the return to the nine, and it is already irreversible. After saying this, he looked on with a compassionate expression, unable to bear to watch. The meaning in the monk's words was clear. The rabbit girl possessed a trace of divine nature, and being too close to the reincarnation gate meant that the perfection of the beast path had already begun. That slim divine nature would inevitably return under the attraction of the reincarnation gate. Thus, it was the return to the nine. In this regression, the tyrannical cycle of divinity will tear apart the soul of the rabbit girl. Jiang then stopped his divine abilities and murmured, "Why must one return to nine? And why can I not return to one?" The monk was taken aback and sighed, "Benefactor, this is the decree of heaven, the rules of the great Tao." Jiangnan, in a disheveled state with blood seeping from his mouth and nose, yet his eyes gleamed with determination, "Master, I do not believe in the decree of heaven." After saying this, he raised both hands high, and his cultivation erupted wildly. The left hand gathered beasts, while the right hand commanded birds. The two newly acquired divine abilities appeared simultaneously. Rumble, thunder roared, and pale lightning illuminated Jiangnan's stubborn and frenzied face. "Today, I will make this nine return to one." Everyone present suddenly changed color. If the path of beasts is compared to the vast ocean, then a trace of divinity from the little girl is but a small stream. Since ancient times, it has always been the case that rivers return to the sea. Has there ever been a sea that enters the rivers? At this moment, Jiangnan actually wanted to make the vast divinity of the path of beasts all return to that little girl. A great rebellion, a truly rebellious act. Chapter 55, Reversal between heaven and earth. Only the roar of thunder remained. A crowd of eyes looked towards Jiangnan. The suspended monk's expression was cold. Jiangnan's identity as the head of the embroidered clothing sword indeed made him wary, and, out of caution, he did not dare to act. However, he also did not believe that Jiangnan, with barely 6th grade cultivation, could stop the perfection of the reincarnation gate. It was simply a delusion, not to mention him. Even a monk, Enrichi Jiushao, and others felt that Jiangnan's actions were too absurd. Such behavior was no different from an ant shaking a tree or a mantis trying to stop a chariot. To put it nicely, it was called a burst of solitary courage. To put it bluntly, it was just overestimating oneself. But Jiangnan understood in his heart that there was not completely no chance. Because as one of the 6 paths, the animal path as divinity corresponded to all kinds of flying birds and beasts. The supernatural powers of gathering beasts and adjusting birds were inherently aimed at the myriad beasts of the world. Jiangnan was now betting everything, applying the powers of gathering beasts and adjusting birds to the entire divinity of the animal path. If the divinity of the reincarnation gate was like rivers and seas, wanting to stop its torrent was impossible for Jiangnan's cultivation. But to seek a second-best option, since the perfection of the reincarnation gate was rolling in like a great wave, unstoppable, then he would guide its flow into the body of Rabbit Girl. In this way, it would comply with the great trend of reincarnation's perfection and also protect her soul. This decision was somewhat risky, but it was not entirely unfeasible. Jiangnan's whole body erupted with scorching heat, an invisible force bursting from his hands, surging into the reincarnation gate, guiding the trajectory of its divinity to change. Ignoring the reincarnation gate that originally stood majestically and immovably like a suppression of the heavens, it suddenly emitted a rustling sound. It sounded like the heavy stone doors rubbing against each other, grand and muffled. Just as the divinity on Rabbit Girl was about to be pulled out, that attractive force suddenly came to a halt. Immediately after, the massive reincarnation gate began to crumble inch by inch, as if the heavens themselves were breaking apart. Stardust-like fragments mixed with vast divinity rushed towards the fainted Rabbit Girl, flooding back in. In that moment, the wind and clouds changed color, and the world lost its light. The shattered reincarnation gate resembled the collapse of the world, and everyone felt an overwhelming fear from the depths of their hearts. The crowd looked at Jiangnan in disbelief. He really did it. The suspended monk finally understood Jiangnan's intentions. This person had no intention of stopping the perfection of the animal path, but wanted to merge the animal path with that girl into one. But how could he tolerate this? He took a risk, intercepting the spiritual paper crane sent to the western regions by Inai Kofozi, determined to monopolize the reincarnation for Jiuchang Temple. In his struggle, the suspended monk's heart hardened. He acted, no matter if he was from the great Xia's embroidered clothing or the head of the sword hut. He absolutely could not let the animal path fall into the hands of others. Thus, magnificent Buddhist light radiated from behind the suspended monk, dyeing the dark clouds above into gold, making the entire night sky as bright as day. The clouds slowly parted, revealing a shadow of a Buddha occupying half of the sky. In an instant, golden light burst forth between heaven and earth, and the sound of chanting came from all directions, grand and magnificent. Everyone present trembled with fear, their bodies shaking. Law of heaven, phenomenon of earth, the golden body of the Buddha, the supreme Buddhist law that only a second-grade arhat could display. The golden body of the Buddha raised one hand, slowly suppressing towards the reincarnation gate in Jiangnan. Its palm covered the sky and blocked the sun, with patterns in its palm resembling mountains and seas. Like a world pressing down, a sense of despair rose in everyone's hearts. Jiangnan felt the same way. He stood up, betting that the suspended monk was wary of the great Xia and the sword hut and would not dare to act. But he lost the bet. Just as the enormous golden palm was about to fall, an abnormal change occurred. In the distant night sky, a cold radiance suddenly flashed. Immediately after, a terrifying sword light that pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths rushed over, carrying the heavy anger of the sea and overwhelming killing intent. A sword collided with the giant palm of the golden Buddha. The sword light crisscrossed, reflecting in everyone's pupils, shattering the right arm of the golden body of the Buddha. Golden rain began to fall between heaven and earth. An ancient voice came from the junction of heaven and earth. Kong Xian, you have such boldness. The voice contained a heavy anger like the sea. At the same time, a figure stepped through the air from afar. Everyone present trembled in their hearts and looked towards the sound. They saw that the newcomer was an old man, with an ordinary face, average stature, dressed in a gray robe, holding a dull iron sword. Seeing this person, Jiangnan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was the 6th elder of the sword hut, Jian Yizhen. Back then, it was he who led Jiangnan and others into the sword tomb. Jian Yizhen stepped across 100 zhang, blocking the suspended arhat and Jiangnan, with murky eyes revealing undisguised, deep killing intent. The suspended arhat naturally recognized the newcomer. His face changed drastically, and, just as he was about to speak, Jian Yizhen showed no intention of conversing and swung his sword to strike. The overwhelming sword light reappeared, spanning the heavens, and fell towards the suspended arhat. The latter joined his hands together, the Buddhist light shining, and the golden body of the Buddha in the clouds took a step forward, blocking in front. The sword light's might was unmatched, falling directly onto the golden body. In an instant, it crushed and shattered it into 2 pieces. Suddenly, the suspended arhat's face turned pale, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. The shattering of the golden body dealt a great blow to him as well. The next moment, Jian Yizhen struck again. The brilliant sword energy fell mercilessly, and the suspended monk used all his skills to dodge, but still got grazed on the edge, his right hand exploding into a mist of blood. Fortunately, he managed to save his life. The crowd hadn't even come to their senses. The reversal of the situation was too fast and too sudden. Just moments ago, the suspended arhat was unrivaled between heaven and earth, and the next moment he was shattered in his shoulder, nearly losing his life. Now, the suspended arhat retreated 1,000 zhang, transmitting his voice from afar. Jian Yizhen, do you intend to reignite hostilities by being so ruthless? His words were filled with thick threats and apprehension. The 6th elder of the sword hut, Jian Yizhen, was also 2nd grade, but the suspended arhat could not defeat him, because when he first achieved the arhat fruit position, he forcibly transformed the citizens of 2 nations, which was a shortcut. His karma level was naturally not comparable to a normal arhat, and he could only flaunt his power in front of those of lower realms. When facing a practitioner of the same realm, he found it exceedingly difficult. let alone against a sword cultivator known for their killing. Jiangnan snorted coldly. Kong Xian, you acted against the head of my sword hut, so I will break one of your arms as punishment. If you dare to make a fuss again, the Wei Shui will be your burial ground. His words were laced with blatant killing intent. Hearing this, everyone secretly gasped. No one thought Jiangnan was joking. The sword hut always acted upon their words. If they said they would definitely kill. The suspended Arhut's face turned pale and green. Pondering for a long time, he glared fiercely at Jiangnan and Jiangnan, then said, I did not come for you, the head of the sword hut. I only wanted to retrieve one of the 6 paths. I can leave, but that animal path must also come with me. Jiangnan raised his eyelids and slowly said, It seems you truly want to be buried in the Wei Shui? The suspended monk's face turned extremely ugly, his voice heavy enough to drip water. Jiangnan, the 6 paths of reincarnation belong to my Buddhist sect, and it is only right for the things to return to their rightful owner. Yet your sword hut intends to occupy it. Do you truly want to oppose all the Buddhas of the Western regions? At this moment, the monk Shuhai stepped forward and bowed. Elder Asian, I am Ni Kufozi from the Golden Light Temple, Dharma named Shuhai. For a moment, the suspended Arhut thought Shuhai was going to speak up for him, and his heart was filled with joy. But he then heard the monk continue. The Golden Light Temple and the Buddhist countries I belong to have no intention of being represented by Master Kong Xian. Please be aware, Elder Asian. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Jiao gasped at the serious monk. This monk's heart was truly dark. Jiangnan, upon hearing this, was also taken aback for a moment before turning his gaze to the suspended Arhut. Kong Xian, what else do you have to say? Chapter 56 One Product Sword Asian. Do not take an inch more. The hanging Buddha first shot a cold glare at the Suhai monk, then turned to look at Sword Asian. This reincarnation gate, the old monk must take it away. Sword Asian's expression was stern, drawing his sword across the air, ready to question the old man holding the sword. After saying that, he thrust out another sword strike, the sword light crisscrossing, heading straight for the forehead of the hanging Buddha. Seeing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The sword pavilion truly had ruthless characters. Sword Asian could kill at will, without any hesitation, even if the opponent was a second-grade Arhut from the Nine Chong Temple. It was no exception. At this moment, the originally enraged expression of the hanging Buddha suddenly calmed down. He took out an object from his bosom. It was a gray stone about the size of a fist, dull and lacking any spiritual essence, its surface pockmarked as if burned by flames. However, the strange thing was that this seemingly ugly stone was being presented by a second-grade Supreme Arhut. It was revered like a deity. The grand sword energy surged down from the sky, about to engulf both the stone and the hanging Buddha, but suddenly it vanished as if it had met the scorching sun, dissipating completely. A look of shock appeared in Sword Asian's murky eyes. He recognized this object, the top Saraira of the abbot of the Nine Chong Temple. Legend has it that after the abbot of the Nine Chong Temple, Bodhisattva Xun, reached the 1st grade, he reincarnated, looking at the worldly dust, wanting to take another step further. His holy body self-immolated without fire after 49 days, leaving behind a top Saraira, containing a trace of Shuyuan's divine thought, worshipped by thousands of monks in the Nine Chong Temple. This stone was a Saraira of a 1st-grade existence. Having casually dissipated Sword Asian's sword light, a faint Buddhist light emerged from the gray Saraira. An illusory figure slowly coalesced from the Buddhist light. It was an old monk, dressed simply, with a face like old tree bark covered in wrinkles. Amitabha, a trace of Bodhisattva Shuyuan's divine thought, softly chanted the Buddha's name. The voice was slow and light, yet it invoked an indescribable feeling in the hearts of all who heard it. The common people under Shanyuan City couldn't help but kneel on the ground, their eyes full of devotion. Not to mention them, even the 4th-grade Qi Jiao sensed something unusual in his heart. Why am I here? Why are my 6 roots not yet pure? Why have I not taken refuge in the Buddha's teachings? A series of self-doubts almost caused these masters of the 9 Layers Tower to become entranced, and they bit their tongues sharply to regain a bit of clarity. Then, looking toward the illusory figure of the old monk, Their gazes were filled with deep fear and apprehension. Just a single chant of the Buddha's name nearly caused the fourth-grade Caishikou to lose himself. This was merely a trace of the divine thought of a first-grade bodhisattva. At this moment, the hanging Buddha pressed his palms together, his face calm and devout, saying, "Bodhisattva Shun, my disciple has come to seek one of the 6 paths, but has faced numerous obstacles. I had no choice but to disturb you." Bodhisattva Shun glanced at the hanging Buddha, whose arm was empty, closed his eyes. A faint Buddhist light wrapped around the hanging Buddha's shoulder, and soon, a brand new arm grew out. It created bone, attached meridians, and flesh out of thin air for a second-grade existence. Jiangnan watched in awe, taking a deep breath. Is this what it means to be first grade? It's terrifying. Then, Bodhisattva Shun turned to swordsmanship, benefactor. The 6 paths of reincarnation are originally a matter of the Buddhist teachings. Remaining in the worldly realm is harmful to sentient beings. It is better to let the hanging Buddha bring it back to the 9 Chang temple. Sword Ijin, bracing himself against the pressure of the first-grade existence, slowly replied, "Master Shiyuan, I am following the orders of the Sword Pavilion's master to keep the reincarnation. I cannot comply." With each word he spoke, the veins on his forehead bulged. It seemed that saying anything contrary in front of this existence violated the rules of heaven and earth. Obsessed and unrepentant, Master Shiyuan's face showed a look of compassion, and a syllable escaped his lips. Mu. The sound was like ancient thunder, echoing through the heavens and the earth. That single sound fell into Sword Ijin's ears like a giant hammer, striking his soul. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his iron sword shattered, and his body slumped down, losing all power to fight back. 6th Elder. Jiangnan's face changed color. For the first time, he felt despair in his heart. The might of the first grade was too terrifying. Bodhisattva Shun no longer looked at Sword Ijin and Jiangnan, but turned to the rabbit girl, who had completely absorbed the beast path reincarnation gate. His expression changed as he softly sighed, "Amit-ba, a karmic bond." Saying this, he gently beckoned, and the rabbit girl's body slowly floated toward him. At that moment, "Stop!" A clear voice rang out from an unknown place, with no source. Yet it seemed to resonate right by their ears. A staff flew from afar. It then hovered in the air, and beside it a figure slowly emerged. He was also illusory, not a true body. Clad in blue robes, with a handsome face, he exuded an air of a scholar. At his waist hung a uniquely shaped blue jade token. Seeing this, Sword Ijin couldn't help but feel his heart race. He recognized this person, or rather, no one in the world did not know him. He came from the great Xia, fond of reading, the great embroidered robe Jiangnan, an unparalleled existence who entered the path through reading and reached the pinnacle of the first grade. Shun, with your remnant soul crossing over from my middle state, great Xia. What is your intention? The illusory figure in blue looked at Bodhisattva Shun and spoke softly. Below, Qi Jiuxiao's heart was nearly shattered. What day is it today? In a small place like Weishui, second grade and first grade beings are gathering like a swarm. His little heart truly couldn't bear it, even though these two were not true bodies. If they were displeased, a single thought could turn Weishui to ashes, erasing it from the map. Jiku, I have come only to retrieve the reincarnation items of the Buddha's teachings, Bodhisattva Shiyuan replied. The great embroidered robe slowly shook his head. This matter is not to be discussed for now. However, your 9 Chang temple monks want to attack and kill my great Xia's embroidered robe envoy. How should this be accounted for? Shiyuan frowned slightly. The hanging Buddha has already paid the price, losing an arm. Even if I restore it for him, it is still a loss of qi and blood. Is this punishment not enough? Under the watch of Bodhisattva Shun, the great embroidered robe shook his head again. Not counted, that was from the Sword Pavilion. Unrelated to my great Xia. He glanced at the rabbit girl in the sky. In my opinion, just take this reincarnation as compensation. Goodness! Jiangnan exclaimed in his heart. Is this what being a big shot is? Being attacked once and demanding a reincarnation as compensation. He now wished to stretch his face forward and let the hanging Buddha keep hitting him until the 9 Chang temple was completely compensated. However, despite this, Bodhisattva Shiyuan would never agree. He resolutely stated, Only the matter of reincarnation cannot be negotiated. Oh, the great embroidered robe revealed a smile that was not quite a smile. What if I insist on this reincarnation today? It collapsed. The negotiation collapsed. The two first-grade beings stood opposite each other. In an instant, the air froze. The earth trembled slowly, and the sky seemed about to shatter. After a quarter of an hour of stalemate, Master Shiyuan finally sighed and gave up. At that moment, the heavens and the earth seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He only had a trace of divine thought, but the great embroidered robe indeed had his true body stationed in the middle state. If a conflict truly arose, it would be dangerous. Finally, he looked at Jiangnan, the source of all this conflict. Truly a hero of this world, I will remember you. Saying this, he withdrew into the Saraira, landing in the hanging Buddha's hand. The hanging Buddha revealed a look of dejection and defeat. Even after summoning Bodhisattva Shiyuan, he still failed to obtain reincarnation. He glanced at Jiangnan, as if wanting to engrave his face deeply into his mind. Then, without saying another word, he rode the clouds away. Chapter 57. Bestowal of a name. Thus, the world regained its clarity. The confrontation between the two first-class beings truly suffocated everyone present. Jiangnan supported the somewhat weak Jiangnan, who fortunately was not seriously harmed apart from spitting out a mouthful of blood earlier. Su Yuan perhaps was wary of the sword pavilion behind Jiangnan, and thus only suppressed and intimidated him without delivering a heavy blow. Now, only one question remained. That was regarding the rabbit girl, who had merged with the gate of reincarnation. Deshio, he looked at the figure surrounded by a hazy glow, his eyes revealing a serious expression. The beast Dao had reached perfection. Moreover, it had gained an existence similar to a Dao spirit. Although the two might require a long time to integrate, something unprecedented had occurred today. One of the six paths, the beast Dao, as a mysterious creation that had existed since the birth of humanity, had, through a twist of fate, given birth to a soul. The soul of that mortal woman had completely merged with the beast Dao. The good and bad of this was unknown to anyone. No one dared to relax. They focused their attention on the rabbit girl, who was slowly floating in the air. Even without Qing Luo's illusions, she no longer displayed a beastly form, but rather a purely human appearance. She looked like a girl of about 10 years old, with cascading long hair, and her face, free of its beastly features, was as beautifully sculpted as jade. On her forehead, there was a strange dark red mark, adding a touch of otherworldliness. At a certain moment, the corner of her eye trembled slightly. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. She seemed about to awaken. As one of the six paths, the beast Dao was about to awaken. Jian Yizhen sighed. Jiang Jian Shou, although we have prevented the Jiuchang Temple from monopolizing the reincarnation, I must say, the situation before us is hard to describe as a blessing. Deshio, he also spoke solemnly. Jiangnan, are you truly confident in guiding this girl, who is to become the spirit of the six paths? Jiangnan took a deep breath, saying it should be fine. If anything went wrong, he would still need the assistance of the sixth elder and Deshio. The two slowly nodded. At this moment, Qi Jiuxiao had led the others to a considerable distance away. A quarter of an hour later, the surrounding wind suddenly froze. A bone-chilling coldness, unknown in origin, spread throughout the world. The stars in the night sky dimmed, becoming utterly silent and desolate. She opened her eyes. Those were chaotic and deep eyes, pitch black, as if they could swallow light itself. There was not a trace of emotion within them. They did not resemble those of a living being, but rather like a frozen ancient river. The moment she opened her eyes, an ancient aura emanated, as if this young mortal girl had existed since the dawn of time. Her gaze swept over everyone, like the heavens looking down upon mere dogs, causing those being gazed upon to tremble in their hearts. The Shouyi's expression was not good. He could see that the girl's current state was quite unstable, but she was undeniably one of the truly complete six paths. If she lost control and erupted, it would indeed be a significant problem. As for the sixth elder, Jiangnan, under the gaze of those eyes, he unconsciously tightened his grip on his iron sword. He felt an extreme threat. Fortunately, the concerns they had did not come to pass. The girl in the sky scanned everyone, and when her gaze fell on Jiangnan, a change finally occurred. In her eyes, The coldness dissipated, revealing emotions belonging to a human. Dependence, joy, longing. She pursed her lips, smiling like a flower blooming. It was as if winter snow met the bright sun, and all things blossomed. The stars shone brightly again, and the gentle breeze resumed. She stepped toward Jiangnan. Floating through the air, her black hair dancing, radiant light swirling around her, like a graceful fairy. Seeing this scene, those present let out a sigh of relief. Except for Jiangnan. His eyes said that the rabbit girl was pouncing toward him. His thoughts warned him that the overwhelming beast Dao was charging at him. His instincts told him that if it really collided, he would die. Wait, Jiangnan suddenly called out to the rabbit girl in midair. The latter obediently stopped immediately, looking at him with a gaze full of confusion and grievance, making one's heart ache. Jiangnan quickly said, slow down, slow down. Come over slowly. The rabbit girl nodded obediently and then took a step toward Jiangnan. Closer, even closer. Finally, they stood facing each other, just like countless times before. The rabbit girl seemed to realize that she could now potentially harm Jiangnan and gently tugged at the hem of his clothes. Her face instantly showed a look of reassurance. Although she had merged with the gate of reincarnation, her previous memories were still clear. The fear and helplessness of wandering alone in the dense forest, evading pursuers, deeply affected her soul. Only Jiangnan, who had reached out to her in despair, was seen as a safe haven. As long as she was by Jiangnan's side, she felt at ease. Jiangnan patted her head. He sighed in relief, realizing that the sensation of his hand had not become rough due to the merging with the gate of reincarnation. The rabbit girl looked up at him, her eyes wide, and for the first time, she made a human sound. Up, master, hungry, hungry, Jiangnan. Perhaps it was because she often heard Qing Luo address Jiangnan as up master, that after gaining her intelligence, she naturally addressed him this way. Jiangnan casually took out a few nuts from his pocket, which he had originally carried to feed Qing Luo. He then exchanged a reassuring glance with Jian Yizhen and Xiao Yi. The situation had improved. Xiao Yi and Jian Yizhen exchanged glances. They had made the right bet. The goal of the sword pavilion of Xia had always been singular: to prevent the increasingly ambitious Jiuchang Temple from obtaining the gate of reincarnation of the beast Dao. But it was not necessarily required for the rabbit girl to survive. In fact, Jiangnan's insistence on saving the rabbit girl posed considerable risks, effectively forcing a soul into the beast Dao. However, for various reasons, Jian Yizhen and Xiao Yi did not stop him, but rather tacitly approved. Now, they confirmed that this gamble had not been a mistake. Both were shrewd individuals and could naturally see the girl's dependence on Jiangnan. Moreover, Jiangnan firmly belonged to the Xia and Sword Pavilion camp. All in all, once the girl's soul fully integrated with the beast Dao, she could be considered a force of the Zhongzhou camp. Not to mention, there was also a potentially terrifying Jiangnan. This gamble was a resounding win. At this time, the rabbit girl, who had not spoken for a long time, was also gradually getting accustomed to communicating in human language. Up, master. She tightly grasped Jiangnan's sleeve, unwilling to let go. Just as Jiangnan was about to speak, he realized he did not even know the rabbit girl's name. Previously, they could not communicate, and since the rabbit girl was not in a clear state of mind, he could only ask Qing Luo to relay messages, naturally unable to inquire about her name. But now it was different. Little one, what is your name? Jiangnan bent down slightly and asked. The rabbit girl furrowed her brow, thinking for a long time, revealing a look of disappointment, and after a while, she slowly shook her head. Up, master. I can't remember. Jiangnan was taken aback. Did she still not have the memories of her time as immortal? Looking at the rabbit girl's forlorn expression, Jiangnan said again, Then let me give you a name. The rabbit girl looked up, her eyes bright with anticipation. Okay, I want to be called Jiang. Jiangnan was speechless with laughter. She wanted to take his surname. The rabbit girl nodded her little head like a woodpecker. Jiangnan pondered for a moment. At this moment, the dark clouds in the night sky dispersed, revealing a bright moon. A flash of inspiration struck him. Then let us call you Jiangyu. As soon as these words were spoken, he deeply felt that he was terrible at naming. Jiangnan, shut up. Suddenly, the Xiao Yi's expression changed drastically, shouting loudly. Jiangnan was stunned. Even if my naming skills were lacking, you didn't have to react so dramatically. right? He felt insulted. All right, let us call you Jiangyu. The rabbit girl, however, seemed very pleased, her eyes shining. In the distance, Jian Yijin and Xiao Yi's expressions suddenly turned grim. Jiangnan watched this scene unfold, and a strong sense of unease surged within him. Just then, before he could ask anything, an ancient chanting voice suddenly echoed in his ears, vast and lofty, as if it had crossed endless ages. The sky brightened, as if it were daytime. A thick white radiance gathered from the zenith, crashing down like a giant waterfall, violently pouring into Jiangnan's body. At that moment, he only felt like he was about to explode. Chapter 58. Merit? This was Jiangnan's first reaction. Even if I'm called a waste, it shouldn't lead to my immediate death, right? Is someone who can't name things unworthy of living? Is there still a law of the land? Is there still justice? Oh, the law doesn't apply to the heavens? Well, that's nothing. That is not nothing. I'm going to die. Amidst the violent enlightenment, Jiangnan struggled to keep his mind intact. After calming down, he realized how absurd the idea that not being able to name things would lead to death was. There must be another reason. In the midst of intense pain, he suddenly realized that the white light that had abruptly surged into his body was not some calamity, but something that would greatly benefit both his body and soul. It was a tremendous supplement. Unfortunately, it was too much. Meanwhile, Jiangyu, who had just received her new name, looked anxious. She didn't understand what was happening and could only instinctively activate the power of reincarnation, intending to stop it. In an instant, the world changed color, and the terrifying aura of reincarnation reappeared. Behind her, a phantom of a towering gate emerged, and a gray mist surged from it, crazily rushing towards the white light in the sky. But it was of no use. The white light seemed to belong to a different realm than the gray mist. The mist passed through without any obstruction. There was only form, but no substance. Just as the anxious Jiangyu was about to summon the entire reincarnation gate, Xiao Yi suddenly appeared in front of her. He pressed down with a hand, slowly pushing the reincarnation gate back. Jiangyu turned her head and glared at him. Xiao Yi sighed helplessly. Little girl, I wish you were fine too. But what you're doing only consumes the source of reincarnation and has no effect. He looked at the dense white light and sighed softly, his eyes even revealing a hint of envy. That is not a calamity. It is great merit, great opportunity, great fortune. Jiangyu didn't quite understand what he was saying, but she could keenly sense that this person meant no harm and was also worried about Jiangnan. So she gradually calmed down, but her anxious expression intensified as she looked at Xiao Yi. Save him. Save Jiangnan. Xiao Yi showed a helpless expression. I can't do anything. He has to rely on himself to get through this. On the other side, Qi Jiushao and the others were also startled by this sudden change. They approached Jian Yi, the true body of the sword, and elder Yizhen, asking what was happening. Jian Yi's face was grim. The girl had previously merged with the Beast Dao, and in the world, her true name was the Beast Dao of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. However, in her words, she said she couldn't remember her name, which meant she had abandoned the name of the Beast Dao, leading Jiang Jian Shou to grant her a name. Jiang Jian Shou agreed, and her name was recognized by the girl, which was equivalent to renaming one of the Six Paths. Do you know what it means to grant a name to reincarnation? He sighed. Such an act only existed in ancient times. It was a significant matter that changed the rules of heaven and earth. Once the naming was successful, it would be an unparalleled act of great merit. Is there such a good thing? Qi Jiushao murmured. Jian Yi glanced at him. Do you know what similar acts were used for in ancient times? Qi Jiushao honestly shook his head. It was a method used by ancient beings to accumulate merit in order to seek the Tao. Do you think Jiang Jianshou, with his current cultivation and virtue, can bear such a tremendous merit? Qi Jiuzhao's face turned pale. He understood Jiangnan was unable to receive supplements. Then, is there a way to stop this? Qi Jiushao asked with a last glimmer of hope. Jian Yi shook his head regretfully. Regarding merit, no one can intervene. It can only rely on Jian Shou himself. That said, Jian Yi did not believe Jiangnan could withstand such terrifying merit, even if he had monstrous talent. But that was immeasurable merit, like the incense of the divine path. It could help a supreme being step onto the other shore and form the great Tao. How could Jiangnan endure it now? How could he bear it? Why did he have to bear it? He looked at Caishikou, who still held on to hope, feeling a bitter and unutterable sensation in his heart. The more one knew, the more despair they felt. What a pity. Jiangnan, who was expected to lead the Sword Lodge to further heights, was about to be lost. The vast white light showed no signs of stopping, still crazily pouring into Jiangnan's limbs and bones. He was about to collapse. A strong desire to survive made his mind race, pondering how to break the deadlock. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration. Jiangnan endured the intense pain in his body and soul. Sitting cross-legged and using all his energy to slowly change the flow of the white light pouring into his body. Like an ant trying to shake a tree, the massive white light was difficult to move. But under Jiangnan's desperate urging, a thread of white light finally headed towards his consciousness. Inside his consciousness, there was a green lamp. Jiangnan's plan was to try to use the green lamp to help him share the burden of this strange white light. As soon as the white light entered his consciousness, it was as if it was attracted by the green lamp, rushing towards it like a moth to a flame. And beneath the green lamp, a trace of clear lamp oil began to rise. There's hope. Jiangnan felt ecstatic and continued to urge. As the first breakthrough was made, the subsequent flow became smoother. After all, the first time was always painful and difficult. Thus, following the path connected by the first strand of white light, more white light poured into his consciousness like a river breaking its dam, and that green lamp received all of this overwhelming white light. The lamp oil accumulated. Jiangnan's pressure was instantly relieved a lot. To the outside world, the vast merit continued unabated, but they all noticed that Jiangnan's expression had clearly relaxed a bit. The once hopeless Xiao, Yi, and Jian, showed expressions of disbelief. Could it be Jiangnan really could withstand it? Inside the consciousness, as the white light gathered, fueling the fire, the lamp oil of the green lamp slowly rose. Finally, it was full. Thus, the magnificent flickering flames illuminated the entire sea of consciousness. Unlike before, this time the green lamp ignited with a pale flame. Under the green lamp, in the sea of consciousness, countless shadowy figures draped in black robes bowed down and knelt, chanting in a dense and hoarse voice as if revering a deity. Above the green lamp, the flame grew even fiercer. Familiar thoughts emerged in his mind. Ignite the lamp with the power of merit. Learn the divine ability of cloning. Learn the divine ability to master the 5 thunders. Cloning. Body transforms into thousands. None false. None true. Mastering the 5 thunders. Commanding thunder and electricity. Exorcising demons and dispelling evil. Calming locusts and cleansing calamities. Refining souls. Thunder is the command of heaven. Jiang then opened his eyes. The torrent of merit above his head gradually dissipated. De Xiao looked astonished. He hadn't felt this emotion in decades. But at this moment, Jiangnan was too preoccupied to care about him. He understood the thoughts that had just emerged in his mind. By igniting the green lamp with the white light, which was the power of merit, he didn't gain cultivation but acquired 2 divine abilities. One was cloning, one the 72 earthly fiend techniques. The other was mastering the 5 thunders, one the 36 celestial gang methods. It had been more than half a year since he first ignited the green lamp. For the first time, Jiangnan had learned a great celestial gang technique. Chapter 59. The Immortal's grave. The last wisp of merit fell from the heavens, merging into Jiangnan's forehead. The dust settled. The world became clear and bright. Jiangnan suppressed his excitement, trying to keep his expression as calm as possible. At this moment, Caishikou and the others looked at Jiangnan with peculiar expressions. You just said it was so dangerous and terrifying, yet this Jiangnan seems to have passed through it easily. Of course, they dare not voice this thought. Jiangnan, who was being silently criticized by the crowd, was completely unaware of their changing expressions. He felt a deep sense of absurdity. Indeed, it was incredibly fortunate that Jiangnan was safe and sound. But that was a vast merit bestowed by one of the 6 paths. How could someone without a certain status possibly bear it? Yet the 6th grade Jiangnan had achieved this before his eyes. Furthermore, it seemed there was nothing amiss. What kind of monster is this? Jiangnan gasped. Suddenly, he remembered that half a year ago, he had opposed Mo Qingshan's decision to appoint Jiangnan as the swordmaster. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh internally, realizing that he still didn't have a long-term vision of the swordmaster. On the other side, Jiang Yu, seeing Jiangnan was unharmed, joyfully rushed over and grabbed him. Jiangnan winced in pain. The girl clearly hadn't controlled her strength well. Even though Jiangnan's body had been tempered countless times through his Dao practice, he still felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Just as he was about to say something to the girl, Jiang Yu suddenly frowned, a look of deep fatigue appearing on her face. "Master, I'm tired." "Sleep escape?" Jiangnan couldn't help but smile wryly, but still said, "Then I'll take you back to the inn to rest later." Jiang Yu shook her head. "No, I want to go there." Saying this, she stretched out her delicate little hand and pointed towards the sky. "Jiangnan, you want to go to heaven?" At this moment, Daxiu noticed the clue. She had just merged with the beast Dao, and her soul and status needed nurturing and compatibility. And the only place in the world that had such conditions was the void, the birthplace of the six paths. Jiangnan suddenly realized and looked at Jiang Yu. "Then go ahead, but be careful." After saying this, he felt he might have been overthinking. As the reincarnation embodiment of Jiang Yu, once she reached the void, it would be like a fish in water. After all, the six paths of reincarnation had long existed there, not yet shattered. The void, a mysterious place transcending the 9 heavens and 10 earths, is an unreachable shore by human strength. Master, then I'm off." After saying this, she opened her mouth and bit down on the back of Jiangnan's hand. Surprisingly, there was no pain. Jiangnan only felt a chill spreading over the back of his hand. When the girl released her bite, a dark red circular mark was imprinted on his hand. Jiang Yu blinked rapidly, just leaving a mark. "This way, when I wake up, I can find Master immediately." After saying this, her figure slowly changed, transforming into a wisp of gray mist that spiraled upwards into the sky. No trace remained. The farewell came too suddenly, leaving Jiangnan somewhat dazed. But it was fine. At least she was alive. There would be plenty of time together in the future. Daxiu glanced at the departing Jiang Yu and sighed. Jiang Jianshou indeed has great means. This can be considered completely subduing one of the 6 paths. Facing Daxiu Yi's teasing, Jiangnan smacked his lips. "I really didn't expect it to turn out like this." Daxiu Yi laughed lightly. "The Jiuchang temple schemed and failed, yet you casually planted willows. Such is the unpredictability of the world." As everything settled, the crowd returned to the ground. Beside them was the now ruined sacrificial estate, and no commoners dared to approach. Originally a leader among the crowd, Qi Luzhu was now extremely cautious. With a second-grade swordhouse elder in front and a first-grade Daxiu Yi's spiritual projection behind, Qi Jiuxiao felt immense pressure. As the owner of Wei Shui, he suppressed his anxiety and invited the 2 big shots into the pawn shop, instructing his subordinates to brew tea and incense for their hospitality. However, after this incident, Qi Jiuxiao's reputation in the surrounding area soared. In the future, if anyone wanted to deal with Wu Yi or Jiucheng Tower, they would have to consider that Qi Jiuxiao had shared tea with both a second grade and a first grade. Although the big shots might forget about it once they left, others would have to ponder it. In the inner hall, Jiangnan and Daxiu Yi sat facing each other. It was evident they must have met before. The sword house and the great Xia dynasty had a long-standing friendship. Even if they weren't familiar, they had at least crossed paths. Jiangnan walked over and personally filled their nearly empty teacups. He was also secretly puzzled about how Daxiu Yi, being just a wisp of spiritual thought, could drink tea. But he didn't dare to ask. He solemnly bowed to both. "Elder 6, Daxiu Yi, I will never forget your help this time." His gratitude was heartfelt. If it weren't for Jiangnan and Daxiu Yi, whether he could preserve his life before Jiuchang Temple was another matter, let alone anything else. Hearing this, Jiangnan shook his head, saying, "Jianshou is too polite. It was merely part of my duty." As always, his response was succinct, perfectly in line with the sword house's style. Daxiu Yi smiled slightly, "As you're the external representative of the great Xia, I certainly wouldn't allow that group of bald donkeys from Jiuchang Temple to act recklessly. There's no need to worry." After a pause, he continued, "Jiangnan, Is your current cultivation at the 6th grade? Indeed, Jiangnan replied, having just entered the 6th grade. Daxioi nodded. I often hear Wang Chunyan mention you. Half a year ago, when you were in Yingyang, what grade were you then? At that time, Jiangnan had just begun his cultivation journey and was at the 9th grade. Jiangnan answered honestly. Not bad, not bad. Daxioi showed no concealment of his appreciation and asked, You possess exceptional talent and roots, and you hold the position of sword master of the sword house, receiving the true teachings of the sword path. Surely you can battle 5th grade cultivators with your 6th grade body, right? I can fight and win. I can win and kill. I can kill. I just killed too. Jiangnan took a deep breath, not hiding anything. Qi Ruwei and Qi Shan had seen it clearly. With Daxiao Yi's status, investigating would be easy. Thus, it would be worse to forcefully conceal it. It was better to be straightforward, which could enhance his standing in their eyes. Even Daxiao Yi was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this. Good, very good, he exclaimed twice, looking at Jiangnan with increasing satisfaction. Even he understood that Jiangnan must have some secrets. For instance, what method was used to command the mysterious power? How Jiangnan had crossed 3 grades in half a year, how he made that girl merge with the beast Dao, and what allowed him to withstand the power of merit. But these were not so important. Jiangnan's identity as a Daxiao Yi and sword master had already firmly bound him to the faction of Zhongzhou. That was what mattered most. In that case, I have a matter to ask of you, Daxiao Yi said, looking at Jiangnan. Jiangnan was taken aback, regardless of his identity. Daxiao Yi's assistance was already a great favor to him. So he clasped his hands. Daxiao Yi, please speak. Half a month ago, a great tomb appeared in the eastern region, with strange phenomena occurring frequently. I would like you to go with Wang Chunyan, Daxiao Yi said. Eastern region? Great tomb? Indeed. Daxiao Yi nodded lightly, his expression serious. It is said to be the Immortal's grave. Chapter 60. The signs reappear. For a moment, Jiangnan couldn't tell whether Daxiao Yi was joking or really planning to send him off. What rank is a celestial being? Jiangnan didn't know. In any case, it's higher than the 1st rank. Regardless of why such an existence would leave behind a grave and what kind of dangers it might entail. Just the appearance of such a thing within their own territory meant that the eastern region's 3 sacred lands would never allow outsiders to interfere. Sending Jiangnan and Wang Chunyan at this moment would simply be handing them over. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't defeat Daxiao Yi, Jiangnan might have directly cursed. Why would Daxiao Yi choose me and Wang Chunyan? Upon hearing this, Daxiao Yi showed a look of appreciation. Instead of being blinded by the prospect of a celestial grave, he revealed a wary expression, his mind clear and his temperament sharp. Good. He raised 3 fingers to indicate 3 reasons. First, you and Wang Chunyan both look quite idle. Jiangnan, haven't I been busy running around lighting the green lantern? Otherwise, do you think my cultivation and abilities came from nowhere? Do I get rewarded for steps taken every day? However, Daxiao Yi was unaware of the existence of the green lantern. In his eyes, Jiangnan was just wandering around, even if he managed to create jaw-dropping feats each time. Second, a secret realm like the celestial grave cannot be swallowed whole even by the combined forces of the eastern region's 3 sacred lands. Under pressure from central continent, western regions, southern wilderness, and northern sea, the 3 sacred lands could only decide on a semi-open approach to the celestial grave. This large tomb is surrounded by ancient formations that prevent any cultivator above the 5th rank from entering, including those who have willingly weakened their own cultivation. Therefore, until the restrictions are fully cracked, the 3 sacred lands treat this place as a trial ground for their juniors. Under pressure from various forces, the eastern region had a compromise, allowing other factions to send at most 2 disciples into the celestial grave for trials. So, Daxiao Yi chose me and Wang Chunyan? Jiangnan realized. Exactly so. After pondering for a moment, he added, every faction can only send 2 people. With so many factions in the central continent, can't we disguise our people under the names of smaller factions to blend in? Daxiao Yi raised an eyebrow and looked at Jiangnan with a teachable expression. Then he slowly shook his head and said, Jiangnan, this method was mentioned by me and His Majesty earlier, but we ultimately abandoned it. Do not overestimate the bottom line of the 3 sacred lands. Allowing other factions to send 2 people in for opportunities is already the greatest compromise. If, under this premise, we attempt to gain more, it could likely provoke a greater backlash. Jiangnan nodded, indicating he understood. After all, the 3 sacred lands have been the overlords of the eastern capital for many years. If other factions truly went too far, they might directly tear their faces apart. After a pause, he asked, "You just mentioned there was a third reason?" Caishikou nodded and said, "Jiangnan, you once summoned a mysterious warrior clad in yellow scarves, with golden rings on his back, who spat out rainbow mists, right?" Jiangnan openly nodded. The golden warrior was seen by Wang Chun in the first time he appeared. Caishikou knew this, which was only natural. "You need not worry. Although I have never seen such a mysterious warrior, I would not force you to reveal your trump cards. I just want to tell you one thing. Initially, you were not the chosen person for this eastern journey, as you were merely an outsider. The Caishikou mansion did not give you the qualification to undertake tasks. However, the Tianji Pavilion had passed on news that disciples from the eastern sacred lands had seen unidentified individuals summon beings identical to that mysterious warrior in the grave. Jiangnan. Caishikou looked at him. Therefore, I thought you might have some understanding and knowledge of this, which is why I prepared for you to go together with Wang Chunyan. Jiangnan pondered for a moment and took a deep breath. After the Jianlu incident, he realized that there were indeed others in this world who could summon yellow scarf warriors. It might be a faction, or it could just be an individual. This hidden existence harbored resentment against Jianlu and likely against Jiangnan, who had disrupted their plans. This matter had always been a thorn in Jiangnan's heart. The enemy lurked in the shadows while he was exposed in the light, making him susceptible to being plotted against at any time. Now, Caishikou was telling him that someone in the eastern region had summoned a yellow scarf warrior. Jiangnan decided at that moment that he would investigate. At the very least, he needed to clarify whether this person was related to the mastermind who had used Yi to destroy the sword tomb. "Thank you, Caishikou, for the information. I am willing to go." Caishikou showed a satisfied expression and said soon, "Wang Chunyan will come to the Weishui to meet you, and at that time, you can travel together. With matters settled, I will no longer linger in Weishui. This is the border between the central continent and the eastern region. It is better for my divine consciousness not to stay too long, lest those old fellows in the eastern region become suspicious again." Jiangnan understood and cupped his hands. "I bid farewell to Caishikou." Then, his figure slowly faded until he disappeared. At that moment, Jian, who had been silent, also slowly stood up, saying, Jian Shou. "The sword master is still waiting for this old man to report back, so I will take my leave as well." Jiangnan nodded. "Sixth Elder, please convey my regards to the sword master." Naturally, Jian nodded and finally added, "This time, my Jianlu also sent disciples to the eastern region. I hope Jianshou will take good care of them." Jiangnan blurted out, "Is it Miss Yizhen?" Jian looked at his strange expression and shook his head. "No, she has been in closed-door cultivation for several months after being guided by Jianshou last time. This time, another person is going to the eastern region." After saying that, he took out 2 bamboo slips, which recorded the information of the 2 disciples. Jiangnan took them and looked. 2 men, quite uninteresting. But he still replied, "Sixth Elder, please rest assured." Jian nodded, left the room, and transformed into a streak of light, fleeing far away. The next day, after sending off to Caishikou and Jian, Jiangnan took Qing Luo and went with monk Su Hai, accompanied by Qi Jiushao, to Wu Yi. When they left, Wu Yi had already dispatched troops to occupy Shanyuan. With no city order and the leadership of the left and right officials, combined with the official cultivators all losing their lives in the sacrificial event, the soldiers of Shanyuan offered almost no resistance. They went through the process of surrender and were incorporated into Wu Yi's military. The same went for the common people. Weishui was originally jointly governed by the 2 major cities of Wu Yi and Shanyuan, and the lower-class commoners frequently traveled between them. As fellow Weishui people, they had no strong sense of national sentiment. To them, the city order of Shanyuan was gone, and having Wu Yi come to lead seemed just about the same. It was a seamless transition. By the way, when Jiangnan and the others left the city, they also saw Deputy Liu being locked in a prisoner cart, about to be taken to the vegetable market for execution. As the executioner who had slaughtered several towns and villages, Countless citizens had risen early to greet him with rotten eggs and spoiled vegetables. But this person was extremely arrogant, completely showing no signs of remorse. This guy still thought he was invincible. Upon arriving at Wu, Qi Jiuxiao very politely arranged for the two to stay at Wu Yi's largest and most luxurious restaurant. He even had Qi Rui put aside her official duties for the past 2 days to entertain them. After all, she was the most familiar with Jiangnan. However, Qi Rui, who had joined the Ninefold Tower from a young age, had no experience in hosting guests. Thus, the scene awkwardly turned into the two of them leading the bewildered Qi Rui around the city. During those days, almost the entire streets and alleys of Wu Yi spread a rumor. A scholar, a monk, and a beautiful young woman were using Wu Yi's official silver to traverse the major entertainment districts. Chapter 61. On the Buddha, 3 days have passed since the day of breaking into the sacrificial palace. During these 3 days, Jiangnan and the monks stayed in Wu Yi City. By day, they toured the scenic spots inside and outside the city, and by night, they climbed high buildings to enjoy music and dance. Together with Qi Rui, they spent their time in a leisurely manner. However, Jiangnan was waiting for Wang Chunyun to join him from the Great Xia, while the monk Su Hai seemed to have forgotten his earlier intention to return to the temple, but had yet to set off. At night, in the Hucking Building, one of the most renowned places for entertainment in Wu Yi, there was fine wine, delicious food, beautiful women, and heavenly music. As long as one has money. It was spring everywhere in Hucking Building. On the second floor, in a private room, Jiangnan and the 2 others sat at a table laden with various fruits and pastries, exuding delightful aromas. At one end of the private room, a small stage was set up where 3 beautiful dancers in gauzy garments danced gracefully to the sound of the qin. Outside the window, the night sky sparkled with stars, and the heat of the day was dispelled by the ice baskets in the corners of the room. Jiangnan leaned back in his chair and let out a comfortable sigh. This is life. If only places like Hucking Building could light up oil lamps, he was sure he would ascend to the heavens in no time. Unfortunately, it was impossible. Beside him, Su Hai clasped his hands together, staring at the graceful dancers, murmuring, "Help me in my practice, help me in my practice." On the other side, Qi Rui, still a bit shy, was dressed in her usual attire, her face slightly flushed, appearing somewhat reserved. However, she was not as embarrassed as when she first arrived and saw the provocatively dressed dancers. Jiangnan felt a sense of coaxing an innocent girl. In fact, both Jiangnan and the monk had told her she didn't need to accompany them. But this girl was quite stubborn. She insisted that since Qi Jiuxiao had asked her to entertain them, she could not slack off. Little did she know, her presence here deprived Jiangnan and the monk of much enjoyment. Benefactor, the monk suddenly spoke, "To be honest, this is my first time stepping out of Jingguang Temple." Jiangnan opened his eyes upon hearing the monk call him, waiting for him to continue. "In the temple, I heard from senior brothers who went out that the secular world is terrifying, with wine and meat like wolves and beauty like tigers." "Oh." Jiangnan raised his head with interest. "Master, it seems you have experienced quite a bit. How does it feel?" The monk shook his head slightly and did not answer, but instead said, "Though my senior brothers said this, each time there's a chance to go down a mountain. They all compete fiercely for it. I once asked a senior brother why, if the secular world is so terrifying, they still want to go down the mountain. The senior brother told me, though it is painful to temper one's mind in the secular world, it is all for the purpose of cleansing the Buddha heart. It is painful, but also extremely blissful. At that time, I did not understand. Clearly, eating vegetarian and reciting scriptures can also cultivate the mind and nature. Why must one choose such a painful path?" Jiangnan raised an eyebrow, and now, "Umipa." The monk sighed softly. "Now I finally understand their happiness." Jiangnan asked, "Is it the reason you are reluctant to return to the temple?" The monk shook his head. "Yes, but not entirely. There is still one thing I have not figured out. Returning would be in vain." Jiangnan became interested. "What is your doubt, master?" The monk adjusted his expression, no longer beating around the bush, and said, "Ever since I saw the suspended Master Kongxian and Bodhisattva Xuan from Jiuchang Temple that day, I have been thinking, though they are from Jiuchang Temple, they are also followers of Buddha. They have attained fruit positions, proving their profound Buddha hearts, at least far exceeding mine. But if the Buddha can cut flesh to feed eagles and sacrifice himself to feed tigers. Why would they rather sacrifice innocent people to achieve complete reincarnation? The monk looked at Jiangnan. Could it be that I am wrong? The more he spoke, the more furrowed his brow became. It seemed he had fallen into a dilemma. Jiangnan opened his mouth and said, "Master, I know nothing about Buddhist principles. I am afraid I will disappoint you." "It's fine." The so-called bystanders are confused. "The Buddhist principles I have learned cannot answer this question. I am eager to hear your opinion. Benefactor, please speak." Jiangnan frowned slightly. After pondering for a moment, he tentatively said, "Master, have you seen the Buddha?" The monk shook his head. "Have they seen the Buddha?" The monk shook his head again. "That is correct. The Buddha you believe in is the Buddha in your heart. The Buddha they believe in is the Buddha in their hearts." Jiangnan said, "Since the Buddhas believed are different, their actions will naturally differ. Master need not worry. Just follow your own Buddhist principles." With this roundabout reasoning, Jiangnan's intention was to let the monk eat, sleep, and do what he wanted, without getting tangled up in what other monks were doing all day. After all, there are dark-hearted and ruthless individuals in every group. If the monk kept obsessing over this, he would mostly invite trouble for himself. However, this statement only made the monk frown even more. It seemed he had never heard such a saying. "The benefactor's meaning is that the Buddha has no form?" Jiangnan nodded. "Exactly." The monk's expression changed, sometimes frowning, sometimes relaxing, sometimes sorrowful, sometimes joyful. He seemed to have entered a state of enlightenment. Jiangnan quickly signaled the dancers and musicians to stop playing, to avoid disturbing the monk. After a long while, the monk finally opened his eyes. "Benefactor, I have comprehended." Jiangnan smiled slightly. "What have you comprehended, master?" "The Buddha has no form. What believers believe in is the Buddha in their hearts. The Buddha in my heart is not the Buddha in others' hearts, so naturally, their actions differ," the monk murmured. Jiangnan nodded, thinking that this monk was quite quick to understand, and was about to signal the dancers to start their performance again. Suddenly, the monk frowned, muttering to himself, "If that is the case, does that mean everyone has a Buddha in their hearts? If so, why should we adhere to the same Buddha? Why should we save those who do not believe in him? And why pursue the elusive symbol?" As he spoke, a hazy golden Buddha light rose behind him. He continued to speak to himself. "Why can't the Buddha in my heart be the Buddha? Can the Buddhas in the hearts of all beings not be Buddhas?" The more he spoke, the more excited he became, his voice growing louder, as if he were asking Jiangnan and also asking himself. Behind him, the golden Buddha light grew more magnificent, and a faint chanting of scriptures echoed in the air, solemn and imposing. The Buddha said to universally save all beings. If everyone is a Buddha, why need universal salvation? In an instant, the clear night sky suddenly became overcast, with lightning and thunder, as if something monstrous was being born. At the same time, countless Buddha lights shone from behind him, and an illusory Buddha figure slowly rose. Breakthrough. 6th rank. A vast and warm aura filled the entire private room. In just a few words, the monk, whose cultivation was already profound, broke free from his mental demons and surged forth. Beside him, Jiangnan felt his throat dry and his heart race at the first sight of that Buddha figure. It was simply because this Buddha figure was not that of the Buddha from the Shangyuan world. It was the monk himself. "Thank you, benefactor, for your guidance. I have understood." The monk bowed deeply to Jiangnan. "Jiangnan, I don't say that." He could not possibly be unaware that his roundabout reasoning had led the monk down a path of heresy. However, this was also based on the monk's long-standing doubts about the Buddhist principles he practiced. From his habit of eating meat, drinking wine, and visiting brothels, one could see some clues. Jiangnan's mere words had magnified this doubt. Now that the monk's Buddha heart was established and his realm achieved, he could not return. It remained unknown whether this path was good or bad. "Benefactor, now that my doubts have been resolved, I will not linger any longer. When my understanding of Buddhist principles is complete, I will thank you again," the monk said with his hands clasped together, speaking softly. Jiangnan was stunned for a moment. "Master, are you leaving?" The monk nodded, bid farewell to Jiangnan, Qi Rui, and the group of dancers, and walked straight out of the Hucking building. The lightning in the sky flickered, striking down one after another towards the monk's head. Those around him were so frightened that they kept retreating, But the monk was enveloped in golden light, thunder striking him, appearing even more like a demon among Buddhists. He left the city. Chapter 62. The astonished Wang Chunyun, the monk has left. Under the thunder, he continues on his way. Fortunately, the heavenly thunder was directed at the monk and did not harm the people of Wui. At most, it startled a few couples who were enjoying their intimate moments at home. For the monk, the doubts in his heart have been resolved, and the path ahead is clear. As for whether this path leads to the peak or the abyss, that is unclear. But that is a matter for later. The next day, at the Jiuchong building residence. After the monk left, Jiangnan did not visit those brothels again, mainly because he had told Qi Rui that he went to those places to help monk Shuhai cultivate his mind, and he personally despised such a luxurious lifestyle. The key was that Qi Rui believed him. So now that the monk has left, Jiangnan also had no excuse to go out and fool around. However, the conditions in the Jiuchong building were still quite good. Although there were no dancing girls to watch, the arrangements for food and accommodation were all well taken care of. Around noon, the outside was bright and unbearably hot, but it was comfortable inside. Jiangnan was trying out the newly acquired avatar technique. He unleashed his divine ability, and a phantom slowly formed 3 feet in front of him, gradually solidifying into another Jiangnan. Aside from not wearing clothes, every other detail was identical. Jiangnan carefully sensed that the skill level of this avatar was comparable to his true self, but it seemed to exist for only about 15 minutes. Additionally, with his current cultivation level, he could condense at most 2 avatars. As the number of avatars increased, their existence time would sharply decrease. For example, 2 avatars could last for less than half a quarter of an hour. But this was enough. 3 times the combat power for half a quarter of an hour was sufficient for Jiangnan to accomplish many things. As for mastering the Tianshi method to control the 5 thunders, Jiangnan had no opportunity to try it for the time being. According to the information in his mind, this was a rather terrifying divine ability. Under the thunder, all things are destroyed. Jiangnan could not attempt it within Wui City, or it might lead to uncontrollable consequences. Moreover, considering his current cultivation, this divine ability might drain him completely in one go. Jiangnan currently viewed it as a life-saving secret technique to be used in dire situations. Overall, these 2 divine abilities greatly enhanced his combat power. Even against an ordinary 4th-grade cultivator like Qi Jiuxiao, he should not suffer too humiliating a defeat. This also gave him more confidence for his journey to the eastern region. After all, that was the territory of cultivators, and the various identities and titles Jiangnan held would not be very useful in the eastern region. As the saying goes, to forge iron, one must first harden oneself. It's better to rely on hard power. Of course, Jiangnan also had a terrifying external aid. However, she was still asleep in the void, and he did not know when she would wake up. After sorting out his situation, it was already afternoon. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. After getting Jiangnan's permission, Qirui gently pushed the door open and said, "Young Master Jiang, there is someone claiming to be from the Dasha Shui looking for you." Jiangnan's heart moved. This guy finally came. Let's go, I'll meet him. A moment later, under Qi Rui's guidance, Jiangnan arrived at the reception hall. Sitting in a chair was a young man in a white robe. Upon seeing Jiangnan, he immediately stood up. "Brother Jiang, long time no see. Hope you're well." Jiangnan also smiled. "Hope you're well." The two had not seen each other since they parted in Xuanyang half a year ago. For Jiangnan, this reunion held special significance. Half a year ago, when he first arrived in Shangyin, he was unfamiliar with the place and was locked in prison, his life in danger. Fortunately, with the help of Qing Deng, he turned the situation around and made rapid progress. Until now, in this brutal and strange world, he had gained some ability to protect himself. Thinking of this, Jiangnan couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. The two quickly became familiar and started chatting. Qirui served them tea. Wang Chunyun's gaze sharpened. He could tell that Qirui's cultivation was at the 6th grade. He could also see that this young lady held genuine respect for Jiangnan. To earn the respect of a 6th grade cultivator like her, it seemed Jiangnan was doing quite well. However, after a moment's thought, it was normal for Jiangnan to be respected as the swordmaster of the Sword Lodge. Wang Chunyun remembered that after the news of Jiangnan becoming the swordmaster was spread back to the Shui mansion, The number of times he was called to the tea room had noticeably decreased, even though he acted casually and flouted the rules. Lingering in the various pleasure houses of the capital, the tea room staff would at most turn a blind eye to him. All of this was thanks to Jiangnan. Thinking of this, his smile became even brighter. During their casual chat, Jiangnan also inquired about some news from the eastern region, such as the distribution of sacred lands and the cultivation levels of the holy sons and daughters. Brother Jiang, don't worry. Before this trip, I broke through to the 6th grade. Wang Chunyan patted his chest. Once I reach the eastern region, as long as I still have a breath in me, I won't let you be in danger. When he set out from the capital, the great Xiui had not yet arrived at Weishui, so Wang Chunyan naturally did not know Jiangnan's cultivation level. When he saw Jiangnan half a year ago, Jiangnan was still at the 9th grade, so he subconsciously thought Jiangnan's cultivation level wouldn't be too high. As for Jiangnan's earlier inquiry about the combat levels of the holy sons in the eastern region, Wang Chunyan naturally misinterpreted it as Jiangnan's concern, hence the earlier conversation. Hearing this, Jiangnan gave a sheepish smile and said nothing more. By the way, how's your cultivation now, Brother Jiang? Wang Chunyan took out a small porcelain bottle. This is a furnace of Holy Spirit pills I exchanged from the Department of Material, which is very beneficial for accumulating spiritual energy and breaking through realms. Although it has little effect on those above the 6th grade, you should find it useful. Jiangnan repeatedly declined, regardless of whether he could use it or not. The value of such pills was extremely precious. Even though he was familiar with Wang Chunyan, he couldn't just accept someone's generosity for free. Brother Jiang, why do we need to say so much? This pill is specially exchanged for you. If you don't want it, I'll just throw it away. After saying this, Wang Chunyan pretended to throw it away. Jiangnan sighed with a bitter smile. Brother Wang, this pill, I can't use it either. Wang Chunyan. Jiangnan sighed, feeling the surge of energy within him. He no longer concealed it. In an instant, a vast aura surged out from his body. Wang Chunyan's face immediately changed drastically. 6th grade. Jiang. Brother Jiang, you broke through to the 6th grade? He was in disbelief. Jiangnan waved his hand. Just a fluke, just a fluke. Wang Chunyan. He had already reached the peak of the 8th grade when he was in Xuanyang. Due to his extraordinary talent and some other secrets, he broke through to the 7th grade in half a year and then to the 6th grade. This was already a remarkable achievement. In fact, it was precisely because of this that even though Wang Chunyan had been causing trouble all along, as long as he didn't make a major mistake, the Xiui mansion would only impose minor punishments on him. This was the benefit of talent. Otherwise, had it been someone else acting this way, they would have been kicked out long ago. But Wang Chunyan never expected that Jiangnan would be even more outrageous than him. In half a year, from initially entering the 9th grade, he surged straight into the 6th grade. Is this something humans can do? Facing the astonished Wang Chunyan, Chi Rui beside them couldn't help but stifle a laugh. If this Wang Xiui knew that Jiangnan had single-handedly slain 2 5th-grade cultivators, what kind of expression would he make? Chi Rui's beautiful eyes sparkled, her thoughts drifting. Chapter 63. The hand behind the scenes the next day. Jiangnan and Wang Chunyan left Wu Yi. It was June, and the heat was intense. However, both of them had cultivation skills, so they were not afraid of the heat. Outside Wu Yi City, Wang Chunyan took out a silver-white horn and blew it. The distant sound of the horn echoed under the blazing sun. Brother Jiang, wait a moment, Wang Chunyan said with a smile. This journey is long, so I specially borrowed a white crane from the 100 Beast Department to use as transportation. Jiangnan nodded. The 100 Beast Department, part of the Ministry of Goods, was responsible for raising various spiritual birds for the use of officials. A small portion was also used for meat. Before long, a massive shadow slowly appeared on the horizon, accompanied by the clear cry of the crane. It was a large white crane, its wings spread wide, measuring 5 to 6 zhang across, with a broad back that could easily accommodate 10 people without feeling crowded. This was a new breed recently cultivated by the 100 Beast Department, robust, intelligent, and easy to care for. Wang Chunyan explained with a smile. The only drawback is that it has too much beastly nature and loves to stir up trouble. Brother Jiang, stay back a bit. I was once covered in dirt by this creature's flapping. As he spoke, the white crane approached, its wings stirring up a fierce wind. From a distance, it spotted the two small figures, revealing a rebellious look in its eyes, and began to flap its wings even more violently. Causing a sudden gust of wind, Jiangnan's wrist moved slightly, and he activated his animal manipulation technique. This was a small test. Suddenly, the massive body of the white crane paused. In its eyes, the small figure seemed to grow tremendously, exuding a terrifying power. A wave of fear spread through its mind. Thus, it quickly folded its wings and slowly landed on the ground, obediently bowing its proud head, resembling a docile kitten. Wang Chunyun exclaimed in surprise. "Why is this creature so obedient today? Did it eat something wrong?" The white crane, highly intelligent, didn't understand human speech, but it knew that Wang Chunyun wasn't saying anything good. It glared at him, ready to retaliate, but then saw Jiangnan and immediately calmed down. After a moment of confusion, the two mounted the crane's back, and Wang Chunyun blew the horn. The white crane flapped its wings and took off. The journey was extremely smooth. "This creature is acting strangely today." Wang Chunyun frowned. Usually when he rode on the white crane's back, it was always a bumpy ride, but today it was so well-behaved. He looked at Jiangnan, who appeared unfazed, and suddenly realized, "Brother Jiang, is this also your doing?" Jiangnan smiled slightly. "Just a little trick, nothing special." Wang Chunyun's eyes widened. Jiangnan was truly extraordinary. Not only was his cultivation speed incredibly fast, but he was also proficient in various unconventional techniques. First, he summoned souls to question the dead, and now he was controlling a white crane. What else can you do? Under the blazing sun, the two and the crane flew eastward. 2 hours later, they had already crossed the Weishui River. Jiangnan looked down and saw a deep forest, embedded like jade in the yellow-brown earth. This was the very forest where he had encountered Jiangyu. Further ahead was the 10-mile village. "Brother Wang, it's hot. Why don't we land for some tea before continuing?" "The white crane seems thirsty too," Jiangnan suggested. Through his animal manipulation technique, he sensed that the crane below was somewhat thirsty. Wang Chunyun seemed to pause for a moment before nodding. Jiangnan patted the crane's back, using his technique to communicate, and the crane flew downwards. Landing on the ground, Jiangnan instructed it to look for nearby water sources while he led Wang Chunyun toward the direction of the 10-mile village. After a few steps, Wang Chunyun could no longer hold back and asked, "Brother Jiang, there is nothing around for dozens of miles. Where do you plan to have tea?" Jiangnan glanced at him. "There should be a 10-mile village just ahead. I rested there when I came." Wang Chunyun suddenly stopped, frowning deeply. After a long time, he said, "I took this route yesterday, but I didn't see any 10-mile village at all." Jiangnan was puzzled. He looked around at the familiar terrain and realized it was indeed the place he passed when he came to the Weishui. He quickened his pace, bringing Wang Chunyun to the location of the 10-mile village in his memory. What lay before them was desolate. It was an empty space covered in wild grass and bushes, and due to the scorching sun and lack of rain, the branches and leaves were covered in dust. It looked nothing like a well-maintained place, let alone a 10-mile village. At that moment, a group of traveling merchants approached in the distance, dusty and weary. The driver in front was a burly old man with white hair. Jiangnan stepped forward, cupping his hands. "Old master, please wait." The man raised his eyelids, displaying a wary expression. "Young brother, what brings you to stop this old man?" Unbeknownst to him, the bodyguards behind him took a defensive stance, wary of this unexpected guest, fearing he might be there to rob them. Jiangnan spread his hands to show he meant no harm. "Old master, I have a question." He pointed to the dense bushes and asked, "Has there ever been a tea house here?" The old driver frowned and replied slowly, "I have been running goods from Wutai to Shanyuan for over 20 years, and this road is a must-pass. I have never seen any tea house within 50 miles. After that, the old driver, having been startled, continued toward Weishui, leaving Jiangnan with a gloomy expression. Under the blazing sun, the heat was unbearable, yet at that moment, Jiangnan felt a chill all over, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. If this really was a wasteland, then what tea did he drink that day? Who was that honest farmer boss? A ghostly spirit? Jiangnan frowned deeply, dismissing that thought. After all, he was well-versed in the techniques of the underworld, and he had detected nothing unusual when passing the 10-mile village. If it wasn't a ghost, it must have been a person. But if it was truly a person, what was their identity and what was their purpose? Jiangnan couldn't make sense of it. That day, the only information the other party provided him was regarding the rabbit girl. After he recounted the developments to Wang Chunyin also frowned deeply. It seemed he suddenly remembered something. Brother Jiang, didn't you send a message to the embroidered garment house, saying someone in Wutai was impersonating an embroidered envoy to trick people? Upon hearing this, Jiangnan nodded. After releasing Li Qingyan, he indeed sent a message to the embroidered garment house about someone impersonating an embroidered envoy in Wutai. The purpose was to make them pay a bit more attention to similar matters. Wang Chunyin continued, but the embroidered garment house, based on the information you provided, specifically used spies from Wutai, and the result was that they found no such person. Jiangnan was stunned. He had no doubt about the means of the embroidered garment house. If Li Qingyan was truly a con artist, he couldn't have evaded their investigation. Otherwise, it would be an insult to all the embroidered envoys of the Great Xia. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He remembered that it was Li Qingyan who brought him before Princess Huaisu. The situation was almost identical. One was Li Qingyan, and the other was the boss of the 10-mile village, both seemingly ordinary but playing extremely important roles in the Wutai incident and the Shanyuan incident, providing Jiangnan with critical information or paths. A sense of annoyance rose in his heart. It felt as if the roads he had walked and the things he had done were all guided by someone else. Behind the shadows, it seemed as if a dark hand was manipulating the chessboard. Chapter 64 First encounter with the Jiuli. As night fell, Jiangnan and Wang Chunyin set off again. Jiangnan's mood gradually calmed down. For now, he could only be sure that Li Qingyun and that farmer boss were not ordinary people. But he had no other useful clues. No matter how hard he tried to figure it out, it was in vain. It was better to enhance his own strength. After all, since they had a purpose, they would definitely show up again. By then, as long as Jiangnan was strong enough, no matter what schemes they had, he would scatter their ashes. Wang Chunyin also mentioned that after the matters in the eastern region were settled, he would take Jiangnan to the star observation tower in the capital, allowing those experienced stargazers to predict something. This matter was temporarily set aside. The night was much cooler, and with the white crane flying high, away from the damp and hot ground, the temperature was pleasant. On the crane's back, Wang Chunyin pulled out a stack of sheepskin papers, which contained information about this trip to the eastern region. Some were clues sent back by spies far away in the eastern region, and others were messages issued by the Tiangui Pavilion. Brother Wang, what exactly is the background of the Tiangui Pavilion? Jiangnan took out a booklet from the sheepskin papers, with the words Tianjiao Yiwen Lu written in flamboyant calligraphy on the cover. Below it, there was a line of smaller text that read Xian Renmu Pian, and it was signed by the Tiangui Pavilion. This booklet recorded the list of disciples who had already entered the Immortal's tomb and ranked them based on their backgrounds, affiliations, cultivation methods, grades, achievements, and so on. Jiangnan flipped through a few pages, and currently, the one ranked first was the Holy Son Li Yuan from the Tai Holy Land in the eastern region. A 6th-grade cultivator, skilled in the Tao laws and divine abilities of mountains and rivers, he had once suppressed a fully-fledged 5th-grade evil cultivator, earning fame in the eastern region. He was an astonishing talent. When Jiangnan attended the Jinlu sword test last time, he had also seen something similar to this Tianjiao Yiwen Lu. However, Jinlu had always been low-key, and the sword test only concerned sword cultivators, so it was far less attention-grabbing than the emergence of the Immortal's tomb this time. However, it seemed that wherever there was a grand event, there was the presence of the Tiangui Pavilion. Indeed, according to what Jiangnan understood, the Tiangui Pavilion was also keen on statistics and rankings of various things. For example, the rankings of the current younger generation, the rankings of various rare treasures, and the rankings of the strengths of various major powers. There were even rumors that the titles of 1 country, 2 temples, 3 holy lands, which are now famous throughout the world, also originated from the Tiangui Pavilion. This made Jiangnan wonder what kind of entity the Tiangui Pavilion was, so boldly arranging the rankings of the major powers of the Yuan Shan, and still living comfortably and freely. I don't know either, but I heard from Deshio during casual talks that they seem to have some connection with Tiangizi, the creator of the ranking system, Wang Chunyin replied. Jiangnan nodded, no longer dwelling on the matter, and continued to read the messages on the sheepskin papers. According to the information, the Immortal's tomb that suddenly appeared was located in the northern part of the Central Eastern region, situated in an area known as Chu. Chu was not under the jurisdiction of the three Holy Lands, but was within the territory of a small sect called the Sangsu Dao Men. One day, a disciple of this sect went out to travel and discovered a very strange cave in an unnamed mountain range in Chu, filled with rich spiritual energy. He entered it, wanting to explore for treasures. Little did he know that this would trigger a restriction, causing a chain reaction that awakened the entire outer restriction of the Immortal's tomb. Thus, the massive Immortal's tomb broke through mountains and rivers, traversing the river of time, reappearing from the incredibly distant underground. On that day, strange phenomena occurred, with beasts roaring in unison, and the spiritual energy in Chu seemed to be frantically gathering, almost condensing into a mist-like form. Naturally, such phenomena attracted the attention of the three Holy Lands. They quickly sent people, and 3 days later concluded that this was a burial site for immortals. It was said that on that day, the leader and disciples of the Sangsu Dao Men fled overnight. They escaped to the North Sea, avoiding the fate of being silenced by the three Holy Lands to keep the news under wraps. At the same time, news of the emergence of the Immortal's tomb spread. Under the pressure of many forces, the three Holy Lands decided to open the tomb and invite heroes from around the world to seek immortals. Before this, disciples of the three Holy Lands had already entered and gained ancient treasures, astonishing divine abilities, and ancient demon beasts. This was the general situation, though there must be some exaggeration. Just like that small Sangsu Dao Man, it was extremely absurd to think they could escape from the three Holy Land alive on their own. As for what exactly happened at that time, it was still unknown. The white crane flew extremely fast, even comparable to Jiangnan sword flight. After a month of non-stop travel, Jiangnan and Wang Chun Yin finally arrived in the Central Eastern region. The Eastern region was mountainous, in stark contrast to the flat expanse of the Central Plains. Many sects were built on the mountains, and from the back of the white crane, it appeared that clouds and mist swirled around, and spiritual energy was abundant, giving a sense of a fairyland. Moreover, it seemed that there were more demon beasts in the eastern region than in the Great Xia. In these past few days, over 5 large demons had launched attacks from the mountains and forests, trying to swallow the great white crane whole. The reason was that this great white crane liked to screech for no reason, startling the birds and beasts below to scatter. Jiangnan believed that if this fellow were left alone in the eastern region, it would definitely not survive for long. After several more days of travel, the two finally approached Chu. At this time, there were also more cultivators in the sky, all heading towards Chu. Some were riding divine ships made of divine iron. Some were on giant cauldrons with radiant celestial light, and some were riding giant tigers with wings stretched out. Jiang then even saw someone flying on a bubble bug. At this moment, the cultivators were relatively restrained and had not caused any conflicts. The journey was quite stable, aside from the great white crane attracting some low-level demon beasts. "Hey, that white crane, move aside. My beast is having a problem. Make way." Just then, a loud voice echoed in Jiangnan and Wang Chunyun's ears. The two maneuvered the white crane to dodge, simultaneously looking in the direction of the voice. They saw a large group, about 20 to 30 people, all riding on huge pure white elephants, coming through the air. The leading elephant seemed to be in a frenzy, its eyes red, crashing around in the air. On its back was a girl who was desperately holding onto the saddle, trying to correct the direction of the giant elephant amidst the fierce winds. It was she who had just called out to remind Jiangnan and the others. Behind her, a group of people looked anxious, also riding giant elephants, chasing after her. The crazed giant elephant swept past the white crane, the violent spiritual energy and gale almost flipping the poor creature upside down. Jiangnan and Wang Chun Yin exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. At that moment, the crazed giant elephant suddenly came to a halt in mid-air. The girl on its back bumped her head against its rear, dazed for a moment. However, she might have a tough head, as she quickly recovered, her face brightening, thinking that the giant elephant had stopped. But just then, the red light in the elephant's eyes grew even more intense. Its massive trunk raised high, letting out a roar that shook the heavens, followed by a dangerous aura emanating from its body, and the surrounding spiritual energy became extremely violent. Someone shouted from behind, "Young clan leader, Bai Ji is going to self-destruct. Quickly dodge." The girl on the elephant's back was startled, looking at the frenzied and distressed giant elephant, her expression resolute. She pressed against the elephant's neck, trying to awaken her beast in a language that Jiangnan and Wang Chunyun could not understand. But it was of no use. As the spiritual energy gathered, the giant elephant's body began to swell slowly, a crimson halo shining out from its mouth and nose. "It's going to explode." From a distance, Jiangnan squinted his eyes, extended his hand, and activated the beast-gathering technique. The divine power was fully unleashed, and a wisp of ethereal light illuminated the surroundings, enveloping the frenzied giant elephant. Before long, a glimmer of clarity slowly returned to its eyes. Its body also ceased to swell, and the red glow gradually faded. Just then, a tiny red shadow shot out from the giant white elephant's massive ear, charging toward the white crane. Jiangnan once again employed the beast-gathering technique, capturing the red shadow in his hand. Meanwhile, on the other side, the crisis was averted, and the girl, holding the now calm giant elephant, looked terrified. "Moments latte." She rode the white elephant to stand in front of Jiangnan and the others, jumping onto the large white crane and displaying immense gratitude. "Thank you for saving Bai Ji. My name is Chu Ying, and I come from the southern wilderness. Julie. What are your names?" Jiangnan took this opportunity to carefully observe the girl, who appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, with brown hair that just reached her shoulders. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, and she wore a fitted animal skin robe, her figure curvaceous with a pair of tight, smooth thighs peeking out from under the hem of the robe, exuding a primitive and wild beauty. Her face was also exceptionally beautiful, with a pair of pure black eyes full of vitality and energy when she smiled. She revealed small canine teeth and 2 dimples, looking incredibly charming. "I am Jiangnan, from the Great Xia," Jiangnan said with a smile. "My name is Wang Chunyun, also from the Great Xia," Wang Chunyun added. Just then, someone followed behind Chu Ying. A young man looked at Jiangnan and Wang Chunyun with a furrowed brow and said, "Young clan leader, please hurry back. The clan leader says that outsiders are untrustworthy, and we must not fall into the trap of ill-intentioned people." Chapter 65. There's a traitor. Combined version. The girl who called herself Chu Ying clearly looked unhappy upon hearing this. Chu He, they saved Bai Ji's life. How could they say such things about her? Young patriarch, you've spent many years in the tribe and don't understand the dangers of the outside world, said the young man known as Chu He with a concerned expression. He then turned to Jiangnan and Wang Chunyun, his face filled with suspicion. Perhaps Bai Ji's sudden madness was orchestrated by these two, wanting to get close to the young patriarch for ulterior motives. Gui. Chu Ying was genuinely angry now. Her small face puffed up. "If you keep this up, don't follow me anymore." Chu He's expression changed. He snorted and retreated back into the crowd. Jiangnan. Chu He is just like that. Don't take it to heart. He doesn't mean any harm, Chu Ying said with an embarrassed smile, apologizing to the two. Jiangnan shook his head, indicating it was fine. "Are you also heading to the Immortal tomb?" Chu Ying asked casually. "It's still 2 or 3 days away. Why don't we travel together?" Jiangnan and Wang Chunyun exchanged glances and both nodded. "Miss Chu, didn't the 3 sacred lands say that each force can only send 2 disciples?" Wang Chunyun looked at the large group behind her, puzzled. Chu Ying lightly jumped onto the back of the giant elephant Bai Ji and replied, "There are indeed only 2 of us. Just me and the sacrificial lineage S. Chu He." After a pause, she pouted, "As for the others, my dad said I'm not smart enough and worried I'd be deceived, so he made me bring them along. In fact, there is not much opportunity to be found. I don't cultivate external things, and I can't understand those profound techniques. But my dad said, since the people of the Zhejiang tribe have come, we can't not show up." Chu Ying lay on the giant elephant's back, swinging her little legs and resting her chin in her hands. Dad also said the Zhejiang tribe people are smart, and we're not that smart. So whatever they want to do, we just need to make sure they can't succeed. Jiangnan. This father and daughter seemed to have a profound understanding of themselves. After chatting for a while, Chu Ying urged Bai Ji to return to the line, and Jiangnan and Wang Chunyan followed on the white crane. The giant elephant convoy hadn't traveled long before they found a riverside to land. One reason was that night was approaching, and the giant elephants needed to eat and rest after a night of travel. The second reason was that Chu Ying needed to check what exactly was wrong with Bai Ji. After landing, the Jiuli tribe members quickly set up tents and started a fire. They took out the beasts they had hunted during the day and began roasting them. Watching them, Jiangnan recalled the information he had seen about the Jiuli tribe. The Jiuli tribe was located in the sparsely populated southern wasteland, where the land was barren and ferocious beasts roamed. Therefore, the humans in the southern wasteland mostly lived in tribes and relied on hunting for survival, with many practitioners focusing on body refinement and beast-taming techniques. Chu Ying's Bai Ji was a beast she had grown up with. Another part of the tribe specialized in witchcraft and was adept at curses and poisons. The Jiuli tribe belonged to the former, while the Qijiang tribe, which Chu Ying clearly had a grudge against, belonged to the latter. After years of mutual conflict, these two arch-rivals gradually emerged from many tribes to become one of the few top tribes in the southern wasteland. Although they had not yet produced a first-grade existence and could not compare to a country, 2 temples, and 3 sacred lands in terms of influence, they were not to be underestimated. By the roaring bonfire, the Jiuli tribe members were busy, while Jiangnan and Wang Chunyan sat at the edge. It was at this moment that Jiangnan had the opportunity to take out the red shadow that had flown out of the giant elephant's ear and held it in his palm. Brother Wang, this is what flew out of the giant elephant's ear when I stopped it from exploding. Do you recognize what kind of bug this is? Seeing this, Wang Chunyan was not surprised. He had also seen something fly out from the giant elephant's ear at that time, which Jiangnan had captured in his hand, but he hadn't seen clearly what it was. Now, upon closer inspection, his expression turned strange. It was above the size of a grain of rice, resembling a centipede, but had lost its vitality, its entire body dull and lifeless. This should be called the red cloud goo, a pinnacle creation of witchcraft. It is said to require hundreds of thousands of red cloud bug larvae to fight each other, and only the one that survives to adulthood can be called the red cloud goo. This goo can only activate once in its lifetime and can easily invade the consciousness of humans and beasts, turning them into puppets. There are not many who can refine such goo bugs, and the Qijiang tribe that Chu Ying mentioned must be one of them. Wang Chunyan's expression became serious as he said, "This goo bug is extremely terrifying. Even 3rd or 4th grade practitioners, if caught off guard, would mostly only be able to let the controller manipulate them." Upon hearing this, Jiangnan's expression turned grave. The giant elephant Bai Ji was at most a 6th or 7th grade beast, using such a precious one-time consumable like the red cloud goo to deal with a mount. Who was the big genius that thought of this? After thinking about it, there was only one possibility. The red cloud goo was not meant to deal with the giant elephant, but to harm Chu Ying. The two exchanged glances and both reached this conclusion. "Brother Jiang, what should we do?" Wang Chunyan looked at the red cloud goo in Jiangnan's hand and asked. Jiangnan pondered for a moment before saying, "Let us remind that girl and leave tomorrow. After all, we are just passing acquaintances, and it's not appropriate for us to get involved in these schemes." Wang Chunyan nodded in agreement. Both felt a faint sense that this red cloud goo was likely related to the open and secret struggles between the Jiuli tribe and the Qijiang tribe. While chatting, several burly men from the Jiuli tribe approached them, holding various food items. The leader was a young man, tall and robust, with dark skin and a hearty smile. "Brothers, I'm Chu Xiong, Chu Ying's brother. If it weren't for your help today, not only Bai Ji, but my sister's life would also be uncertain." He sat down across from Jiangnan with a group of people. "The Jiuli tribe thanks you. You are forever brothers of the Jiuli tribe." This rough man laughed heartily. "Come, brothers, eat meat." Saying this, the several tribesmen behind him presented 2 steaming pieces of thigh meat to Jiangnan and Wang Chunyan. Jiangnan's gaze sharpened. He had heard from Wang Chunyan that the Jiuli tribe had customs regarding eating meat. Thigh meat was usually reserved for the elders, those with meritorious deeds, or leaders, or for those they deemed deserving of respect. The fact that Jiangnan and Wang Chunyan, saved by Ji, earned them the respect of many Jiuli tribe members. Jiangnan accepted the meat and said, "It was just a small effort. Brother Chu, you don't need to be so courteous." Wang Chunyun asked, "Brother Chu, have you encountered any conflicts with others while traveling from Jiuli?" Chu Xiong paused for a moment before answering, "No, we actually want to greet others along the way. But as soon as we got close, they ran away faster than rabbits." Wang Chunyun nodded, thinking that riding dozens of giant elephants to greet others was bound to scare them off. He then asked, "Have you had any contact with the Qijiang tribe?" Upon hearing the name of the Qijiang tribe, Chu Xiong's face filled with disgust. No. If I really encountered them, I would have smashed their heads in long ago." As soon as he spoke, Jiangnan and Wang Chunyun exchanged glances, both puzzled. Goo bugs couldn't be manipulated over long distances. Since the Jiuli tribe members hadn't come into contact with anyone else from the start until now. How did the red cloud goo get into the giant elephant's ear? Forget those disgusting guys. Come on, brothers, let us go to the bonfire. We'll have plenty to eat and drink. Chu Xiong had no doubt about the reason Wang Chun asked these questions and stood up to invite the two over. The two from Jiangnan did not refuse and walked towards the center of the bonfire. Beside the bonfire, the hardy Jiuli tribe members were drinking and eating meat, with rough and noisy sounds surrounding them. The two from Jiangnan sat nearby, but did not find it noisy. This group of young men was straightforward and honest, with no hidden agendas. If possible, Jiangnan would rather mix with these men than deal with those who were cunning and calculative. At this moment, Chu Ying walked in from the outskirts. She had been by the river communicating with the giant elephant, Baiji, since everyone set up camp. Judging by her expression now, it seemed she had not gained much. With the problem unresolved, Chu Ying had no mood to join her tribesmen in their revelry and plopped down beside the two from Jiangnan, resting her chin on her hands and sighing. For her, Baiji was not just a mount, but more like a friend who had grown up with her. Now that Baiji had lost control for unknown reasons and almost self-destructed, Chu Ying naturally felt downcast. Jiangnan handed her a piece of meat and asked, "Miss Chu, do you have any clues?" Chu Ying shook her head in frustration. No, Baiji can't remember anything from when it went berserk, just as Jiangnan had suspected. The reason the Qiangu was so insidious was that when it controlled the host's consciousness would completely fall into a coma, unable to remember anything they did while being controlled. After a moment of contemplation, Jiangnan took out the Qiangu from his sleeve. "Miss Chu, you should recognize this, right?" This flew out of Baiji's ear after it went mad. Chu Ying was taken aback, and when she recognized the item in Jiangnan's hand, her pretty face was filled with anger. The Qiangu, the Qijiang tribe. The Qijiang tribe was one of the few tribes capable of refining the Qiangu and had been at odds with the Jiuli tribe for generations. The moment she saw the Qiangu, Chu Ying understood. Although she was slow-witted, she wasn't stupid. It must be the Qijiang tribe's doing. Seeing her expression, Jiangnan sighed slightly. This girl had directed all her hatred towards the Qijiang tribe. She seemed to have never considered that since they left Jiuli, they had not come into contact with anyone from the Qijiang tribe. Yet, even so, the Qiangu had still appeared in Baiji's ear. This could only indicate one thing. There was a traitor. As the bonfire bustled with excitement, in a tent near the edge, he had a very grim expression. However, no one was surprised by his absence. Chu belonged to the Jiuli tribe's priest lineage, and his physique was different from the rugged Jiuli men. Holding an important position in managing ritual vessels to honor the gods, he naturally would not join them in their revelry. At this moment, a pale blue halo enveloped the entire tent, completely isolating the sounds of the outside commotion. Naturally, it also prevented any sounds from leaking out of the tent. He sat cross-legged on the ground, with an ancient-looking bronze mirror in front of him. He pressed his hand on it, and the bronze mirror slowly emitted a halo, rippling like water waves. Soon, a figure appeared in the mirror. The light was dim, obscuring the face, but one could vaguely discern that it was a man. The man in the mirror spoke, "Chu priest, has the matter been accomplished?" His voice carried a hint of expectation. Chu's expression darkened as he shook his head. "No, I failed." The voice of the man in the mirror sank. "Failed? How could you fail? That esteemed lord has put in great effort to obtain the Qiangu. How could you fail? Isn't the plan perfect? You control Chu Ying's mount to self-destruct, causing her demise. Then you seize the position of chieftain and sell the mining rights of Wushan to us. Even if the Qiangu is exposed, it will only make the Qijiang tribe bear the blame. Such a plan is foolproof. How could you fail? How dare you fail? The voice of the man in the mirror was low, seemingly suppressing great anger. Chu He's expression also turned cold as he replied icily. How would I know? The problem must lie with your Qiangu. You said repeatedly that the Qiangu is mysterious and unpredictable, yet now it has been easily captured by someone, ruining all my efforts. Impossible. The Qiangu cannot have a problem. Those old fellows at Tongbao Pavilion may be greedy, but they would never sell counterfeit goods and ruin their own reputation. The man in the mirror asked again, You say the Qiangu was captured? By whom? Does your Jili tribe still have anyone who can refine gu? Chu He's eyes revealed a cold light. They are not from the Jili tribe. They are two cultivators from the Great Xia. Great Xia cultivators? The man in the mirror frowned deeply, pausing for a while before saying, Do they have the ability to capture the Qiangu? This is going to be troublesome. After a pause, he continued, I still have a Qiangu, but the prerequisite is that you eliminate those two. Otherwise, if they truly have the ability to capture the Qiangu, getting another one will be in vain. Chu He also calmed down at this point and slowly said, There should be no problem. Although both of them are at the 6th rank, they came riding an ordinary white crane. Their backgrounds should not be substantial, and their foundations likely not deep. I will take care of them tonight. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the center of Chu, outside the Immortal tomb, a towering pavilion adorned with intricate carvings and divine light stood. It looked newly built, with a sign of Tongbao Pavilion hanging above. Tongbao Pavilion, one of the largest commercial organizations in the Upper Yuan world, was said to have shadows of 6 major forces behind it. They not only sold and purchased various rare treasures and Taoist techniques, but also issued Tongbao spirit tickets as currency among cultivators. Cultivating and fighting naturally required spiritual stones mined from places rich in spiritual energy. Given the large quantity of spiritual stones, even if one possessed a magical artifact that could contain vast amounts, carrying them around would still be quite inconvenient. Thus, the Tongbao spirit tickets emerged, serving a function similar to that of banknotes in the secular world, allowing for exchanges of spiritual stones at any branch of Tongbao Pavilion. After a long period of circulation, the Tongbao spirit tickets became a means of currency among cultivators, further solidifying the status of Tongbao Pavilion. A month ago, this pavilion at the Immortal tomb did not exist. It was built after the emergence of the Immortal tomb, with the powerful beings of Tongbao Pavilion using their great abilities to raise the structure and embellish it. There are dozens of such pavilions surrounding, serving as resting and training places for cultivators arriving here. Of course, the prices are not cheap. At this moment, in the tallest pavilion, in a room filled with spiritual energy, a young man in a Taoist robe sat cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed, with subtle Tao patterns manifesting around him, exuding an extraordinary aura. A knock sounded at the door. The Taoist-robed young man opened his eyes, and a vast, imposing force emanated from his gaze. A figure walked in from outside, and if Chu He were present, he would certainly recognize that this was the man from the mirror. The man in the mirror respectfully bowed to the Taoist-robed young man and slowly recounted his conversation with Chu He. After listening, the Taoist-robed young man frowned slightly and remained silent. Gradually, a suffocating pressure filled the entire room, causing the man in the mirror to tremble and break out in a cold sweat. After a long while, the young man finally spoke. Chu He may not be able to eliminate the 2 6th-rank cultivators. You should take it with you. Saying this, he took out a small bronze bell from his robe and handed it to the man in the mirror. The small bell had an ancient design and exuded an old aura. Although it was only the size of a fist, it felt incredibly heavy, like a mountain. The man in the mirror treated it as a treasure, accepting it with both hands, bowing respectfully before slowly exiting the room. A voice, devoid of discernible emotion, echoed in his ears, if you fail again, the consequences, you know? Instantly, the man in the mirror seemed to recall some terrifying matter and trembled all over. Chapter 66. Words Follow the Law, Combined Edition. In the deep night, the riverbank was calm. The extinguished bonfire still held some warmth, and the herd of elephants formed a circle around the campsite, deterring any lurking beasts with ill intentions. At the edge, a great white crane stood on one leg, its foot buried in the soft river mud, its head tucked into its wings, wrapping itself up like a large cotton candy, asleep. In the silence, the great white crane suddenly stirred its wings. It poked its neck out from its wings, confusion evident in its eyes. In a daze, it seemed to see another female crane not far away in the azure water, gracefully playing in the waves like a fairy among cranes. The great white crane was mesmerized. At that moment, the female crane glanced at it and let out a clear, crisp cry before soaring into the sky. The great white crane's eyes became even more dazed, as if enchanted, and it slowly flapped its wings, following after her. After a long time, it landed at the foot of a mountain, following the silhouette of the female crane. Once on the ground, the great white crane let out a high-pitched cry and rushed towards the female crane. Suddenly, the scene changed, and that crane, which seemed to be in a fairyland, slowly dissipated like ripples in the water. The clarity in the great white crane's eyes gradually returned. What am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Right, where's the fairy crane? Where's my big fairy crane? At the same time that the great white crane left the riverbank, inside the tent, Wang Chunyun, sitting cross-legged, suddenly made a soft sound. Jiangnan turned his head, looking at him in confusion. He saw Wang Chunyun pull out a silver-white horn and wondered, so late at night, where is this creature going? The silver-white horn was a special magical artifact forged by the Beast Control Department, infused with the essence blood of the associated spirit beast, allowing it to sense the distance to the spirit beast at all times. At that moment, Wang Chunyun discovered that the great white crane was getting farther away from them. Hearing this, Jiangnan frowned slightly. Let it go. Maybe it's just out for a stroll and we'll come back. Wang Chunyun's expression was somewhat strange, Brother Jiang. You don't know. This white crane is one of only two of a new species, and it bore a dit. He sighed if it returns safely. That would be fine, but if anything happens, the people from the Beast Control Department will probably skim you alive. Jiangnan, is this something a person should do? Wang Chunyun's so-called borrowing, he naturally understood. After all, they were both learned individuals. Wang Chunyun smiled awkwardly, Brother Jiang. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Just wait for me here. After saying that, he was about to leave. Wait, Jiangnan suddenly spoke. I'll go with you. Wang Chunyun repeatedly said, No need, I can manage by myself. No, I feel this matter isn't that simple. Jiangnan slowly shook his head. Although the great white crane had a quirky temperament and often acted spoiled, its qualities as a mount were very reliable. In more than a month, it had never left without saying anything. Additionally, it was late at night, and the Julie people had already gone to rest, which made Jiangnan feel that it was too deliberate and coincidental. Wang Chunyun suddenly reacted, Brother Jiang. Are you suspecting that the creature's departure is man-made? Jiangnan nodded. It was always wise to be cautious. Wang Chunyun nodded as well. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Jiang. Wait, I need to prepare something. Jiangnan stopped him, pondering for a moment. In the deep night, two beams of light streaked across the sky. Wang Chunyun held the silver-white horn, sensing the location of the great white crane. The two of them slowly approached that direction. Brother Jiang, it has stopped. Wang Chunyun sensed the horn and suddenly spoke. It's in that direction. Jiangnan followed his gaze. It was on the shady side of a mountain. Under the moonlight, that area was shrouded in dark shadows. It looked like a good place for murder and silence. For some reason, that thought suddenly popped into Jiangnan's mind. They were getting closer. Crossing over the mountain ridge, Jiangnan saw a vague white shadow in the darkness. It's right there, Wang Chunyun said, be careful. At this moment, he also realized that there might truly be a conspiracy. After all, given the great white crane's habits, even if it was thirsty or hungry, it would mostly drink and forage along the riverbanks. Why would it come into this deep mountain? The two exchanged glances. There was indeed a problem. Just then, bright patterns suddenly appeared in the void, extending, intertwining, and linking together. In an instant, they covered the sky, forming a curtain that isolated the outside world. A sinister voice resonated from the darkness. TSK, you really took the bait. A familiar figure stepped out, a cold smile on his face. Chuhi. He was dragging a compass-like magical artifact, with faint illusory patterns extending into the ground, connecting with the surrounding curtain. If he guessed correctly, this compass artifact was the source of the isolation of the surrounding world. You say you came to the Immortal's tomb seeking opportunities. You could have gone directly. Why meddle in other people's affairs? Chuhi looked at the two with cold eyes, as if everything was under his control. Jiangnan took out the Qi in his hand. So, it was indeed you who did that during the day? You want Chuing dead? So what if I do? Chuhi glared at Jiangnan with a hateful expression, revealing a cruel look. It was bound to succeed. But you had to come out and stir things up, so I can only eliminate you first. But if Chuing dies, what good does it do you? Wang Chunyan asked. Self-infighting? Chuhi sneered. What do you know? Her lineage has been passed down for generations. Yet she is short-sighted and unambitious, merely guarding that small piece of land. Only when Chu Ying and Chu Xiong die outside will her bloodline be severed, and I, as the priest lineage, will become the greatest lineage of the Jili tribe, and I can seize the position of the tribe leader. I should be the one to lead the Jili people. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, roaring savagely, for this, everyone who stands in my way must die. Lead the Jili? Wang Chunyun narrowed his eyes. You colluded with the Qijiang tribe and used the Qiyungu to undermine the young tribe leader, and you still want to lead the Jili? Chui did not deny it, but a hint of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. That kind of gaze felt like a lie being believed by others. Jiangnan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Chuhi was not colluding with the Qijiang tribe? But if that were the case, where did the Qiyungu come from? All right, you've said enough. You can go die now. Chuhi said no more, making a hand gesture. A massive totem pole rose from the ground behind him, like a pillar of heaven, exuding a wild and brutal aura. Countless ancient savage beasts were carved onto it with rough lines, their fierce presence filling the sky. Unlike most Jili tribesmen, Chuhi did not excel in physical combat. As a priest of the tribe, he was in charge of rituals and practiced totem techniques, relying on the precious totem pole behind him. Even if he was of the 5th rank, he would still have the upper hand. This was his confidence in eliminating Jiangnan and the others. Chuhi grinned wickedly at the two, seemingly eager to see their terrified expressions. But he was disappointed. Jiangnan slowly said, I have to admit, you thought this through quite well. During the day, your plan to use the Qiyungu to control Baiji to self-destruct in order to kill Chu Ying. If it had succeeded, when all traces were scattered in the explosion of the giant elephant, it would likely have been considered an accident. Tonight, you lured us into this place with the spirit beast to silence us. And afterward, you could also say that we disappeared without a trace. After all, as two outsiders, the Jili tribe wouldn't pursue it too much. Jiangnan squinted his eyes and said, But have you thought about what to do if the two of us can't defeat you? Jiangnan's teasing voice stirred a hint of unease in his heart. However, the towering totem pillar behind him gave him enough confidence. Blustering, with a low shout, Tsua no longer said much and made a hand gesture. In an instant, the totem pillar burst forth with brilliant divine light, and the strange beasts carved within seemed to come to life, letting out earth-shattering roars. Spiritual energy surged, and a fiery, illusory vermilion bird detached from the pillar. Emitting a high-pitched cry, it spewed scorching flames from its mouth, born of fire, soaring across the sky. The temperature within the entire barrier soared in an instant, causing the moisture in the grass and trees to evaporate, revealing a withered yellow color. Xiuha suspended the compass artifact in the air, moving his hands. The soaring vermilion bird followed his gestures, enveloped in intense flames, rushing towards Jiangnan and his companion. Brother Jiang, leave it to me. Wang Chunyan laughed heartily and stepped forward. A surge of righteous energy erupted from him. A great wind should arise. Wang Chunyan shouted loudly, and a fierce wind rose, whipping up chaotic spiritual energy to form a storm, colliding with the vermilion bird from afar. At that moment, the flames enveloping the vermilion bird weakened slightly, but its momentum did not diminish, still shrieking as it dove down. Wang Chunyan stood firm and shouted, Before me, there should be thunderous might. Suddenly, thunder roared from the ground. Amidst the ear-piercing explosion, azure lightning surged violently, carrying a breath of chaos and destruction, forming a wall of thunder. Just then, The vermilion bird charged in, crashing into the thunderwall. Fire and thunder clashed, erupting with a deafening roar. After the shock wave dissipated, Wang Chunyun stood with his robes billowing, hands clasped behind his back. Jiangnan's eyes flickered. Although he had heard of it multiple times, it was the first time he witnessed the scholar's so-called words manifesting as law. Although it was indeed quite absurd that someone like Wang Chunyun followed the scholarly path. On the other side, Xiuhe's expression darkened, but he did not panic. It was merely a test of strength. However, the opponent's revealed power indeed exceeded his expectations. They have some strength, but they still need to drink from this place. With a sinister smile, Xiuhe launched another attack. This time, the totem pillar behind him erupted with even more blinding light, and the beast shadows within seemed to come alive. Rushing out of the totem pillar one after another, the earth-shaking demon bull, the giant snake that upturned rivers, the towering stone giant. Countless beasts surged forward, as if to trample everything in their path under iron hooves. The ground began to tremble. Wang Chunyun remained calm in the face of danger, took a deep breath, and declared, as the sage said, "Humans are above, beasts are below. Do not disturb their order." His voice resonated like the sound of heaven and earth, echoing across the land, impossible to resist. Thus, the rampaging beasts seemed to be pressed down by an inexplicable force, crashing straight to the ground, unable to move. Xiuhe's expression changed wildly. He finally got serious. He understood in his heart that these two were definitely not what he had previously thought, mere easy opponents. Today, they might truly overturn the situation. Taking a deep breath, he placed his right index finger into his mouth and bit down. Crimson blood flowed out, dispersing like smoke. Then it was all absorbed by the totem pillar behind him. Suddenly, the originally heavy totem pillar seemed to come to life, slowly lifting off the ground, carrying endless sand and stones, floating in the air. Xiuhe's face turned extremely pale, but his eyes revealed a maddened intent. He reached out his hand far ahead and pointed. The totem pillar came crashing down towards Jiangnan and his companion. Its momentum was unmatched, as if the pillar of heaven were toppling. At this moment, a serious expression finally appeared in Wang Chunyun's eyes as he pulled out an ancient brush and held it in his hand. The brush looked unremarkable, with a yellowwood handle and black bristles. Aside from being a bit thick, it resembled one of the four treasures of writing. But when Jiangnan saw this object, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. When this brush was taken out, it felt as if the entire world had transformed into a canvas, ready to be altered. Holding the brush, Wang Chunyun's aura suddenly changed. His expression turned cold and hard. His gaze became empty and indifferent, like the high heavens looking down on all beings. With a sweep of the brush, silver hooks and iron strokes, the ink danced wildly across the heavens and earth, like a chaotic iron whip, weaving in and out. Everything that the brush touched turned into pitch-black ink, silently disappearing. The totem pillar could not resist. Although it had not been fully inked, its divine light dimmed, and it was swept aside by the black ink like a violent wind. It crashed heavily to the ground, causing a tremendous roar from the earth. How? How is this possible? Fear finally appeared on Xiuhe's pale face for the first time. He looked at Wang Chunyun, who held the divine brush with a cold expression, his heart racing. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Jili tribe will hunt you down. He muttered, his throat tightening, stepping back step by step. But he saw Wang Chunyun put away the divine brush. And at that moment, it was as if a switch had been turned off, his face returning to normal. Don't worry, you won't die that easily. Jiangnan looked at Xiuhe, who was retreating in fear, and said, Miss Chu, did you hear that clearly? Xiuhe's expression suddenly changed. Disbelief surfaced on her face. From behind a ridge, three figures slowly walked out. Chu Ying, Chu Xiong, and Jiangnan. The Jiangnan who walked forward merged with his true self. He looked at Chu Ying and said, Miss Chu, the matter is clear now. What to do next depends on you. After speaking, he took a step back. From the beginning, he had no intention of coming alone. After subtly sensing something was off, he summoned his clone to inform Chu Ying and Chu Xiong. The two of them had been hiding behind the ridge since earlier. This was also why Jiangnan and Wang Chunyun, despite having guessed Xiuhe's intentions, still wanted to lead him to reveal the so-called plan. The purpose was to let Chu Ying hear it clearly. At this moment, the originally lively girl wore a look of disappointment. There was no anger from being plotted against, only disappointment. She walked towards Suha and said, I always considered you a brother. Even if you're not sociable, I believed you had a good heart. You from the sacrificial lineage are very clever. Unlike me and my father, I really admire you. She chuckled self-deprecatingly. My father and I both understand that I am foolish. I am not cut out to be the clan leader. So, after this journey concludes, my father intends to establish another candidate in the clan. The first person I thought of was you. Suha's face lost all color. Chu Xiong stepped forward, looking at Suha with disgust. Sister, why say so much to this scoundrel? Let me chop him down with an axe. After saying that, he was about to act. The massive axe came crashing down from above. Suha trembled all over in fright and shouted, Wait, don't kill me. This wasn't my idea. Someone instigated me. Yes, I was instigated. He said I should be the clan leader of the Jiuli tribe. I was momentarily bewitched. Don't kill me. Chu Xiong paused with the giant axe, waiting for him to continue. In the face of life-threatening danger, Suha no longer dared to conceal anything and hurriedly said, It was him. Before he could finish, a thunderous bell rang out, echoing through the ages, resounding with a deafening roar. Suha's body suddenly exploded into a mist of blood. Chapter 67. Here we are. Lu Yuan's mood was extremely poor. After receiving the order from that person, he rushed over to Chu He without a moment's delay. However, he never expected to be one step too late. When he arrived at the battlefield, Chu He had already been defeated and was even about to expose that person's existence in order to save his life. Lu Yuan had no choice but to act decisively. If the plan failed, it would be a minor issue, but if their identity was truly exposed, it would lead to major problems. Fortunately, he managed to catch up at the last moment. Before Chu He could reveal his master's name, Lu Yuan activated the bronze ancient bell, shattering Chu He's body and soul from a distance. Thus, even if the plan was exposed, the greatest suspicion would still fall on the Jiang tribe, who were at odds with the Jiuli tribe and would never implicate them. However, it was truly a pity. Lu Yuan hid in the fierce wind, looking down from above the clouds. If his scheme had succeeded, and Chu He had become the leader of the Jiuli tribe, with his sickly nature, he would eventually be manipulated by that person and become a puppet. Who knew that two unknown cultivators from the Great Xia would show up midway? Lu Yuan glanced at Jiangnan and Wang Chunyan below, filled with hatred. Now that the plan had failed, the Chu siblings could not be moved, as the risk was too great. But he was not going to let these two troublemakers from the Great Xia go. He activated the bronze ancient bell again, which was a Tao artifact. Buzz, buzz. Two more thunderous bell sounds reverberated through the heavens and earth, lingering for a long time. Then, Lu Yuan's face showed a strained expression. He couldn't help but lament that with his 6th grade returning to origin cultivation, repeatedly manipulating this Tao artifact, the bronze ancient bell, was still too exhausting. But the effect was extraordinary. Just a single bell sound had shattered Chu He, who was also at the 6th grade, without any resistance. Now, those two Great Xia cultivators would surely be similar, Lu Yuan thought. He was waiting to see the moment when their bodies and souls would shatter. At the same time, as the bell rang, Jiangnan suddenly felt an inexplicable force wrapping around him in the void. It was as if an invisible giant hand was gripping him tightly. It seemed that the one who had destroyed Chu He had no intention of letting them go. He urged his Taoist energy, his blood surging, with the sound of rivers roaring within him. He clashed against the bell sound, dissipating into nothingness. His consciousness moved rapidly, following the sound straight up into the clouds, locking onto the figure in the fierce wind. At that moment, Lu Yuan's heart trembled, and through the thin clouds, a pair of cold eyes crossed paths with his gaze. This was bad. For some reason, a sense of fear rose in Lu Yuan's heart. His spiritual senses warned him at the loudest volume to escape. Run quickly. Without a second thought, Lu Yuan commanded the bronze ancient bell and prepared to flee. However, the next moment, endless flames surged up from the ground, engulfing the clouds and fierce wind, painting the entire sky red. Lu Yuan was horrified, and the bronze ancient bell in his hand spun rapidly, instantly growing larger, transforming into a mountain-sized object, blocking the space between heaven and earth. His face lost all color, and he forced himself to ring the bell again. The sound of the bell thundered, creating ripples like water waves, colliding with the raging flames. Once the fire and the bell sound dissipated, Lu Yuan gasped for breath. He finally realized how wrong he had been earlier. Those two great Xia cultivators were definitely not simple characters. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuan turned to leave. He no longer had the strength to activate the bronze ancient bell again. At that moment, a cool breeze suddenly brushed past his ear. Turning around, Lu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. He saw the scholar-like great Xia cultivator standing in front of him, stepping on the void, arms hanging down. As Jiangnan's Taoist cultivation grew, his supernatural powers gradually revealed more uses. For example, the wind summoning technique. Initially, it could only summon strong winds, but now it allowed Jiangnan to ride the wind. Moving through the flow of the atmosphere, it was faster and more elusive than flying on a sword. He looked at Lu Yuan across from him. A cultivator around 30 years old, dressed in a dark Taoist robe, with thick black hair and a shocked expression on his face. Jiangnan smiled slightly. Now that you're here, won't you have something to eat before you leave? Lu Yuan was currently on high alert, wary of Jiangnan suddenly attacking. Hearing this, he instinctively asked, "Eat what?" Jiangnan smiled. "Of course, it's the thick and sturdy greatsword." As soon as the words fell, the azure sword shot into the air, disappearing into the sky. Lu Yuan heard a piercing sound of friction, like iron squeezing against air. He instinctively looked up. He saw an enormous sword, so large it was hard to describe, descending from the sky, its blade compressing the air, igniting a scorching crimson. As the blade approached, there was no way to avoid it, and despair appeared in Lu Yuan's eyes. Just as he thought it was too late, the ancient bell behind him suddenly moved. The bell rang explosively, and wave after wave of ripples formed a barrier above Lu Yuan's head, blocking the enormous sword. At the same time, a deep voice resonated from within the bell. "You cannot kill him." The voice was vast and indifferent, devoid of emotion, like a high and mighty king. Not to be defied. Jiangnan's eyes narrowed slightly. "What if I must kill him?" "You cannot kill him." The voice mixed with the rumbling of the bell, shaking the heavens and earth. Relentless in its warning, "I will obliterate your entire lineage." Jiangnan's gaze turned cold, and he said no more, unleashing his swordsmanship again. Suddenly, the giant sword plummeted. With an overwhelming force, it shattered layer after layer of barriers, instantly engulfing Lu Yuan's figure. As his body exploded, a flicker of ghostly light flashed in his mind, shattering his soul as well, leaving no trace behind. Above the clouds, Jiangnan's robe billowed as he stood opposite the enormous bronze ancient bell. The voice once again echoed from within the bell, faintly carrying a heavy anger. "Good. Very good. I have remembered you." After saying that, the bronze giant bell slowly rose, preparing to flee into the distance. Upon hearing this, an unnamed fury surged in Jiangnan's heart. "Are you pretending here? Do you still want to take the bell back? How much have you drunk?" Pointing with his right hand, the azure sword descended from the sky and landed in his grasp. The pure and robust sword intent erupted, making it seem as if this sword was the only thing in the world. Swordsmanship unleashed to its fullest. "Leave him to me," Jiangnan shouted coldly, swinging the sword. And in an instant, the sword light streaked across the sky, the sword momentum like a galaxy reversing. It surged toward the giant bell. The heavens and earth changed color, as if it were daytime. As the storm of swords swept through, the towering giant bell seemed like a small boat in a vast ocean, swaying precariously. The mysterious consciousness attached to the bronze ancient bell was instantly washed away by the violent currents. Even the bell body, which had endured for countless years, burst with fine cracks. The divine light dimmed, and it fell helplessly onto the mountain ridge, causing the earth to tremble. On the ground, Wang Chunyuan and the others gasped in shock. Chu Xiong swallowed hard. "Brother Wang, this ancient bell, is it a Tao artifact?" Wang Chunyuan nodded silently. Heavenly and earthly spiritual objects, mysterious and unpredictable. Over the thousands of years, they had roughly been categorized into several levels. From bottom to top, these were spiritual objects, exquisite items, Tao artifacts, and supreme treasures. The totem pillar that Chu He used earlier was an exquisite magic tool. The bronze giant bell was even a Tao artifact containing the ultimate principles of heaven and earth, the patterns of the great Tao. Such treasures were meant to endure through the ages. Yet, it was this very Tao artifact that had just been forcibly cracked by the terrifying torrent of sword light. Chapter 68. The Bell of the World in the Land of Chu, within the Tongbao Pavilion. In the room, a man in a Taoist robe suddenly opened his eyes, his face as dark as water. A terrifying aura erupted around him, causing the entire room to crack with fine fissures. His gaze was filled with immense anger. At that moment, a golden toad jumped out from his arms, issuing an ancient voice, advising, "This place is the territory of the Tongbao Pavilion. Restrain yourself." Hearing this, the man in the Taoist robe took a deep breath, and the pressure around him slowly receded, his expression calming down. "My spiritual consciousness that I cultivated on the Bell of the World has been erased," the man in the Taoist robe slowly spoke. Observing his expression, the golden toad reminded him, "I know you feel wronged, but remember not to lose big over small matters. The important thing now is the Immortal's tomb. In just a few days, it will be time to open it, and you must be prepared beforehand." The man in the Taoist robe nodded slightly. The image of Jiangnan appeared in his mind, and a trace of anger surged within him again. The golden toad glanced at him and said, "What are you anxious about? Since we are all here for the Immortal's tomb, there will be another chance to meet. At that time, whether to kill or to maim will be up to you." The man in the Taoist robe took a deep breath and turned his gaze towards the window, towards the riverside. Following his gaze, crossing over thousands of mountains and rivers, Jiangnan descended from the sky, walking in front of Wang, Chunyun, and others. "Miss Chu, what are your plans for the future?" Chu Ying's face was dim, her originally delicate features unable to muster even a hint of a smile. It seemed that the matter concerning Chu He had affected her deeply. Return to Jili. After such an incident, I must inform my father immediately. Although Chu Ying's mind turned slowly, she understood that since Chu He had been harboring ill intentions for a long time, it was also uncertain whether the sacrificial lineage within the Jili tribe was involved. Compared to such a matter concerning the survival of their race, the Immortal's tomb seemed less important. At this moment, Chu Xiong was still in shock. He glanced at the giant bell that had fallen on the ridge, wanting to say something but hesitating. Fortunately, he finally had the sense not to ask how Jiangnan had done it. "Well then, let us part here. We may meet again by fate," Jiangnan nodded. "All right." Chu Ying nodded, then handed over 2 small bone carvings, saying, "You saved my life. That is a great kindness. My father said that one must repay kindness. This is a token from Jioli, representing the face of our Jioli tribe. Take it, and you are welcome to visit the South Wilderness in the future." Jiangnan and his companion accepted it. Chu Xiong boldly said, "I hope you 2 brothers can find great opportunities in the Immortal's tomb." After that, Chu Ying and her brother shouldered the totem pole left by Chu He and departed. They would set off for the South Wilderness tonight. Meanwhile, Jiangnan and his companion would continue towards the Immortal's tomb. After the Chu siblings left, Wang Chunyun looked at the towering bronze bell on the ridge and asked Brother Jiang, "What should we do with this?" The ancient bell was seized by Jiangnan, so he naturally sought Jiangnan's opinion. Jiangnan pondered for a moment before saying, "I'll see if I can take it away." The bronze bell was a magical artifact that required blood and spiritual consciousness for proper control. However, Jiangnan had just used brute force to erase the mysterious voice's consciousness, turning the bell into an ownerless object. But could he, who had just begun his cultivation journey, use this thing? He was unsure. Due to the differences in their cultivation systems, he had never encountered a magical artifact before. Yet he was indeed tempted by the power of this ancient bell. Jiangnan could tell that neither the young Taoist nor the mysterious voice had fully unleashed the power of this bronze bell. Otherwise, they wouldn't have one so easily. If he could control this thing, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance his combat ability. While deep in thought, Jiangnan approached the ancient bell. As he got closer, he felt the overwhelming presence of the bell, which was rugged yet carried a sense of profound beauty. On its surface were carved 2 ancient characters, D-ing-sh. The The cracks that Jiangnan had previously inflicted were now slowly healing. An ancient and desolate aura emanated from it, a scent that could only come from years of weathering. Jiangnan reached out and placed his hand on the bell's surface, feeling his own spiritual energy slowly flow. Gradually, the ancient bell emitted a low hum and began to vibrate gently. Jiangnan's face lit up with joy. There's hope. Immediately after, a vague consciousness transmitted from within the bell, resembling a child's excited call. Jiangnan inexplicably understood its meaning. It was asking him to use blood for the ritual. Jiangnan's thoughts stirred, and a strand of sword qi shot out, slicing his fingertip. Crimson blood slowly oozed from the wound, dripping onto the surface of the giant bell. Suddenly, a faint blood color instantaneously covered the entire bell. At that moment, Jiangnan felt an unusual sensation, as if a thin thread had extended from him, connecting to the bronze bell. It felt like it had become Jiangnan's third hand, easily controlled. However, this hand was perhaps a bit heavy for him at the moment. Only after the ritual was completed did Jiangnan realize the terrifying power concealed within this bronze bell. The power it had displayed during their battle was merely a fraction of its true potential. Of course, his current cultivation level could not fully unleash the bell's power either. Wang Chunyun, though versed in scholarly pursuits, had a background in traditional embroidery and was quite knowledgeable about magical artifacts. He immediately recognized that Jiangnan had succeeded in the ritual. He walked over a few steps, revealing a curious expression. "How is it, Brother Jiang?" Jiangnan smiled slightly, and with a thought, the bronze bell began to vibrate, slowly rising. Then with a whoosh, it shrank to the size of a fist, flying around him. "Wonderful," Wang Chunyun praised softly, though it has not yet formed a complete Dao spirit. "It resembles my golden hook pen, a true Dao tool. This is quite a fortuitous encounter, Brother Jiang." Jiangnan nodded with a smile. With the bell of the world, his actual combat power had significantly increased, adding a few more chances of success to their expedition to the Immortal's tomb. After putting away the bell of the world, Jiangnan and Wang Chunyun decided to set off immediately. After such an incident, neither of them had any intention of sleeping. Arriving at the place of the great white crane, it seemed that the creature also understood it had made a mistake, drooping its wings and head, looking dejected. All right, it was due to demonic magic. No one blames you." Jiangnan patted its neck, using a bird-taming technique to communicate with the great white crane and help it regain its composure. After a moment, the great white crane let out a clear cry and soared high into the sky. On its back, Jiangnan took out a pile of materials compiled by the Tiangong Pavilion, titled Records of Extraordinary Heroes. Sure enough, among the information from various forces and past outstanding individuals, there was no mention of the bell of the world. Thinking about it, who would engage in such underhanded dealings, while also using magical artifacts that could reveal their identity? The identity of that mysterious voice could only be slowly investigated. As for its final threat, to be honest, neither Jiangnan nor Wang Chunyun took it too seriously. Wang Chunyun was inherently unruly. Even knocking out an inspector was as easy as drinking water for him, showcasing his audacity. As for Jiangnan, who was the last person to hold a grudge against him? The Supreme One of Jiuchang Temple, the Void Abyss Bodhisattva. With this big shot as a precedent, when encountering the harsh words from the mysterious voice, Jiangnan truly felt little worry. It was like owing someone $10,000. You might panic to death, but if you had previously owed a smaller amount, then that $10,000 would seem trivial. Chapter 69. Entering the city 2 days later in the land of Chu. This territory was originally under the jurisdiction of the Sangsa Dao sect, but after they fled overnight, it was naturally occupied by the Three Saints land. The original land of Chu was sparsely populated, but ever since the emergence of the Immortal Tomb, the place became lively. After the news of the Immortal Tomb spread, countless cultivators came to seek their fortunes. Some wandering practitioners, even if they did not meet the requirements to enter the Immortal Tomb, rushed over to join the fun. It turns out that regardless of cultivation, watching the excitement is always one of humanity's most enthusiastic activities. Where there are people, there is a community. Where there is a community, there is trade. Where there is trade, there is Tongbao Pavilion. In fact, the day after the news of the Immortal Tomb spread, Tongbao Pavilion sent people to establish a presence. They were wealthy and powerful, using their great supernatural abilities to raise earth, build walls, and pave roads in the wild land. In less than a day, a vast new city rose from the ground. Various restaurants, shops, and gambling houses opened for business. However, unlike mortal cities, the restaurants in this city served spirit birds and rare delicacies. The shops were filled with precious and unusual treasures, and the gambling houses wagered on which of the renowned prodigies would ultimately prevail. But if one overlooks this point, the lofty cultivators seemed no different from mortals. Everyone was still human, still had emotions and desires, and after meals, they would discuss how many dual cultivation partners a certain saint had, or where a certain saintess had appeared. This newly emerged city currently had no name, but it was clear that Tongbao Pavilion intended to develop it as a long-term project. After all, once the storm over the opportunity of the Immortal Tomb passes, the land of Chu will become prosperous due to the existence of the Immortal Tomb itself. When Jiangnan followed Wang Chunyin into the city, he felt somewhat shocked. Since most of the inhabitants were cultivators, the entire city was filled with rich spiritual energy, and various practitioners roamed the streets, surrounded by radiant treasures and spirit pets. At first glance, it felt as if one had truly entered an immortal city. The White Crane was entrusted to a shop that specialized in raising spirit beasts to the city gate, and at this moment, Jiangnan also released Qing Luo. Since there were practitioners everywhere, there was no need for concern. Speaking of which, outside the city, Jiangnan had intended to summon nearby spirits using the god-driving method to learn more about the immortals. Unfortunately, perhaps due to the presence of the Immortal Tomb, there were no land or mountain gods in the vicinity, so he had to give up. After wandering around the city for a while, the two of them casually found a restaurant to stay in. The restaurant was also a property of Tongbao Pavilion, so they naturally had a good approach to receiving cultivators. The dining table was filled with various delicacies made from spirit beast meat and rare spiritual wines, which not only tasted delicious, but were also beneficial for cultivation when consumed long-term. Naturally, the prices were not cheap. Moreover, these restaurants operated without accepting mundane silver, only accepting spirit stones as currency. Jiangnan, of course, had none, and throughout the journey, it was Wang Chunyin who handled the payments. This made Jiangnan feel somewhat embarrassed. However, when he learned that these expenses would be reimbursed by the Shui mansion, his feelings of guilt immediately dissipated. After dinner, Jiangnan returned to his room. The rooms in these restaurants were extremely luxurious, equipped with small spiritual energy gathering formations, and if one practiced within, the benefits would be doubled. Unfortunately, he was not pursuing that path. Jiangnan sat down at the table and took out a basket of light green fruits that emitted a gentle glow. A faint fragrance wafted through the air. This fruit was called Gui Lingua, a type of spiritual plant. According to the shopkeeper, this fruit was not only exceptionally sweet, but also contained spiritual energy, which was beneficial for the body. Of course, the main reason Jiangnan bought it was that the little tree spirit Qing Luo was crying for it. He casually picked one up and tossed it into his mouth, and it was indeed sweet and juicy. While eating, Jiangnan summoned the Dangxi bell. The ancient bronze bell flew around him. Wang Chunyin had told Jiangnan that the Dao tool of the legal weapon could be nurtured in the sea of consciousness when not in use. So during the journey to the land of Chu, Jiangnan had tried to store the Dangxi bell in his sea of consciousness. The first time went quite smoothly. The Dangxi bell boldly charged into the sea of consciousness with a commanding presence. However, when its naive Dao spirit approached the Qing Ding, it rolled out in a panic. After that, no matter how Jiangnan urged it, the Dangxi bell stubbornly refused to enter his sea of consciousness. This situation made Jiangnan even more curious about what the Qing Ding actually was. Even the powerful Dangxi bell, as a Dao instrument, seemed terrified upon encountering it. While pondering this, a somewhat panicked voice interrupted his thoughts. "Master, what are you doing? Qing Luo cannot be eaten." Jiangnan was taken aback, realizing that he had been pinching Qing Luo between two fingers, about to send it to his mouth. He had been too absorbed in thought and almost swallowed the little tree spirit in one bite. The next day, as dawn broke, Jiangnan and Wang Chunyun had a spiritual meal provided by the restaurant and headed towards the Three Saints Land's office. To enter the Immortal Tomb, they first needed to register and verify their identities at the Three Saints Land. Along the way, Wang Chunyun frowned slightly, saying, "Troublesome, really troublesome." He had always acted freely and despised complicated procedures. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called into the showy mansion's tea room for questioning every few days. However, the situation in the eastern region was not like that of the Great Xia, so Wang Chunyun naturally had to suppress his frustrations. After all, a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake, and given the current circumstances, the Three Saints Land was the strong dragon. Arriving at the entrance of the Three Saints Land's office, an old Taoist was calmly setting up a table at the entrance, with a large stack of booklets on it. As Jiangnan and Wang Chunyun approached, the old Taoist opened his eyes and said, "You want to enter the Immortal Tomb?" Jiangnan nodded. The old Taoist handed them a booklet, saying, "This is the registration process. Take a look." Jiangnan took the booklet and opened it. Instantly, Wang Chunyun's face darkened, and he scoffed, "TSK, the Three Saints Land really has a big attitude. The registration process for entering the Shui in the Great Xia isn't this complicated." The old Taoist was about to lose his temper upon hearing the first half of his sentence, but changed his expression upon hearing the latter half. He didn't expect these two seemingly impoverished scholars to come from the renowned Great Xia court in Zhongzhou. He immediately became more respectful. "Fellow Taoists, you know that the matter of the Immortal Tomb is of great importance, and there will always be those who wish to take advantage of the chaos. It's best to be cautious." The old Taoist wore a helpless expression. After all, he was just a gatekeeper and couldn't make any decisions. Wang Chunyun naturally understood that making things difficult for an old Taoist was pointless, so he stopped talking. At that moment, someone approached them. It was a girl about 14 or 15 years old, wearing a somewhat oversized Taoist robe, looking delicate and clever, with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Do you need a guide? I am very familiar with this process and will ensure you don't take a single unnecessary step." The girl introduced herself as Wan Er, paused for a moment, and then blinked, saying, "Just 10 spirit stones, and I guarantee your satisfaction." Jiangnan said nothing. He had no concept of spirit stones, as all his cultivation came from the Qing Deng, which didn't require such things. 10 spirit stones weren't too expensive, but they weren't exactly cheap either. Wang Chunyun frowned. 10 is too much. How about 5? The Taoist-robed girl instantly brightened up. "Deal." Jiangnan. This was a classic case of asking for a sky-high price and settling for a discount. Chapter 70 Assessment. Following the girl who called herself Wanner, they entered the office. It was a tall loft with a spacious lobby bustling with cultivators. Occasionally, low murmurs of curses and complaints could be heard, generally expressing that the Three Sacred Grounds took advantage of customers, and that those handling affairs didn't clearly state what was needed, causing people to go back and forth, wasting time. At the counters, the Taoists from the Three Sacred Grounds appeared calm and collected. When someone asked a question, they would respond without saying more. Along the way, Jiangnan learned about the identity of the girl in the Taoist robe. She was a servant disciple from the Tai Sacred Ground, one of the Three Sacred Grounds. So-called servant disciples are those with poor qualifications, yet still too valuable to discard. They have some aptitude for cultivation, but not enough to be considered fully qualified. In the Three Sacred Grounds, they are at the bottom of the hierarchy, usually managing spirit fields and raising spirit beasts. With the opening of the Immortal Tomb, the Three Sacred Grounds sent out a large number of servant disciples as guides, of course for a fee. "Two fellow Taoists, please follow me." Wanner cleared her throat and led the two toward the counter. Jiangnan and Wang Chunyun exchanged glances, both smiling inwardly. This girl was clearly inexperienced in the world, yet tried to act mature, which was quite amusing. However, to be fair, her business skills were outstanding. She guided Jiangnan and Wang Chunyun through more than a dozen counters in an orderly manner without any confusion. About an hour later, the initial identity verification, review, registration, and other preparations were completed. The only thing left was an assessment. The restrictions placed by the Three Sacred Grounds on outsiders entering the Immortal Tomb mainly had 2 points. The first was identity affiliation. Not all forces could gain their acknowledgement. At the very least, one must be a disciple from a force listed in the Tianji Pavilion's rankings to qualify for entry into the immortal tomb. Otherwise, it was foolishness to think that anyone could just gather a few people and establish a sect to enter the immortal tomb. The second was personal strength. One needed to have a certain level of self-defense capability to be allowed into the immortal tomb. Otherwise, it would be sending oneself to death. The second point required assessment. Compared to the relatively complicated identity verification, the assessment was quite simple. It didn't consider sect affiliation or methods. As long as one could withstand for 15 minutes under a fifth-rank steward sent by the 3 sacred grounds, they would pass. The assessment took place on the second floor. When they reached the stairs, Wanner turned her head to look at Jiangnan and Wang Chunyun. By the way, you two are confident you can last 15 minutes under the 5th-rank steward, right? She wore a greedy expression and said earnestly, "If you fail, you still have to pay." Jiangnan couldn't help but laugh. Got it, lead the way." Only then did Wanner feel at ease and turn her head away. On the second floor, there was a huge circular plaza with several high platforms marked out in the center, each with a Taoist steward. These are the so-called examiners. As long as one could hold out for 15 minutes under them, they would qualify for entry into the immortal tomb. Beneath the high platforms were neatly arranged tables and chairs for waiting, with some fruit platters, pastries, and tea placed on them. Wanner familiarly brought Jiangnan and Wang Chunyun to a set of tables and chairs, skillfully pouring tea for them, saying, "Let me tell you, this steward is the easiest to deal with. Later, you could choose their platform. It'll be easier." Jiangnan nodded, looking at the high platform Wanner indicated, where 2 people were engaged in fierce combat. A Taoist steward in a robe and a young man with his shirt off. One was attacking while the other was defending. Above the high platform, there was a circular disc, and a pointer was slowly rotating. Judging by its speed, one full rotation would roughly correspond to 15 minutes. In other words, if one could last until the pointer made a full rotation while under the Taoist steward, they would pass the assessment. At this moment, there were already quite a few people waiting on the second floor. Jiangnan glanced around. Most looked to be at the 6th rank, with only a few at the 7th rank. While he was observing others, the others were also watching the 2 of them. Seeing that Jiangnan and Wang Chunyun appeared ordinary, they withdrew their gazes without paying much attention. After all, the 2 of them seemed too average, looking like those small sect members who had never seen the world. They were here just to fill the ranks, and it was possible they wouldn't even pass the assessment. This was the first impression the crowd had of them. Jiangnan shrugged indifferently. The 2 of them had always disliked drawing attention. Wang Chunyun had even concealed his identity multiple times during their travels in the Great Xia, going around fishing for trouble. He specifically sought out those arrogant sons of officials who dismissed him as a nobody without power. Then, he would beat the younger ones before moving up the ranks, gradually taking them all down before revealing his identity and handing them over to the inspector's office for punishment. This time, he was also extremely low-key, only riding a large white crane over. Unlike others who came with their sect's aura, riding divine vessels and surrounded by attendants, radiating an air of superiority. However, promoting the sect prestige was also normal. At this moment, Jiangnan suddenly noticed 2 figures in the distance, dressed in gray robes with swords on their backs. There were no other figures around where Jiangnan and Wang Chunyun were seated. "Wanna, who are those 2? Jiangnan asked. Wanner looked over at the sound, her brow furrowing slightly. They're being received by other disciples, and Wanner doesn't know their background. But they're very strong. "Oh, how strong?" Wang Chunyun became interested and casually asked. Wanner showed a thoughtful expression, frowning. They arrived early in the morning, and both fought evenly with a 5th-rank steward, and one of them even seemed to have the upper hand. After a pause, she revealed a puzzled look, yet after they passed the assessment, they didn't leave but stayed here the whole time. Jiangnan nodded in understanding. Just then, a bell rang out. One of the high platforms had a boy drenched in sweat, panting heavily, finishing his battle. After 15 minutes, he passed. Jiangnan and Wang Chunyun exchanged glances, stood up, and headed toward the high platform. Oddly, none of the people seated around them made any move. Logically, they had been waiting for a long time. Seeing a high platform become available, they should have rushed over immediately. Wanner's expression changed. "Jiangnan, you can't go. That steward is one of the most powerful among the stewards, and his strikes are extremely fierce. Very few have passed under him. Let us wait a bit longer. Jiangnan smiled. No problem. Saying that, he continued walking forward. Wanner was so anxious she was almost in tears. Why don't you believe me? If you get eliminated, that be a wasted trip? As your guide, I hope you both can pass the assessment. Jiangnan was taken aback. He expected this money-loving girl to have such a good heart. It's fine, I can pass. He patted Wanner on the head and continued to move forward. The people around saw Jiangnan walking toward the high platform, mostly displaying expressions of glee, secretly mocking this oblivious rookie. Upon reaching the platform, the Taoist steward was a middle-aged man with a stern expression, holding a long sword and showing no emotion. After adjusting the circular disc, he said, "Come at me. If you can last for 15 minutes under me, you will pass." Jiangnan was taken aback. Me first? The middle-aged Taoist nodded, speaking sincerely. Otherwise, you may not get the chance to strike. Jiangnan narrowed his eyes. All right, since you also practice swordsmanship, I will use sword techniques as well. Saying that, he brought his fingers together, using them as a sword, and a wisp of sword chi swirled out, transforming into an illusory sword. At that moment, the middle-aged Taoist's heart skipped a beat. In the blink of an eye, Jiangnan's figure had appeared before him. The finger sword was already pressed against his throat. Chapter 71. Inside the Immortal Tomb, Combined Edition. The middle-aged Taoist was a sword wielder, practicing both swordsmanship and Tao. Although his cultivation speed was not fast, it made his combat strength stand out among practitioners of the same rank. He always believed that the ability to surpass ranks was due to the weakness of the higher-ranked opponent. With his combat strength, he did not think such a thing would happen to him. However, now he found himself mistaken. Some people were truly monstrous and unreasonable. When that young, scholar-like man attacked him with a finger turned into a sword, the battle-hardened middle-aged Taoist felt a sense of despair. He didn't even see the trajectory of the opponent's movements before the young scholar was already on him. The deadly sword chi was almost upon his neck. It was a long-forgotten sense of life-threatening danger. Under this pressure, the middle-aged Taoist activated all his cultivation to the extreme and swept his sword to block. In the next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted. The sword chi pierced through like it was in an uninhabited realm, merely clashing with his sword for a moment before striking again with the sound of shattering steel. The middle-aged Taoist felt an unfamiliar sense of powerlessness. It was a feeling he had only experienced when he first stepped onto the path of cultivation, witnessing the great powers of the sacred ground who could burn mountains and boil seas. The sword chi shattered his sword and abruptly halted half an inch from his neck. The sharp, chilling aura made the middle-aged Taoist break into goosebumps. He understood. I lost. The broken sword fell from his hand, and he sighed in defeat. You passed. Jiangnan dissipated the sword chi. Thank you for your guidance. At this moment, only a few dozen breaths had passed since he stepped onto the stage. The audience was silent. What happened? How did it end so quickly? They only saw the young scholar go up, and then he won. It was too outrageous. Could it be some behind-the-scenes manipulation? In the distance, the two gray-clad swordsmen with long swords revealed unusual expressions. Seeing this scene, Jiangnan felt relieved. This was his goal. From their attire and aura, he had already guessed the identities of the two young men. They came from the Sword Cottage. He recalled Elder Jiangnan had asked him to assist the two disciples from the Sword Cottage. But the problem arose. When Jiangnan was granted the title of Sword Master, his strength was low. The disciples of the Sword Cottage might not have taken him seriously. After all, they were obsessed with the sword and would only admire those with profound swordsmanship. Titles meant little to them. Therefore, Jiangnan chose this middle-aged Taoist of the 5th rank and defeated him almost effortlessly. This was to let those two disciples know that he was indeed worthy of the title of Swordmaster, and it seemed that this effect had been achieved. Otherwise, due to his character, he wouldn't seek the spotlight in such a place. At most, he would casually find an examiner, let it slide for a quarter of an hour, and pass. As he stepped down from the high platform, the opinions of the surrounding people about Jiangnan underwent a dramatic change. They unconsciously made way for him to pass. Meanwhile, some quick-witted individuals had already begun instructing their subordinates to investigate Jiangnan's identity. It was no joke. Crushing across ranks was something only rumored to be achievable by the holy sons and daughters. Returning to the table, Wan Er's mouth dropped open, her small face filled with surprise. Although she had seen from the registration information that Jiangnan was a dasha embroidered uniform envoy, the little girl clearly had no concept of it. She did not think the seemingly ordinary Jiangnan was as strong as Wang Chunyun. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so anxious earlier. But now, her understanding was overturned. So impressive. Jiangnan smiled slightly. Just lucky, just lucky. At that moment, Wang Chunyun also stepped onto the stage, facing the same middle-aged Taoist. Upon seeing that Wang Chunyun came from the same faction as Jiangnan, the Taoist's heart skipped a beat. Could this be another monster? With a sense of trepidation, the two began to fight. Fortunately, although this person was not weak and could withstand his attacks just right, he was not as monstrous as the previous one. This relieved the middle-aged Taoist. A quarter of an hour passed quickly, and Wang Chunyun passed the assessment and stepped down. Undoubtedly, he retained his strength. At that moment, the two young men with swords in the distance walked towards Jiangnan. The surrounding people noticed this and showed interest in their expressions. The two were also not weak. Could they be looking for trouble with the young scholar? Many thought this in their hearts, while also feeling a hint of anticipation. It seemed like there would be some fun. The two approached, one taller with a lean face, the other shorter but sturdier. They remained silent, like swords sheathed in their scabbards. At this moment, Wan couldn't help but show a nervous expression. When the two stood before Jiangnan, the young girl in the Taoist robe stepped forward and stammered, "Two friends. This is the holy ground. Office. Please don't cause trouble." Even so, she was still quite scared. These two were like two swords, so intimidating. Just then, a large hand patted her shoulder, and Jiangnan smiled. "It's okay. They aren't here to cause trouble." The two stood by the table, bowed, and said, "We have met the sword master." Upon hearing this, there was a dead silence. What was the sword master? Then, a somewhat distant memory surfaced in everyone's minds. It seemed that more than half a year ago, the sword cottage in the central continent suddenly announced the re-establishment of the sword master position. However, in the past 6 months, this sword master had not made any significant moves. So many people had not paid much attention. But unexpectedly, during the opening of the Immortal tomb, he appeared in the eastern region. Once this was understood, everyone showed expressions of realization. Since he was the sword master of the sword cottage, it was not surprising that he could surpass ranks in battle. No need for too much courtesy. Jiangnan waved his hand and asked, "Were you waiting for me here?" The two nodded. The taller young man spoke, "Sword master, my name is Jiayu, and he is Wu's son. The sword master instructed us to accompany you in the eastern region." After he finished speaking, Wu's son added, "But we could not contact you, so we could only wait here." Jiangnan nodded. All cultivators entering the Immortal tomb needed to participate in the assessment. With them waiting here, it was highly likely they would run into Jiangnan. After expressing their intentions, the two from the sword cottage stood silently behind Jiangnan, no longer speaking. After pausing for a moment, everyone prepared to leave. Jiangnan took out a small bag of spirit stones. This was given to him by Wang Chunyun the night before for buying miscellaneous items. After all, in this city, everything relied on spirit stones as currency. He handed it to the Taoist robe girl. "Wan, thank you." Inside the bag were 10 spirit stones. Jiangnan thought the girl was quite reliable, so he didn't give her the 5 he had previously bargained down to. However, Wan, who had previously looked greedy, did not immediately accept it. She looked at Jiangnan and Wang Chunyun and said, "If you can help Wan with a favor, then Wan take your spirit stones." Jiangnan was taken aback. "What favor do you need, Wan?" "Deliver a message to Wan sister." Upon hearing this, Jiangnan and Wang Chunyun were both puzzled. Then, Wan began to explain. It turned out that she and her sister were disciples of one of the 3 sacred grounds, the Tai sacred ground. However, her sister was an inner disciple, while she was still just a servant disciple. 2 months ago, the Immortal tomb appeared. The 3 sacred grounds found that high-rank cultivators could not enter due to restrictions. So they sent some disciples to explore inside. When the news leaked, other forces united to put pressure on them, forcing the 3 sacred grounds to withdraw their disciples and seal the Immortal tomb again, hoping to reopen it. Among those who entered in the first batch, some gained opportunities, while others never came out again. Shaowan's sister is one of the latter. Most people in the three holy lands believe they died in the immortal tomb, but one does not believe it. Her sister must still be alive. The little girl in the Taoist robe said firmly, "It's just that she can't get away to come back for the time being." Jiangnan was silent. "So if you encounter my sister, please tell her that one misses her very much and wants her to come back soon." Juan looked at Jiangnan and the others. "As a token of gratitude, I want to charge you for being our guides." After saying that, she took out a stack of drawing paper from her bosom, took out 4 sheets, and handed them to Jiangnan and the others, her eyes filled with expectation. Jiangnan suddenly felt that the gaze of this little girl in the Taoist robe was somewhat piercing. The drawings depicted a woman, lifelike, who resembled one about 70%, but looked slightly more mature. Jiangnan took the drawing paper, squatted down to look at her, and asked, "Do you make this request every time you guide someone?" Juan nodded. "Yes, because my cultivation is not enough to enter the immortal tomb. I can only rely on everyone as help. If they agree, I want to charge them." Jiangnan nodded and solemnly put away the drawing paper. He then handed her the spirit stones. "Little Juan, if we see your sister after entering the immortal tomb, we will help you send a message. Also, please accept these spirit stones. You have saved us a lot of trouble." Juan hesitated for a moment, looking at the serious expressions of the few people, and ultimately accepted them. After all, she was a cultivator, and cultivation also requires spirit stones. "Thank you." After putting away the pouch of spirit stones, Juan deeply bowed to everyone. When she left the Holy Land office, just outside the door, Juan energetically welcomed 2 other cultivators. As expected, in the end, she would still make such a request, making it a condition for receiving spirit stones to find her sister, who might already be gone from this world. After bidding farewell to Juan, Jiangnan and the 4 headed towards the inn. Jia Yu and Wu Sun followed him silently, very much in the style of the sword house. Upon returning to the inn and finishing lunch, everyone was preparing to go back to their rooms to rest. A young man in white, however, walked towards them. This person was about the same age as Jiangnan, with a handsome face and a friendly expression between his brows. At first glance, he was hard to dislike. He blocked the way of the 4 and clasped his hands. "I apologize for the interruption. I am Su Shetong, a disciple of Lishan in Zhongzhou, and I hope to borrow a little of your time." Lishan? Jiangnan had some impression. During the sword test at the sword house, the Chu siblings came from Lishan. Jiangnan glanced at the others. Wang Chunyun showed indifference, and the 2 sword house disciples remained silent, looking as if they were following Jiangnan's lead. "You're too polite. Please sit down and talk." Jiangnan raised his hand to invite. Since the other party was courteous, he naturally wouldn't put on airs. "Thank you." Su Shetong bowed again before sitting down across from them. "I was also at the Holy Land office earlier and saw Jiang Jian's sword defeat a 5th-grade cultivator. I am very impressed. Just luck." Jiangnan shook his head slightly, getting straight to the point. "What do you need from us, Su brother?" "I came here for 2 things. First, I want to befriend you 4 talented individuals. Second, I want to discuss an alliance with you," Su Shetong said softly. "An alliance?" Wang Chunyun raised an eyebrow. "Exactly, an alliance." Su Shetong nodded. "This time the immortal tomb is open, although the 3 holy lands have given each faction 2 quotas. There are no restrictions within their own sections. According to the information I have received, each holy land will likely send dozens of people into the immortal tomb." Jiang Nin nodded slightly in his heart. Indeed, this was discovered on their territory, and being able to allocate quotas was already a sufficient compromise. This created a situation where, apart from the 3 holy lands, other factions were relatively weak. What I'm thinking is, since we are all from Zhongzhou, why not form an alliance? Su Shetong continued. After a pause, he added, "Of course, you 4 can rest assured that this is just a temporary alliance, with no constraints on you, merely to facilitate sharing information and helping each other once inside the immortal tomb." The 4 pondered for a long time upon hearing this. Jiangnan and Wang Chunyun exchanged glances, both feeling tempted. They had just arrived in Chu and had very limited information. Most of it was hastily gathered by the court, and they only knew that there was an immortal tomb in Chu, not even what it looked like inside. If they allied with others from Zhongzhou now, there would be many benefits. Seeing the expressions of the 2, Su Shutong was delighted. He continued, "To show my sincerity, I am willing to first tell you the situation inside the Immortal Tomb." Jiangnan's heart skipped a beat. After the three holy lands withdrew their disciples, all their observations and experiences inside the Immortal Tomb were sealed, and they were not allowed to disclose them. So most factions were still completely unaware of the situation inside. Su Shutong actually claimed to know the circumstances of the Immortal Tomb. "There are many people here and ears everywhere. Please follow me," Su Shutong said, leading everyone to a private room on the second floor. After entering, he used his Dao technique to isolate the surroundings, preventing eavesdropping. After everyone sat down, Jiangnan was the first to ask, "I have a question. How did you come to know about the situation inside?" Su Shutong explained, "This information was bought at a high price from the Tianji Pavilion by my sect's elder." After a pause, he added, "Before the three holy lands completely sealed off information, Tianji Pavilion was still selling news about the Immortal Tomb. It was just taken down due to pressure now." Jiangnan showed a look of realization. If it was news sold by that mysterious Tianji Pavilion, it was not surprising. Wang Chunyan immediately showed interest and said, "Su brother, please continue." Su Shutong took a deep breath. According to Tianji Pavilion, those who enter the Immortal Tomb will cross time and space to arrive at another world. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Su Shutong continued, "You may think it sounds absurd, but I assure you that there is no concealment or deception in what I say. After entering the Immortal Tomb's realm, we will fall into a deep sleep. And when we wake up again, we will appear in a place that no longer exists in the current Shangyuan world. That place is extraordinarily strange. Mortals can live for 500 years, and there are opportunities everywhere, but also dangers everywhere. At the same time, we retain our original cultivation and memories, but we will gain another identity belonging to that world. It could be a butcher, a doctor, or even a cobbler." The more Jiangnan listened, the more he felt something was off. This just a role-playing game? Chapter 72. Entering, if Su Shutong's information is accurate, then this Immortal Tomb is indeed very interesting. At first, Jiangnan thought that the so-called Immortal Tomb was just like a secret realm, filled with dangers, traps, and mechanisms, but also with treasures, opportunities, and ancient relics, and of course dead immortals. But listening to Su Shutong, it seems that there is actually a small world within the tomb, and there are even living people inside. "Everyone, this is the information I obtained from the Tianji Pavilion," Su Shutong said with a fist salute, looking at the crowd. The meaning was very clear. "I have shown my sincerity. Now it is your turn to make a choice." Jiangnan pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, "Brother Su, we are willing to form an alliance with you." Upon hearing this, Su Shutong's face lit up with joy. He had previously organized some other forces' disciples to form an alliance, but compared to the background of the holy places, it was still lacking. Now that he had brought in the contemporary talents of the great Xia dynasty and Jinlu, the strength of this Zhongzhou alliance would have a better chance of having a voice in the Immortal Tomb. "Then I will take the four of you to meet the remaining allies," Su Shutong said with a fist salute, leading everyone out of the restaurant. According to him, aside from himself and Jiangnan, there were four others in the entire alliance. The reason for the small number was that there weren't many practitioners from Zhongzhou. It could be said that those qualified to enter the Immortal Tomb from the contemporary young generation all had rare talents, and their backing forces had sufficient background to cultivate them. While they might not be as strong as the six major powers, they were not far off, mostly from second-tier forces like the Jiuli tribe. As for those countless small sects, even their masters might only have a cultivation level of around the 4th or 5th rank, making it impossible for them to have any chance of encountering the opportunities of the Immortal Tomb. Although they also sent people, it was mostly with the idea of letting the young disciples see the world. The four people that Su Shutong had already gathered were even more outstanding talents among the young generation in Zhongzhou. Thus, they had the qualification to join this alliance. They resided in the North City, which was closest to the Immortal Tomb, where the Tongbao Pavilion had invested significant effort to construct the Tongbao Towers, each bearing the plaque of the Tongbao family. Almost all young practitioners who passed the assessment lived there. The onlookers were scattered in various other places. The Tongbao Towers seemed like invisible barriers, dividing the younger generation of practitioners into two different classes. Jiangnan and his group passed through the bustling crowd, heading north. Along the way, they encountered all kinds of extraordinary people, each with distinct appearances and attire. Jiangnan even saw a group of beautiful women dressed only in vines, covering their secret places. They resembled forest spirits, appearing so out of place among the crowd. According to Su Shatong, these were members of the South Wilderness Sacred Wood tribe, who had lived in the primitive jungles of the South Wilderness since childhood and had a terrifying affinity for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, they were a bit simple-minded and easily deceived. It was said that 100 years ago, a young mortal accidentally wandered into the South Wilderness jungle and, relying on his verbal skills, managed to become the high priest of a medium-sized tribe. It was quite ridiculous. At that moment, the previously noisy street suddenly quieted down, turning into low whispers. Jiangnan's group saw two figures approaching from the opposite direction. As they passed, the dense crowd instinctively parted to create a path. It was a man and a woman, both appearing to be in their 20s, dressed in sky-blue robes. The man was tall and handsome, exuding an ethereal aura, like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Although the woman was veiled, her stunning beauty could still be faintly perceived through the haze, and her loose robe did not conceal her graceful figure. The two walked slowly, emanating an astonishing aura that made people feel awed. These two were Li Yuan, the holy son of the Tai Holy Land, and Qiu Shuya, the holy daughter, both at the 6th rank, yet they had records of overpowering 5th-rank opponents. Su Shudong's expression turned serious, and he spoke in a low voice. After a pause, he added, just like Brother Jiang. Unobtrusively, he complimented Jiangnan again. Jiangnan scratched his nose, non-committal. In fact, he had recognized them as soon as they appeared. After all, there were detailed records of them in the record of extraordinary talents, even with illustrations. Seeing them in person only confirmed their extraordinary nature. These two were already quite famous among the younger generation. They seemed to have long gotten used to the gazes of the crowd, not shying away as they slowly walked past. Once they had passed, the street returned to its original hustle and bustle. Half an hour later, Jiangnan and the others arrived at the Tongbao Towers, following Su Shatong to the top floor. This is the place, Su Shatong said, pushing open the door. This place is quite expensive, but it is expensive for a reason. Each floor has an array that gathers 81 layers of spiritual energy. Cultivating here is twice the result with half the effort. Jiangnan nodded, unable to help but marvel at how extravagant the Tongbao Pavilion was. Not to mention anything else. Just the cost of the spiritual stone consumed by these buildings gathering arrays was astronomical. After the door opened, the spacious room was filled with several spiritual energy-filled cushions, of which already had people sitting cross-legged on them. Jiangnan suddenly realized that these people were all among the extraordinary talents listed in the record of extraordinary talents published by the Tianji Pavilion. The two closest to them, dark-skinned men with crew cuts, were from the Shengang sect in Zhongzhou, dressed in sleeveless black outfits, with muscles like dragons that seemed to contain terrifying power. Further away were a boy and a girl, both around 20, exceptionally handsome. The boy was named Yuqing, and the girl was named Kuyoshua. Both cultivators from the Baidi sect in Zhongzhou. All four radiated obscure auras, indicating they were all at the 6th rank. Seeing someone push the door open, the four opened their eyes simultaneously and stood up. "Brother Su, you're back?" One of the men smiled and said, "You were gone for so long. Yin Feng was about to come looking for you." He was Yin Li, the elder brother of the two, and the man beside him was his younger brother Yin Feng. Su Shatong smiled slightly. "This time I brought 4 strong allies, so naturally it took a bit longer." "Oh." The boy Yuqing, standing behind Yin Li, showed a look of interest with a hint of youthful arrogance. To be able to catch Brother Su's eye, they must be extraordinary. Su Shatong smiled slightly, of course. The young man Yuqing stepped forward a few paces and cupped his hands, saying, "I am Yuqing from the Baidi sect, ranked 23rd in the record of extraordinary talents." As he said this, the other few turned their heads slightly. It's not surprising. Only such a young man could say the words record of extraordinary talents with such tone. It was quite over the top. Jiangnan cupped his hands. "The 4 of us have just completed our ascension today, so our names are probably not yet in the record." "Oh." Yuqing nodded knowingly. no longer saying more or looking at Jiangnan and the others. Don't underestimate them, little brother you. Su Shutong laughed heartily, pointing at Jiangnan. This brother Jiangnan defeated Examiner Chen Wei in a fair fight to pass the assessment. The young man Yu Qing's expression changed. Chen Wei was at 5th rank middle-aged Taoist. Yu Qing was naturally aware of this, and he had chosen Chen Wei as his opponent during his assessment. They had entangled in a fierce battle for nearly 15 minutes, ultimately ending in a stalemate. And that was already quite terrifying. Moreover, at that time, Yu Qing still had some trump cards he hadn't used. Otherwise, he was confident he could defeat Chen Wei. However, it was just an assessment, and there was no need to reveal all his cards. Hearing that Jiangnan had defeated Chen Wei was naturally shocking. But Su Shudong's words were not finished. He added, in one move. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. The gazes of the 4 people towards Jiangnan completely changed. Defeated a 5th rank in one move? Yanli gasped in surprise. Su Shudong nodded, indicating that he was not mistaken. The crowd was even more shaken. There was no doubt that Su Shudong had no need to deceive them about such matters. This meant that this scholar-like young man truly had the strength to defeat a 5th rank in one move. Although each of them had their own background and some unknown techniques, and had the confidence to defeat a 5th rank, it would not be that easy in just one move. Moreover, this was Chen Wei, a standout among the 5th ranks. But it wasn't over. Su Shudong continued. Jiangnan's identity is the outer embroidered robe of the great Xia, the Sword Pavilion Swordmaster. Upon hearing this, more gasps echoed in the room. The outer embroidered robe was nothing special. With their qualifications and strength, they did not place much importance on an ordinary outer embroidered robe. But the Sword Pavilion, the Swordmaster, that was simply outrageous. They all came from a Central State sects and naturally understood the Sword Pavilion. That slumbering giant in Yuzhou was the uncrowned king among the major forces, aside from the Great Xia Court. The Swordmaster. He was the designated leader of the Sword Pavilion. It could be said that as long as the Sword Pavilion did not make a mistake when appointing the Swordmaster, it proved that Jiangnan's achievements in the sword path were terrifying. Su Shudong had indeed brought a remarkable figure. This is what all 4 of them thought. After that, Su Shudong introduced their identities to each other. With such an opening, the subsequent conversation became very harmonious. Even Yu Qing and the others seemed a bit reserved when they first learned Jiangnan's identity. However, as time passed, they found that this sword master of the Sword Pavilion had no airs about him, and his words were filled with courtesy. They couldn't help but feel even more admiration. Besides letting everyone get to know each other, Su Shudong's purpose for bringing Jiangnan and the others today was to establish a secret code. Due to the information obtained from the Tianji Pavilion, once they entered the Immortal Tomb, they would replace a certain native in that small world. Characteristics like gender and appearance might change due to the mysterious rules within the Immortal Tomb. Therefore, to distinguish themselves from others, they discussed a secret code so that they could regroup as soon as possible in that strange world. After enjoying a pleasant conversation and having dinner together, Jiangnan and the others stayed at Tongbao Pavilion. In the deep of night, Jiangnan returned to his room and reviewed the clues in his mind. If the information provided by Su Shudong was true, then it was certain that the Immortal Tomb was definitely not just a simple grave. Otherwise, who would create a small world in their own tomb? A graveyard dance party? Was there something more significant hidden within? And did these secrets come with dangers? These were all unknowns. Secondly, regarding what the great embroidered robe had mentioned, the disciples of the Eastern Sacred Land had reportedly summoned yellow turban warriors before being silenced. Jiangnan had just asked Su Shudong about this, but he claimed to know nothing and could only wait to explore after entering. Lastly, concerning the Dao tool, the world-shaking bell. Jiangnan had not forgotten that somewhat arrogant, but definitely not weak, mysterious figure behind the scenes. He had snatched his Dao tool, and the other party would surely not let it go easily. He just didn't know if that person would also enter the Immortal Tomb. If so, he should be prepared. There were simply too many questions. This was just the immediate concern. There was also the fake embroidered robe Li Qingyun that Wu Tai encountered, and the mysteriously vanished owner of Shirley Village outside the Weishui River. All were extremely suspicious. Having been in this world for over half a year, He had been caught up in various events time and again. Although his strength had improved significantly, he still felt inadequate in the face of those strange hidden dangers. Jiangnan sighed softly, looking at the carefree Qing Luo, thinking that being carefree was indeed the easiest. A night without conversation. 3 days later, outside the Immortal tomb. During these past few days, Su Shudong did not bring anyone else into the alliance, thus confirming a group of 10 that included the younger generation of the 5 major forces in the central state. To everyone's surprise, Su Shudong was the only one from the Li Mountain for unknown reasons. Today's weather was excellent, with the sun shining brightly. This was also Jiangnan's first time seeing the so-called Immortal tomb. It was an area covered by a hazy, celestial light, extremely vast, with no end in sight. At the edges, dense formations were stacked layer upon layer, spiraling outward to envelop the entire Immortal tomb. This was the barrier set up by the 3 sacred lands to prevent others from intruding. Only in one spot was a portion of the formation temporarily concealed, taking the shape of an illusory door through which Jiangnan and the others would enter shortly. Above the sky, there was a vast mass of figures, about 100 people, all standing in the void. The entire sky was filled with a brilliant light, extraordinary and vast, with a powerful aura surging like waves. Countless geniuses, Jiangnan and the others were positioned towards the back of the group. At this moment, the sun was high in the sky, and the time had come. 3 old men in white robes with white beards stood in front of the many geniuses, their presence as deep as the abyss and as imposing as a mountain, seemingly able to compete with the great sun in the sky. These were the 3 elders of the 3 sacred lands, all supreme beings of the 2nd rank. They would preside over this opportunity of the Immortal tomb. After a lengthy introduction from one of the elders, the illusory door of the barrier slowly opened. The figures in the sky transformed into a brilliant rainbow and streamed in one after another. As they rushed into that hazy, celestial light, Jiangnan's vision brightened. Blinding white light enveloped his entire field of vision. A sense of spinning and disorientation engulfed him. When Jiangnan opened his eyes again, he was already in a completely different scene. Above the vast sky floated colorful, auspicious clouds. Occasionally giant birds like phoenixes soared by, leaving trails of divine light. On the boundless yellow earth, a rich spiritual energy visibly rose, and the surrounding plants were incredibly large. Even a bush could grow several meters high. In an instant, a thought suddenly popped into Jiangnan's mind. This was the golden age of cultivators. Chapter 73. Encounter through the years, combined version, outside the Immortal tomb. As the last person transformed into a long rainbow and surged into the tomb, a strange change occurred. The grand tomb, shrouded in immortal light, erupted with blinding white light. A massive lantern-like phantom flashed above the tomb and then vanished, taking the entire tomb with it. When the 3 elders of the 3 sacred lands came to their senses, all that lay before them was a desolate land covered by dense array patterns. Shock, fear, confusion. Such emotions surfaced in the hearts of the 3 elders, who remained unperturbed even as the heavens collapsed. They vaguely understood that something had gone terribly wrong. The Immortal tomb was gone. Along with it, the young prodigies from the 4 great realms of the Upper Yuan world had also disappeared. Meanwhile, throughout the Upper Yuan world, terrifying auras began to emerge from various places. Those who had sat in silence for countless ages slowly opened their eyes from their slumber. Their thoughts converged towards the eastern realm, the land of Chu. In an instant, the entire world of Chu trembled, as if on the verge of shattering. The ancient beings realized that their young prodigies had completely vanished from the Upper Yuan world. On the other side, in an unknown place, a massive pavilion was hidden amidst the clouds and mist. If one looked down, they would see the entire pavilion floating in the air, incredibly mystical. The pavilion had an ancient design, not belonging to any architectural style of the current era, filled with an ancient aura. Atop the pavilion, on the terrace, an old man sat with his eyes closed on a mat, a compass-like object floating before him. At a certain moment, the old man opened his eyes, which seemed to contain countless starry rivers, as if he could see through everything in the world, drifting beyond the 3 realms and 5 elements. Yet at this moment, such eyes revealed an extreme shock. The compass before him suddenly fell to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Hearing this commotion, a young man hurriedly ran out of the room. If Jiangnan were present, he would immediately recognize this person as Li Qingyun, who had previously disguised himself as a brocade-clad figure. At this moment, Li Qingyun's face was filled with panic. He couldn't understand why the wooden compass, which had never shown any decay even after countless ages, suddenly shattered. And why did the old man, who could observe the world with his eyes, display such an expression? "Master, what happened?" Li Qingyun murmured. The old man took a long time to withdraw his gaze, letting out a soft sigh. "It's wrong, it's wrong." "What is wrong?" Li Qingyun asked, shaking his head. "The Eastern Immortal Tomb has been devoured." Li Qingyun was taken aback. The Eastern Immortal Tomb referred to the Immortal Tomb before the Immortal Tomb emerged. The old man had calculated that this tomb represented a great opportunity for the young generation of the Upper Yuan world. Aside from the immeasurable heavenly materials and earthly treasures within, it also contained a trace of the Eastern Immortal's obsession. This obsession, based on the memories of that immortal, evolved into a phantom little world. Those who entered would be pulled into this little world, experiencing the trials of the mundane world and the cycles of life and death. It could cleanse their souls, wash their hearts, and greatly benefit their future cultivation. But what does it mean that it has been devoured? Qingyun, that lantern appeared. The Eastern Immortal Tomb was swallowed. Those prodigies have also been taken away to the era of the Eastern Immortal. Anxiety was evident on the old man's face. The great world is about to change. A long sigh echoed within the pavilion. At this moment, Jiangnan was obviously still unaware of the seriousness of the situation. He was still in awe of the wonders of this world. In fact, from a moment he received news of Su Shu Tong, Jiangnan believed that this so-called little world should only be a confinement of their souls, not a physical traversal. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to possess the bodies of the world's natives. So he speculated that this world should be an illusory realm, similar to a mental space. However, this felt too real, didn't it? Jiangnan's feet were planted on the yellow earth, his nose catching the unique scent of the dry, cracked soil, and the faint sound of the breeze brushing by his ears. He walked to a nearby water pool, wanting to see what he currently looked like. But in the emerald water, what reflected back was his own face. What is going on? Could it be that the information from the Tianji Pavilion is faulty? In confusion, he suddenly noticed that the once still and steady green lamp was now emitting a faint glow, as if a withered old tree had sprouted new buds. Could it be igniting again? Jiangnan pondered, his mind swirling for a while, but found that aside from glowing, the green lamp showed no other movement. He temporarily set it aside. The most important thing now was to regroup with others and see what opportunities this world had to offer. According to what the three elders had said before entering the Immortal Tomb, they only had 10 days to stay, and after 10 days at noon, they would be transported back outside the Immortal Tomb. This period was crucial. Just then, a distant roar reached Jiangnan's ears. He looked in the direction of the sound. In the distance, on the horizon, a dark shadow was rapidly approaching. Gradually, the ground began to tremble. Jiangnan could finally see what that figure was. A massive tiger. Unlike the tigers of Zhongzhou, this one was even larger, its body towering like a mountain, with its powerful claws thundering against the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Even more bizarrely, two enormous sharp fangs hung down from its mouth, each over a foot long, making it appear exceptionally ferocious alongside its massive body. A saber-toothed tiger that had long been extinct in the Upper Yuan world. Jiangnan never expected that this world still had such creatures. "Run! The saber-toothed tiger is going to eat people." A clear voice belonging to a young boy rang out, and Jiangnan then noticed that in front of the saber-toothed tiger, a boy about 12 or 13 years old was running frantically, seemingly fleeing for his life. The boy was wrapped in animal skins, wielding a rough iron sword, his face filled with anxiety. Seeing Jiangnan standing still, thinking he was too scared to move, the boy shouted loudly. At this moment, the distance between them was closing in rapidly. The saber-toothed tiger let out a terrifying roar, a nauseating stench filling the air. It was getting closer, closer. Suddenly, the saber-toothed tiger accelerated, leaping into the air, its massive jaws wide open, and its glimmering sharp teeth were about to pounce on both the boy and Jiangnan. In the blink of an eye, a flash of green light shot out, and the Qingan Immortal sword fell into Jiangnan's hand. He raised his sword and struck down. A beam of sword light suddenly burst forth, slicing past the boy's forehead at an angle. In an instant, the boy saw the shadow of the saber-toothed tiger reflected on the ground suddenly split in half. Immediately after, a torrential blood mist erupted, the stench of blood overwhelming. Jiangnan frowned, the dense sword energy swirling around him and the boy, blocking the blood mist outside. He realized he shouldn't have used the sword. The saber-toothed tiger looked to be only at the 8th or 9th grade of strength, but the amount of blood was too horrifying. It was as if a rain of blood had fallen, only slowly dissipating after a long while. The boy stared blankly at Jiangnan, murmuring, "Immortal, immortal." Once the blood mist settled, the saber-toothed tiger's shattered body fell to the ground, blood gushing out and pooling like a small stream. Jiangnan picked up the dazed boy and leaped to a clean spot in the distance. "Little guy, are you all right?" Jiangnan waved his hand in front of the boy's face. The young man finally reacted. "An immortal." He knelt down with a thud, repeatedly bowing his head. "Thank you, Immortal, for saving my life." This whole situation almost left Jiangnan at a loss. No, I'm not an immortal." "Get up first," he said. The young man stood up, but his excitement was still evident on his face. "Immortal, that sword strike you just made was incredible." Jiangnan waved his hand and asked, "Little guy, let me ask you something first." The young man nodded repeatedly. "Ask away." "Immortal, I will definitely answer. Where's this place?" Jiangnan inquired. The young man looked momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Jiangnan to ask such a question. Seeing this, Jiangnan added, "I come from the east and have just arrived here." The young man's expression grew even stranger. "Immortal, this is the extreme east of Shangyuan." Jiangnan. In addition to feeling awkward, he received another piece of information. This young man's implication was that this place was still part of the Shangyuan world, not some small world constructed from an immortal tomb. The young man continued, "Immortal, this is the Liang Dao in the extreme east of the eastern region. Not far from here is the tribe I belong to." Although Jiangnan's excuse had a flaw, the young man clearly didn't mind it too much. Then Jiangnan received another piece of information. This place was not only part of Shangyuan, but also located within the eastern region. He cleared his throat, pretending nothing had happened, and continued to ask, "How far is this from the land of Chu?" The young man showed a puzzled expression. "Land of Chu? Immortal, I haven't heard of that place." Jiangnan was taken aback, thinking that perhaps the land of Chu was too remote, so he changed his approach. "Little guy, you know about the 3 holy lands, right? Which one is closest to here?" However, the young man's expression grew even more confused. "I'm sorry, Immortal, I haven't heard of any 3 holy lands. The greatest power here is the Dai tribe." Jiangnan's brows furrowed even deeper. Are there still people in the eastern region who don't know about the 3 holy lands? And what is this Dai tribe? As far as he knew, the eastern region was under the rule of the 3 holy lands, with various cultivation sects and countless mortal cities serving as fields to supply seedlings to the immortal sections. Where did tribes come from? That was something only found in the southern wilderness. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. "So, you know about Zhongzhou, right?" The young man nodded. "And the Daxia dynasty in Zhongzhou?" The young man shook his head. "What power currently rules Zhongzhou?" The young man finally stopped shaking his head and answered, "Is the Great Sui dynasty." In that moment, Jiangnan felt as if the world was spinning. Even though he wasn't very knowledgeable about the history of the Shangyuan world, he knew some basic facts. The Great Sui dynasty was the first regime in the history of the Shangyuan human world, essentially the initiator of the subsequent dynasties. More importantly, the history of the Great Sui was about 10,000 years away from that of the Daxia dynasty. If this young man in front of him wasn't just trying to have fun at his expense, then this trip to the Immortal Tomb had encountered a huge problem. They had crossed over tens of thousands of years and been sent back to 10,000 years ago. What kind of absurd story is this? And, can we still go back? Seeing Jiangnan's changing expressions, the young man looked worried. "Immortal, what's wrong with you?" Jiangnan took a deep breath, pulling himself out of his thoughts. "It's nothing." Just then, A growling sound came from the young man's stomach. He awkwardly smiled. "Immortal, it's mealtime, I'll be right back." After saying that, he hurried over to the broken body of the saber-toothed tiger, cutting off 2 pieces of meat with an iron sword, then rummaging through its skull. Finally, he returned to Jiangnan's side, holding a pile of tiger meat and a crystal-sized object. The young man skillfully gathered stones and broken wood to start a fire, washed the tiger meat, skewered it on fresh twigs, and began roasting it. His movements were proficient, indicating he had experience. Afterwards, he approached Jiangnan with the crystal stone, respectfully presenting it with both hands. "Immortal, this is the spirit pill from that saber-toothed tiger." At this moment, Jiangnan had slowly calmed down. Even if he had truly arrived 10,000 years ago, there was no other way at the moment. He could only take one step at a time. He looked at the spirit pill in the young man's hand. According to records, this thing was unique to saber-toothed tigers and other beasts. And by the time of the Daxia era, spirit pills like this had disappeared with the extinction of saber-toothed tigers and other beasts. The demon race, closely related to saber-toothed tigers, had also abandoned the method of pill cultivation after adopting the path of grades. This thing was of no use to Jiangnan. Just as he was about to refuse, a strange restlessness surged in his sea of consciousness. Jiangnan tried to absorb the spirit pill, and in an instant, it melted like liquid, slowly seeping into his skin. Then, it flowed through his meridians towards his sea of consciousness, ultimately being absorbed by the blue lamp. In that moment, he felt a slight increase in his cultivation. The cultivation that originally required igniting the blue lamp to stabilize and gain was unexpectedly enhanced due to absorbing the saber-toothed tiger's spirit pill. Jiangnan swallowed hard. Why search for opportunities? This is a great opportunity. The aroma of the tiger meat wafted in the air as the oil dripped onto the fire, making a sizzling sound. "Immortal? Immortal?" The young man's voice startled him awake, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Immortal, what was the name of that sword strike you just made?" Jiangnan thought to himself that it was a sword technique with no specific name. So he casually picked a sword technique from his past life's legends, saying, "It's called the Sky Escape Sword Technique." "Sky Escape Sword Technique?" The young man's eyes lit up, hesitating to speak. After a long while, he shyly asked, "Immortal, can I learn this Sky Escape Sword Technique?" "Rest assured, I will never learn for free. I am willing to be your servant for life." Hearing this, Jiangnan was taken aback. This young man looked quite pleasing to the eye, and if he could really teach him, he wouldn't mind passing on a move or two. But the key was that he didn't know how to teach. Looking at the young man's eager expression, Jiangnan sighed and said vaguely, "I can only demonstrate it once more. How much you can remember depends on yourself." It was somewhat perfunctory, but he hoped the young man would take the hint and back off. "Thank you, Immortal. Thank you, Immortal." The young man bowed again. Jiangnan told him to get up, then summoned the blue lamp, holding it in hand, and unleashed the sword technique. With a single thrust, it seemed as if there was only one sword in the world. The young man was entranced, and even after Jiangnan sheathed his sword, he remained in a daze. Just as Jiangnan was about to persuade him to give up, the young man raised his rough, iron sword and swung it forward with a semblance of form. Jiangnan's gaze sharpened. The young man's sword had already carried a hint of sword intent. After sheathing his sword, the young man sighed dejectedly. "Immortal, I'm too stupid. I can't remember. Jiangnan, are all the people from this era monsters?" He had just seen clearly that the young man's sword had already taken on a hint of form. This was terrifying for a 12 or 13-year-old mortal. Clearing his throat a couple of times, Jiangnan said, "Not bad, you're already quite good." Hearing this evaluation, the young man's handsome face was filled with joy, and he swung his sword even more vigorously. However, Jiangnan's brows furrowed slightly. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had seen this rough, iron sword somewhere before, but he couldn't recall it at the moment. After a moment, the tiger meat was done. The young man sheathed his sword, respectfully took the largest piece, and handed it to Jiangnan. "Immortal, please go ahead." After Jiangnan took it and took a bite, a wave of meaty aroma hit him. Even without being bled, there was no trace of fishiness. It was perfectly cooked, not tough at all, making it a delightful meal. He looked at the young man, who was also enjoying his feast, and casually asked, "Little guy, my name is Jiangnan. What's yours?" "Immortal, my name is Mou. The young man heard Jiangnan's question and quickly stopped eating, responding respectfully. Jiangnan was taken aback. In fact, he had heard this name before. The name of the first sword master of the sword house was Mou. He then looked at the iron sword beside the young man and finally recalled the style of this iron sword, the distribution of the notch at the hilt. Wasn't it the fragment of the Gui Su that Knight Yi once held? Moreover, it was now 10,000 years ago, the era when the first sword master gained fame. Jiangnan suddenly felt parched. Mou, is your tribe called the Iron Beast tribe? The young man looked up in surprise. Yes, Immortal, how did you know? Jiangnan. According to Mo Qingshan, the place where the first sword master Mou rose was indeed called the Iron Beast tribe. He finally understood why Mo Qingshan had named his sword technique Heavenly Escape Sword Technique. It turned out that Jiangnan had just been talking nonsense. Damn it, this young man, named Mou, is the future sword master of the world, a terrifying existence just half a step away from becoming a Tao. Chapter 74. Journey in the wilderness in the present moment, the future supreme being of unparalleled existence, the pioneer of the sword path, and the future sword master of the world, shyly sat in front of himself, respectfully roasting meat for himself. This bizarre scene took place in Jiangnan. He could even slightly predict the future path of Mou. The young man embarked on the path of sword cultivation after encountering an immortal by chance. With his monstrous talent and relentless progress, he pushed through obstacles and eventually reached the peak, laying the foundation for sword cultivators worldwide and establishing the Sword Lodge. However, the young man could never forget the Heavenly Escape sword technique demonstrated by the immortal he met in his youth. This nonsensical name was passed down through generations in the Sword Lodge, ultimately reaching Jiangnan's ears again after 10,000 years, forming a closed loop. Jiangnan smiled wryly. Indeed, the world is unpredictable. Immortal, it's getting late. I need to return to the tribe. Would you like to come back with me? My father and the others would surely welcome you. After finishing the tiger meat, the young man stood up and hastily buried the giant tiger's corpse with dirt and leaves, waiting for the tribe to come and retrieve it. After doing all this, he looked at the dazed Jiangnan and respectfully asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. After all, still being young at heart, he thought that if he could bring an immortal back to the tribe, it would surely be a glorious event. Under normal circumstances, Jiangnan would not mind going there, taking the opportunity to gather more information from the local natives. However, upon learning about the young man Mou's identity, he pondered for a long time and ultimately declined. He was a being that did not exist in this time and space, and Mou was the future sword master of the world. Now that the two had met, Jiangnan's influence on him was already significant. If they continued to interact, it might lead to even more unpredictable changes due to the butterfly effect. Mou, I still have some matters to attend to, so I must bid farewell here. Jiangnan gently shook his head. A hint of disappointment appeared in the young man's eyes, but was quickly buried deep in his heart. All right, the immortal's saving grace and the imparting of teachings will be unforgettable for Mou for a lifetime. Mou knelt down, performing the rite of a disciple. Knowing what the other would become in the future, Jiangnan found this scene inexplicably strange. It's getting late. I should be on my way. Jiangnan lightly patted his shoulder and walked towards the wilderness. You will definitely become a powerful cultivator. This was the last sentence that fell into the young Mou's ears. He stood there watching until Jiangnan's figure disappeared over the horizon, then reluctantly headed towards the tribe. This encounter left a significant impact on the young Mou. For the first time, he felt that the seemingly unattainable immortal was so close to him. It turned out that he could also learn the immortal's sword techniques. As he ran, he secretly swore to himself that he must achieve great things and not let down the immortal's expectations. In the wilderness, Jiangnan headed towards the direction of the Daylight Tribe, the largest force in the Fierce Sun Path. From the information he received from Mou, the Daylight Tribe was the largest human gathering place in the Fierce Sun Path, home to powerful cultivators, as well as vendors selling spirit pills from various savage beasts. For some unknown reason, the spirit pills from savage beasts could be absorbed by the Qingdang Green Lantern, enhancing Jiangnan's cultivation. In theory, as long as there were enough spirit pills, Jiangnan's cultivation could be infinitely improved, rather than being limited to passively gaining cultivation by lighting the Qingdang. Therefore, His top priority was to enhance his cultivation. Secondly, to meet up with Wang Chunyun and others to find a way back. Since the Daylight Tribe was the largest force in the Fierce Sun Path, he believed that most of the talented individuals who had crossed over would head there. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On the 10th day, Jiangnan still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. According to the elder of the 3 sacred lands, once the 10-day period was up, those who entered the immortal tomb would be teleported back by their great divine powers. But clearly, this glimmer of hope was dashed. Nothing changed. The savage beasts in the wilderness remained as ferocious as ever, attacking anyone they saw. It seemed that whether or not he could return was a major problem. However, the faint light emitted by the Qingdang in his sea of consciousness was growing brighter. Jiangnan pondered while striking the Dangsai bell with his sleeve. With a dull ringing of the bell, a giant python burst apart, exploding into a mist of blood. The Dangsai bell emitted a hazy glow, shielding Jiangnan from the blood mist. From where the giant python's body had been, a shiny spirit pill was captured in Jiangnan's hand and absorbed by the Qingdang in liquid form. His cultivation increased once again. The more he killed, the more his cultivation grew. This was already the 50-something spirit pill he had absorbed, providing him with over 20 years of cultivation. His cultivation was on the verge of breaking through 300 years. At the same time, a thick aura of malice coalesced around him. This was the resentment and murderous intent of the frenzied savage beasts accumulated through repeated killings. During this process, Jiangnan noticed something strange. These savage beasts seemed to have gone mad. They pounced on anyone they saw, not for food, but purely for the sake of killing. From the perspective of a thriving species, this behavior was clearly abnormal. During this time, a rumor spread among the various tribes in the wilderness. It was said that a ruthless person with a sky-high aura of malice had been pushing through the frenzied, savage beast hordes, creating a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Although many tribes were deeply afraid of him, they also felt gratitude towards this ruthless figure. Ever since the upheaval began, the savage beast tribes had fallen into extreme madness, losing their senses and crazily attacking the surrounding tribal gatherings. If it weren't for the Daylight Tribe sending out cultivators to help protect them, many tribes in the Fierce Sun Path would have already been decimated. Jiangnan was naturally unaware of their thoughts. He simply continued on his way towards the Daylight Tribe. It was already deep into the night. Jiangnan stopped by a pond, built a fire, and began roasting some beast meat. While waiting for the meat to cook, he took the opportunity to wash up in the pond. After all, in the wilderness, dust was everywhere, and having dealt with savage beasts daily, he was naturally looking quite disheveled. Seeing that there was no one around, Jiangnan took off his clothes and jumped into the water. Under the night sky, the cold pond water soaked every inch of his skin, while the fire nearby emitted a mouth-watering aroma. He had to admit that after a few days, Jiangnan had almost turned himself into a wilderness survival expert. Just then, he suddenly felt a movement in his consciousness. A sense of being watched struck him. Someone was there. Yet, he did not sense any killing intent. It was just someone watching him. Jiangnan, what the heck can a big guy like me not take a bath without being spied on? Chapter 75. This saintess isn't very smart, even without sensing any killing intent. Jiangnan did not let his guard down. At this moment, he didn't take care about his clothes, leaping directly out of the water pool, striking a pose, and shouting, "Who is hiding? Show yourself." There was no response. Jiangnan's gaze turned cold. Just as he was about to take action, a voice came from that direction. "You lecher, put your clothes on." It was a female voice, filled with panic and a hint of shyness. Hearing this, Jiangnan was stunned. What was wrong with her? She peeked at him while he was bathing and then called him a lecher. However, even though he felt indignant, Jiangnan realized it was probably a misunderstanding. Given her attitude, he took his time to put on his clothes. "You can come out now, right?" Jiangnan called out after getting dressed. From the dense woods came the sound of rustling, and a figure finally emerged. She covered her eyes with both hands, peeking through a gap made by her middle and ring fingers. After confirming that Jiangnan was indeed dressed, she lowered her hands and sighed in relief. Jiangnan took a good look at her appearance. The woman was about the same age as him and was now looking at him with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Jiangnan recognized her. Wasn't she the saintess Qiu Shuya from the Taiji Holy Land? He had just met her a few days ago. At that time, she was dressed in white. her beauty unmatched, resembling an otherworldly fairy. Just a few days had passed, and now Caishikou was wearing a tattered Taoist robe, her smooth black hair hastily tied back. However, her stunning features were not overshadowed by her slightly disheveled appearance. In fact, it added a touch of worldly charm, especially her graceful figure that even the loose robe couldn't conceal. Jiangnan couldn't help but steal a few more glances. At that moment, the saintess's face was flushed red from seeing something she shouldn't have. "Miss Chiu, can you explain why you were peeking at me while I was washing?" Jiangnan asked seriously. "I wasn't. I didn't. Don't say that." Caishikou's face turned even redder as she explained. "I just caught a whiff of something delicious, and came take a look." Jiangnan was taken aback. He knew the saintess wouldn't actually come to spy on him. His earlier question was just to vent his frustration since she had called him a lecher right off the bat. But now she claimed she was drawn by the smell of food. Jiangnan instinctively sniffed himself. There was no scent. "It's not you." Caishikou had only seen polite and well-mannered men in the Holy Land, and she wasn't too used to someone so shameless. She pointed to the roasted meat sizzling over the fire, quickly saying, "It's that. It's the smell of that." Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. "You, a Holy Land saintess, are attracted by the smell of roasted meat?" "Miss Chiu, that excuse is rather flimsy," Jiangnan sighed. Caishikou retorted, "It's true. I've been eating wild fruits for half a month. I couldn't help but come over to take a look." Jiangnan replied, "Can't you roast it yourself?" I tried." Caishikou looked down, feeling a bit embarrassed. But once the beast meat touches the sacred fire, it turns to ash. Jiangnan couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness! How could a saintess look so clueless when it came to roasting meat with a fire that could melt gold and iron?" "You don't know how to make a fire?" Caishikou looked up confused. "How do you make a fire?" Jiangnan was at a loss for words. Forget it. Forget it." He sat down beside the fire, took a piece of beast meat, and began to eat. "Miss Chiu, if you want to eat, come sit over here with me." With that, he ignored her. The saintess hesitated for a long time. With her pride, she should have left the moment she saw Jiangnan without clothes. But the sizzling meat smelled too good. After arriving in this world, she had unfortunately ended up in a remote mountain forest, surrounded by desolation. She could only pick a direction and walk out, relying on wild fruits to fill her stomach. Since she was chosen as a saintess from a young age, she had always focused on cultivation and fighting, with everything else in her life arranged neatly. She had never experienced such hardship. At this moment, her stomach was already growling with hunger. But accepting someone else's charity felt too undignified. She was caught in a dilemma. Now, two little voices in her mind were arguing. One said, "Eat, eat," and the other said, "All right, all right." Eventually, she sat down. She took a piece of beast meat from the fire, and the rich aroma wafted towards her. Taking a gentle bite, the meat was juicy and flavorful. Jiangnan had traded some beast meat for salt, chili, and other seasonings in nearby tribes a few days ago. So the meat he was roasting now was far superior to what you had casually cooked back then. The spicy and salty flavors exploded on the saintess's tongue, making her mouth water. Despite this, she maintained a relatively dignified demeanor as she finished a piece of beast meat. She let out a soft burp, her face slightly flushed, and looked over at Jiangnan. Jiangnan, is there more?" She had seen the list of all those who entered the Immortal tomb and naturally recognized Jiangnan from the very beginning. She just didn't expect them to meet in such circumstances. Seeing Jiangnan's strange expression, Caishikou quickly said, "I want to eat for free. I'll pay you." With that, she pulled out a stack of spirit coins from her storage artifact to give to Jiangnan. "Forget it. It's just a few pieces of meat. I can roast more." Jiangnan waved his hand. He had no use for spirit stones. Moreover, Caishikou had taken out spirit tickets, and in this era, there was no Tongbao Pavilion. If she couldn't return, those tickets would just be a pile of worthless paper here. No, the saintess was very adamant about this. "If you don't accept it, I'll eat. I can't take advantage of you." Jiangnan chuckled inwardly, thinking that she had just seen him naked, and if she didn't want to take advantage, she should let him take a look in return. Of course, he didn't say that out loud. Seeing Caishikou so determined, he said, "How about this? Do you have any spirit pills?" Caishikou was taken aback. "Spirit pills?" Jiangnan nodded. "The ones taken from the brains of those crazy beasts." You must have encountered them these days, right? Qiuxia's mouth opened slightly in realization. Then, she waved her storage artifact, and a large number of spirit pills poured out like a waterfall. Jiangnan was stunned. How many savage beasts had this lady killed in the past few days? There must be over 200 pills here. Did she raid a savage beast lair? Seeing Jiangnan's expression, Qiuxia felt a bit embarrassed and said, "They attacked me like crazy when I came here. I killed them and got these." She looked puzzled and added, "But these spirit pills don't seem to be useful for cultivation. I was planning to save them to see if the alchemist in my sect would find them useful. If you need them, I can give them to you as payment for the food." 200 spirit pills? That's south at least close to 100 years of cultivation. Trading them for a bunch of roasted meat? That is a huge profit. To Jiangnan, the saintess was no longer just a saintess. She was a walking money tree. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and accepted all the spirit pills. "Rest assured, Your Highness Saintess, today I'll make sure you eat your fill." Chapter 76. Visitors from Beyond the Sky. Ambushed on the Road Combined Edition. Under the bright moonlight, smoke from the campfire rose with a fragrant aroma. Jiangnan was flipping pieces of beast meat over the flames, while the holy maiden beside him eagerly awaited her meal. Every time Jiangnan finished grilling a piece, the holy maiden would take it and eat, her cheeks moving like a hamster's. This reminded Jiangnan of Qing Luo, the little tree spirit he had left in Tongbao Pavilion. "What are you laughing at?" Qiushua asked, noticing Jiangnan suddenly smiling while her mouth was full of minced meat. "I was thinking of something happy." Qiushua shot him a glance, suspecting he was mocking her appetite. Time passed slowly. The beast meat Jiangnan had brought with him was nearly gone. "Miss Qiu, there's not a single piece left," Jiangnan said, opening the bag containing the beast meat to show her, sighing in exasperation as he wondered what kind of stomach this holy maiden had. Qiushua's little face flushed in the firelight, seemingly aware that she had eaten too much. "It's fine, I'm full." Jiangnan breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he had just boldly promised to feed the holy maiden. The atmosphere fell silent, with only the newly added firewood crackling in the flames. Both of them understood that if they were in the Upper Yuan world, such a scene would definitely not be possible. It could only be said to be a case of misfortune and fortune. "I wonder when the elders of the sect will come to take us back." Qiushua rested her chin on her hand, breaking the silence as she gazed at the bright moon in the sky and spoke to herself. Jiangnan opened his mouth, somewhat at a loss for words. Why was this girl still thinking that people from the 3 holy lands could bring them back? "Miss Qiu, forgive me for being blunt, but do you know where this place is?" Upon hearing this, Qiushua looked at him curiously. "Isn't this the small world of the tomb of the Immortals?" After a pause, she muttered to herself, "But I don't know what happened. The last time we entered this small world, it was just our souls descending. But this time we even came with our physical bodies." At this point, she complained a bit, explaining that due to her first experience of soul crossing, she hadn't prepared much food, leading to over 10 days of eating wild fruits. Jiangnan looked at the self-talking Qiushua and sighed. "Miss Qiu, you haven't interacted with anyone else during this time, have you?" Qiushua didn't understand why he asked that, but she nodded. "I have been in the endless primordial jungle since we entered the tomb of the Immortals, only coming out today." Just as I thought, Jiangnan thought to himself. "Miss Qiu, what I'm about to say might be hard to accept, but I'll try to be gentle." Jiangnan carefully chose his words and said, "In fact, this is not the small world of the tomb of the Immortals, but the Eastern Territory from 10,000 years ago." Qiushua's expression froze. Then Jiangnan told her what he had learned from Imo and the nearby tribes, including a series of evidence that could confirm the existence of the Liang Dao, the Dai tribe, the Great Sui dynasty, and others. Thus, the holy maiden was stunned for a long time before accepting this fact. How could this happen? She slightly parted her crimson lips, her beautiful eyes trembling, still finding it hard to believe. "I don't know, but I plan to head to the Dai tribe first and meet up with the others." Jiangnan shook his head. In the silence, Qiushua suddenly seemed to remember something and hurriedly asked, "Jiangnan, you said it's 10,000 years ago now, and we are in the Eastern Territory of Liang Dao?" Jiangnan nodded. "Then I understand." Qiushua slowly spoke. "In the historical records of the Eastern Territory, there is a strange account. 10,000 years ago, The human path changed, and the divine path withered. At that time, a group of visitors from beyond the sky appeared in the Liang Dao, which was known as a forbidden place. They did not know where they came from or where they were going, but stayed for a while before disappearing without a trace. Qiu Shuai furrowed her brow and said, I thought this was just an exaggeration by the writer. But unexpectedly, the visitors from beyond the sky recorded in the book might very well be us. Upon hearing this, Jiangnan's expression became serious. Judging from the time period and location, the visitors from beyond the sky that Qiu Shuai mentioned were likely people like them who did not belong to this era. If they could obtain more information, they might find a way back. He quickly asked, Miss Qiu, does the historical record mention anything more? Qiu Shuai shook her head regretfully. There is very little description about the visitors from beyond the sky in the historical records. Only, it mentions that they seem to be fighting over something. Jiangnan raised his eyebrows, waiting for her to continue. Qiu Shuai showed a look of recollection and murmured, It seems to be a broken green lamp? Jiangnan, are you all right, Jiangnan? Qiu Shuai looked at his expression and asked. Jiangnan suppressed the turmoil in his heart and shook his head. I'm fine. I just find it too strange. Yes, who would have thought we would cross the river of time and leave our mark in the historical records? Qiu Shuai sighed softly. It's getting late. Miss Qiu, you should rest early. Jiangnan waved his hand, extinguished the campfire, and sat down on a rock. Upon hearing this, Qiu Shuai's face turned red. She had never spent the night alone with a man before. But since Jiangnan had treated her to roasted meat and shared such important news, it would seem too petty to leave now. Reluctantly, she could only take out 2 tents from her storage artifact, giving one to Jiangnan. Here, this is a magic tool made by the sect that can calm the mind and gather spirit. Seeing Jiangnan's somewhat strange expression, her face turned even redder. It's new, unused. Jiangnan smiled warmly. Thank you, Miss Qiu. The night was deep and quiet. However, inside the tent that emitted calming sandalwood fragrance, Jiangnan's heart was still hard to calm. If Qiu Shuai was not lying, it could almost be certain that they were the visitors from beyond the sky mentioned in the historical records. And according to the records, they would eventually lose their traces, which means they would most likely return to the original Upper Yuan world. This was originally something to be happy about. But what did the struggle over a broken green lamp recorded in the historical records mean? What relationship did that so-called broken green lamp have with the illusory green lamp that suddenly glowed in his sea of consciousness? He did not know, but he had a vague feeling that there might be a connection between the two. The green lamp was the capital for his survival, so he could not afford to neglect it. Immediately after, he absorbed all the elixirs he had obtained from Qiu Shuai. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, 50 years. His cultivation rapidly increased, and after absorbing over 200 elixirs, his cultivation advanced another 100 years. Now, he had nearly 400 years of cultivation. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes. In the darkness, divine light gathered in his eyes. The next day, Jiangnan set out again. After thinking for a while, Qiu Shuai also decided to accompany him to the Dai tribe. On the way, they both fought against the frenzied savage beasts that attacked while collecting beast meat and elixirs. Naturally, Jiangnan absorbed the elixirs, while the beast meat was shared between the two. During this time, Jiangnan and Qiu Shuai gradually became familiar with each other. He discovered that this holy maiden of the Tai Holy Land had developed a great interest in cooking since coming into contact with a mundane world. At first, she didn't even know how to start a fire with wood, but with Jiangnan's influence, she was now able to grill beast meat by herself, although she still struggled with the timing. Jiangnan, how does it taste? By a mountain stream, the two set up camp. After lighting a fire and grilling a piece of beast meat, Qiu Shuai immediately offered it to Jiangnan, much like a student showing off their work to a teacher. Not bad, but it's a bit overcooked, Jiangnan casually commented. Qiu Shuai frowned, took a bite herself, and found that the meat was indeed much tougher compared to what was roasted in Jiangnan, and couldn't help but mutter, how is this harder than cultivation? Jiangnan chuckled silently and said nothing more. Suddenly, the burning bonfire swayed slightly. The two, who were quite relaxed, both became serious. Miss Qiu, someone is coming, Jiangnan said, narrowing his eyes. In his perception, 6 powerful auras were approaching them at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, they were not the violent auras similar to beasts. but rather those of human cultivators. Xiao nodded, stood up, and was already prepared for battle. In just a few blinks, 6 figures arrived from the horizon, hovering high in the sky, exuding vast spiritual energy fluctuations. All of them were of the 6th rank. They were all cloaked in black robes with hoods, obscuring their appearances. Jiangnan's brow furrowed. This attire obviously did not resemble that of cultivators from this era. In the sky, the 6 did not say a word and directly launched an attack. They stepped on a mysterious position, subtly forming a formation, and the immense spiritual energy gathered among the 6. Soon after, golden flames appeared out of thin air in the void, growing taller in the wind. In an instant, they surged and expanded, transforming into a sea of fire that blotted out the sun, pouring down towards Jiangnan and Xiao. The 6 6th-rank cultivators, proficient in formation techniques, complemented each other, and their combined power was far beyond simple addition. Seeing this scene, Jiangnan looked at Xiao with some confusion. He was very familiar with this golden flame, having often seen Xiao summon it during this time. This was the unique Tai sacred fire of the cultivators from the Tai sacred land. This meant that the 6 individuals in the sky were not only not natives of this era, but were very likely disciples of the Tai sacred land. On the other side, Xiao also had a puzzled expression. Clearly, she did not understand what was happening either. But with the sea of fire pouring down from above, the two had no time to think further and rushed to confront the enemy. Xiao formed a hand seal, and a golden fire lotus blossomed from her hand, soaring into the sky like the king of all fires. That blazing sacred fire, like rivers returning to the sea, was devoured almost entirely by her fire lotus. The fire lotus continued to attack the 6 individuals. The 6 figures in black robes did not dodge or evade, each summoning their magical artifacts to resist. Spiritual light, swords, black and white gourds, and a sky-turning seal. In an instant, the sky was filled with flashing treasures. The 6 magical artifacts collided with the fire lotus, resulting in a stalemate. At this moment, Xiao's expression changed. It seemed she recognized those magical artifacts. During the standoff, a flicker of ghostly light appeared behind the 6 individuals. 2 blood-red shadows suddenly tore through the void, heading straight for the center of Jiangnan and Xiao's brows. The moment the blood shadows appeared, the entire sky seemed to turn cold. It turned out that the 6 were merely for distraction. The real killing move was these blood-red needle shadows. They instantly pierced through the void, almost touching Jiangnan and Xiao. Jiangnan snorted softly, gripping his sword, and thrust out 2 consecutive strikes, his pure and condensed sword intent colliding with the 2 blood needles. In an instant, the blood needles exploded, transforming into an endless red mist that enveloped Jiangnan and Xiao. While Xiao confronted the 6 above, she raised a spiritual energy barrier to protect herself and Jiangnan. But the next moment, her expression suddenly changed. The red mist was very strange, not formed from spiritual energy, nor was it the effect of magical artifacts. Moreover, when it came into contact with spiritual energy, it seemed to have an erosive effect. Seeing that the barrier was about to shatter, Jiangnan unleashed his divine ability. He exhaled flames. Boundless crimson fire surged forth. Against the red mist, which had strong erosive properties towards spiritual energy, the divine fire had no effect, and in an instant, it was completely devoured by the flames. Jiangnan did not stop there, cutting out another sword strike, and a magnificent sword aura rose from the ground. Crashing toward the 6 above, under the combined pressure of the golden fire lotus and sword aura, the 6 were pushed back repeatedly, their magical artifacts dimming. The formation was disrupted, and they themselves were injured, retreating in a disheveled manner. Want to escape? A look of anger crossed Xiao's brow as she raised her hands, and a magical seal appeared in her hands. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A mountain of golden light appeared above the 6, pressing down from the void. It must be said that this girl might not excel in other areas, but when it comes to fighting in magical combat, she was truly unreasonable. This massive mountain, condensed from the Tao, instantly suppressed all 6 of them. Jiangnan, seeing this scene, activated his wind-calling technique, soaring into the sky. Without a doubt, these 6 were pawns, and the real mastermind was hiding behind. At that moment, he also saw that behind the 6, there were thin, nearly invisible threads connecting them in the void. Gripping his sword, Jiangnan struck out. The magnificent sword light illuminated the sky, brightening the entire world. Those threads snapped one by one, and the source was also struck down by the sword light. Croak! A sound resembling that of a frog echoed in the void, and a massive golden phantom emerged, taking Jiangnan's sword strike head-on and quickly fleeing towards the direction of the Daylight Tribe. In an instant, it disappeared without a trace. Jiangnan snorted coldly and landed on the ground. At this point, the 6 had been suppressed, and as Jiangnan's sword light severed those threads, the few of them slumped and fainted. "Jiangnan, how is it?" Qiushua asked. Jiangnan shook his head. "That beast ran too fast. I couldn't catch up." After saying that, he lifted the hoods of the 6 fainted individuals. Pale and youthful faces came into view. At that moment, Qiushua's expression suddenly changed. Jiangnan was not much better off either. There were both men and women among the 6, most of whom he did not recognize. But there was one woman he found somewhat familiar. He took out a piece of drawing paper from his pocket and, after careful comparison, finally confirmed. This woman was indeed Wanner's sister.